Help me, truck kun, you're my only hope, were Simon's final words before he stepped out into traffic on a rainy Wednesday afternoon. It was a quick but messy end, as he transformed from a 29-year-old man into an impromptu speed bump for the 18-wheeler barreling down the street. The driver slammed on the brakes the instant he saw what was happening, but he would never stop in time. For Simon, the most challenging part had been figuring out which street near his parents' house was the busiest. He'd considered jumping off a bridge instead, but he was afraid of heights, and it was easier to let someone else kill him. Doing it this way was just the perfect otaku ending for his hikikomori life. He'd been a shut-in for years, spurning the constant disappointment of real people and playing games to avoid messy social interactions as the world passed him by. It had been like this since he'd gotten laid off and moved back in with his parents a couple years ago. His friends said he was stuck in a rut, but they didn't get it. They were too busy with girlfriends or careers of their own to see how he'd steadily simplified his life to focus on the essential things. One by one, they drifted off, giving up the online games they played together for so long. Simon didn't care, though once they were gone, he didn't miss them. Too many Isekai light novels had convinced him that his only salvation was in another world. Even if the odds of such things were slim, it was still worth betting his life on. While he might not have been good with Excel or showing up for work on time, after spending thousands of hours fighting every monster under the sun, he was sure that he could save the world from the Demon King, stop the undead army, or whatever another world might need help with. He'd be glad to do it, too, in exchange for a few busty friends and some great food along the way. As Simon saw it, the worst-case scenario was that instead of waking up in another world with an overpowered skill or two, he'd just disappear. Stupid concepts like heaven or hell couldn't be real, so either option worked for him. Anything would be better than this tedious, mundane existence. He was tired of his mother failing to understand that working retail was beneath him, and no matter how many rare achievements he attached to his resume, none of the game design jobs he applied to ever called him back. Moments after he felt the weight of the steel bumper force him underneath the truck's unforgiving wheels, Simon peeled himself off the cool marble floor of an antechamber, decorated with mosaics and marble statuary. He smiled for the first time in weeks at the sight. Well, it looks like there's life after death after all, he said to himself, standing there in the same clothes he died in as he looked around. The room had a single exit, and Simon walked through it. It led to a long hallway of life-size statues. Each had a plaque below them, but they weren't written in English. The sight gave him hope because the place felt less like heaven and more like a light novel with every step. Then he turned the corner and saw what he could only describe as a goddess. The beatific woman sat on a throne in the middle of the rotunda, radiating peace, as the light of the oculus shone down on her from above. The throne was atop a dais, and a short flight of stairs led to the top. Next to it was an oversized set of balance scales, and all the walls that circled the room between the columns were filled with bookshelves. It was hard to focus on those details, though, because the light made her blonde hair glow with heavenly light. Her beauty acted as a beacon, forcing him to stumble towards it. He knew he'd made the right decision. This was a deity that could understand him and just how hard his life had been. She could help him find something more suited to who he really was. When he reached the top, he stood there resisting the urge to bow while she regarded him. "Welcome, Simon, I've been waiting for you." The goddess's voice was as beautiful as the rest of her, filling him with hope. "Oh, please," she laughed musically. "You may call me Helides, there's no need to be so formal. This is hardly the first time we've met after all." "It isn't," Simon asked, confused. He was sure he'd remember someone this beautiful, even if he'd only walked past her on the street. No one gets to try their hand at being a human without a few dozen reincarnations as a lesser animal. This isn't even your first life as a human. She explained patiently, that's what reincarnation is for. Maturing and distilling souls to prepare them for bigger and better things. It's why we're all here. Then why don't I? Simon tried to ask as Helides spoke over him. No one remembers, she shrugged, sounding a little bored, just like no one remembers to step on the scale before I ask them nicely. "I see," the goddess said, lifting her arm. As she raised it, the book flew from where it lay on the scales to her open hand. Once it arrived, it started flipping through the pages on its own until finally stopping at something near the end of the book. "Ah, yes, that's what this is then," she said, finally looking back to Simon. "Okay, you can get down now. Why don't you tell me what you'd like from your next life?" Simon coughed, clearing his throat before launching into the speech he'd been preparing for almost a year. "All I want in my next life is everything I was missing in this one. Love, meaning, adventure. I want to be reincarnated into a fantasy world where I can grow up to be a hero and—" "Sorry," she interrupted, "I'm afraid that's not going to happen." "What?" Simon asked. Her statement was a mental sucker punch that left him fumbling for words. "Are there no such thing as fantasy worlds then?" "Oh, it's not that," the goddess replied. "I've got an infinite number of worlds I could send you to, more than you could imagine, but you simply aren't cut out for that." He tried to defend himself. "There's nothing you can say that would surprise me, Simon. It's just—" "How would people from your world put it? You lack the experience points for that sort of class. It would just be setting you up for failure and putting the destinies of countless other souls in danger, she said, sounding almost conciliatory. We need to be realistic and look at lives that can better suit who you are and what you're capable of deep down. Other choices? Simon asked, failing to keep the disappointment out of his voice. He'd never considered the option that he might get here only to be forced into a new life where he was a nobody all over again. Like what? Well, based on your past lives, I think you should give koala or sloth another try. If you wanted to try something new, though, I think that musk ox or black bear would be a great fit. She smiled. If you'd like a complete list, though. You think I should be a bear in my next life? A fucking bear. He sputtered, outraged at the idea even as Helides' expression remained placid. He was about to open his mouth again and give her a piece of his mind when he thought better of it and opened the book floating next to him instead. Yelling at someone wasn't the way to get what you wanted, and talking to your boss like this would get you fired, he reminded himself as he leafed through it in an attempt to calm down. He didn't even want to know what would happen if you pissed off a goddess. You've been a bear many times. You seem to do well as an upper-level omnivore. It might be strange to think about, but if you give it a shot while she spoke, he flipped through the pages. Most of the entries were lined out, which presumably meant he couldn't choose them, but most of the furry ones remained available. Koala, leopard seal, llama, manatee, meerkat, moose, mountain goat, musk ox. The list went on and on. How short am I on experience to be human? Simon asked finally. His mind still rebelled at the idea of becoming an animal. Still, if he appeared reasonable and played along, he might find a backdoor to get what he wanted. If he could just weasel himself into a path to a fantasy world, he was sure that he could become the hero no matter what she planned for him. Well, if a soul needs 1,000,000 experience points to become an average human, she said, pondering the question, then I'd say you have about 150,000. So you're pretty far from it, but you have enough points for a red panda. That could be fun, right? But that's way off, Simon protested. Like I'd have to live until I was 120 just to be a person again. How is that fair? Now, the goddess said, her patience showing cracks. You were on track for a perfectly normal next life until you ended yours early. There's a big penalty associated with that sort of thing. You lost, call it, 250,000 experience points. See for yourself. As she spoke, the book on her lap floated over before him. The page on the right had all sorts of entries about his achievements and failures, each with a number next to it. The most common entry was wasted day 5. Many other entries stood out too. Have a happy birthday plus 300, get fired from your job 500, beat a video game plus 25, commit suicide 250,000. The other side of the book was more interesting though, and he turned to look at it for a second until she suddenly snatched it back from him. It had a list of his previous incarnations with grades beside them. There'd been a lot of sloth lifetimes rated A and B+, and a handful of human lives with C to F next to them. It was the most depressing thing he'd ever seen and a crushing blow to his ego as it sank in. He hadn't been set up to fail in this lifetime, but in all his lifetimes. That was incredibly unfair. So you're telling me there's no other way? He asked, resigned to his fate as he sat down on the scale. My only choice is to be an animal for another dozen lifetimes and then try again. Well, she answered hesitantly, there are penance lives and punishment incarnations, but I wouldn't recommend them for you. You don't have that much bad karma to work off, so that would be needless suffering on your part. Wait, no, he said, slamming the book shut. If there was anything he could do to avoid being a damned musk ox, he would do it. Tell me more about those. I'm telling you, Helides emphasized, you'd be much happier if you tried a nice omnivore existence for another lifetime or two. You could. Please, Simon interrupted as he grasped onto this thin thread of hope. Fine, she agreed after a moment. She obviously didn't appreciate being interrupted, and Simon cursed himself for doing it. He wasn't trying to be rude exactly, other people just didn't understand how important the things he was trying to say were sometimes. If you've done terrible things in your previous life and need to improve your karma, you might need to spend a life or two as someone born in a terrible place or with an awful disease. War orphans, children in times of plague or famine, that sort of thing. It's not something you'd benefit from though, Simon. You'll just have to trust me. What about the other one, punishment incarnations? What are they? He agreed that the idea of becoming an orphan with the plague didn't sound like a very good life, but if he could do it in a fantasy world, there was always a chance he could find a healer or something to reach his goal. Those are false lifetimes. They're less of life than they are a test or challenge. There are many different kinds, but they all have one thing in common, to test you, and if you pass, you can find a life that might be better suited to you, she explained. In some, you fight inhuman opponents. In others, you endure unendurable hardship or achieve mythic goals. I'm not sure you do well with them. Simon was sure, though, this was exactly what he needed. How many lifetimes as a dumb grazing animal had he endured just because this bitch hadn't told him that he could just do what he'd been practicing for all his life, play a fighting game? I respect your opinion on these things, Helides, Simon lied. You are a goddess, after all. But this sounds like exactly what I've been looking for anyway. Perhaps you could tell me more about them anyway. Even if I decide that being a koala is the right path, I'd like to know all my choices. Very well, she answered, leaning forward and reaching for another book that flew to her from a different shelf. In the Siege of Antithon, you hold back the demon armies for as long as possible, but if you let the city fall, you're dragged into the depths of hell for a decade before you try again. In. Wait, hell is a real place, Simon blurted out. Any game where a loss resulted in ending up in hell was right out. Like I could end up there, the goddess sighed. Of course it's a real place. Heaven is too. They're not quite the places your religions teach you that they are, but both are different endings for souls that no longer need to repeat the endless cycle of life and death. Simon opened his mouth to ask another question, but shut it when Helade said, "But if you keep interrupting me, we'll never get through the list you asked for." When Simon stayed silent for a moment, she continued, "The path is an incarnation where you must run to warn your nation of an impending attack to succeed. You'll have to run until your heart gives out and the soles of your feet are raw from the paving stones. If you fail, you must keep running for a year and a day, even after you perish." Just the idea of that one sounded exhausting. Simon had no illusions about his fitness. He couldn't run more than a block before he was winded. In the forests of Kensai, you need to hunt for. "Excuse me," Simon said, butting in. Listening to her talk about all these options he'd never pick was boring, and he'd rather just cut to the chase. Rather than going through the whole list, maybe you could tell me if there's one that's like a dungeon like in The Darkening Deeps or Sword of Glory 1 and 2, something where I kill monsters and level up as I go deeper and all that. The goddess pondered for a second, flipping through several pages before she stopped. "Yes, there is something like what you describe, but I should warn you the pit is one of the most terrible punishments incarnations I have to offer. It's not for the faint of heart. Tell me about it," Simon demanded, followed up only belatedly with a please as he saw Helade's expression sour. "It's exactly what I described. It's a pit of horrors. Each level is worse than the last. You must defeat all of them if you ever want to leave, though," she said. Her tone was sober and severe, but Simon couldn't help but get excited by the prospect. "So what happens if I die or lose or whatever?" Simon asked. All the other incarnations she'd mentioned had punishments, so this one had to have one too, right? "If you die, you must do it again. Over and over again until you finish the test," she answered. "It's a reality knot. The only way out is to complete the test, which unravels it and—" "So it's just a roguelike then if I die I respawn. How many levels are there exactly anyway?" Simon talked over her. "And when I complete it, I can have whatever life I wish. I'll do it." "Simon, I've seen you after 100 different lives. I don't think this is a choice you should make so lightly." Her annoyance was showing now, but so was her concern. Simon didn't care, though both traits only increased his annoyance. "As long as it has skills and levels, I'll be fine," he said. "Oh, and magic. I need magic for a good build if I'm going to clear it in a reasonable amount of time. Melee builds can take forever. This pit is less than 100 floors and has all those things. It has levels and requires many skills and spells to conquer. Still, you need to consider the toll that dying so often can take on your psyche," and the goddess warned him, but listening to her was exactly how he ended up as a beaver or a rabbit or whatever before. That was something he was never going to do again. He'd found a back door to being the hero he'd always wanted to be, and he would take it. "I said I'd do it," he interrupted. "Look, I appreciate your concern, but I don't think you really understand how ready I am for this, so just tell me where to go and what to do. The incarnation you offer me might be a punishment for most, but it's a gift to me, you understand. I've trained my whole life for this." Simon was disappointed. You'd think a goddess who knew everything would have presented this option to him first thing to save them both some time, but she clearly didn't know anything. She didn't even understand he would probably clear the whole thing in less than 5 tries. He had to play games on nightmare mode these days just to get a little challenge. "All right," she said, his dossier, or whatever it was that told him all the details of his life, floated over to him along with a pen. "Just sign that and the killing can commence." Simon glanced through the contract he was signing and everything looked good. Levels, monsters, defeat, reincarnation. It was precisely what she'd said, and he signed it before she even finished talking. It was only when he let go of the pen that he noticed the ink was dark red, and his fingers were bleeding from where he held it. He wanted to object to that part, but the book was already sailing back to a shelf, while an orb of white light floated out to him. "Follow this wisp and it will take you to the pit." Helade smiled brightly. "I'll look forward to our next encounter, and I hope you enjoy the pit as much as you think you will." As he left the vast room, he could see that another person, a dark-haired girl, was already climbing the steps for their moment with the goddess of life and death. He was sure a pretty girl like her would get a much better series of options, though. They always seemed to get their way, he thought bitterly as he left the room. For once, it didn't matter what anyone else got, though. Why should it matter what happened to anyone else when he was finally getting his wish? He was going to be in a real-life video game. Instead of sitting in a chair and fighting demons with a laggy connection, he could finally unlock his real skills with steel and show everyone how much they underestimated him. The path to get where he was going took forever, though, apparently. Slowly they went from a large corridor to a series of smaller ones, before finally reaching a spiral staircase that took him to what appeared to be catacombs. They were more than a little spooky, but the light of the wisp kept the shadows at bay as they made their way to their destination. Simon was resolved not to be afraid of a little darkness. Soon there would be things in the dark worth being afraid of, he was sure, but he would teach them to be afraid of him instead. That certainty didn't waver until they finally reached their goal, an old wooden door that had seen better days with a carved wooden sign that said, "The Pit." Simon stood there a minute, not so much afraid to open the door as mentally preparing for whatever might happen when he did. With a name like The Pit, there could be anything behind this door, from a tomb dripping with blood to a cave full of orcs. When he finally opened it, though, all he found was a small cabin in the woods somewhere. Once the door was open, the wisp floated in until it reached the full-length mirror hanging on one wall, disappearing inside it. The mirror lit up with text briefly like a blue phosphor screen. "Please let me know if you need anything," the mirror read before fading to reflect the world around it as a mirror should. Simon stepped inside, gazing around the room. The more he looked, the broader his stupid smile got, and eventually he had to pinch himself. He couldn't believe he'd finally found his own personal heaven. He could live in a quiet cabin far away from all the annoying people in his life, and he could go into a dungeon and slay monsters anytime he wanted. He wasn't sure a better life was even possible. The door behind Simon slowly creaked shut, and he remembered that was the only way out, so he reached for it, but he was too slow. It closed with a thud, and by the time he reopened it, it no longer went back to the catacombs he'd come through to get here. Instead, it led to the grassy meadow that separated his cabin from the picturesque forest of pine and spruce beyond. He supposed that tactically he should have kept that door open a while longer while he checked to ensure that this wasn't a trap or something, but in truth, he never wanted to visit that creepy goddess palace again if he didn't have to. She might be lovely, but she really didn't have a clue what was going on with the lives she played with. How many people like him had had their whole lives ruined because she made terrible recommendations about how they should reincarnate? She didn't matter anymore, he decided seconds later. He'd got everything he ever wanted, so she could go back to telling people to become panda bears, and he could focus on the task at hand. Simon looked around the room, taking inventory of his weapons and armor and trying to decide his next steps. Simon opened all the cupboards and drawers, pleased to find enough food for a meal or two, along with everything a neophyte adventurer might need to get started. He picked up the wedge of white cheese and took a bite. It wasn't quite as good as Doritos, but it would be a nice change of pace until he got out of here, he decided. He picked up a long sword from where it was leaning against a wall. This would be great, and he couldn't wait to get started. Sword in hand, Simon opened and closed the door several times to ensure he hadn't lost his only way back before stepping outside. Once he was sure this door would stick around, he began looking for the dungeon he was meant to defeat. There wasn't much out there, though. He didn't see an evil castle, any ruins, or even a suspicious-looking cave. All he saw was a scene out of a postcard or computer wallpaper. There was a flower-speckled meadow cut through by a brook, a picture-perfect forest, and some distant mountains. There weren't even any wandering monsters or anything. Other than his cabin and the trail, nothing here had ever been touched by man. Simon sighed in disappointment, wondering why a divine being would bother to put a dungeon a mile or two down a path from him when she could just as easily have put it right there, at the edge of the forest or something. He wouldn't let this setback ruin his day, though. He'd find the damn thing and then show Helades how baseless her worries were. At least it was bright and sunny, and after a while he'd walked far enough from the cabin that he couldn't see it, but he still couldn't find the damn dungeon. He passed the time trying to figure out how this game was supposed to work without much to show for it. He'd tried status, profile, character sheet, character statistics, and skills without any pop-up or interface. In retrospect, he should have asked the mirror for help before he left, but that problem could be fixed when he returned. At least he decided not to wear armor on this initial expedition. He couldn't imagine how hot it would be to wear all that boiled leather in direct sunlight like this. He doubted he'd need it anyway. Low-level enemies were usually stuff like zombies. They were easy enough to dodge. He was certain he'd find something better than that starter armor in the first 5 floors anyway. After another mile passed, though, he still didn't see anything. He'd come far enough that the meadow was gone and trees were crowding uncomfortably close on both sides of the path. Simon knew that time was passing because the sun was slowly moving across the sky, and eventually he had shade again. Simon decided to give it another hour, and if he still didn't find anything, he'd ask the mirror since the function map didn't do anything either. It turned out he didn't need an hour, though, because a few minutes later he could see a small building in the distance. It wasn't much, but it might be a mausoleum or the entrance to a crypt. That would suit him fine. Tombs were always good reasons to have dozens of levels of treasures and traps. His smile brightened and his steps quickened. However, when he finally got closer, the shape resolved into nothing but another cabin. Was this a shared world? He wondered as he approached it cautiously. If there were other players here, did that mean there was PvP? Simon readied his sword as he reached for the door. He flung it open but found no one inside. It was an empty room that was practically identical to the one he'd left. Whoever had been here last had even left all the drawers open and taken a bite out of the cheese. This last observation was what finally made him realize he'd somehow come back to where he started. Since he'd walked in one direction without stopping, that should have been impossible. He didn't think the impossible was something this world worried very much about, though. Simon tried to visualize what a world that took 3 hours to walk around would look like exactly, but what he came up with didn't make any sense. That would make the world something like 2 miles around, which was silly. Clearly, he needed to consult a higher power to get some answers. "Hey mirror, where's the damn dungeon at?" Simon asked. "Dungeon," the mirror printed across the screen. Obviously, it wasn't too bright. "Yeah, the dungeon, you know, the pit," Simon asked, exasperated. "The place I'm supposed to go slay monsters. The pit is here. It always starts here," the screen answered. "Yeah, but here, where? I don't see anything." Simon wondered if it would be worth the 7 years of bad luck he'd get for shattering it to get his sense of urgency across. He decided against it, not because he believed in luck, of course, but because this thing had answers he needed. "You can descend to the next level underneath the bed," the mirror wrote slowly, finally giving him an answer that made sense even if it didn't make sense. Who would put a dungeon under a bed, after all? Simon didn't bother to ask the thing another question. He just grabbed one of the bedposts and jerked the bed away from the wall. Made of rough wood and a straw mattress, the bed didn't look very comfortable, but it wasn't exactly heavy either. After a few seconds of manhandling, it revealed a hidden trapdoor. Only slightly out of breath, Simon reached down and opened it, which showed him a dark root cellar with dusty wooden stairs leading down. From here, he could only make out the shapes of boxes and bags against the walls, but there was nothing that looked particularly interesting. He shrugged. At least this was a start. "All right, let's do this," he said, cracking his knuckles before hefting his sword and descending. Something this week probably wouldn't even have zombies, he decided. What would he encounter first, then? Goblins. Yeah, it probably had to be goblins. He couldn't think of anything else weaker as he descended the stairs while he looked around for danger. Looking around meant that he wasn't watching his feet, though, so he had no idea what he stepped on that sent him tumbling down the stairs. 1 second he was standing, and the next he fell face first toward the dirt floor. There was a violent cracking sound followed by darkness, and then he suddenly sat up in his bed again. Had he just died for the first time? How embarrassing. He considered asking the mirror, but decided he didn't want to know. Instead, he stood up and looked around the room. The only differences were that his longsword was where he'd picked it up and that his cheese was uneaten. Simon took a bite from the loaf of bread this time to see if these changes would happen again if he died. Then he looked for a torch. After all, he decided, death from falling down the stairs didn't really count. It was like the real-world equivalent of glitching through the floor and falling to your death. It was silly, but it happened. The important thing was to prevent it from happening again. To do that, he needed light. So with a torch in hand, he spent a few minutes trying to find a tinder box or a flint and steel. He located a chunk of what might have been flint on the fireplace mantel, then took a few minutes to strike sparks from his dagger with it. None of them caught the torch on fire, though. Reluctantly, he was about to go back downstairs without it when he decided to check to see if the fireplace's ashes had any coals underneath. Fortunately, they did, and after a little trial and error, Simon had a lit torch in his left hand and a longsword in his right. He was now ready to face the goblins, or whatever lame-ass creature this game wanted to throw at him. With a little effort, he pushed the bed aside again, and this time he focused on his footing as he descended the stairs. The basement was just a root cellar, and he doubted he would find any loot worth searching for here. A quick look around didn't reveal anything worth fighting, though. Maybe the first level was just a puzzle dungeon then. That was common enough in games like this. The zombies were never in the church basement, they were in the bricked-off sub-basement, and that's when he heard the skittering, but before he could turn to face it, he felt something bite his left calf hard. "Jesus fuck," Simon cried out, reflexively kicking back against the thing, sending whatever it was flying. He could feel warm blood soaking through his sock and dripping into his sneakers from the bite. Whatever it was had gotten him good. He whirled around, brandishing his sword and torch simultaneously in different directions to ward off any new blows. Come out wherever you are," he called into the darkness where he'd kicked his small assailant. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. Half a dozen rats not much bigger than the average-sized house cat suddenly swarmed out of the shadows, sprinting for him like he was their last meal. Simon stepped back, swinging his sword twice, but the little buggers were fast, and all he managed to do was kick up dust before they were on him. He managed to kick one away, and he thought he might have stomped a second one, but his legs were on fire from their bites. He would have never thought rats could seriously hurt a grown man. However, now that he could see their large protruding incisors, it was hard to see this as anything but being attacked with small chisels or garden shears. They could still tear you to pieces, but it would be a slow, painful process. "Get off me," Simon screamed, feeling yet another bite on his legs. Even worse, he could feel one trying to climb inside his right pant leg. Without thinking, he stabbed down, skewering the rat as well as his foot. In the time it took him to pull the blade out, though, another rat bit into the Achilles tendon of his left foot, sending him tumbling to the ground. After that, all Simon could do was try to crawl up the stairs before he gave up on that and covered his face with his hands when one of them went for his eyes. The assault continued for a few minutes before he mercifully passed out from blood loss. The biggest surprise was that no matter how many times the awful creatures attacked him, it never stopped hurting. In the end, even more than the pain was the shame of what had happened, and Simon's final thought before he woke back up in his bed was that he couldn't believe he'd been killed by something as weak as a rat. This time Simon was mad, and he wasn't screwing around anymore. He dug through the drawers until he found the leather armor he'd seen earlier. He took the greaves from the set as well as the leather boots from where they sat drying by the hearth and put them both on. "Let those little bitches try to bite through this," he said before he picked up a torch to relight it from the embers of the dying hearth. He set the rest of the armor and the buckler aside. He didn't really need that much protection. It would only slow him down. It looked much too hot and bulky to wear anyway. Simon was a big guy, and even though he was strong, cardio and tight leather outfits weren't really his thing. This time he did decide to belt on the scabbard, though. He didn't really like the look of it, but he wanted the long sword with him for whatever attacked him on the next level, and he needed to keep his hands free for the rats. After that, he descended again. He thought about talking to the mirror first, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it until he had a win under his belt. The next time he came back up, after he'd conquered 5 or 10 levels, he could learn more about the system. It would make for a good reward for all his hard work, Simon decided. At least that was what he told himself. A small part of him was worried that if he waited, the anger over what happened would cool off enough that the horror of dying in such a painful way might overwhelm him. Seriously, he'd thought that the vague rush of fear and pain when he was hit by the truck was bad, but being eaten alive by rats until he passed out from pain had to be about the worst death there was. He'd never forgive them for that, and when he reached the earth floor, he started looking around for some vermin to crush. It turned out that Simon didn't have to wait long. At some unseen signal, the same half-dozen rats that swarmed him last time came at him again, but this time he was ready. He ran at them even as they charged at him, meeting them halfway and stomping 2 of them with wet crunching sounds before they even had the chance to attack him. The remaining few died in a battle of attrition that lasted over a minute, and though they managed to bite Simon a couple times before he ended them, the outcome was never in doubt. He emerged out of breath but victorious. Level 1 down, only 98 to go, he said, reassuring himself that he'd basically already won, he just had to go through the motions. He considered going back upstairs to get some wine to wash out these cuts, but decided against it, and focused on finding the exit to the next level instead. After all, there had to be a healing potion around here somewhere. He'd never played a game that expected you to do much fighting without them. Soon he was sure he'd be popping potion after potion like some fantasy world junkie as he made his way ever deeper. The door seemed to be the only thing worth finding, as Simon glanced around the bags of potatoes and boxes of junk before he opened it. Behind the door was a narrow and slightly curving set of stone stairs that led down to the next level. That level turned out to match its stairs, and appeared to be some sort of underground hallway with branching corridors that were filled with darkness and stank of something old and sulfurous. Perhaps this was the tomb he'd finally be seeking, Simon wondered as he pulled out his sword and stepped forward cautiously. He thought the art design could have blended better between the levels, but even still, things were improving. Another few levels in and he might start to find some magical equipment, or maybe, even when he reached the T-junction. He turned to the left, but no sooner had he taken one step forward than he stopped in his tracks at the sound of a click echoing down the hallway. He wasn't positive, but Simon was pretty sure he'd just set off a trap. That was confirmed moments later when the wall just in front of him slammed hard against the opposing wall with a booming sound that echoed throughout the tomb. It would have easily crushed whoever had been unfortunate enough to be standing inside there, but fortunately Simon had frozen the instant he heard it, and so it only grazed his torch before it started to slowly retract. In the faint grinding of the wall moving back into place, though, he could hear something else, wings. Something had been woken up by the noise and was headed towards him. Simon couldn't make himself worry about that right now, though. He was still coming to grips with the fact that he was standing in the midst of a minefield, and he was paralyzed by that fear. The light he had was small and flickering, and it made it hard to tell the pressure plate he'd stepped on from any of the other stones around him. If he'd brought a spear or even a broom handle, then maybe he could have felt the way ahead, but right now that would require dying again, and as painless as it would probably be to get crushed between 2 walls of stone, he just couldn't make himself see the appeal to that grisly prospect. Instead, he forced himself to turn towards the noise of the beating wings. They were getting closer. When the first one finally appeared, Simon was almost relieved that they were just bats rather than something worse like imps or gargoyles. He pulled out his sword and reminded himself that bats were just rats with wings, and rats had already killed him once, so it was best not to get too cocky even if they were nothing but easy experience points. With that thought in mind, he slowly withdrew back towards the safety of the way he'd come. Hopefully there really weren't any traps this way, because there was no way he could dodge both hazards at once. The fight didn't go well exactly, as he flailed about with his sword and his torch. The bats presented a much larger target as they swarmed around him, screeching at least, and Simon was able to knock most of them to the ground before they managed to bite him. Honestly, his own fear of their creepy faces and hideous squeaking noises were worse than the actual bats. They were the very definition of bark being worse than bite, and if he had to guess, he would say that whoever put them in this level did it to distract adventurers from traps rather than for a serious enemy. Halfway through the fight, he noted that if he'd just bothered to put on the leather jerkin or the chainmail hauberk, he would have got through this fight without a scratch too. That was one thing he could do to improve if there was a next time. With any luck, he'd never have to see this floor again. He hated traps. They were hard to see on screen and harder to dodge than even boss attacks. Games would be better if they just left them out, he was convinced. This game wouldn't result in a quick loss of hit points if he tripped one though. At a minimum, being riddled with poison darts or something would be very painful and would likely result in Simon having to start all over again with those damn rats. So he took it slow, tapping every suspicious-looking stone with his sword and walking very slowly down the corridor in front of him. It was an effective strategy, and just to make sure he didn't get lost, he always followed the left wall whenever there was a fork in the road. On his journey, he found several more traps, including a wall with impaling spikes, 2 dart shooters, and a deadfall that dropped rubble from the ceiling. There were only a couple more bats, though, and one at a time. They were so easy to deal with that it made Simon feel like the sword master he wanted to be rather than the noob he knew that he still was. It was also very slow, and Simon found 2 dead ends before his torch started to gutter. "Oh shit," he said loud enough for it to echo down the halls as he finally noticed he was only a few minutes away from running out of light. That left him with 2 choices, neither of which was good. He could blunder around this level in the dark until he died, or he could hurry up and take his chances with the traps. So he did what he knew he should do and switched from methodical to fast. He still looked for traps, but he no longer checked every stone. The bats might have one other purpose in this level after all. Even after he lost his light, they could still see him well enough to gorge on his blood. Simon had trouble shaking that image as he started to walk faster down the corridor, being attacked by a whole swarm of bats in the perfect darkness of these tunnels, until he was nothing but a desiccated corpse. That was when the ground underneath him suddenly fell away. 1 second, he was walking along scanning the ground for traps, and the next, the ground shattered, and he was falling down a pit into the darkness below. He had just enough time to register that before he was impaled on the 3-foot spikes that lined the bottom of the pit. Simon would not have believed that pain like this could exist, but as he looked down at his body, he saw that his left leg was stabbed through once, his torso was impaled twice, and his left arm was stabbed through the palm. Blood was literally pouring out of him as he half laid and half crouched on his awful bed of nails. So much so that before the torch that had fallen beside him went all the way out on its own, the growing pool of blood snuffed it out instead, leaving him in the darkness with nothing but that horrible wailing sound. It took Simon almost a minute to figure out that the sound he was hearing wasn't some distant banshee coming to finish him off. It was his own screams, crying out in agony until his throat was raw. Silence only came when he eventually passed out several minutes later, and he once again woke in his own bed. This time Simon immediately felt his body to make sure he was actually whole. He could still feel the phantom pain of that awful trap. The rats were nothing compared to that, he realized as the pain and shock that slowly left him was replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. How was he supposed to fight monsters when he knew that failure would be met by that sort of agony? This was supposed to be a fucking game. He yelled at no one in particular, while he balled up his fists and curled up on the bed. How was he supposed to beat a game that could hurt so badly that he was almost afraid to play it though? After reassuring himself that he wasn't still bleeding from half a dozen horrible wounds, the first thing that Simon did was to reach for the mostly full bottle of wine that was sitting on the bedside table as always and drank deeply to steady his nerves. He had never been much of a drinker and much preferred smoking a bowl or 2 to a 6-pack, but right now he only had this awful sour grape juice to drown the horrible memory of those spikes piercing his body. He would have chugged any swill to try to forget the memory of that terrible pain. He hadn't known anything could hurt that bad in his whole life. Even now, with the memory receding and the sensations fading, he still shuddered if he tried to think about the moment he tried to pull himself off the spikes in that pit. "This isn't how this is supposed to work," he declared suddenly, turning toward the mirror. "There's supposed to be hit points and skills." I'm supposed to gain experience, not get fucking tortured to death. He was mostly just looking for a reason not to have to go back down there and deal with those terrifying traps again, but to his surprise the mirror lit up, and a response started to type for lack of a better word in a flowing script that looked like it was being entered one character at a time. Apparently, it spoke back every time it thought you were talking to it, even if you were just thinking out loud. He didn't know if that feature was handy or annoying. The pit is exactly as described in the contract you signed. The screen printed as a ghostly version of the contract materialized in the background. Would you like to review it? I don't want to review that. I want to review my character sheet. Simon insisted. I want to see my level and my skills, and as he spoke the screen changed, materializing what looked to be a sort of crude character sheet, like whatever spirit was in the mirror was trying to grant his request. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 2. Deaths 3. Experience points, 2740. The negative experience points meant there was some kind of penalty for death, since he died 3 times. That wasn't the worst system in the world, though, and even with those deaths he was still leveling up, so he could work with that. As realistic as everything felt in this game, that was probably a better choice than one of those timed debuffs that had gotten so big in popular titles recently. His eyes moved past that minor issue to the rest of the screen, which was a long list of skills: archery, armor light, athletics, cook, craft, deception, escape, investigate, maces, ride, search, sneak, spears, spellcasting, steal, swimming, and swords. They didn't have any numbers beside them. Instead, they had words, and the words next to almost every one of his skills was very poor. As he continued his increasingly frustrated review, he was surprised to find that only 2 skills that weren't very poor was swords, which was rated poor, and spell casting, which was rated none. He was insulted by the evaluation. Well, that's completely wrong. I can cook almost as well as use a sword, and I'm great at both, he said mostly to himself. Even leaving aside ramen and pizza, cooking had hardly ever been a problem for him. He was a master of the panini press, and as long as he got the good sauce from the store, his spaghetti always came out great. As if to prove the screen wrong, he got up and set down the half-empty wine bottle so he could pick up the sword, giving it a few mock swings. Does this look very poor to you, you stupid mirror? Your swordplay shows very few signs of improvement since your initial arrival. The screen printed with no hint of irony, which was ridiculous. It was a mirror. What would it know about sword fighting anyway? Well, then I'll just have to go outside and level it up before I go fight whatever's in store for me after that awful trap level. Simon marched outside with his sword, and after he found a nice shady part of the meadow, he started swinging. He didn't have any formal sword training like Aikido or anything like that, but he'd been watching action movies and martial arts movies his whole life. It was pretty much what he did these days when he wasn't gaming, so he had an excellent idea of what he should do and how he should swing. He just needed to practice a bit and work on his endurance, and he'd be fine. While he practiced, Simon thought about the screen he'd seen. That was a big help to him. Before that, he was horrified of dying like he did before, but now he could tell himself that he was at least leveling up and that those deaths were worth it. Even if he had to die 10 or 20 more times, which seemed unlikely, he would get better every time. He'd probably have something weak to practice on when he got to the next level too. Zombies probably, which would be great. He'd much rather face those slow bastards than another floor full of cheap traps, but he wanted to get deeper where he could find a scroll or a spell book and start learning magic. If there was a skill for it, then it had to be an option, and he would find it. Being able to magically heal his wounds or kill the most annoying monsters from a distance would make this whole ordeal infinitely easier. As Simon started to break out into a sweat, he finally stopped practicing his overhead chops and thrusts and decided to take a break. It was starting to get warm out here, and even though he was in decent shape, he wasn't really used to a world without air conditioning just yet. Once he was rested, he thought about doing another round of practice swings, but he decided to go into his house to snack on that loaf that always reappeared when he respawned. Practicing on an empty stomach was counterproductive anyway. It could lead to heat stroke and muscle cramps. At first he thought he would breeze through this game so quickly he wouldn't need that feature, but now it was nice to know that a halfway decent meal would always be waiting for him here. Show me my character sheet, he told the mirror between bites, eager to see what effect his practice had. As it faded into existence, though, Simon noted with disappointment that neither his experience point totals nor his rating of poor had budged at all. He sighed in frustration. This is one of those games where you only get experience from killing things, I guess. If that was the case, then he decided that he might as well go find something to kill. He thought about looking through the forest and seeing if there were any easy wandering mobs out there to grind, before eventually deciding that it would be too hot out there if he was wearing armor. That only left the dungeon, he decided, which had been nice and cool so far. Simon swallowed hard at that thought. Maybe he would wait a little longer before he went back down there. After all, half the wine bottle had made the idea almost tolerable, so finishing it would do him almost as much good, he decided, picking it back up and taking a swig from the bottle before helping himself to the cheese. After all, he thought, it would be wasteful if he left all this uneaten no matter how terrible the wine was. It would all be replaced if he did happen to die again, so it's not like he needed to ration it. Mirror, tell me, how do I learn magic? Do I need to find items or practice harnessing my kai or what? Simon asked. I do not know, the mirror responded silently. That response was almost enough to make Simon choke on the bread he was wolfing down. Aren't you the help program? How can you not know something as important as how the magic system works? Magic works by speaking words of power to direct energies beyond human comprehension. You know no words of power at this time. It wrote smoothly in its glowing blue font over several seconds. I know that, but what I'm asking is where do I find them? Do many bosses drop them? Should I be looking for secret side passages? Simon looked down to grab the bread to take another bite and was saddened to discover that he'd eaten all of it. It was a coarse wheat bread that normally he wouldn't have given a second glance at, but when he was actually hungry, he found it to be kind of delicious. Simon made a mental note to keep an eye out for secret passages. Any dungeon that had traps was bound to have secret passages too, and a magic sword or a shortcut past a couple levels was something worth finding. I do not know, the mirror repeated, making him sigh in annoyance. This might have been one of the worst designed games he ever played, and when he beat it, he was going to offer that goddess a few free lessons in game design whether she wanted them or not. Of course you don't, he muttered. You don't know anything. You're the worst tutorial I've ever seen, honestly. This pit is basically still in beta as far as I'm concerned. The mirror obviously had no idea what to make of his words, so it stayed dark, letting Simon stew in his frustration. He knew all the things he'd fix if he was given a chance, but now wasn't the time for that. He had to beat the thing first, and if there wasn't any more food to eat or wine to drink, he could hardly just sit here all day. That would get boring and hungry awful fast, so he decided he should get ready for round 3 with the pit. No matter how much he hated the idea, it was time to go back down and knock out another 5 or 10 floors in this stupid dungeon. Simon looked through what he had available to him again, even though it hadn't changed, before deciding to don the boots and leather armor once more. Looking through the weapons, he still had quite an assortment. In addition to the longsword he preferred, there was a short sword, an axe, a few knives, a long bow and a crossbow, and a flanged mace, which were all scattered around the room in different locations. Simon liked the look of the axe but thought it might be meant for throwing and didn't want to do that just yet. He considered strapping on the crossbow since it seemed pretty much like a gun, and he had no idea how to use a longbow. It was too bulky though, so he decided to leave it here for now. Maybe if he saw an important reason for it on one of the floors, he would bring it, but right now he wanted to focus on leveling up his longsword. It was pretty much what he'd taken last time, but this time he brought 2 spare torches with him instead of just the one, so he wouldn't have to worry like last time. Now he was ready to deal with the rats, the traps, and whatever else lurked past them. As always, Simon's first steps down the rickety wooden stairs were tentative, but once he was in the basement he had no trouble dealing with the rats. That he even had to bother was annoying. Any good game designer would just let you skip this part after you beat it. He grumbled to himself as he picked through a couple of the boxes nearest the wall to see if they might be hiding a secret passage. All they were holding were potatoes and what he thought might be turnips, not that he'd ever actually seen a turnip before. He took the second floor slowly, cursing himself for forgetting the spear he'd meant to bring to make searching for pressure plates easier. The bats still showed up, but this time without the fear of surprise that he'd had to deal with last time. They were mostly just an annoyance. His only real fear was being crushed to death or falling in that damned pit again. During his search, he noted that even though the layout was slightly different this time, the traps were all pretty much the same as what they'd been last time. He wondered if that would hold true for every other level of the dungeon. If every time he had to redo a floor it would have the same monsters, but a slightly different layout that would make things pretty easy. It took 2 full torches to work his way past all the traps without taking any chances, but this time Simon was rewarded by the sight of another set of stairs leading down to the next floor. Child's play, Simon told himself, smiling even though he still felt nervous. He might have made it look easy this time, but thinking about those spikes still put him back at the edge of panic. He drew his sword as he descended the stairs, trying to be ready for whatever nasty surprise awaited him next. The next floor turned out to be a cave. It was a moist limestone formation that didn't seem to have much standing water at least. Frequent drops fell from the ceiling to some of the larger stalagmites that dotted the floor, but it was manageable enough. It looked like the biggest hazard here would be the terribly uneven floor, which was full of rock formations that made the shadows from his torch dance wildly. After he got used to that, it quickly became apparent that an even bigger problem would be the smell. The whole place stunk. Not a little bit either, not like when he used to drive past the oil refinery on his way to work. It reeked of raw sewage and garbage so strongly that his first fight on this floor turned out to be controlling his own gag reflex. Maybe eating all that food right before coming to this part of the pit wasn't a good idea. He chastised himself as he looked for someplace dry to sit down before settling on a large rock, giving him a chance to get used to the stench while he studied the room. Now that he was looking, he could see bits of garbage and what was probably thoroughly chewed bones scattered around the floor. Clearly this was something's lair, but he wasn't sure what. It could have been anything from orcs to gnolls. Not counting the stairs, which now had a closed door at the top of them, that he knew from experience wouldn't allow him to go back up. It looked like the room had two exits, both of which seemed roughly equal. Not having any good way of determining which one was the right one, he headed out of the one where the trickle of water was leaving the cave. Downhill meant some sort of exit. He was sure of that from the DD sessions he used to play with his friends. As he went further down the passage, the angle of the cave started to steepen, and he had to put his sword away just to keep a firm grip on the wall so he wouldn't slide down any of the patches of moss or slime into the abyss. While he explored, Simon kept a sharp eye open for claw marks or scorched walls, anything that could offer him a clue as to what might live down here, but he found none. Instead, he found a number of smaller trickles that slowly converged on the one he was following until the tiny stream had practically become an underground river. The further he went, the wider it got, until eventually he reached a bend in the tunnel where the river seemed to take up practically the whole floor. Looking at how fast the dark waters were moving, he decided that swimming it was out of the question, but it looked like maybe the other bank of the river would be walkable for a bit further if he could cross it somehow, and the air was much less foul here than it had been where he started, so that had to mean he was headed the right way, right. Reluctantly, Simon lit his third torch and backtracked a few hundred feet until he found a spot that was narrow enough that he thought he could jump across it. He backed up, took a running start, and then jumped. The jump was high enough and long enough even in the armor he was wearing, but when he landed, he slipped on some algae growing on the bank of the river, which sent him splashing and flailing into the water. The only thing he could do in that moment was toss the torch on the bank before it was snuffed out, giving him at least a little light to watch for handholds as he tried desperately to fight the current. It was no good, though. All of the handholds were covered in slime, and within seconds he was dragged well out of his meager light as he was swept deeper into the depths. The darkness was so terrifying that the cold really didn't bother him until his toes started to go numb. The water was freezing, and even though it was shallow enough, it was impossible to keep his footing as he tried to stand in the shallow spots. The current was just too strong. Simon was about to complain about what an awful mechanic this was when he was flung into the first rock hard enough to cry out in pain. Even as numb as his arm had gotten, he was fairly sure that he'd just broken his elbow. That would make it even harder to get out of the river, he realized, starting to panic now. The current was getting stronger, and the roar was getting louder in cartoons that only ever meant one thing. Simon desperately swam for a bank of some kind, but there wasn't one. The river took up all of the tunnel floor and most of the wall now. He realized just how hopeless his situation was almost the precise moment he was thrown over the waterfall. He fell for several long moments, terrified that he was about to be dashed on the unseen rocks hidden at the bottom of the falls, but that didn't happen. Instead, he was plunged deep into a frigid pool. He knew from documentaries that if you were ever in this awful position, you should watch which way the bubbles go, and then swim in that direction, but that was impossible in the inky blackness of the watery void that he found himself. He couldn't let that stop him, though, and he started to swim immediately in the direction that he thought was up with one good arm and two numb feet. Whether it was the right direction or not, he would never know. Before he breached the surface, his burning lungs ran out of air, and the last thing his body did was to force him to inhale that dark water before he blacked out. Simon expected to wake up in his bed still soaked but alive for some reason, and was surprised to find that he was perfectly dry except for the cold sweat that had broken out on his forehead at the idea of what had just happened to him. Drowning might not have been as painful as his previous death, but it was utterly terrifying, and he never wanted to do it again if he could help it. He wasn't about to sit here for hours and dwell on it like last time, though. He needed to find something he could fight with his sword, or he would never get better. Traps and rivers were hazards to be avoided, but they wouldn't give him any experience. He took a minute for a long swig of wine once his armor was all belted on, but after that he belted on the sword, took 3 torches, lit one of them, and then grabbed the spear just before he went down. This would be so much easier if I could have a save file or two to save my state when I'm ready to go, he said to himself as he descended the stairs. This time one of the rats managed to bite him once before he finished stomping them, but he was quickly able to locate the stairs in the trap area now that he knew better what he was looking for. The game was definitely getting easier, but the dying somehow just kept getting more awful. This time when he reached the cave, he headed away from the water flow. He didn't know what horrors were waiting in those depths, and he had no desire to ever find out. Instead, he breathed through his mouth to avoid the worst of the stench as he moved in the opposite direction and slowly made his way up to what he hoped was the surface. At least he did until he heard the echo of what sounded like murderous laughter. That froze Simon in place for almost a minute while he willed himself to move. Something lived in this cave, and he was going to have to kill it. That's just the way it was, he tried to tell himself. But honestly, this felt more like a horror movie than an adventure. That's when he saw a movement in the shadows up ahead. Simon froze, hoping it wouldn't notice him, but it was only when it let loose a blood-curdling scream before bounding towards him he suddenly realized that it would be impossible to miss the man holding the torch in the dark cave. Still cursing his stupidity, Simon raised his spear and impaled the creature as it charged him. It was a terrifying moment. He felt the weapon shudder as it impaled the creature's soft belly, but the goblin still managed to charge most of the way up the spear's haft before it finally died, spitting and snapping its sharp yellow teeth at him until its final moment. There was no doubt about it, this level was goblins. That made him smile at least. The state of the cave had left him worried that there might be an ogre or something even worse waiting to tear him to pieces, but goblins were about the easiest monster there was, so this would be the perfect chance to practice his sword if the noises from further up in the cave were any indication. With a flourish, Simon pulled his sword free of the scabbard and tossed his torch into the center of the room. This freed hands up for a two-handed stance as he brought his weapon up into a guard position. Then he waited for the dumb creatures to attack. He could hear them just down the tunnel, grunting and growling in a language he hoped never to understand. The sounds were almost words, but too glottal and phlegmy to ever really be uttered by a human mouth. Two came into view one after the other, and Simon brought the sword down hard, cleaving the lumpy head the first goblin in two as it charged at him with its primitive spear in hand. He brought the weapon around in a backhanded swing to try to cleave the second one in two as well, but he misjudged the distance, and his blade struck a stalactite in the darkness hard enough that it rattled his bones and he almost dropped the blade. He managed to keep hold of it, but the moment cost him the initiative, and he was hopelessly off balance when the next one attacked him, burying its rusted dagger deep into Simon's gut. He felt the cold of the metal more than the pain as the foul creature grinned at him. He reversed his grip on the sword to bring it down and skewer the little bastard, but it responded by twisting the knife hard enough to make Simon cry out in pain before he collapsed backwards, dropping the sword. The goblin tried to advance again, gurgling and shrieking its foul tongue, but Simon kicked it hard in the face, sending it careening across the room where it landed in a heap, never to rise again. It was hardly the last one, though. There were two, no three more coming in after it now. Simon didn't bother trying to get up. Instead, he pulled the dagger out to wield against the new enemy, but when one of them pulled back on a bow and let an obsidian-tipped arrow fly, he rolled over, retreating into the shadow of a stalagmite. That kept the arrows away, but it made it almost impossible to see as one of them snuck around the far side and buried its hideous teeth into Simon's exposed throat. It was a terrifying sensation, and Simon dropped the dagger as he tried to rip the creature free. It resisted more than he would have thought a creature of its size was capable of, though, and by the time he'd pulled it free along with the chunk of his throat the goblin took with it, he was too weak from blood loss to fight the next two that leapt onto him, clawing and biting the whole time. Simon lay there for almost 2 minutes, too weak to defend himself, but not yet weak enough to die, as these horribly misshapen monsters devoured him alive, cackling to one another about it. When Simon bolted upright from his bed, he was covered in a cold sweat and thought he was going to be sick. Goblins aren't supposed to be this hard, he yelled to no one in particular, balling up his fists in rage. They're level 1 monsters. It was all he could do not to throw a fit, but he forced himself to calm down. Raging like this didn't help anyone. What he needed to do was put the armor back on and go down. He couldn't even finish the thought. There was no way he could go back down in the pit right now. Even if that was the point of the game, there was nothing that said he had to do it right now. Simon studied himself in the mirror, wondering if his stubble had gotten longer or the bags under his eyes had gotten deeper. Were physical changes carrying over from each attempt, or was it just his imagination? Had the body he was in been in this simulation for only a moment, or had it been here for days since he left the Temple of Heliades? These were weighty questions that Simon didn't feel like exploring further, so instead he said, "Mirror, show me my character sheet," trying to find anything to distract himself from the horrible memory of being eaten alive by a pack of goblins. It hadn't been quite as painful as the spikes, but it was far more revolting. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 3. Deaths 5. Experience points 40-25. Skills: archery very poor, armor light very poor, athletics very poor, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception very poor, escape very poor, investigate very poor, maces very poor, ride very poor, search very poor, sneak very poor, spears very poor, spell casting none, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords poor. Well, that's progress at least, Simon said to himself, happy to see that at least he was a higher level now, despite the fact that his experience points kept getting more negative. He briefly wondered where his skill points were going if none of his skills were going up, but decided not to ask the mirror. It didn't seem to know anything anyway, so what would be the point? Instead, he got up and drank some wine while he tried to decide what he could do better next time. Certainly now that he knew the right way, drowning wouldn't be a problem at least, but how should he deal with the goblins? That triumphant attitude was undone over the next couple minutes as he struggled to restring the thing. He knew the wide metal loop at the front of it was part of that, and the first time he struggled to lift the string into place, he realized he'd forgotten to reset the mechanism to give the string something to catch on. So he had to do it a second time, painfully pinching his fingers in the process. "Damn it," he muttered, looking at the reset crossbow without much satisfaction. It might be good for one shot, but he doubted he'd be able to reload it in the heat of battle. What he needed was a gun or a wand, or maybe even a true shot skill. Something simple that was point and shoot, so he could show these monsters what happened when they fucked with him. Maybe this would be enough for now though, he decided, putting his armor back on for what felt like the 1000th time. It was such a chore and barely fit him. This time he journeyed back down into the pit with the full set of boiled leather, a sword, a spear, a crossbow, its bolts, and a couple torches. He was starting to feel like an honest-to-God adventurer. Carrying so many different tools made him feel like he could solve just about any problem, but it was also very bulky, and even with the scabbard to free up a hand, he felt more than a little clumsy as he descended the stairs into the pit again. This time he managed to skewer one of the rats on his spear before he stomped the rest, and he made record time through the trap labyrinth now that the bats were no challenge at all. Even though the floors of this dungeon were never quite the same, they seemed to change only very slightly between each attempt, so it was getting to where he could tell some of the trigger plates by sight, and some of the traps by the scrapes their repeated triggering had made on the opposite wall. He was deeply ambivalent about his smooth progress, though. On the one hand, getting through the first 2 floors without a scratch meant that he was definitely leveling up and well on his way to speed running this thing. The downside, though, was that the quicker he got to the goblin cave, the sooner he was going to have to fight himself some goblins. The cave smelled just as bad as he remembered it, and Simon shuddered at the memories of sharp yellow goblin teeth ripping into his flesh. He wasn't sure how exactly he was supposed to see the other goblin before it saw him, since apparently they could see in the dark while he needed the torch, but he moved very slowly forward, listening for the sound of the monsters, and he was eventually rewarded with the sound of footsteps around the next bend. Simon tossed the torch behind a small rockfall a dozen feet from him and hid in the shadows behind a stalagmite, waiting for the creature. He realized a few seconds after he tossed the torch that the thing might just shout an alarm before it investigated, but even if it did, he'd be no worse than before. He didn't want to have to fight 4 at once like before, and distraction and misdirection were the only allies he had. Fortunately, the sentry was curious, and it got all the way to the torch quietly. It even picked it up and looked around in confusion, but it never saw the shot that killed it. At this range, Simon couldn't miss, and the bolt he loosed sank deep into the creature's skull, dropping it on the spot. He smiled in satisfaction, retrieving the torch. He debated reloading the crossbow, but he couldn't imagine how much harder that would be in the dark, so he threw the strap over his shoulder and opted to continue his slow way through the limestone cave, relying on his spear instead. A few hundred more feet, and 2 turns later, the sulfurous stink had gotten so bad that Simon's eyes watered before he finally found the real goblin den. There were 3 of them, and they were lounging around a bonfire that seemed to mostly be fueled by animal dung near the mouth of the cave. There was more than enough light here, so he extinguished his torch before he attempted to peer around the area and see if there were any more of the buggers. A quick look around the wide cave entrance didn't reveal any more goblin sentries, but it did reveal a stone door carved into a niche not so far from him. Simon was sure that had to be on the next floor, and decided not to risk another fight with these guys if he didn't have to. Instead, he crept through the rear of the shadowy cave, hoping not to attract their attention. He was almost shocked when he actually succeeded and made it to the door. System hadn't managed to screw him over with some sort of automatic aggro or forced trigger or anything. But as soon as he tried to pull the ring on the door to open it, he changed his mind, cursing himself for speaking too soon. The thing started to open, but as it slowly slid open, the grinding of stone on stone was loud enough to wake the dead, and it got stuck after only a few inches. Simon grunted and pulled harder, ignoring the sound of chattering and shouting that had started behind him. If he could just get it open a little further, that train of thought stopped in its tracks as a crude arrow whizzed by his ear and bounced off the stone door. He whirled around and looked for somewhere he could get cover, but there wasn't much to be had, so instead he located the archer while it was knocking another arrow to its bow and charged it. It was a desperate thing. The other goblins were heading towards him, and he didn't look like he was going to make it in time, so instead he heaved back and threw his spear at the awful thing. The spear went wide, because of course it did. He had no idea how you were supposed to throw a spear. It did make the creature duck and cower away from the blow, though, and that was enough. Simon pulled his long sword from his scabbard, suddenly wishing he had brought a shield, and swung at the archer as soon as he reached it, cleaving its soft body almost in half before turning to face the other two. They started to approach him from opposite sides, but Simon was done being defensive. Instead of retreating, he charged one with his sword raised, and it immediately bolted and ran. Why wouldn't it? If he was fighting a giant 3 times his own height with a 10-foot-long sword, he'd run too. Running didn't save it, though, and Simon cleaved its skull half a dozen steps later. He turned to face the final goblin, breathing heavily, but the thing was already running out of the mouth of the cave, doing whatever it could to survive for one more day. Simon let it go. He didn't need the experience points bad enough to jog. What he needed was a rest and a nice cold sports drink. The water here was hopelessly polluted by goblin filth, though, so instead he just sat there until he wasn't winded, and then he retrieved his spear before returning to the stone door. Now that he wasn't trying to be quiet, he put one foot on the wall and pulled with all his might and grunted loudly. This succeeded where his other attempts failed, opening up the door about halfway before it became solidly stuck. The gap revealed a dark stone staircase that was lost in the shadows after a few steps, so before he went down, Simon lit his second torch using the goblin campfire. Then he sucked in his gut, moved his equipment around, and squeezed through the tight space and into the stone stairway beyond. After taking a few steps down, Simon couldn't help but notice how much colder it was in here than it was in the cave he'd just left. The stairs descended at least 3 floors before ending in a door with ornate carvings around it. The goblin cave had that moist dampness you expected in a cave, but this was different. It was almost like walking into one of those large refrigerators they had in restaurants. He could see his breath by the time he got to the bottom, but fortunately the stairs were ice-free, so he wasn't going to slip and break his neck again. The door at the bottom opened to reveal a crypt, with stone sarcophagi dominating the floor and niches on the walls where skeletons lay in perpetual rest. So the next level was a crypt, huh? That figured, he supposed. Skeletons were even easier than zombies, so at least this wouldn't be too hard. The skeletons mostly lay in moth-eaten robes or other ceremonial garments, but the armor that some still wore had rusted completely through in places. Last time he'd tried to sneak by the monsters, but that didn't work. They were probably programmed so that it would never work, he realized, wondering how far out he would pull aggro from creatures like this. Not that it mattered this time. He decided that he was just going to go for it as he walked to the first skeleton and swung down hard on the spine, between the skull and the clavicle. The skull fell away almost immediately, and he moved to the next one, hoping to kill as many of these things as he could before they started to rise. There had to be almost 30, though, and by the time Simon had beheaded the third, the first few closest to him were starting to rise to their feet. Once these things were awake and holding their ancient weapons, he had to turn his attention from the easiest to kill to the one that was the closest to killing him. This worked for the next few without any issue, but crucially he noticed that simply stabbing the head or severing an arm did very little. It looked like these things were operating on zombie rules. The only way to make them crumble into dust was to strike their head from their shoulders or to smash the skull to pieces with a savage overhead chop. It turned out that that was easier said than done. Any unexpected move or half-hearted parry on their part, and suddenly the blow he'd lined up to perfectly separate their head from their shoulders became a glancing blow at best. By the time he'd killed the 12th skeleton, he was practically surrounded and utterly exhausted. Now that they were fully awake, they were swinging at him as well. Their weapons were slow and easily parried, but with so many attacking him, at once the only viable defense quickly became to give ground. Simon was slowly fighting his way back to the doorway when he saw it. Rising from the tomb farthest from him was a skeletal knight unlike the rest of the moldering skeletons he'd slain so far. They were little more than bones and rusted weapons, but it was actually a knight that had been buried in a suit of full-plate armor. Even after decades or centuries of being interred, it looked almost new, along with the great bastard sword that it unsheathed as soon as it was standing. That wasn't what attracted Simon's attention, though. It was the glare. The rest of these skeletons only had empty sockets, which was unnerving enough, but the knight had a blue glow where its eyes should be. Simon found himself paralyzed by it and was unable to look away. As the knight strode toward him in slow motion, he could see clouds of frost radiating from the joints in the armor and finally understood what the word terror really meant. When Simon was younger, he'd spent hours arguing with friends about the difference between fear and terror in different games. He thought that it was a dumb mechanic and that it was impossible for there to be some sort of fear that was worse than fear itself. He was wrong. He'd obviously failed a saving throw or something, because he was utterly petrified by the personification of death that was walking towards him with unhurried steps. It was a nightmare, a waking dream, and even though he knew that the other skeletons were still a risk, he couldn't do much but hold his sword up numbly as they pressed their attack. Seconds later, the first blade pierced his armor, slicing cleanly through his flesh. Others followed, and by the time he dropped his weapon from numb fingers, he'd been impaled through the liver, the stomach, and the lungs by no less than 6 swords and daggers. When Simon woke up, the terror still hadn't left him completely, and he laid practically paralyzed in his bed for 10 minutes before he sat up. What in the hell was that? He asked himself. It had to be some kind of spell, right? Either that or I'm a coward, he thought to himself as looked up and noticed the mirror was writing to him. I'm not sure what you're asking about. Can you be more specific? I'm not talking to you, Simon said automatically before thinking about it. Actually, wait, do you know if the skeleton knight on the 4th floor has some kind of fear-based ability? Is it gaze-based or an aura or what? I have no knowledge of the dangers that await you in the pit, the screen answered with its normal blue cursive letters. Then what good are you? What are you even here for? Simon asked, but he didn't care about the answer. He was already standing up and walking to the cabinets to rifle through them for something to eat. Looking at his options didn't exactly take long. Every time he came back, it was the same few options. He could choose between the bread, the cheese, the wine, or the sausages. That was his whole world now. On the bright side, he didn't have to worry about running out of food. All he had to do was die again, and his meager larder would be full. As he bit down into the bread, he wondered how long it would be until he was hopelessly sick of these choices. At least that was a tomorrow problem, he decided. The only today problem was deciding what to do with today, because he definitely wasn't ready to go back down into the pit again. Just the thought of it made him shiver as he remembered that cold, soulless glow. Maybe tomorrow he'd feel like it, he decided, pocketing the rest of the loaf and slinging the water skin over his shoulder. On his way out the door, he belted on the sword, but decided not to bother with the crossbow or the leather. After all, if the woods were the same every day, then the weather probably was too, and it was going to get hot later. Besides, he wasn't looking for a fight. He just wanted to get a lay of the land for his mental map and clear his head before he went back down there. So he went for a walk. First, he went partway back along the trail just to make sure everything looked the same. Before the cabin was entirely out of view, though, he took a left into the forest, following a small stream to make sure he didn't get lost. If the rules were the same as his last walk, then eventually he'd come back to the trail from the other side. It turned out that he didn't, but it was hard to say his experiment was conclusive, because walking through the underbrush was slow and exhausting compared to walking on the trail. He did find something new, though. Perhaps a quarter mile and maybe 20 minutes from the trail, he stopped for a break with his chest heaving at the edge of the meadow. The meadow wasn't the important part, though. While he waited to catch his breath and make sure there were no monsters patrolling the area to aggro on him, he realized the rock he was sitting on wasn't a rock at all. It was a slice of a toppled column. Once he realized this, he stood and pulled his sword, looking for the guardian of the ruin to spring out and attack him, but no one did. He did find the rest of the temple set back slightly further into the shadows, though. It was so obvious now that he was looking at it that he wondered how he missed it before. Simon hacked away at the worst of the vines as he slowly made his way to the top of the stairs. The whole thing seemed almost Roman to him, with thick stone pillars, one surviving arch, and part of a surviving apse. The ceiling was gone, though, and the only decorations that survived were stone carvings in the walls and floor. Some of them were pretty, but none of them were in a language he had any chance of translating. He poked around for a while, pushing on larger stones, looking for a secret passage or hidden chest, but came away empty-handed. Come on, guys, he grumbled, a location like this, and you don't even have a quest giver. Who's designing this thing? Reluctantly, he left such a promising find unfulfilled. Why would it have been included in the game or the challenge, or whatever it was, with no actual purpose? When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he thought about traveling further to see what else might be beyond the meadow, but decided against it. One unhelpful discovery for the day was more than enough for him. Instead, he walked back, finishing his water before he got to the trail so he could refill it on the way home. The only real disadvantage to his picturesque cabin was a distinct lack of running water, and if he got thirsty after dark, the last thing he wanted to do was go outside. On the way home, he finished his bread and had his heart set on roasting a couple of those sausages, but when he got back to the cabin, he discovered that the embers in the hearth had gone stone cold, and after an hour spent trying to light a piece of wood with the flint and steel, he gave up and settled for cheese. He could try again with the sausages tomorrow. Without a light, when the sun finally set behind the trees, it got really dark. That was another surprise to Simon. He hadn't been on a camping trip since he was 12, so the idea of not being able to turn on a light switch or use the flashlight on his smartphone to solve the problem was like a slap in the face. Reluctantly, he went to bed early, but only after he closed and barred every shutter, plunging the already dark cabin into total blackness. His dreams that night weren't pleasant, and he woke up repeatedly to visions of that terrible skeleton. It was an awful experience, and as he lay in bed breathing hard after it happened for the third time, he heard something very softly rattle the door, and then go around the house trying each window one by one. Simon practically held his breath while all this was going on, and it was only after everything returned to silence that he went outside in bare feet holding the flanged mace to investigate, but there was no one there. Confused, Simon closed the door and rebarred it, then he sat down against it, mace in hand. He only meant to rest his eyes a bit until whatever had tried to get him before tried again. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the sound of morning birdsong, sunbeams shooting through the dusty room from the cracks in the shutters. He got up and stretched, feeling stiff and wishing he'd spent the night on the itchy straw mattress rather than the floor, but there was nothing for it now. He grabbed the stale end of the loaf of bread and slowly gnawed through it as he opened the door to look outside. Everything was exactly where he'd left it. It was a beautiful morning in a picturesque landscape. You'd never know that there'd been something evil about stalking him and trying to slit his throat while he slept. Simon wandered slowly around the small cabin, looking at the footprints that were left behind in the dust. They were like tiny human footprints with long claws, which could mean only one thing: goblins. He finished his lackluster breakfast and grabbed the only remaining food that didn't need to be cooked, a sad and bruised apple. Then he belted on his sword, picked up the crossbow, and went for a walk. He couldn't see the individual tracks in the grass, but this early the dew was still heavy on everything, and he could see how a small group of goblins had trampled a path through the tall grass into the woods. At least he hoped it was a small group. He had no real way of judging that, but he was only confident in his ability to deal with 3 or 4 at a time. Any more than that, and he'd have to go back to the cabin to get armor. The path led to the edge of the nearby woods and then disappeared into the underbrush. Once inside the forest, the grass became sparse and patchy, and the under canopy area was dominated by brambles and a thick layer of wet leaves. Simon didn't know exactly where they went from here, but they seemed like lazy, disgusting creatures to him, so odds were good they'd taken the shortest path back to their lair. With that in mind, he kept going straight, scanning the horizon from left to right for signs of an ambush. He found nothing, and even though he searched carefully for 10 minutes, there wasn't a trace of them. He stopped on top of a hill to rest, very cognizant of the fact that he needed to turn around soon or risk getting lost himself. While he sat there, Simon picked up a few pebbles and started tossing them one at a time on a nearby boulder jutting out of the far side of the hill. The first 2 missed, but the third and fourth bounced off it with a satisfying plink that echoed among the trees. It was only when he tossed the fifth that something strange happened. It bounced off the lichen-covered face closest to Simon, but when it bounced back, it made another plink, followed by another, and then a third. Each of the noises got more distant, and echoey like his pebble had gone down a well or something, so he got up to investigate. On the other side of the hill, he found a natural cave leading into the hill. Simon had no light, so he couldn't go inside to investigate, but the smell told him all he needed to know. After fighting the little bastards on the goblin floor a couple times, he would recognize that sulfurous stink anywhere. He considered waiting around and shooting the first one to poke its head out of the hole as a warning to the others, but eventually decided against it for 2 reasons. The first was that he didn't actually know if all of the goblins had returned to the cave, and the last thing he wanted to do was find himself surrounded when another hunting party came back. The second was more concerning, though shooting one in the head would be the equivalent of kicking a hornet's nest, when everyone knew that leaving it alone was always the right idea. If he had a stick of dynamite or a fireball spell, he could blow the entrance shut, but as it was, 1 or 2 dead goblins wouldn't change anything. At least he knew where they were now, he thought, backing away slowly. That was a small victory, he decided, as he left the forest the way he came. If the goblins got to be really troublesome, then he could take care of them, but for now that was more trouble than it was worth. Now all he needed to do was take care of his other little problem and light a fire to cook those sausages, and it was going to be a great day. Simon spent hours with a chunk of flint and a steel dagger, but he couldn't catch any of the logs on fire. Eventually he decided that it wasn't actually flint at all, and it went outside to rub the sticks together. That didn't work either, though. He never even got a hint of smoke, and only rubbed his hands raw for his trouble. In the end, he was forced to eat the apple, then the cheese, and finally the apple core because he was still hungry and there was nothing else to eat. He wished he had YouTube here so he could watch a few videos on making a fire. He was sure that if someone explained it to him properly, it would be easy. At one point, Simon even got so desperate that he asked the mirror, "Do you know how I use flint and steel to start a fire?" Predictably, the mirror only answered the question with its favorite phrase, "I have no knowledge of how to start fires." As the sun set again, though, he was eventually plunged into the dark without a way to fend it off. This time, though, he slept with his boots on and the crossbow loaded on the chair in front of the door, just in case there was a repeat of last night. He had some trouble drifting off to sleep because of hunger pangs. Only having half a meal over the course of the whole day was hard on him, but he managed to work through it and eventually fell asleep. It turned out that there was another disturbance, though, and sometime after midnight, he was awoken by something trying to pry open the shutters. This time, though, there was a flickering light outside. Simon hopped up, lifted the crossbow, and opened the front door almost gracefully, considering he did it in a pitch-black room. This time he surprised 3 goblins that looked like they were attempting to use a crude torch to light his cabin on fire and smoke him out. All of them were armed with crude weapons, but Simon smiled as he looked at how startled they were, because he had the initiative. He aimed and shot quicker this time, punching right through the goblin nearest to him before partially penetrating the goblin standing behind it. The third one made no effort to avenge his dead and dying companions. It just took off running into the dark while the injured one screamed in pain. It tried to lunge at Simon, but it couldn't because it was still pinned to a corpse. Simon didn't care about the runner. He didn't even care about killing the one that was bleeding out, really. All he really cared about was the torch they'd dropped next to him. The fact that they'd had a clever plan to smoke him out didn't disturb him much, but the fact that they could make fire to do it while he was still frustrated by the lack of that skill really pissed him off. That's what he was thinking about when he pulled out his long sword and struck the goblin's head from its shoulders. Once that was done, he eagerly grabbed that torch before it could gutter out in the growing pool of goblin blood. Simon would move those bodies in the morning. Right now he had a fire to build and sausages to cook. With the torch he eventually managed to get the logs to catch fire, and before long he was roasting the sausages on his dagger. The first one came out a little burnt, but the second one was just right, and for the first time all day Simon's belly was satisfied. He added more wood to the fire before he went to sleep so that he'd still have some coals left in the morning, and tried to enjoy a second round of slumber before the sun woke him up again. The next morning was great. Simon woke up well rested and fed sometime before 10, if this world had managed to invent clocks yet, and for the first time since he went into the pit he felt happy and accomplished. He was overcoming all sorts of obstacles on his own, and it satisfied him more than punching a time card ever had. For a few minutes he allowed himself to fantasize about what life would be like if he just stayed like this. If instead of going back down to fight rats and skeletons he just blew up the goblin lair, he just stayed up here and led a simple, quiet life. Simon imagined the meadow, not as it was, but as it could be, with the grass and wildflowers converted into fertile fields and pasture land. He imagined the split-rail fence that neatly separated the cows from the sheep, and the neat plots of corn and wheat that he'd use to feed his chickens for fresh eggs, and the meat that he would one day learn how to fry just so he could appreciate nuggets in a world that had yet to invent fast food. It was a beautiful dream, until he realized that no matter what he did, some ogre would come out of the mountains and devour his herd, or another tribe of goblins would appear and burn the place down. It's true that this could be a beautiful little farming game with a little work, but the goddess would never let him off the hook that easily. That revelation made him hate life a little more, and it was the taste of ashes in his mouth that led him to finally get out of bed and face the day. Simon did very little for the rest of the day once he devoured the sausages, besides dragging the goblin corpses a good ways into the woods before they attracted crows. Now that he was totally out of food, he'd have to go back down those awful stairs, but at least it would be on his terms. He laid out the equipment he'd take with him and even managed to recock the crossbow on the first try. Once all that was done, he went to sleep again. He could put off the fight one more night and head out first thing in the morning. After all, now that he'd scared off those damn goblins, he might as well enjoy one night of uninterrupted sleep, right? Really, the only problem with that plan that he could see was that it lacked breakfast, but he'd make do somehow. Sadly, Simon was unable to enjoy the sleep he'd promised himself, because sometime in the middle of the night they were back, and this time they were louder than before. He sighed and got out of bed mumbling, "Won't these assholes ever learn?" He grabbed the crossbow, loaded it, and opened the door for a repeat performance, but instead he was shocked by what he saw. There weren't just 3 of them like there was last time. There were over a dozen, and one of them was bigger than the rest and dressed like some kind of crazy shaman. Simon raised his crossbow and pointed it at that one, but as soon as they noticed the door was open, the goblin leader turned towards him and barked. Jervil Marin. There was something wrong with those words, and they hurt his ears to hear them, but before he could figure that out, he had to deal with the jet of fire that shot out from its hand like it was the Goblin Emperor using force lightning or something. Simon only just managed to slam the door shut to avoid getting his face melted off, but he had no doubt in his mind that the whole side of the cabin was on fire now. He'd finally got to see magic, though. That meant it really was possible in this world. If it was possible, then there had to be a way for him to learn it too, right? Soon the small one-room cabin was filling with smoke, and the shutters were shuddering under repeated attacks from goblin weapons. Thinking fast, Simon pulled the bed aside, opened the trap door, and started throwing everything he was going to need down into the pit. He almost jumped down to join them when the flames on the roof started licking their way around the edge of the ceiling, but he suddenly realized he'd forgotten the torches he'd need to deal with the second floor. As soon as he lit one of those, though, he was practically running down the stairs and shutting the trap door behind him. The air up there was rapidly becoming unbreathable, and for once he'd rather face the rats down here than the world up there. The rats attacked him seconds after his feet found the dirt floor of the basement. The heavy smoke in the air and the lack of preparation took their toll on him. Even though he stomped the beasts into a bloody ruin as always, they bit him several times before he managed to completely slaughter them. Once that was over, he put on his boots and the armor in the dark, using his socks as makeshift bandages to deal with the bleeding as best he could. "God damn, that hurts," he swore, kicking a rat after he'd finished belting everything else on. This run obviously wasn't starting off right, but at least he didn't have to worry about infection, because the way things had been going he wasn't likely to survive another hour. The second floor was better. By now he was so used to the traps and the minor variations that he could probably walk through this floor in the dark if it weren't for the bats. Not that he was willing to try, of course. That would be almost as frightening as the skeletons. The goblin cave, on the other hand, was something he should honestly be trying to walk through in the dark, but the idea terrified him. Simon knew where to go now, but just thinking about that lone patrol and those awful teeth made him shiver. He'd never feel comfortable on the third floor of this madhouse without a machine gun or a few spells up his sleeves. As he crept down the dark passage, trying to remember where he saw the lone goblin last time, his mind returned again and again to magic. He'd seen it twice now in the pit. The first time was in the eyes of the Skeleton King, or whatever that thing was, and the second was the goblin caster that had been outside his cabin. It was definitely a real force, something that he should be able to use to beat this game eventually, but he didn't have the slightest idea how he was supposed to learn it. Hesitantly, Simon tried to repeat the word he'd heard the goblin utter when the fireworks started a few times: Jervolmanen, Jerolever Mingarvel Manen. There was no storm of sparks or sudden fires as he tried to nail down the pronunciation of the unfamiliar word. Instead, the only evidence that anything had happened at all was a bad taste in his mouth. His brow furrowed at that. Why should saying a word make his mouth taste like sulfur? That train of thought was quickly derailed as he heard a sudden scream of alarm. That damned goblin had found him again while he was distracted. Simon made quick work of the little ball of rage when it charged him, along with the first one that came after him. Fighting goblins wasn't the hard part. They were vicious, but not very strong. It was seeing the little bastards before they snuck up on him that was the hard part. When the third one managed to stab him in the back of his thigh, he cursed and crushed its head to paste against the wall. Then he charged forward, swinging his sword in one hand and his torch in the other. He wasn't going to fight these things in the dark. He was going to do it in the light of their bonfire where he could at least see them coming. As a strategy, it was ugly as hell, but it was effective. The goblins scattered before him as he charged forward, and he mowed them down without issue. It was a glorious feeling to see them fall before him, but when he was finally done and their small corpses lay strewn around him, he sat gasping at the mouth of the cave. Even in as good a shape he was in, he was certain that if there had been more than 6, he would have run out of gas before he'd cleared them all out. Once he caught his breath, Simon appreciated the view. The cave was fairly high up on the side of a mountain, overlooking a subalpine forest. It was a view that would have been on a postcard anywhere on Earth. Come visit Goblinlandia, he joked to himself while he appreciated it. If there was any sign of a city, he'd probably just abandon this stupid trip down into the pit and explore that instead, but there were only trees and rocks as far as the eye could see. Reluctantly, he got up and entered the skeleton cave with a little less effort than it had taken last time. The stairs were just as cold, but as he stood there in the threshold, he suddenly lost all appetite for a fight. He tried to tell himself it was because the combination of bite wounds on his feet and the stab wound on his thigh were making it hard to move, and that if his footwork was compromised, he didn't stand a chance against that terrifying knight. But even he knew that wasn't the whole story. Simon was afraid. He was so afraid he worried he might piss himself if he had to face that thing again, and he was looking for any excuse not to. In the end, he tried a compromise position. He hobbled through the crypt for the gate. It took these things a little bit of time to get up, aggro on him, and become a real threat. So even though it was probably hopeless, he went through the room as fast as he could to the gate on the far side. It was only when he got close that he realized that this might not be the exit, but with skeletons returning to life all around him, it was too late to change his mind. It's fine, he told himself. Worst comes to worst, I'll just take a quick trip home for lunch. Skeleton swords aren't nearly as painful as traps or goblin teeth. The comfort from that reassurance only lasted as long as it took him to reach the gate and find it locked. "Oh, come on," Simon yelled as he rattled the bars. The cold metal might be half made of rust by this point, but there was no way he was breaking through this without a cutting torch or a truck with a big bumper. That was when he felt someone walk over his grave, and he knew for certain then that the horrid knight was staring at him. Maybe it was even advancing on him. Even turning around to face, it was a test of his will, though. He wondered if this was what it felt like when you failed a saving throw before he chastised himself. He couldn't afford to be defeatist like that. He needed to turn around and face his fear, or he'd never get past this floor. Simon turned around and raised his sword just in time to receive 3 feet of frigid steel in the gut. He gasped in both shock and pain. This was so much worse than the last time. It was indescribably bad, and the pain wasn't even the worst part. He looked down and saw ice forming on his armor, spreading out slowly from there. What the fuck? He asked in disbelief, surprised to see the breath fog as it came out of his mouth. He wasn't dying. This thing wasn't trying to kill him. It was trying to steal his soul, or something worse. With the rest of the crowd of skeletons bearing down on their intimate embrace, Simon brought his sword down against the unarmored neck of this thing with almost hysterical strength. The first blow did nothing, and the second shattered the blade against the spaulders like the sword was suddenly frigid and brittle, leaving Simon with nothing but a few inches above the hilt. For a moment he stared at it in disbelief. Then he plunged it into his own neck and pulled the frigid piece of steel sideways, severing both of his carotid arteries in a single painful motion. For Simon, it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. The last thing he wanted to do was kill himself again, but it felt like his soul was leaking out through that terrible blade, and he didn't like the idea of spending the rest of his life imprisoned in ice, or whatever this thing planned to do to him. In that strange, peaceful moment between life and death, he noticed that the skeleton had a key that looked to be about the right size for the gate on a necklace around its neck. As he felt his life splash out in hot gushes across the face of the frigid night, he managed to smile in defiance as everything faded to black. Moments later, he woke up in his bed, but somehow the darkness between his last life and this one seemed longer and more frightening than normal, like his trip through the afterlife to get back to his starting point had been a longer, harder climb than usual. His teeth chattered for a few seconds while he regained his composure before he felt the strength to finally sit up and look around the room that was fast becoming a sort of prison cell. What the hell was that thing going to do to me? He asked himself. The mirror started to answer his question, but when Simon saw, it was just asking him to rephrase his question for the 10th time. He ignored it. That gag was definitely getting old. Even if the mirror wasn't any help, he wasn't sure that he would have woken up again if he had died to that skeleton's evil chill. "Mirror, can I die in the pit?" Simon asked finally. He had to know. "Of course you can die in the pit," it answered. "You have now died 7 times. "No, that's not what I meant," Simon clarified, annoyed that this thing was so dumb he had to spoon-feed it everything. "I mean, can I die in such a way that makes me stay dead?" "That is not possible," the mirror typed out in its blue cursive script. "All deaths will result in a reset to starting conditions." Simon was surprised to get such a definitive answer from the hunk of junk, honestly. It might have been a first, but even if what it said was true, the last thing Simon ever wanted was to die at the hands of that thing. It was a terrifying experience. Last time he had seen it, as he bled out on the skeleton's blades, it had been bad enough, but its frigid embrace had been 100 times worse. At this moment, Simon was sure of only one thing, and that it was that he couldn't go back down into the pit. He had to find another way out. He didn't know where he would find one. He didn't know if one existed, but he had to find one, because the only thing worse than staying here and waiting for the goblins to burn him alive in a night or two was going back down there and trying to get past that nightmare. He got up and started getting ready. The first thing he needed to do was to cook all his food, because he knew more than anyone that there was no guarantee he'd be able to make fire. After that, he was going to fold up his bedding and use it as a crude sack so he could. Simon's head began to spin with possibilities. If he could just get out of this hellhole, then he'd have it all a fantasy world to explore, and a strange sort of immortality. The life of his dreams was still within his grasp, he decided, and he didn't even have to fight that damn skeleton. When he left the cabin that day, he planned on never coming back. If that path looped around, then he would just take a different route that got him out of this crazy hall of mirrors. He checked the satchel on the end of his spear to make sure he wouldn't lose anything, and then he started walking. There has to be a way out somewhere, he mumbled to himself as he walked to the ruins of the temple. It was as good a place as any to get started. As he headed for the stream that would lead him there, he decided that there had to be more to the ruins, maybe a tunnel underneath, or a city further back amongst the trees. He couldn't say precisely what he hoped to find, but he was sure he'd find something. Games like this always had shortcuts and secret paths, and so far the only thing he'd found that remotely qualified was a watery grave on the 3rd floor. There was no way that was a secret passage, it was just a dick move. He got to the ruins quickly enough and spent an hour searching, but found nothing new. There were some inscriptions that were still legible, but it was in a language that he was pretty sure had never been written on Earth, so whatever it was trying to tell him was lost to time. There was one spot next to the temple that was caved in that might have once led to a basement or a lower story of some kind, but he'd need a crane to find out. Reluctantly, he abandoned the place and started heading further south along the river. Simon wasn't really sure that the river was south, of course, but that fit the map he'd laid out in his mind. The river went north and south, and the path went east and west, so if this really was as small a world as he thought, he He should be able to get back to the path in a few hours if he just stayed in the same direction. A few hours came and went though, and he found nothing familiar. There was no path, no ruins, and no other signs of civilization. Just a few small animals, some songbirds, and endless trees. The only consolation was that this deep into the forest, the canopy was high and thick, so there was very little in the way of underbrush. He tried to keep an eye out for goblin tracks, but that was difficult since he wasn't too sure what they were supposed to look like. Around the middle of the day, he reached a point of no return and spent a few minutes trying to decide if he wanted to turn around and sleep in a warm bed tonight, or if he wanted to keep going and sleep in the woods where anything might get him. In the end, he decided that it had to be the woods. He'd never find a way out if he could only ever walk half a day out from his cabin. So towards nightfall, he walked away from the river to an ancient live oak. It looked very climbable, and he thought it might be a good place to spend the night. He was half right. After eating about half his remaining food, he tried to sleep. The lower branches were indeed wide enough for him to sleep on without serious fear of falling off, but it was incredibly uncomfortable. He tried to do it several different ways, but no matter how he maneuvered, he definitely wasn't getting any sleep. In the end, he climbed down in the dark and slept at the base of the tree. Whatever happened, he supposed. In the morning he woke and was as surprised as anyone to be whole and uneaten. Between the thin blanket and the damp earth, it had been freezing last night, but he'd still managed to get a couple hours' sleep. He had a sausage for breakfast, and then he started following the stream again. He did this for half a day, growing more and more sure that he was making progress. Slowly he left the forest behind and entered a boulder-strewn scrubland, but when he found the source of the small stream, he stopped to drink his fill before he left the spring behind. The scrublands turned into hills, and from the tallest hill he could see, he was surrounded by forest on most sides, with some marshy areas. He tried to avoid those, and instead Ray entered the forest on the opposite side of the boulder field near sunset. By then he was most of the way out of food, and his water skin was completely dry. He sighed and found himself a place to sleep in the lightning-damaged trunk of an elm. It was as safe and warm as he could hope for given the circumstances. What he needed to do was exactly what he did last time: cook the sausage, pack up some gear, and go explore in a different direction. This time he chose to follow the stream the other way, to the north of the path. This time his trip lasted 3 days instead of 4. The first 2 were in the forest like before, but then he found his way blocked as the stream he followed emptied into a swamp. He kept doubling back to find a way around it, but without much luck. This whole world was basically just forests and swamp as far as he was concerned. There was literally nothing to find. Talk about broken, he muttered. He sat in his bed after his most recent death thinking about what he should try now. There didn't seem to be a way out here, and there definitely wasn't one on the first or second floor of the pit. The third floor, though, that was a possibility, Simon realized. He'd seen goblins flee him out of the mouth of the cave into what looked like a sub-alpine valley. He could go down, kill himself some goblins, and then instead of going to fight the skeletons, he could go out and explore that world instead. So that's what he did. This time, though, he actually wore his armor. Even though he knew that hiking in it would be just awful, hiking with a few rat bites or goblin arrows stuck in him would be much worse. The fights down to the goblins were almost trivial, and Simon was embarrassed that he'd actually died several times to get through those floors the first time. The goblins didn't fare much better because he was able to get the drop on them again. Before he left the cave, he looked around to see if they had anything worth taking, but the half-eaten deer carcass they'd been devouring looked none too sanitary, and even if this cave had a fire, he didn't relish the idea of spending the night in a place that stank this bad. That decided, all he needed to do was decide whether he wanted to hike to the top of one of the nearby mountains to get a look around, or if he wanted to make for what looked to be a pass across the valley and see what lay beyond. Simon went with the easier option. He was going to walk through the forest to the far side of the valley. Unlike the previous forest, this one was all pines and spruces, and there was still snow in the shadows under some of the trees, so it was a completely different experience. He was glad that he chose the easy route pretty quickly too, because even walking slightly downhill, he was quickly exhausted. At first he thought it was the armor that was tiring him out, but even after he took it off and continued without it, he was still sucking wind before he'd walked another half-mile. At first he figured that this was some sort of debuff he was getting as punishment for not doing what he was supposed to, but after admiring the snow-capped mountains on his third break, he came up with a second, more likely theory. He was somewhere way above sea level, like Denver or the Himalayas, and the air was just really thin. That made him feel a little better. At least it was this screwed-up game's fault and not his. He made good progress throughout the day and even found a pond to refill his water from after he broke the thin sheet of ice that covered it. Things were looking good. That was until it was time to try to find somewhere to sleep. As the sun started to set, it got cold. It quickly got so cold that before he lost the light, Simon could see his own breath fogging up. The last 2 hikes seemed like summer camping trips in comparison to this. Simon used his blanket and a bed of pine needles as best he could to stay warm, but he was soon shivering. He slept fitfully, but he managed to survive the night. Simon started walking at sunrise and had to warm his water skin under his shirt to melt it before he could drink. When he finished all his food, he actually managed to shoot a rabbit with his crossbow when he was stopped for a break, but the triumph from the momentous success was short-lived when he realized he had no way to cook it. He carried it with him anyway, in case he found a fire along the way. He watched the sky with some trepidation as it slowly turned to light, and the temperature never really rose enough for him to feel halfway warm. He regretted tossing the armor now to save weight because that would have kept him a little warmer. Sometime in the mid-afternoon, it started to snow lightly. It was impossible to know when because the sun was hidden behind the clouds all day. "Come the fuck on," Simon yelled. "Can't I catch a break even one damn day?" It shouldn't have come as a surprise, Simon realized, but somehow it still did. That bitch Hellades had obviously designed every last aspect of this game to make him miserable, and it was working. He walked on, desperate to find any sort of shelter, because he definitely wasn't dressed for a blizzard. Over the next few hours, it started snowing harder and harder until he had trouble continuing. Simon huddled for warmth under the oldest, largest tree he could find, and after a couple hours of misery, he finally fell asleep. Sometime during the night, he froze to death, and he found himself once again in the cabin. Well, he sighed, so much for a way out. Simon sat up as he always did after another defeat by the pit and reached for the wine bottle. He was beginning to think that the bottle was the most important mechanic in the whole damn game. He raised the bottle to his lips to nurse the sting of the realization that there would be no way out besides going all the way to the bottom of this damn place before he stopped himself. "Mirror, how many floors are there in the pit?" he asked, setting the bottle down. The contract had said less than 100, hadn't it? Did that mean 50 or 99 though? "There are 99 levels in the pit," the mirror wrote out in its glowing script. "And I've gotten to the 4th floor, right?" He did the math quickly. "Rats, bats, goblins, and skeletons. That's 4. Can you bring up my character sheet?" The mirror did as it was bidden and brought the sheet up immediately. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 4. Deaths 10. Experience points 7260. Skills, archery very poor, armor light poor, athletics very poor, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception very poor, escape very poor, investigate very poor, maces very poor, ride very poor, search very poor, sneak poor, spears very poor, spell casting none, survival very poor, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords below average. So there's been a little improvement, I see, Simon nodded, satisfied. He was especially gratified to see that his swordwork had improved to below average after all the fighting he'd been doing on floors 3 and 4. "Can you tell me how many skill points I get per level? Can I choose them or are they assigned by the game?" "I do not understand the question," the mirror typed slowly. "Of course you don't. You don't understand anything. What else can you tell me about?" he asked, lifting the bottle again. "Can you tell me the minimum level required to beat the pit?" He took a drink as the mirror started typing, but he almost spit it out when he read the answer. "No one has ever beaten the pit." "Excuse me, no one. Sounds like a broken game to me," Simon said, trying to keep a brave face for this revelation. If no one had ever beaten it before, then maybe it wasn't possible to beat. If that was the case, he might be stuck here an awful long time while he ground out levels. Maybe not many people have played it before, he thought hopefully. "If no one has ever beaten the pit, then are you allowed to tell me how many other people are playing it right now?" "There are currently 4,683,946 souls attempting to beat the pit." The number stunned Simon. There were about that many players on his favorite MMO. It was hard to imagine that not one of them had managed to beat the final raid boss for loot at least a few times, even if they didn't have it on farm. "That sounds like bullshit to me," Simon grumbled, taking another drink of wine. "So you're telling me that right now I'm playing a game that no one has managed to beat, and I'm stuck here dying over and over until I do? How is that fair? What kind of scam is this?" With every word he got a little angrier as he started to understand just how terrible that answer was. The mirror kept trying to answer his question, but with each new question, its answer started over, basically rendering it speechless. The longer it took, the more frustrated Simon became, until finally his rage boiled over and he took the only thing at hand, which was the wine bottle, and threw it hard at the mirror. He immediately regretted the decision, because now he wouldn't have any more wine until after he'd picked how he wanted to die again. The bottle didn't shatter when it hit the mirror, though. Instead, it went right through the silvered glass as the mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces, revealing what looked like a doorway into darkness. Mounted on the wall where it was, Simon knew for a fact that there was only a layer of logs and then the meadow, but the fantasy world didn't seem to care much about physics or things making sense. So even though it was impossible, there was a secret door behind his mirror, and honestly that suited him just fine. Simon stood up and walked forward, tentatively poking his head into the darkness and looking around. What he saw was a darker and more somber version of the room he'd last seen Hellades in, and as his eyes adjusted, he was pleased to see her sitting on her throne looking bored. Finally, he sighed as he started walking towards her. Someone who I can actually complain to. He strode up the dais, taking the stairs 2 at a time until he reached the top. Your Majesty, he said, trying not to sound out of breath. After a few days in your lovely pit, I think we're going to have to look at other options. Oh, are we now? She smiled, but unlike the understanding she'd shown him in their last visit, this smile was cold and cruel. This I've got to hear. Why, you see, Simon faltered. Her intensity put him on his back foot, and he couldn't help but think that even if he was totally in the right, she was going to find some way to screw him over again. The mirror informed me that the pit can't be beaten, and can be beaten and have been beaten are 2 entirely different things, Simon. Please don't prevaricate, she interrupted. Yes, millions have tried, and yes, no one has succeeded, but that doesn't mean it can't be beaten, and it does nothing to alter the contract you signed. But if no one has, he tried to interrupt her, but she continued to speak over him, giving him a glare that suddenly made him feel very small. Truth be told, I can only think of a handful of heroes who have ever gotten past level 50, but you insisted this was the incarnation you wanted, and now there's nothing I can do. My hands are tied here, Simon. She frowned as she said that last bit, obviously mocking him. You're not sorry, he said, clenching his fists to try to avoid doing something stupid. You're right, I'm not, she agreed. I thought you still had potential. I thought maybe a few dozen more lower incarnations might yet moderate that impenetrable sense of self-importance that you have, but maybe the pit was the best choice after all. Why's that? He asked quietly, almost afraid of the answer she'd give him. Well, the simple version is like this, she said, looking right through him. Originally, this pit was something else. It was, I guess you could say, an attempt to fix a broken world, but it never quite worked, unfortunately. Now it's not that anymore. Now it's just a garbage can. A garbage can. Simon swallowed hard, not sure he wanted to hear the rest of this. Yes, you know, a place where you put garbage. She smiled, and though she didn't quite come out and say it, he knew what she was implying. There's millions of different people in their own version of the pit, but almost all of them have one thing in common. They're weeds that I've plucked from the garden of life to allow other plants to bloom in their absence. That's monstrous, he said, staggered by the revelation. It is, she agreed, truly monstrous. Fortunately, I only encourage the devils that never quite manage to make their way to hell to give it a try. Their pain and suffering, their bad karma, to use a term of your world, lets me make everyone else's lives that much better. You put me in here just to make me suffer? Simon asked, practically boiling over with rage. He was having a hard time listening to her after that revelation. No, she shook her head, but she didn't stop smiling. I didn't put you here. You did that. I even tried to discourage you, not that you've ever listened to good advice in your life, and now here you are, suffering for the greater good of everyone. That line took all the force out of his anger. In a single moment, he went from wanting to punch the goddess to wanting to cry. He might not agree with anything else she said, but she was right about one thing: this was his fault. That wasn't something he was going to let her see, though. Fine, what's done is done. You aren't going to let me out. I get that, but I'm going to beat the pit anyway, with or without your help. I've never met a game I couldn't beat. Simon spoke with certainty, but he'd never been less sure of anything. Now that's not fair, she pretended to pout. I'd love to help you if you come with a problem that actually needs help, but you've only gotten to level 4. You've only dipped your toes in the water, so it's hardly something I need to bother with, now is it? Well, maybe you could tell me what level I need to be to get past the skeletons on the 4th floor at least. If she said she was willing to help him, then maybe he could weasel a little bit of information out of her to make her prove it. It kind of feels like the room is full of 5th level skeletons, but their leader might be level 8 or 10. Is that about right? Helades did something completely unexpected to them. She didn't mock or rebuff him. She didn't answer his question. She just laughed, long and loud, until she was doubled over and there were tears in her eyes. Levels, she asked when she'd finally managed to stop the hysterics. Simon, this isn't one of your video games. You don't level up. The levels the mirror shows you are just as deep as you've managed to get in the pit. Nothing more, nothing less. No levels. Simon asked, crushed more by this than anything else she'd told him so far. But if there are no levels, then how am I supposed to beat the awful monsters you've filled your dungeon with? Have you tried being less pathetic? She asked flippantly. That was the last straw for Simon. Rather than punch her or yell at her or draw the sword he'd forgot to bring with him, he turned on his heel and started walking down the stairs. He told himself it was because attacking a divine being was never a good idea, but really it was that he couldn't stand to let her see him cry, and right now all he wanted to do was go regret his life choices in private. When you find a real problem, and you aren't just looking to pout, you're welcome to come back, she shouted behind him as he walked back towards the door that led to his cabin. But if you come back just to waste my time, I'll find some very creative and painful ways to make you learn your lesson. Good luck, Simon. As she finished speaking, he strode across the threshold into the cabin. No sooner had he done so than the shattered fragments of the mirror all spiraled up into place and reassembled like it had never been broken in the first place. The only thing that had changed was that he'd lost his wine bottle, and his optimism that he was starting to turn a corner. Hopelessness was Simon's first reaction. He didn't have any levels. This wasn't even really a game, it was just a cosmic joke, and he'd made a terrible mistake. He felt sadness begin to bloom inside him, and the world blurred for a moment as his eyes teared up. Simon hated to feel sad, though, and he hated people who wallowed in self-pity like this, so he reached for the only thing he had to hold back those tears: anger. Alongside the deep sadness that had been building inside him, since his conversation with Helades, was a deep undercurrent of rage. Rage that she could treat people like this, especially him. Simon had suffered through countless lives that were a terrible fit for him because she had decided that she knew best, but she was completely wrong, and this only proved it. Now the only thing that there was left to do was to take his revenge. Simon picked up the sword and looked at the mirror. Now that he knew where she was, he could go back in there and give her a piece of his mind, maybe turn the tables on her and show her what it felt like to die over and over again, even since he was sure he couldn't actually kill a god. He quickly decided against this plan. Simon was a man of action, and when he saw a problem, he fixed it. That was as true in video games as it was true in his own life. When he decided the only way out of the awful life he had was to kill himself, he hadn't cried about it. He'd acted. If Helades had seen that as the cry for help, it was then no. Simon shook his head. He was so angry he was getting off topic, confronting the goddess after her threats of a painful end if he were to waste her time. That was just asking for trouble. The only real revenge he could show her now was to make progress and find out just how broken this pit really was. If 4 million people had tried and failed to beat it, then there had to be a pretty game-breaking bug further down inside the thing. He would find it, then he'd come back to her and use it to prove that she'd signed the contract under false pretenses with him. He wasn't a lawyer, but he was pretty sure that loopholes were how heroes got out of pretty much all their deals with the devil. Since Simon was so much smarter than the average gamer, he knew that he'd have no trouble doing just that. Simon looked around the room with a new sense of clarity now that he'd decided what he needed to do. Rather than just grabbing a couple weapons and heading back down into the pit, he proceeded to lay out everything methodically on the bed. All of the armor, all of the weapons, all of the gear, everything. The first thing that was obvious was that there was no way he could take everything with him. He had to take the leather armor, of course, and the chain hauberk would be a must for dealing with the skeletons, even if it might make sneaking on the goblin floor difficult. This time he decided to bring 3 torches instead of 2, and the flint even if it seemed defective. After that, all he needed to do was decide on weapons. This time Simon decided to bring the crossbow down, along with the sword in its scabbard and the flanged mace. He seemed to remember something about clerics using bludgeoning weapons in Dungeons and Dragons because the undead were weak against them, so maybe that would help him along the way. In the end, he shoved everything he didn't need right now in an old rucksack, lit a torch, and then grabbed the spear and headed down the stairs. For the first few minutes he felt incredibly clumsy and overburdened by everything he was bringing with him, but it was better than the alternative of being unprepared. Simon breezed through the first 2 levels in minutes, taking risks he normally wouldn't have, and trusting his instincts in a bid to keep up with his anger. The very last thing he wanted to do right now was calm down before he faced off against the skeleton. He was counting on that anger to fuel him and overcome its soulless stare. It wasn't much of a strategy, honestly, but it was working. It was equally important for the goblin's floor too, though, because he was trying to move fast but be as stealthy as he'd been on some of his best runs. Simon hurried to the part of the cave where he usually encountered the patrol. Then he lit a second torch and tossed them both in separate directions. Once that was done, he waited in ambush and killed the goblin as it approached to investigate. The only thing he did differently than his previous runs was that he reloaded the crossbow in the dark before he continued on. This time when he reached the bonfire, he chose to try something different with the dumb bastards. He launched a quarrel at the biggest greenskin sitting by the fire, and then he charged the rest yelling. The result was exactly as he expected, and they ran without a fight. Simon had no doubt that given a few minutes they'd regroup, but he didn't really care about that. In a few minutes he'd be gone and they wouldn't be his problem anymore. Simon only paused on his rampage when he finally reached the chilly hallway at the bottom of the stairs that lead to the crypt. There he took a quick break, set down all the equipment he didn't expect to need, and took out his mace. Remember, he reminded himself now that his anger was starting to fade. You don't need to kill him the first time. You just need to endure his gaze attack. With those final words, he charged into the room and started to attack the skeletons that had not yet started to stir with all the fury he could muster. He quickly figured out why clerics use maces. They turned the brittle skulls of his opponents to nothing but bone shards and powder, without any of the difficulty of having to aim with his sword. A full half of the bastards died for good before they could rise a second time to try to kill him, and Simon managed to kill several more before he could feel the cold gaze of his nemesis on him. It was an achievement that he could be proud of, but he forced himself not to look. As far as Simon was concerned, all that the appearance of the night had done was start the clock, and killing every skeleton but the boss was a timed event. So he kept his head down and focused on smashing these skeletons one at a time until his right arm ached and he was panting so hard that he could see his fogged breath. This was definitely harder than they made it look in the movies, but the fewer skeletons there were facing off against him, the easier it got. By the time he was down to 3 opponents, it wasn't much more difficult than whack-a-mole down at the fair. Let the first one swing, parry the second one, and then crush the skull of the one that was getting ready to swing. Simon was almost surprised to discover that when he killed the last one, there wasn't one after that. Well, none except for the knight. He'd spent the last few minutes of the fight moving his little mob around the room trying to stay away from the big bastard without ever meeting his gaze, and he'd actually been successful. So successful that now that it was time to actually face the monster, he could barely bring himself to. Simon struggled to think of something else he might do instead. Maybe he could try that gate again, or retreat into the hallway and take a break. Maybe he could stop the desperate spiral of his thoughts and dropped his mace. Instead, he put both hands on the grip of his longsword and looked slowly up at the terrible enemy walking towards him and forced himself to meet its unholy gaze. He felt the fear washing over him, but he tried to ignore it and move past it. His father always told him that courage wasn't about not being afraid, but about being afraid and doing what needed to be done anyway. Simon had never understood what he meant by that corny line, but face to face with evil, he had a much better idea. He could feel the panic in his heart, looking for any excuse to run screaming. He could feel the stiffness in his limbs just waiting to become full-blown paralysis again, but he struggled not to give in. At the final moment, when his skeletal executioner raised his sword to cleave Simon's skull in two, he managed to finally unfreeze and deflect the blade with an overhead block. The knight was faster than the other skeletons he faced, but still slow, and Simon saw an opening to strike back, but couldn't quite make himself take it. Instead, he stepped back, giving ground and readying himself for another parry. He did this over and over again, using the precious time to catch his breath. Each strike he blocked felt like the end of the world, but every time he managed to divert, the terrible blow left him that much more confident that this was something he could actually do. He could kill this bastard. For the first time, Simon followed up his parry with a tentative swing that was short of the target, but it still made the skeleton step back slightly. After that, the fight changed completely. Instead of simply trying to smite him in a single blow, it became much more like a knightly duel. Swords flashed and blows were met with such force that sparks struck, and each time Simon worried that his sword would shatter like it had last time, but it held. Eventually he figured out that mystery, when an errant blow rebounded off the plate mill, and his sword got painfully cold. That was great. It wasn't just a deadly skeleton with only a very tiny weak spot that was its face and neck, but he had to make a clean kill or his sword would quickly freeze so hard that it became brittle. Normally that was something that Simon would complain about, but right now he was too focused on killing this bastard to let it bother him. He was finally starting to understand the ebb and flow of the fight for the first time, and that was when he decided to go for it. He followed a parry with a feint, and then a second blow to knock the knight's sword away, and only once all that happened did he try to strike the skeleton down. Unfortunately, his opponent turned its head, and Simon's strike was deflected by the gorget. That was fine, Simon thought. He'd just try again. Unfortunately, he'd never get the chance, as he was run through seconds later by a thrust from the knight that came faster than expected. The blow was almost through Simon's heart at least, he thought as his consciousness faded. He still felt the painful tug of something against his soul in a way he'd never felt with any of his other deaths, but was unsurprised when he woke up once more in his own bed. The difference between this time and all the other times, though, was that this time Simon woke up with a smile on his face. He might have died, but that fight was definitely a success, and after a quick bite to eat, he was going to go back down and fight the bastard again. He'd do it as many times as it took until he was past this floor and on to the next one. He was going to show that uppity goddess how stupid she was to try to screw someone like him over if it was the last thing he did. Simon rushed back down to join the fight again, delaying only long enough to take down the same gear he'd brought the previous time. His second fight went almost as well as the first, and he succeeded at knocking a few of the knight's teeth loose before his head was struck from his shoulders. So he went down a second, and a third, and a fourth time. This wasn't about finishing the level, or even about beating the skeleton at this point. This was about improvement. Simon could feel the movements becoming more natural, and his reflexes speeding up with every bout he had with the unholy warrior. After a while, Simon lost count of the number of times he'd fought and died to the grim skeletal warrior, and he was only able to reconstruct it afterward when he took a break and reviewed his character sheet after a fight where he had come within an inch of finally shattering that nightmare warrior's vertebrae. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 4. Deaths 23. Experience points 8265. Skills: archery poor, armor light below average, athletics poor, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception very poor, escape very poor, investigate very poor, maces poor, ride very poor, search very poor, sneak poor, spears very poor, spell casting none, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords average. He died 8 times. He was pretty sure. 8 more deaths, but his experience points had only dropped another 4,000. That means if I'm losing 1,000 experience points a death, I'm gaining more than I lose with every level now, right? He asked himself before taking another mouthful of cheese. In the end, it didn't really matter. He couldn't actually spend the experience on anything. It was just a gauge of progress. It was also likely one more way that Helides thought of to twist the knife, he thought grimly. It didn't matter. On either this attempt or the next one, Simon was sure he'd defeat the knight and be one step closer to shoving the whole thing in her face. Simon stood up and stretched before he started gearing up again. He had a good feeling that this time was going to be it. He was going to take that asshole's head and show him how it felt to die for once. It took him several minutes to realize what a stupid thing he'd said, but by the time he'd opened the trapdoor, he was shaking his head with disgust at his own thoughtlessness and looking forward to a little murder as a palate cleanser. Why would skeletons need to know what it felt like to die, dumbass? He muttered as he went down the stairs to stomp some rats. They already died at least once to become skeletons. This time his trip to the skeleton was practically a speed run. Simon's improvement on his character sheet was definitely mirroring the results he was seeing in the real world. This time he didn't suffer a single scratch, and on top of that, he managed to decapitate 2 goblins with a single slash. He wished he could save a screenshot of that. It was an epic moment. It had only taken him perhaps 10 minutes to go from the cabin to the skeleton's tomb, and it took less than half that time to crush the skulls of all the lesser skeletons into a fine powder. Then he was finally alone with his nemesis. Simon tossed away the mace and pulled out his shield. Normally, in video games, he never went with a sword and board. As far as he was concerned, it was just weakening your character, when you could choose 2 swords or a giant badass sword instead. Right now, Simon didn't have a giant 2-handed weapon, and he'd learned in previous fights he wasn't really coordinated enough to use 2 swords at once effectively yet, so it was more like using one sword and then the other for him. The shield was easy, though. It had saved his life a dozen times so far. Simon wanted to keep his victory streak alive, so as soon as he was ready, he barreled into the knight. This was something he'd learned in the last fight. The skeleton warrior was slow and didn't do as well when you were really aggressive with it, so that's just what he did. He played rough. Even with the steel armor, the skeleton weighed less than Simon, so he shield-checked it when it raised its sword to strike hard. It worked almost as well as a good feint for keeping its sword anywhere but where it should be. The 4th time Simon did this, he almost managed to impale the bastard through the skull, but at the last moment the skeleton jerked its head, which succeeded in avoiding what might have been a fatal blow at the cost of losing its helmet. After that, it was all over. Simon rained down overhead blows against the skeleton's now uncovered weak spot until the 10th or 12th strike scored a glancing blow. It only resulted in a glowing crack that went from the left orbital through the temporal plate, but leaked more of that evil blue light. After that strike, the knight just got slower and weaker, and 30 seconds later Simon succeeded in striking the thing's cursed head from its shoulders. It was a good thing too, because he definitely wasn't in the shape he needed to be to keep this up much longer. That's right, Simon yelled, his chest heaving. That's the last time you get to kill Simon Jacoby, bitch. With his opponent dead, Simon did a little victory dance and kicked the skull away from him, noting that it still had a small glimmer of that evil light left in its eyes, and he wanted nothing to do with it. God only knew what kind of crazy respawn mechanics a monster like that might have. He did reach down to pick up the sword. Anything that looked that good after being down here for decades or centuries had to be magical. Fuck, Simon cried out, dropping the hilt as soon as he picked it up. The thing was still so cold that it burned him. He tried warming it with the torch, but it didn't seem to do much good, which was a shame, because he desperately wanted to wield a magical sword. He supposed he could always pick it up next time. By this point, he had to admit to himself there was almost certainly going to be a next time, but that didn't bother Simon. If he could beat an undead skeleton knight, he could beat just about anything. At this point, he'd take getting through a floor or 2 on the first try, he decided as he bent down to pick up the key to the next level. That would be a real victory. The key turned in the lock easily enough, and as the wrought iron gate creaked open, it forced Simon to make a quick look around. The sound was straight out of a horror movie, so it wouldn't have surprised him in the least if all the skeletons he had just killed rose up as one for the second phase of the fight. They didn't, though. For once the game, no, not the game, he corrected himself. For once the pit hadn't tried to screw him over. He smiled as he started walking down the hallway. Things were looking up. Even though he knew he should take things slow on his first trip through a new floor like this, he just couldn't slow down the frantic pace he'd set for himself on this run so far. It was working great. As long as he stayed on the offensive, he felt like nothing could take him down. At least that was the plan, but as the hallway slowly morphed into a cavern, he suddenly found himself walking into a cave that was so beautiful that it stopped him in his tracks while he bathed in its beauty. The cave was the product of a sinkhole somewhere just below the surface, and through the large hole in the center of the roof, almost 40 feet above him, sunlight streamed through the opening in such a way that the cavern walls danced with small rainbows as the sunbeams cut through the spray. It was a magical sight that was pretty much the opposite of the horrors he'd faced on the last level, which was strange enough to make Simon suspicious. Stranger still, though, was that there didn't seem to be anything to fight. This was just a cave cut down the middle by a stream, and on the opposite side of the cave was a door. So it was obvious where he needed to go, but other than a small, crystal-clear stream that he wouldn't even have to jump over to get across, what wasn't clear was what was going to be trying to stop him. Come out, wherever you are," Simon yelled, banging the pommel of his sword against the wall several times to try to attract whatever monster was bound to be waiting for him. Nothing came rushing from some dark crevasse to kill him, though, and when the echo of his challenge died it was silent again, save for the pleasant noise of the waterfall and stream. Could whatever was supposed to be here to fight him have wandered off, he wondered. Was it invisible and lying in wait, or was it crouched on the cliff above just waiting to jump down and pounce on him? Simon couldn't say, but he was extremely wary as he walked halfway into the cavern for a look around. At least he was for another minute. After that he just felt stupid. Why was he worried so much? Even if there was a monster waiting to pounce, he'd come right back to life, and with the surprise gone, the thing wouldn't stand a chance. Even with his immortality-inspired bravado, he still didn't move forward, though. Maybe this room wasn't about monsters at all, maybe it was an environmental hazard of some sort. That was what the trap room was, right? So if this room was a trap, then what was going to kill him? Was the thing going to cave in? Was the stream poisonous or made of acid? Simon slowly walked up to it, sniffing the air for any sign of gas, but all he could smell was nature. Goblins had definitely never lived in this cavern before. Tentatively, he prodded the stream with his sword, looking for any sign of bubbling that might indicate it really was made of acid. Nothing happened, though. He shrugged and pulled the sword out, and then he leaned down to take a closer look. That was when the thing lying in wait lashed out at him. Suddenly, a clear pseudopod of slime shot from the water and wrapped around Simon's face. He pulled back immediately, but the thing followed him, extending even as more and more of the slime's bulk emerged from where it was hiding in the stream. Simon tried to scream, but he couldn't. He stabbed the thing repeatedly, even trying to slice it in half before he dropped his sword and tried to claw the goo from his face to free his airway. He couldn't, though. It was too awful. It was like the time he drowned, but somehow this was worse, because he could feel the thing crawling down his throat even as his skin started to burn and his vision began to fade. The thing was devouring him whole like a formless and nearly invisible anaconda, and every time he fought it, it just found another bit of flesh to wrap around. Death by suffocation was on Simon's top 5 worst deaths so far. It had all the helpless terror of drowning combined with the pain and horror of having his face melted off. When he woke up in his bed, though, he was more frustrated than horrified. How the hell was he supposed to kill something that couldn't be stabbed and barely had a body to fight? Magic, he said, answering his own question as he looked up at the ceiling of his little cabin. The answer was obvious. Magic was always the right tool to defeat an amorphous monster like this. Anything with fire, really. He doubted that a torch would do enough damage, at least not before the slime or the blob or whatever that thing was had swallowed him whole again, but a spell like the one that the goblin used to burn him out of house and home in an instant. That would be just about right. Now all he had to do was figure out how to cast that spell, and he'd be golden. It wasn't going to be that easy, of course, but Simon took a moment to appreciate just how smart he was. It was because of levels like this that so many of the millions of people that were trapped in this cursed place were stuck here. Some of those people probably never even figured out there was magic here at all, and it must have taken hundreds of thousands of others' years to put it together. Here he was solving the level's twist almost as soon as he reached it. He was dying a lot more than he thought he was going to. He did have to admit that to himself, but he learned something with almost every death now, and sometime soon he'd be clearing multiple levels with every death rather than multiple deaths with every level as he'd been up until now. Simon added just enough wood to the fire to make sure it would stay smoldering until this evening and opened the shutters to let the heat out. After that he had a little of the food and a little of the wine as a sort of celebration of the string of small victories he'd just had, and then he decided to take a nap. He couldn't really carry out his plan until this evening, so he might as well enjoy a well-earned break and beat the midday heat. His final thoughts before drifting off to sleep were about how happy he'd be when he learned how to cast that goblin's spell. He wouldn't even need to learn how to light a fire, he'd be able to create it with nothing but a word. Several hours later he woke and started to get ready. He still had hours before sunset, and he doubted he'd see the goblins until then, but for once in his life he had to be early. Once they were out of their lair, there was no telling how they would ambush him, but as long as he was keeping watch on the cave entrance, he didn't see how they could sneak up behind him. Simon geared up and then looked long and hard at the bow on his wall, wishing he knew how to use the thing before he decided to leave it here. It would have been 100 times better than the crossbow for tonight, but he would have to make do until he found time to practice with the longbow. Once that decision was made, he was off, tramping through the grass the way he remembered going last time to find what was almost certainly the goblin cave. He made it almost all the way to the cave without getting lost. One quick backtrack later, though, and he was hiding behind a boulder with a clear view of the cave itself. From this distance, it didn't smell so bad, so he polished off the bread and cheese without losing his appetite while he kept his eyes on the hole and his crossbow braced on the rock. It was sort of like a stakeout, he thought, but with goblins instead of criminals. It was a funny thought. Hours later, when the sun had almost completely set, Simon saw the first bit of motion at the cave mouth. As the darkness deepened, he saw one goblin climb out of the cave with a crude spear and take a look around while a second one moved to join him. Simon had spent hours thinking about the relative pros and cons of different ways to handle this ambush, but in the end, he decided that once too many got out, he was going to lose, so he was going to hold them here at a choke point until that witch doctor or shaman or whatever he was supposed to be showed up to light him on fire. Simon took careful aim at the first goblin, only once he was sure that the second one was close enough to see it get taken down. He needn't have worried much about that, though his bolt went a little lower than anticipated, and the goblin screamed bloody murder as it collapsed on the ground with a bolt through its belly. Perfect, he whispered to himself as he watched the second little coward disappear back down the hole. Once the coast was clear, he started reloading his crossbow. He was getting halfway good at this part now, but he still wasn't so fast that he'd want to try it in the middle of a fight. Once that was done, he didn't put the first goblin out of his misery, he just let it keep writhing in pain while he waited for more of his kin to appear. He wasn't disappointed. Almost 2 minutes later, 3 more popped out of the cave, and Simon shot the third one in the head before charging the other 2 with his sword. The one closest to the cave quickly retreated, but Simon was able to cleave the last one in 2 before he got away. After that, he retreated to reload again. Now he certainly had their attention, and he was sure that any time now they'd bring out the big guns to teach him a lesson. It took longer than he thought, though. The goblins tried to create a beachhead in the clearing 3 times, and each time they retreated before him as he killed them in 1s and 2s. An hour later, the clearing was littered with the bodies of the dead, but he still hadn't got any closer to seeing magic. Eventually, though, that was exactly what he saw. Simon couldn't make out the words that the shaman shouted that made the world ignite, but he saw the flames lash out from the cave and cascade across the clearing, lighting a few bodies and a couple trees on fire as the sudden burst of fire dispelled the night. Simon waited with bated breath to see what would happen this time. If he got killed, he could always try this again, though he didn't relish finding out what being burned alive felt like. On the other hand, if he had no other choice, he could always kill this bastard and go scrounging through the cave for a spell book. That's where mages and wizards always kept their spells in the stories after all. He didn't have to do either right away, though. So when a couple scouts carefully climbed their way out of the cave, Simon let them think the coast was clear and stayed hidden until the shaman was out in the open. Once that happened, he let them get a little closer before he popped around the side of the boulder and fired off another shot. He didn't aim for the caster, even though he knew that was the best answer. Instead, he killed the ugly little bugger just to the caster's right, making the shaman jump in surprise. The goblin responded by shrieking out reborn, lighting the world on fire in a series of jagged fiery lightning bolts. Simon quickly ducked back behind his rocky bulwark to avoid the worst of the heat and stepped into the crossbow stirrup as he tried to pronounce the vile word the goblin had said. He was sure that it was magic, not just because of the fireworks, but because of the way it tried to slip from his mind's grasp as he thought about it. It was a word that didn't want to be spoken. Well, words at least. Last time he thought it was 1 word, but this time he was sure it was 2. Gerald Leverman, Jervel Menon, Garvel Manon. Simon yelled, not getting any result besides the faint taste of brimstone in his mouth. That had happened before too, he recalled. Was that the hint that he was almost there, that he was on the verge of this hellish magic but not quite there yet? He pivoted around the boulder from the other side. This time he noticed that there were a few more of the goblins in the clearing than before. He definitely kicked the hornet's nest now. That realization didn't stop him from killing another goblin before ducking back behind the rock. Jervel Marin, the goblin called out again. It was clearer this time, though whether that was because he was listening so intently for it, or because he'd gotten closer to saying it himself, he couldn't say. Not much made sense about the pit to begin with, but nothing made sense about its magic system. Simon reloaded his crossbow and opted to pop out over the top of his hiding place this time. Jervel Marin, he shouted as he released the quarrel, dropping the shaman with a bolt through the chest. That should have been an exciting moment for him, but he was more disappointed than anything that nothing happened. "What the hell?" he muttered before breathing in to try again. As he opened his mouth to shout a second time, though, he felt a sharp sting of pain as something stabbed him in the back. He hopped down, causing the pain to double before the shoddy spear thrust in his side to snap. "You little bitch," Simon shouted, pulling out his sword and swung it a couple times to end the goblin. It was a canny thing, though, and jumped out of his reach. That was when Simon started to back up. If there was one back here, there could be more, and if he wasn't careful, he'd be completely surrounded. While Simon stumbled back, he desperately thought back to the shaman, trying to figure out what the goblin had done that he hadn't, but he couldn't think of much. So, unless it was the staff that the creature was wielding that was magic, the words should have worked. He wasn't sure he'd get another chance, though. Now he could see 4 goblins advancing on him in a slowly tightening semicircle. He didn't know how badly he was bleeding, but he knew it must be enough that they thought that they could just wait him out, and they certainly weren't letting him go without avenging some of the goblin lives he'd taken tonight. As the minutes wore on, Simon indeed grew weaker. Soon he had his back against a large tree, and he leaned against it as much to make sure that no one could sneak up on him again as to make sure he stayed standing upright. He had run out of strength to swing his sword, but he still held it menacingly, determined to gut the first one that came for him. That was a fine thing to want, but as he continued to bleed out, the blade slipped from his grasp, and he slowly slid down the trunk of the tree until he was sitting amongst the roots. That's when the goblins started warily towards him, still worried it was a trap. Now there were 7 of them, and even at full strength he probably didn't stand much of a chance. Simon raised up his hand in a warding gesture to protect his face as the closest one raised a crude-looking club. "Jervel Marin," he barked one final time, giving the words everything he had while he imagined the goblins melting like wax on a summer day, and to his complete shock something happened. It wasn't quite the fireworks show that the shaman had pulled off, but tendrils of fire and gouts of flame suddenly arced from his hand, lighting half the goblins that were about to tear him to pieces on fire and sending the rest running for their lives. Simon would have been excited about that, but saying those terrible words hurt so badly that it was hard to care about anything else. His throat wasn't raw like the last time he'd gotten into a screaming match with his dad, or when he'd gotten strep. It felt like he'd eaten a burning coal and vomited it back up, but after that terrible moment passed, he looked around at his smoldering enemies and managed to smile. "Achievement unlocked," he whispered raspily, before he passed out from blood loss. When Simon slowly opened his eyes, he felt different, and he didn't need the mirror to see it, though he did consult it anyway. "Show me my character sheet," he ordered as soon as he sat up. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 5. Deaths 25. Experience points 7960. Skills: archery poor, armor light average, athletics poor, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception very poor, escape very poor, investigate poor, maces below average, ride very poor, search poor, sneak poor, spears very poor, spell casting very poor, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords average. There it was on his sheet. His spell casting used to be none. Every time he looked at it previously, it had taunted him with its absence, but now it was very poor, and that made all the difference in the world. Every other very poor on the list taunted him, but not that one he cherished. The way the words still echoed in his mind, it was a wonder they weren't on his sheet under a new section like Acquired Spells, Jervel and Marin. As soon as he'd finally cast his first spell, it was immediately clear to him that they were 2 words, and not just one that had run together. He didn't know what either of them meant, but he knew that he would never forget them. Even now, they both felt like they were branded on his soul, and he was hesitant to get too close to either of them. Speaking them had felt wrong. That was the only way to describe it, and he wasn't looking forward to doing it again. This was just one more thing that wasn't at all like his expectations for it had been. Manipulating mana and casting spells, those were supposed to be amazing experiences. He'd spent evenings wondering if channeling the universe like that would be more orgasmic feeling, like sex, or if it would be something closer to getting electrocuted while you were high. It turned out it was neither. It was like turning your brain inside out while the universe rebuked you for violating its laws. Saying them had hurt less than a goblin bite, but more than a sucker punch, and he wasn't looking forward to doing it again. He was going to have to, though, because now that he had his fire spell, he had a way to beat that awful slime. That thought brought him back to the present, and he stood up. "I've got a new weapon in my arsenal now, bitches," he said to himself as he started to get out his armor, Arcane Napalm. He pondered the name for a moment before he laughed and shook his head. Now that definitely wasn't going to work, but he'd think of something better in time. Time was the one thing he had plenty of. Simon decided to leave the chainmail at home this time since he was no longer so afraid of the skeletons, and once he was geared up, he started heading down into the basement. This time he took it a little slower than he had been lately and poked around a bit on levels 1 and 2. There really was nothing in the rat-filled basement but produce in wicker baskets and burlap sacks, although he did realize that the walls were only dirt, so presumably if he got really desperate he could dig his way out and see what was on the outside of the basement, assuming that there wasn't just infinite dirt of course. That seemed like something that Helades would enjoy doing, making a whole world of dirt to go with her piece of shit personality. On his trip through the trap floor, he noticed a trigger plate that he'd seen a couple times before, but he'd never noticed a trap that was connected to it. This time, just for the hell of it, he tripped it just to see what it was. It turned out that it opened a secret room, but the only thing in it, unfortunately, was a chest full of gold and silver coins. In any other circumstance, it would have been a hell of a find, but in this one, it was kind of pointless. The gear he had to carry weighed enough already. Sacks of gold, that would be a special kind of hell. He picked up a few coins just in case he ever found a place to spend them, and then continued on his way. On the goblin floor, he tried killing a few of them with his mace, but he discovered what he already knew. It was much more fun killing the little bastards with his sword. He took his time with it, so he'd be as rested as possible for the skeletons. Last time that had been a real marathon, but this time it wasn't even half as hard as he remembered it. Simon managed to kill almost every skeleton before the night even rose from his tomb, and the fight with it was over in less than a minute. So far so good, he told himself as he unlocked the door. Today's the day I go down 2 levels with 1 life. I can feel it. After he spoke, Simon went back for the knight's sword. He still couldn't wield it or even touch it, but he wanted to try something, so he scooped it up onto a decaying kite shield from one of his earlier kills and carried it with him into the cave that would be his next battleground. Nothing appeared to have changed since the last time he was here, so Simon approached the stream to within a few feet and then tossed the sword in it before he stepped back. The whole way down he'd been wondering how to get the damn creature out of the water. No matter how powerful his fire spell was, it wasn't going to do much good there, and Simon didn't exactly want to bait it with his body again. He'd considered dragging a goblin body down to use as bait, but those things stunk, and the sword might work even better. Even now he could see a thin rime of ice slowly spreading along the surface of the water. That left the slime or the ooze or whatever it was 2 choices. It could come out to play or it could stay where it was until it was frozen solid. He didn't care, he had all day. That wasn't strictly true, Simon realized. He would prefer that it stayed and froze. That way he wouldn't have to try to cast that terrible spell again, even if he was eager to actually kill something with it. He didn't get his wish though, because a few minutes later, as the magical frost approached the wall to his left, the slime slowly slid out of the water ahead of it. Simon considered running to the far side of the cave and trying to just get around it, but it seemed like kind of a cowardly thing to do, so, getting as close as he dared, he shouted his magic words when he was about 10 feet away from the thing and sure he wouldn't miss. Reborn. He was more than a little disappointed when nothing happened again, and quickly retreated while the slime slowly gave chase at something below walking speed. What had he done differently the other time? He asked himself as he backed away. He'd said the words and said them right. He'd pointed at the thing. He thought back to that night in the clearing with the fire all around him while he was bleeding against the tree. Was there something he did there that he wasn't doing here? All he could remember about that night was how badly he wanted to see those bastards burst into flames. Maybe that was all it was. Maybe he didn't have intent or visualization or whatever behind him with this slime. He stopped and focused, imagining lighting this ugly bastard crawling towards him on fire, and then said those terrible words again. Reborn. This time they ripped themselves out of his throat with the same ferocity he remembered, as arcs of fiery death shot out of his hand through whatever he'd done to warp reality. Several of the burning streamers missed the slime, but several others hit the thing, and its skin went from clear to smoldering and ashen across almost a third of its body, which was about right because just saying the words made him feel like he'd been in a smoky room yelling over music that was too loud all night. He doubted there were any bars in the pit to celebrate his latest victory in, though. Simon's thoughts of celebration were rather short-lived. Rather than put it down, the slime came after him even faster after that. He yelled the words again, out of fear as much as anything. Less fire arced this time. Simon wasn't sure if that was because his voice was shot, or because he hasn't visualized its death as vividly as before. Either way, it didn't matter, the second blast was enough, and the smoldering slime finally stopped making any movement more threatening than twitching as it slowly dissolved into a widening puddle. The first spell he'd cast made him feel like a chain smoker, but the second one had felt worse than any bout of strep throat he'd ever had. It was pure misery. He honestly wasn't sure if he'd be able to cast it a third time anytime soon, so he hoped that he didn't have to. Simon spat on the ground to try to get the taste of brimstone out of his mouth, and wasn't surprised when he saw blood. Even though he was pretty sure it was dead, he gave the thing wide berth as he walked towards the waterfall to gargle and refill his water skin. That helped a little, but not enough. It wasn't like he could do anything else right now, though. Only a lot of beer or a quick trip to his next life was going to fix this, and he wasn't about to die now. He was on a roll. With that thought in mind, Simon walked across the cave and down the passage on the far side. Didn't take long before it ended in a bright and cheerful wooden door that looked entirely out of place here. Simon wondered how it had gotten here, but having no other choice, he opened it to find a dining room of some sort. Well, you don't see that he croaked as he walked inside, shuddering from the pain as much as the sound of his own voice before he trailed off into silence. He knew what he was saying, and he could barely understand himself. Still, even if it hurt to talk, and even if the roast ham on the table didn't inspire much of an appetite, the mug of dark ale not far from him certainly looked appetizing. Simon looked around but couldn't see any diners. The state that they'd left the table indefinitely spoke to some kind of battle, though. Maybe there was a dragon attacking the castle, and they'd all gone to fight it, leaving him this lovely feast to enjoy. He strode forward to help himself, but as soon as he picked up the beer, suddenly something charged him from the right, practically knocking him off his feet. It kept fighting through the first and second blows, even after Simon heard its skull crack. When the third one landed, though, it crumpled like a rag doll. He smiled at that, surprised to find out that zombies might actually be as easy as he thought they were going to be. He kicked the thing just to make sure it really was completely dead, and then he walked past the disrupted feast to the next door, his weapon at the ready. Having a drink could wait. Now that he knew what this floor's monster was, he wanted to find out just how many there were. On the other side of the door was a blonde tavern maid holding a pitchfork. As soon as the door opened, she whirled to face him. Whedonsful, she yelled menacingly, jabbing towards him with the pitchfork to keep his distance. Whedonsful. Bidston Offraven. Her strange accent and her lack of English made it almost as clear as her weapon did that this wasn't going to go well, but since she was the only person he'd seen besides that damn goddess in what felt like weeks, and she made the plunging neckline of her bodice look particularly good, Simon was certainly willing to give it a try. "I come in peace," he said slowly and calmly as he dropped his mace and raised his hands in the air. At least that's what he tried to say. It came out more as "Ich come in peace." He had only half a second to realize that he sounded more like a groaning zombie than a person before he realized that the barmaid must have thought the same thing. With a roar of anger, she charged forward, plunging all 3 tines into his chest. His leather armor had been pretty effective at lots of hazards, but they did almost nothing to slow down the farming implement as they penetrated his flesh. He tried to struggle then, not caring that it made him seem even more like a zombie as he flailed and groaned in pain. It wasn't any good, though. She drove her thrust forward until he was pinned to the wall behind him, and then held him there for a few seconds until the internal bleeding from where her blow had nicked his heart caused enough blood loss for him to lose consciousness. "So there are actually other people here," Simon said, testing his voice again as he lay on his bed. "Cute ones too." He smiled as he lay there. Sure, she'd killed him, but that was almost understandable. That sort of thing happened all the time in zombie movies. What really mattered was that there were cute girls in the pit and that zombies weren't so tough after all. There was even beer. He just had to get down there without trashing his voice again. Somehow he'd have to find a way to kill the slime with one spell, or with none at all. Even if he did that, though, it raised a whole new series of problems. It was easy enough to copy a single set of sounds from one goblin, but did the pit really expect him to learn 50 different languages for 99 different floors? That was more than a lifetime of work, assuming he could even find a tutor. Simon sat up. "Mirror, how do I improve my magic skill? How do I make it so I don't feel like shit every time I say those words?" "Focus and practice," was its cryptic reply, because of course Simon hadn't thought of either of those things before himself. "Fine, if you're not going to say anything useful about that, then I want to talk about a very serious problem with this place with Hellades." Simon got up and picked up the wine bottle. This time he didn't plan to throw it, though. He just wanted to enjoy a drink without having to swallow with a throat that felt like it was made of broken glass. The UI for this whole place is kind of awful, but the languages are going to be a real problem. "What is the problem with the languages in the pit?" the mirror asked, one character at a time. "Well, since the main point of language is to be understood, and I can't, understand them, I'd say they aren't doing their job very well." Simon's voice dripped with sarcasm, but he was sure that it went over the head of the machine or spirit or whatever was inhabiting the mirror. "I could teach you," the mirror typed. "Which language do you wish to learn? Teach me. You can't even tell me basic facts about this game, place." Simon laughed derisively. "Tell me how many languages are written or spoken in the pit." "There are 5,486 languages spoken in the pit, and there are 8,933 different forms of writing." The mirror displayed that like it was a perfectly reasonable fact, but the numbers staggered Simon. "So you think that in addition to learning to fight 100 different kinds of monsters, I should learn 1,000 different languages? You think that that's reasonable? What alternative would you suggest?" the mirror asked. "Strictly speaking, no communication is required to complete all 99 levels. I'd suggest that you let me talk to the boss and let me work it out with her before I have to break you again," Simon threatened. "I'm sure she can cast a spell or give me an amulet of translation or something and fix this problem with a wave of her magic wand." The mirror stayed dark for almost a minute, and for a second Simon thought that he'd scared the thing off with his threat. Finally, it started typing, and as it did, a potion appeared on the table in a flash of light. Her radiance, goddess Heliades, lady of life and death, has seen fit to answer your plea, the mirror typed. This potion will enable you to understand all languages in the pit. He pulled out the cork and started to down the vial contents. It turned out that it didn't look like ink. It tasted like ink, too, ink that had been vomited up by an evil librarian in the depth of hell. That didn't stop Simon, though. This was the first magical item he could actually touch without burning himself, and he wasn't going to screw up something as simple as drinking a potion. That's probably what that screwed-up goddess wanted, to give him the answer and watch him waste it. The joke was on her, though he was going to use it to beat her at her own game. It was only when he'd finished downing the vile potion that he looked in a mirror to finish reading the rest of its message, though it should be noted that the process of absorbing that much knowledge will take some time. It will be extremely painful, and the elixir is best used in small doses over several days. Simon brushed off the warning and moved to sit down in his chair, but even that small motion made the world feel like it was shifting. He could feel something building now in the back of his skull. It was pressure combined with the faint haze of colors as he looked at the glowing monitor. It was almost like every light had a sort of aura to it now. Aura. That word triggered a memory about his mother and her migraines, but that memory and the idea that he might be in the process of experiencing something like that only outran the oncoming pain by a couple seconds. He leaned heavily on the chair as memories, and after images of languages he'd never heard and words he'd never spoken began to barrage him. Simon tried to sit down so that he could put his head in his hands and try to shut some of the light out, but somehow he managed to entirely miss the chair and land on the floor with a thud. He wanted to rise, but suddenly that felt like too much effort. The words were coming fast and furious now. He was in a text maelstrom now, and no two words were from the same alphabet. He tried to breathe slowly, forcing himself to calm down. He could do this. He could endure this fresh hell that Heliades had inflicted on him. Closing his eyes didn't help, he realized belatedly, and breathing deeply didn't do much either. Even if he shut out the offending light, the words still came. He could hear them now as much as see them. Murmured words in 100 different voices began speaking quietly into his mind, but that many whispers still added up to the sound of a roaring jet engine. That was when Simon started to scream. Every aspect of this torment got worse minute by minute. It was like having the worst hangover of his life times 100 while he was at a particularly loud rock concert. After less than an hour of enduring the tide of words, he thought about killing himself. He only decided against it because he was sure that the potion wouldn't carry over to his next body. He would leave that behind along with his wounds. Only the knowledge forcing itself into his brain would carry over, so he had to endure this. There simply wasn't another choice. Simon managed to get to his feet long enough to make sure the door was barred, and then he crawled into bed and waited for death to take him. Mercifully, he slipped into unconsciousness within the hour, but his dreams weren't any better than his waking life. There he was drowning in ink while the whales deafened him with their song, one sonic blast at a time, and by the time he woke up again, he was convinced he was bleeding from his ears. Over the next 2 days, he slipped in and out of his troubled sleep. He tried drinking the entire bottle of wine to dull the pain. Nothing helped. There were just interludes where the barrage of knowledge soaking into his mind wasn't quite so bad. He had plenty of time to hate himself for not following instructions, and plenty of time to hate Heliades for doing this to him, but neither of those helped either. Eventually, though, Simon woke up to the surprising sound of silence. The goblins had apparently not managed to break in and murder him in his sleep, and a throbbing headache was all that remained of his torments. It was a monster of a headache that was at the upper end of normal, and no longer the sort of thing you could only experience through malicious magic. The very first thing he did was brave the sunlight to get some more water. He'd been out for half a day, and there was no way he could face the goblins, let alone the skeletons like this. He slowly stumbled to the stream, squinting hard. He would have given away both his magic words for a good pair of sunglasses right now. Sadly, that wasn't an option. The pit had no cash shop for cosmetic items. Once he had drained his waterskin once more, he set out for the only place he knew of that he could test to see if this had worked without resorting to combat, the temple ruins just south of the path. As always, the trip there was utterly without incident, and when Simon arrived at the eroded marble, he got the surprise of his life when he could actually read the writing that had survived on the walls and columns of the most sheltered areas. It was like going to Egypt and suddenly remembering that you'd actually majored in hieroglyphics in college. The knowledge was just there, like it had always been there. Despite his throbbing head, Simon was too intrigued to stop, and spent the next couple of hours reading every scrap of writing he could find. They might just look like swoopy, flowing pictographs, but to him, they had a whole set of meanings as well as enough cultural context to understand what they were saying. He read about the teachings of an ancient healing god, Canathep. It seemed like sort of a fertility healing god to Simon, which struck him as kind of half-ass. They could have made up two different gods, so the symbolism wasn't quite so crowded. Most of the writing on the temple he found was an epic poem about the Day of Flowers, which was their version of the end of the world, after all the warriors had killed each other, and there was nothing left to do but let the flowers bloom. That struck Simon as vaguely creepy, and also somewhat like the plot of a manga. It didn't quite make sense to him in that specific Japanese way that they did so often. It was honestly pretty boring stuff. Normally, Simon would have given up after like 10 minutes of dealing with this artsy bullshit, but he'd suffered greatly for this superpower, and he was going to use it every chance he could. Finally, that accidental persistence paid off when he struck pay dirt. Near the end of a pillar talking about herbal remedies and their uses, which he didn't give a shit about, there was a section about a prayer that you could recite before the gods. Most of it seemed like it was boilerplate nonsense like a catechism or whatever, but the last part was just 2 words, and Simon doubted that it was a coincidence. After all, the only spell he knew was 2 words long, so taking a moment to sound them out and make sure he got them right, he said, Off-Farum H-Jack. This time he didn't yell the incantation because his head wouldn't allow it. He didn't think it would make that big of a difference, though. When nothing happened, though, he sighed as he stood up, unsurprised that nothing had happened. Of course, it was too good to be true. There was no way Heliades would leave a healing spell around right outside the pit. He thought as he started to walk away, would she? That thought stopped Simon in his tracks. That's exactly what she would do. The purpose of the pit was to get hurt and die over and over for her entertainment. The only thing that would make that better is if help was right there the whole time, but it was in a dead language no one could read. Simon turned around and walked back to the pillar. This time he didn't just say the words. This time he forced his mind to quiet and imagined his terrible headache fading away. Even if he never cared much for the whole power of positive thinking that his counselor always tried to get him to do, it was impossible to deny the link between the fire spell and the vividness with which he imagined his enemy bursting into flames by now. When he opened his eyes, he said it again, Off-Farum H-Jack. This time he was only a little surprised that his headache blew away like dandelion fluff in a breeze. The words still felt wrong to him, and they still carved their way into his soul, but they were nowhere near as violent or as hard on him as the other spell had been. Simon smiled. This was real progress. With that progress fresh in his mind, Simon wasted no more time. He wanted the rematch, and he was going to get it on his terms. Not only did he need something he could take his migraine-induced frustration on, but felt practically invincible. He had 2 spells now. That made him a real live magician in his eyes. He could hurt things and heal things now, which made him pretty much unbeatable. At least it would when he got better at it. He still wasn't as good at fire magic as a goblin, and that was honestly a little embarrassing, but progress was progress. Mirror, show me my stats, Simon said as soon as he got home and started to armor up. The mirror obliged quickly as always, and showed him what he knew to be basically a fake character sheet within seconds. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 6. Deaths 26. Experience points 7820. Skills: archery poor, armor light average, athletics poor, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception very poor, escape very poor, investigate poor, maces below average, ride very poor, search poor, sneak poor, spears very poor, spell casting very poor, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords average. Can you add the spells I know to that? Simon asked in between bites of cheese. You know, for completeness. The mirror obliged, adding a section to the bottom it labeled words of power, which made him laugh. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 6. Deaths 26. Experience points 7820. Skills: archery poor, armor light average, athletics poor, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception very poor, escape very poor, investigate poor, maces below average, ride very poor, search poor, sneak poor, spears very poor, spell casting very poor, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords average. Words of power, Off-Farum H-Jack Jervil Marin. While he was a little disappointed that learning a second spell hadn't increased his spell casting ability at all, Simon was pleased that his level to death rate was increasing. He couldn't focus on either of those, though, because now that he could read the language and understand the strange words, they no longer sounded like mysterious magic words to him. Instead, they sounded like boring abilities from a JRPG with a bad English port. Large burning, small healing. It was like they weren't quite conjugated right or something. Still, the information cheered him up. That meant that there were probably at least 4 other spells out there just waiting to be found. If there's a large burning, then there has to be a medium and a small burning too, right? Simon asked himself as he belted on his sword and started to pack everything else away. Who knows, maybe there's even a huge burning or a mega burning. He said that last one with great theatrical flair, but the only thing that happened was a burst of laughter before he lit one of his torches and headed downstairs. It was kind of ironic that this was finally starting to feel like the game it should have been, only after Heliades had made it very clear it wasn't. Simon didn't care. It was a useful metaphor, and one that he was sure was giving him an edge over the countless losers that had come into the pit before him. Now he just needed to figure out how to cast them better, so they hopefully didn't hurt quite so bad, and he could start breezing through this place. As he effortlessly slew the bats and the rats, Simon couldn't help but think about it more. It might not be a game like the goddess had said, but it was starting to feel exactly like what he would want to see in one. It had monsters that were easy to kill, a miniboss on level 4, actual spells that worked, and he'd even found his first NPC. Technically she'd killed him, of course, but that was only because she'd thought he was a zombie. It was an honest mistake. All he needed now were some magic items, and some exposition about why the pit existed and what terrible demon he had to fight at the end, and he'd be able to start wrecking shit. Simon did slow it down a little this time, though. The last few times he'd gone through the goblin floor and the skeleton crypt, he had done it through brute force as he tried to rush it. This time he focused on stealth and good clean kills. If he wanted to meet that blonde babe that had murdered him, then he wanted to do it without being banged up too badly, and there were plenty of other parts of his character sheet he could be working on besides just swords. Once again, the only part of the dungeon that was any challenge at all at this point was the skeleton knight, and Simon managed to take him down in just over a minute, this time by dual-wielding his sword and mace. He got the timing on his parries right, then smashed the bastard's face in a couple of times, and the knight quickly crumbled into dust where it belonged. After that, he took a short break, trying to visualize the spell he wanted to cast for what came next. There was definitely more than words to casting these spells. Somehow, intent and visualization seemed to matter as much as the way he said the words. For Simon, that was a small problem, since despite the fact that he was obviously a very imaginative person, he wasn't very good at picturing things like that in his mind's eye. It was easy enough to recall the things he'd seen on TV or in video games, but even trying to picture those same ideas, things he should have known incredibly well, like pixels flared around his character when he cast the shield spell or launched a fireball in his favorite game, Descent into Darkness 2, were difficult to recall. Only his favorite waifu, Princess Anmelda, was easy to recall, and even her details were a bit blurry, especially if you were talking about some of the outfits he didn't have her wear very much. He sighed. It was honestly a little ridiculous. If he knew the words, then the magic should just work. He should just be able to cast Fireball and annihilate his opponent, because things would be a lot easier in the next level if he could just cast his large burning spell one time and still be able to talk some sense into that blonde woman before she skewered him again. Simon sighed and stood. Now that he was thinking about her, all hope he had of practicing his visualization of anything but her cleavage was completely gone. This time he wouldn't give her the chance to stab him, of course, but he'd feel much better about the whole thing if he didn't have to rough her up in the process. Now that he theoretically spoke whatever crazy language she'd been using before, he should be able to use his words to get what he wanted, as his mother had always told him growing up. He slid the sword into the water the same as last time and waited for a moment, and then he circled to the north side of the cave intent on trying to just bypass the slime without casting that terrible spell. But he almost lost a foot as the thing lashed out at him from the water and quickly retreated. This time Simon got far enough back that he'd have a few seconds, and really focused on not just the slime catching fire, but the way that the flames came out of his hand in a nice tight beam that looked less like the flaming lightning that the shaman had thrown around, and more like one of Iron Man's repulsors. If he was going to have to imagine something, then he was at least going to stick to what he knew to boost his odds of success. When he opened his eyes again, the slime was less than 10 feet from him and closing fast. Jervel Marin, Simon shouted, throwing every ounce of anger and hate he had into it. The result was just as painful as it always was, but much more effective than the last couple of times he cast the spell. He felt reality twist very slightly around him, and then a veritable fountain of fire erupted from his hand. It wasn't quite the tight beam he'd imagined, but it didn't exactly spray everywhere. The increased focus combined with the shorter range meant that most of the flames ended up exactly where they belonged, burning the giant booger monster that was trying to eat him to a crisp. "That's what you get," he shouted before spitting. This time he was pleased to note there wasn't any blood, and he only sounded vaguely hoarse rather than like the living dead. It was an improvement, but he hoped in time he could do better. Casting these spells wasn't just painful, but there was an element of dread attached to them, and he didn't like it. The whole system needed a redesign, honestly. Simon took the time to refill his water skin here, even though he didn't need to, because the water that trickled down from the forest stream above was utterly delicious. Once that was done, he took out his mace and walked over to the well-worn tavern door and opened it. This time, as soon as he stepped in, he whirled around looking for the zombie that had attacked him last time, but he didn't see it anywhere in the room. Simon shrugged. He'd planned on caving the thing's skull in, but one less thing to fight was fine by him. He walked over to the table and picked up a tankard of warm beer and looked around the room. That was when he noticed the body on the floor. He had mixed emotions about how he should feel about the death of a near stranger that had been practically beheaded. On the one hand, he was sad that someone had killed such a beautiful woman. She should have been an Instagram model or a TikTok girl, not zombie bait. On the other hand, though, she had killed him last time, so he wasn't exactly sad to see her dead. Guess you shouldn't have killed the hero of this story. Maybe then someone would have saved you, he said quietly before raising a glass in the memory of the beautiful barmaid that would never have the chance to kill him again. That was when he heard a crash and a scream from somewhere else in the tavern. Simon set the mug of warm beer down, and with a mocking salute to the dead woman, he readied his mace and opened the door to the next room. This was a common room in a bar. At least it used to be. Now it was a war zone. Several bodies lay strewn about the floor, but only 2 people were actually moving. The first was a brunette woman holding a meat cleaver defensively as a zombie slowly advanced on her. The second was the decaying remnants of some kind of Viking warrior. It was a seriously metal Halloween costume, but as an enemy it was a little lackluster. That zombie wasn't the problem. The real problem was the place where they had broken through the boarded-up windows. Simon could see dozens of the bastards milling around outside, and if they all started coming in here, that might be a real challenge. Simon advanced on the one that was about to take a bite of the girl. She wasn't as pretty as her friend had been, but that didn't mean he should let her die. The zombie barely had time to turn and face him before he delivered a 2-handed blow that caved in the side of its face and sent it tumbling to the floor. Simon looked up at her, smiling, but her response was to stare vacantly at him and keep pointing the knife in his direction. He shrugged mentally as he turned to deal with the window. She probably wasn't going to kill him. So, as long as he kept her safe for a few minutes, maybe he could actually find out what was going on around here for once. Thinking fast, Simon rushed across the room and brained the 2 that were trying to struggle their way through the gap in the boards. They just flopped there like the world's most disgusting cork, and their dead weight mostly kept the rest of them from coming through. He looked around and grabbed the closest trestle table, knocking it over to make a crude barrier. Then he started shoving it towards the breach. It was heavier than it looked, though, and moved slowly. By the time he was halfway there, he had to take a break, pick up his mace, and go for the new one that was trying to climb its way over the top of the other 2 lifeless corpses who had already breached the window. "Can I get a little help over here?" he called out in annoyance as he smashed the latest corpse 3 times before it finally stopped twitching. Though at least it seemed like none of the other boards were breaking under the strain, so if he could block this gap off it would probably hold for a while. "Yeah. Right," the woman said, finally stirring herself to action as she finally did something besides pointing her knife at anything that moved. She joined Simon as he put his back into it, and seconds later the table slammed against the wall, crushing the zombie corpses with a wet crunch. Simon stretched and took a look around the room after that, looking for any other threats and finding none. The common room was completely trashed, obviously, and a few dead bodies lay amongst the toppled tables and scattered crockery, but most of the furniture had been piled messily to block the front door. "Not exactly the place to grab a pint and wait for this all to blow over, is it?" Simon asked with a laugh, but when he turned around to face the dark-haired girl, she was just looking blankly at her hands and the wall of dead just outside the window. It was the first time Simon noticed that she was splattered with blood. "You okay over there, sole survivor? You get bit or anything?" Simon asked. "No, it's not mine. It's Brenna," she just, and then the girl started crying then. She'd obviously had to do something terrible to survive this long, but Simon wasn't terribly interested. Her tears were making him uncomfortable. While she started to sob, he turned around to give her some privacy and started searching the first floor of this building. He wasn't sure exactly what he was looking for. More zombies. The next floor. Something to eat. It didn't matter. Right now, all that mattered was giving his mystery girl a chance to calm down so he could find out what had happened. The first floor revealed a well-stocked bar, a kitchen that had definitely seen some bloodshed, a set of stairs leading to the cellar, a second set that led up to rooms on the second floor, a looted pantry, and a random assortment of dead bodies scattered throughout. It was pretty gross, honestly. Some of them had been dead longer than others and were really starting to smell. Not ready to face the crying girl yet, Simon started upstairs. He supposed he should do something about that, of course, but he wasn't any good with those sorts of emotions. He just didn't have much experience in that area. If women were a category on his character sheet, they would probably be rated at very poor, along with spell casting. The difference between the two, of course, was that Simon had some idea of how to get better at using magic, but women were still a complete mystery to him. Upstairs wasn't much different than downstairs, and as he went room to room, ready for a fight, he found no new zombies. When he got to a room that faced the front of the end, though, all he could do was stop and stare as he got a good look out of an open window. For the first time in his life, his jaw literally dropped as he looked at the horror this city had become. From the common room, all he could see were boards with glimpses of zombies struggling just beyond them, but the view from the second floor, he could see just how much carnage there really was. He was in a medieval city, or at least the corpse of one. because whatever had happened here had definitely killed it. The living dead were crowding the streets as far as he could see in both directions, and here and there, buildings were on fire. It was a complete mess. Suddenly, Simon was struck with a pang of remorse. He regretted his joke about the pub from that horror movie. This wasn't a joke. They were real people. At least they were to the girl downstairs, and he should try to respect that. For a moment, he thought about continuing his search to try to find the door to the next floor, but his remorse won out, and he came back downstairs to see if the mystery girl had calmed down. She had, and was sitting at a table when he got downstairs. She immediately picked up her knife again when she saw him, but at least she refrained from pointing it at him when he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Easy there, ma'am," he said, walking slowly over to the bar and digging around for a rag before he dampened it with a half-empty mug of beer and set it down on the table in front of her. She just kept staring at him suspiciously, so he finally said, "For your hands," before he sat down at the table on the opposite side. She looked like she needed a whole lot of space right now, and he was much happier to give that to her than to be stabbed. "Hey, don't worry about that," he said, trying to sound sympathetic, even if it was really strange finally talking to someone new again. His life had finally come unpaused, and this woman would do for now. Maybe there were other people he could meet on other levels too. You did what you had to do. Anyone could see that. This is a nightmare, and you can figure out what was right and what was wrong after you wake up from it. "Really?" she asked, tears in her eyes. "You understand?" "I do." "Killing someone is hard," he lied. "Dying was hard, but killing the other guy before they killed you, that had become the easiest thing in the world for Simon. You'll get through this, and then it won't seem so bad now. What's your name?" "It's Freya," she stammered. "That's a very pretty name," Simon said, even though it seemed out of place anywhere but a Viking movie. Who knew, though, maybe this fantasy kingdom had some kind of Viking subculture. "I'm Simon. It's nice to meet you." "Simone," she asked, mispronouncing the letters of the unfamiliar word, but that didn't bother him. "You've got a strange accent, Simon. Where are you from? Why are you in Schwarzenbruck?" I got lost on my way north," he fumbled for an answer, before everything had got crazy. "Do you know what happened here?" "I don't, not really. I don't think anyone does," she shook her head. "One moment it was just a normal spring day, and the next the gods had abandoned us to evil." "I mean, was there some necromancer, or maybe an evil army of the dead attacked the city?" Simon tried again, trying to get a better handle on what was happening. "Where did all these zombies come from?" "I don't know," Freya said, finally starting to clean off her other hand as her mind switched on after hours of shock and denial. "Mr. Algan, the owner. He said that they'd barred the gates when the adventurers had come back complaining about a plague of death, but somehow they got inside anyway." Not likely, Simon thought. These zombies didn't seem particularly fast or strong. One of those adventurers must have gotten themselves bit, and then a few hours later they'd turned on their fellows, spreading the disease. That's how it would have happened in a movie anyway. It gave him something to think about at least, as he studied Freya, looking for any sign that she was bitten, but finding nothing. She was a lovely girl. Under all the dirt and signs of crying, with dark hair and a cute, if not particularly well-endowed body. She wasn't his type, but he was sure she'd make someone happy someday if she survived this. "Do you suppose there's still enough food left in this place for you to make us something to eat?" Simon asked as he saw her start to tear up again. "I'm going to check all the other rooms to make sure that there's nothing in here that can hurt us, and then I'm going to get rid of these bodies before they attract her." "Get rid of the bodies?" she asked numbly. "How?" "From one of the windows on the second floor. I know it's not the kindest thing to do," he added quickly as he saw a look of shock bloom across her face, "but if we leave them here, we'll be sick in no time." "You don't want that, do you?" "No," but she started to say. "Well, then you make us some lunch, Freya, while I go work up an appetite," he said, standing. She obviously didn't agree with the decision, but she didn't protest it either, so Simon got started. He checked the basement first and found plenty of beer, but thankfully no dead bodies. After that, he dragged all 9 bodies on the first floor up to the second with frequent breaks because it was exhausting. The third floor held only a single room on one side of the building that must have belonged to the owner because it was nicer than the rest, and storage on the other side. That was where they would sleep tonight, he decided, because it seemed the most defensible. So once he was done with the bodies, he dragged a couple mattresses upstairs so that Freya would have a place to sleep too. When he finally got back downstairs, she reheated some mystery stew that looked a little suspect, but tasted delicious. Simon didn't even care that his next death would probably be from food poisoning. He was just glad that it was neither bread nor cheese for once. That alone made it almost as good as his last real meal of fast food nuggets and extra dipping sauce. They talked through lunch and after, and slowly Freya opened up more and more. Apparently there had been a necromancer, but he'd been defeated years ago, and no one had paid much attention to this backwater after that. Other than the occasional goblin raid, it had been a nice place to grow up, until the dead had risen up and killed everyone she'd ever known anyway. Every time Freya started to get sad, Simon tried to change the topic, but fortunately they ran out of daylight before they ran out of topics. "Don't even think of trying anything," Freya warned him as she slipped into bed fully clothed. "I'm sleeping with this knife, just so you know. The last thing a hero like me would do is take advantage of a woman, Simon assured her, offended by the suggestion. This world obviously had a lot more problems with toxic masculinity than his did, but he could forgive her for the accusation. The world was a pretty crazy place right now. Simon had already taken his armor off during dinner, but he stacked it up neatly after he barred the door and hung his weapons in easy reach in case something went bump in the night. After that, he crawled into bed and stripped down to his small clothes. This mattress was filled with something besides straw, so it was actually a lot more comfortable than the one he'd grown used to in the cabin. Even with that, it felt pretty strange to be sleeping anywhere but the bed he'd grown so used to in the past few weeks. Weeks, days, he wasn't really sure how much time had passed in the pit. He had no way to keep track of that sort of thing. The only measure he had was how many times he died, and this life was one of his longest so far. Simon tried to puzzle it out anyway, but fell asleep before he could come up with a conclusive answer. Sometime in the middle of the night, Simon was awoken, not by the sound of zombies overrunning the place like he'd expected though, but by Freya crawling into bed with him. "I had a nightmare," she whispered. "Do you think that I could maybe?" "Sure, fine," Simon answered, yawning. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you." He scooted over as much as he could on the narrow twin bed, and Freya crawled under the two raggedy quilts he was sleeping under along with a burst of cold air. There was no way he could not touch her, but Simon rolled over to avoid any misunderstandings, and promptly fell back asleep. He was somewhat surprised when he woke up later in the night and found her clinging to him while she slept like a drowning victim. It was both adorable and creepy, and Simon lay awake for almost an hour appreciating it. It had been a long time since he'd hugged anyone but his parents, and he hadn't been in a bed with a girl this pretty since his freshman year in college. He'd forgotten how soft and warm they could be, as well as how good they could smell. Simon fell asleep again sometime before dawn, and when he woke up, she was gone. That realization made him bolt upright protectively, but as soon as he smelled the familiar sense of breakfast, he calmed down. Everything is fine, he told himself. Helades probably just hasn't found the time to fuck you over yet. It was funny, he reflected as he got dressed and came downstairs. He'd had one tiny little taste of normalcy and a brief human connection, and suddenly he was worried it was all going to get jerked away from him. Breakfast was fried potatoes and sausages. "I'm sorry that we're out of eggs," Freya apologized. "We ran out of those a few days ago." That statement sparked a conversation that lasted longer than breakfast. She'd been trapped in here longer than he'd thought. Over a week now, and though there had been 10 people here at first, as of a few days ago she was the only one left. It sounded like there was a lot to that story, but Simon didn't want to pry. After breakfast, Simon busied himself methodically searching the inn from top to bottom as he opened every door and cupboard one at a time. This led to some strange looks from Freya, though Simon ignored them until she finally asked, "What is it you are doing?" Freya demanded. "If you need something, I can show you where." "I'm looking for a way out to the next floor," he said simply, not bothering to stop what he was doing. "Way out, next floor," she asked again. "There is no way out. We're trapped here until the king raises an army to slay the dead." "No," he said dismissively, "not a way out of the building. That would be suicide. I'm looking for a way out of this level and on to the next one. You could come with me if you want." "Level, you're scaring me, Simon. I don't know what you're talking about," she answered. That's what finally made him close the closet that held extra stools under the stairs and look at her. She hadn't picked the knife back up yet, but the look in her eyes showed him that she wanted to. That cold, confused look suddenly made him feel very small. There was no way an NPC could understand what he was talking about. Not that Freya was an NPC exactly, but the parallel was still a good one. There was no way she would understand. Not until he found what he was looking for, and he showed her. "It's fine," he said, trying to play it off. "I just wanted to see if maybe there were any old crawl spaces or gaps between the levels we might be able to use to get to the neighboring buildings to try to get more supplies." She nodded at that explanation, claiming she believed him, but despite that, she still looked at him strangely for hours. That night at bedtime, she didn't even try to get into her own bed. She just looked at him expectantly until he reluctantly nodded and said, "All right, come on." Simon nodded. He knew the drill, but this time their cuddling was intentional, and he fell asleep with the smell of her hair and the feeling of her body pressed against him as they spooned together while she started snoring softly next to him. It was a moment that was so perfect that it brought tears to his eyes as he reflected on how alone he'd felt for so long. Not just all the time he'd been in the pit, either, but before that too. The games had filled the hole that the missing people had left in his life, at least he thought they had. He obviously hadn't been entirely right about that, but he hadn't known that until he held a beautiful woman like Freya in his arms. Simon spent the next few days looking for a way out, but increasingly he was coming to the conclusion that it had to be in one of the nearby buildings. This zombie level would have been much too easy otherwise, he decided. Even if that made perfect sense for the goddess, though, he wasn't really interested in looking. Increasingly, the best part of his day was waking up next to his barmaid and listening to her tell him stories about her strange world, and considering that even if he found the way to the next level, the only reward that awaited him was some new awful way to die, he was in no hurry to find it. Not when they still had plenty of food to eat and beer to drink. On the 5th night they got well and truly drunk the first time to celebrate the fact that they were out of bread. It started off with Simon trying to explain to her that beer was originally known by the ancient Sumerians as liquid bread, and it quickly went out of control from there. "You're funny," Freya said, leaning uncomfortably close to him after he went off on another rant about places she'd never heard of. Simon found that distracting, but not as distracting as when they started kissing. Simon hadn't kissed a girl like this in years, and between the way she tasted and the way she smiled at him, he would have been sure that he was in love from that first moment if he believed in stupid things like that. "What was that for?" he asked dumbly when the moment was over. "Well, you're the hero, right?" she asked sweetly. "That's what the hero is supposed to get in all the stories anyway." Simon's mind was racing as he tried to process all the unfamiliar emotions that were racing through his mind, and sat there like a deer in the headlights. A note of disappointment crept into Freya's voice at that response. "Why didn't you like?" He was quick to stop her from finishing that thought, at least, and kissed her back as hard as she'd kissed him. After that, the rest of the night became a blur as they stumbled back to their dark room and their small bed. This time, at least they didn't go to bed fully clothed, but they didn't have sex either. Simon knew it would be wrong to take advantage of Freya while she was intoxicated, as much as he might want to. He feared that in the morning things might be weird, but she seemed as upbeat as ever. When he tried to bring up later that day once his hangover had cleared up, she dodged the question. "A girl's gotta do whatever she has to keep you from talking about bread all night, doesn't she?" Simon laughed at that, only mildly offended. She was probably right. He could get a bit lost in all of his useless trivia once he'd had a beer or two. Still, taking a little verbal abuse was worth getting to see her breasts last night, he decided, and he was happy to let her tease him the rest of the day while he followed her around like a puppy. After a couple of days, it practically became their routine. Sleep in late, relax during the day while they tried to ignore the fact that death was constantly waiting for them just on the other side of every door, and then get drunk and make out for a few hours. Simon couldn't quite bring himself to go all the way because he felt like he didn't know her well enough for that, but that was fine. He was perfectly happy with the way things had blossomed between them and didn't want it to ever end. All he knew was that when he left this place for the next level, he was going to take Freya with him. This was just the start of his party. It was one more advantage he was going to have over everyone else that had gone before him. Simon didn't even have a weapon on him as he heard the back door give way. They were just sitting in the common room while they waited for the last of the sausages to boil. Simon should have thought that was a problem, but they were running low on firewood, so he didn't really care. Like he'd been doing all week, he was just enjoying Freya's company, falling for her a little more, when the sound of splintering wood ended the moment of peace. Thinking fast, he grabbed Freya by the wrist and yanked her to her feet as he ran towards the stairs. Simon had checked the windows earlier, but he'd never thought that they might be able to bust down the back door itself. That was actually a real problem because it was closer to the stairwell than they were at the moment. It was only when they got to the hallway, Simon could see that they were too late. There was no way he was getting past the half a dozen zombies that had already gotten inside without his armor and his mace. "This way," he said, reluctantly retreating towards the door that led to the basement. In the long run, it was a terrible position to be in. There would be no way out, but in the short run it was the sturdiest door that Simon could put between the two of them and certain death. "How did they get in?" Freya asked, still trying to process what was happening. "The back door gave way," Simon said, making sure that the basement door shut behind him. "That made it close to pitch black in here without a lantern. The only light came in through the cracks between the floorboards, but that was still better than the alternative. At least that's what Simon thought at first. Once the dead started to fill up the tavern en masse, it blotted out most of their remaining light. The darkness wasn't even the worst part, though. The noises that the zombies made as they milled about, and the creaks that the floor gave in protest as more and more came inside, were both equally terrifying. "Are we going to die now?" Freya whined, overwhelmed by fear and sadness. Not that Simon could blame her. "Why would we die?" he asked rhetorically. "They can't get us down here, and while there isn't much food down here, there's plenty of beer. We can live for weeks off that until someone rescues us." It was all technically true, but he considered it pretty unlikely. That just wasn't the way that zombie movies ended. Pretty much every zombie movie he'd ever seen ended with everyone dying. Sometimes a couple would escape while the rest of the group perished, but he had neither a helicopter nor a boat to get them to safety. He didn't even have a horse or a window to climb out of. All he had was a beautiful woman to protect, which was one more thing than he usually had, he thought hopefully. No, Simon was sure he could figure a way out of this at least until he started to smell smoke. At first, he hoped it was in his imagination, but when Freya added, "Something's on fire," he knew they were in trouble. Looking towards the kitchen, he could see immediately what had happened. One of the zombies milling around the kitchen had knocked over the meat they were cooking and scattered hot coals across the floor. Simon felt around for a keg that was actually tapped, and then took off his shirt and wet it. "Put this over your mouth," he said. "It will keep the smoke out." With any luck, the cook fire would just smolder for a little bit and then go out on its own. Luck wasn't with them, though, and minutes later the cellar was filling with smoke. The damp cloth was helping some, but not enough, and they were both coughing almost constantly now. At least they were until Freya passed out from smoke inhalation. "I'm so sorry, Freya," Simon whispered as he cradled her unconscious body in his arms. "I'm so sorry I couldn't save you." Passing out from carbon monoxide poisoning was definitely less painful than most of the ways he'd died so far, but even if his life wasn't precious, hers was. Watching it slip away one slow heartbeat at a time was worse than anything that had happened to him so far. When Simon woke up in the fresh air and the empty bed of his cabin, a small part of him had died. He felt more hurt by Freya's death than he had been by any of his deaths. The pain he felt as he thought of her was worse than the first time the skeleton knight had killed him or the time the slime had suffocated him to death. His disused emotions had stayed in their lockbox where they belonged for so long, that feeling this sense of loss for a sweet young woman was devastating. Freya had actually liked him. She thought he was funny and cute, and now she was dead. He would have happily died a dozen times to prevent that, but now he would never get the chance. Or would he? It was only after he'd spent several minutes just laying there and feeling sorry for himself that he realized she was still down there on the 6th floor. Maybe not the version of her that remembered him, but she was still the girl he'd been close to falling in love with. Surely if he saved her again and they spent a few days together, it would be just like it was before, wouldn't it? With that thought in mind, Simon quickly started to get ready. He'd promised himself he would take the levels he had unlocked nice and slow to use them for practice, but he threw all that out the window, charging into the depths as soon as he was geared up. He didn't even bother to bring food, just his weapons, his armor, and a single lit torch. It was all he needed. This wasn't about learning or even progressing. This was about Freya and filling the hole in his heart that should never have been there in the first place. He rushed heedlessly through level after level, killing what he needed to and no more to get past the next challenge. Being apart from his girl when he knew exactly where to find her was a special kind of torment. The only thing that even slowed him down was the slime, but as soon as he forced it from the water, he burned it to ashes with 2 simple words. He was a little surprised at how much more effective his fire spell was than it had been last time, but he didn't have time to try to understand why. He just rushed on to the door that led to his favorite besieged inn. In the back room where he always appeared, he found the same zombie that always tried to eat him, and Simon dispatched it with a single wet crunch of his mace. Then he turned, ready to go find Freya, when suddenly the door burst open, and the blonde girl with the pitchfork that had killed him not so long ago was standing there. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Who are you and how did you get in here?" She jabbed the air a couple of times just as she did before, but this time Simon was actually still capable of speech as he had nothing but a scratchy throat. The woman was the same busty blonde, wearing the same dirty blue dress as last time. Her eyes were hard and she had a bloody bandage covering a wound on one arm. Even if he didn't have first-hand experience that she was the killing type, he would have believed it just from her appearance. "Whoa, easy there," he said, backing away. "I'm a friend of Freya's. I'm not going to hurt you." Her pitchfork lowered almost immediately, and a sad look crossed her face. A friend of Freya's. She opened her mouth and was about to say something else, but the sound of breaking wood ripped through the room, and they both turned to face it. The boards on one of the windows had failed, almost identically to the last time he was here. That made sense. The levels were always very similar, but never quite exactly the same. "Hold on," Simon said, pushing past her. "Let's take care of this, and then we can find her." It was only after he said he was a friend that he realized that might cause him problems later when he was talking to her, so he was happy for the interruption. This time, one of the zombies made it all the way in before he brained it, and he had to kill 3 more to block the hole before he went for the trestle table like he did last time. "A little help here?" he asked. This time there was no help coming, and he had to push it all the way to the window by himself. When he looked around, he saw the blonde girl was still here, but she'd sat down at one of the clean tables and was drinking some kind of liquor straight from the bottle. She might be feistier, but she wasn't in a much better place than his Freya had been. That made sense. He wouldn't want to know anyone that could live through a situation so awful and come out the other side unaffected by it. "So where's Freya at?" Simon asked as he walked back to the table and tried not to show how out of breath he was. Her only answer was a distant look in her eyes and another swig from the bottle. Simon sat down and tried again. "Is everything okay? Look, if more try to get in, I promise I'll protect you, but first I want to make sure that—" "She didn't make it," the woman said, looking at the floor instead of at him. "Okay, she didn't make it, and there was nothing I could do. She's gone, that's not possible." Simon retorted, "She has to be here. There's no way out of this place. I've looked. I'm telling you," she's the woman tried to reply. "Freya," Simon shouted. Freya, where are you? The other woman shook her head as he got up and started looking for her. The longer Simon looked, the louder he shouted until eventually, on the edge of hysteria, he found her in one of the guest rooms of the second floor. At some point in the last few days, she'd been turned into a zombie, and after that someone had mercifully put her down. It was a horrendous, gut-wrenching moment for Simon. He just stood there crying like a baby for several minutes, and it was only after he pulled himself together that he slowly came downstairs and returned to the table with the woman that was apparently the sole survivor in this version of the level. Was there a 50-50 chance that he would get either one, he wondered. Could he just kill himself and try again in the hopes of being reunited with Freya? Well, he could, of course. The question was, should he? While he rummaged through his thoughts and tried what to do next, the two of them just sat in near silence while the zombies moaned and shuffled outside. Did you know her well? The other woman asked finally. I would have liked to know her better, Simon said, not looking up. I hear you, she agreed, sounding slightly drunk as she passed Simon the bottle. He took a long swig of something that burned as it went down. It was too raw and fiery to be called whiskey, but it was probably its distant cousin somehow. Wanted to know a lot of things. What the sea smelled like, if a girl from Schwarzenbruck could ever amount to anything, how Helf and Orgson kissed, but then the world ended and I never got the chance. It's a tough break for both of us. She was just such a sweet girl. Simon whined. I don't know how this could happen to her. Look out on those streets, she said, pointing with her bottle. Every monster there was a good guy or a sweet girl only a day or two ago. It ain't her fault any more than it was theirs. Simon shrugged. She wasn't wrong, but he didn't want to agree to anything that would make her death or the way it affected him feel less special. The two sat there for a while, slowly getting drunker and more philosophical, but neither of those things helped Simon to climb out of the morass of hopelessness and self-pity that he was slowly sinking into. Eventually, the barmaid said, let's have a tumble. Maybe the last one before the world ends. What do you say? Simon looked over at her like he'd misheard the woman, but between the way she was smiling at him and the fact that she'd let the left strap of her dress slide off her shoulder in a way that practically let her tits spill out left no room for doubt. We can't, Simon said, ignoring the way his body responded to the beauty. I don't even know your name and you're drunk. That's not exactly the way these things are supposed to work. Well, I'm Brenna, and the dead aren't exactly supposed to be rising from the grave neither, but here they are, she said, standing up and walking over to him. She grabbed the other strap and let the dress fall, pooling at her feet. Come on, one last fling before we all go off to meet our maker. There's no harm in it. For Simon, this was a surreal situation. Not only was he actively grieving the loss of someone, which he swore he'd never do because it was stupid, but he was being hit on by a woman who was way hotter than he'd ever been with in his whole life, and he was turning her down. She'd stripped down to her slippers, her small clothes, and the bandage on her arm while he protested. She was a wet dream if he'd ever seen one, and he turned away respectfully from her near nudity to look at the floor once more. Even with that quick glimpse, it had been impossible not to notice how flushed with drink and desire she was. Back home, she would have been a bikini model or a starlet, but here she was just the second-serving girl in a backwater town. She walked around him, slowly admiring him and complimenting him, and in a way that was almost more attractive to Simon than the amount of skin she'd put on display. When she started to undo his shoulder straps, he didn't fight back as much as he should. This wasn't really wrong after all. It only felt wrong. By the time he saw Freya again, he would already be at least one life removed from whatever he did with Brenna today. It would be like it never even happened. Part of Simon recognized that he'd already given up trying to fight what was going to happen next, but he was too numb to care as they walked up the stairs. Now he was just looking to justify why it was okay to himself, but he knew that was just the alcohol talking, and that he'd regret it tomorrow. Somehow he still couldn't make himself stop though as she started to kiss his neck and grope him under his breastplate. Please, she pleaded. Just one more time, I need it so badly. Her words trailed off as she moaned in his ear, and while she gasped and trembled, his second thoughts grew to a crescendo. As much as he would love to spend the night with her, he knew that his heart wasn't in it. Brenna, you're a beautiful woman, but we can't do this. My heart belongs to what the fuck. He suddenly pulled away as he felt her bite him. Simon whipped around to see that all the panting and the moaning she'd been doing for the last few seconds hadn't been some kind of foreplay. She'd become something less than human, and she'd just bitten him. That thought barely had time to sink in as he fumbled for a weapon. The only thing in reach was the bottle they'd been drinking from, but that shattered when he struck her and left her largely unfazed. She snapped at him again, and he fended her off as best he could, but without his bracers on, she managed to bite him one more time before he put her down by smashing her head into the counter several times. She was strong, but she didn't weigh much, and a broken neck put zombies out of action as easily as breaking their skull. After that, all that Simon could do was stare in horror at his wound. This was not good, not fucking good at all. Simon cast his healing spell on himself immediately, twice. In both cases, it seemed to work and closed the wound, leaving only a small dark scar on his forearm. He couldn't see the back of his neck, but he imagined it was much the same based on what he could feel. That didn't stop whatever dark magic was in that bite, though. He could feel it, and he didn't have a spell to cure disease or curse or whatever this was supposed to be. This isn't good at all, he muttered to himself, looking at the beautiful dead girl on the floor. There was a coldness in his arm and a fever just starting to cloud his thoughts. He'd seen enough movies to know how this was going to end. I'll be fine, he tried to tell himself. I come back every time I die. It was true. Every time he died, he'd come back completely unscathed. But this time there was a feeling of dread similar to the first time he'd thought the skeleton knight was going to try to take his soul. As a feeling of weakness began to overtake him, Simon started to climb the stairs. He didn't have time to make a noose that would snap his neck, and he doubted he had the willpower to bash his brains out, but he was pretty sure he could dive well enough to shatter his spine on the cobbles in front of the inn. It was just a precaution, he told himself, rushing up the stairs even as his body started to respond more slowly. As he began to fumble and limp on his way up the second flight of stairs, Simon started to panic. It was too soon. Why had Brenna lasted for hours or days as a human, while he could feel himself turning after mere minutes? The best answer that Simon could come up with was the location. She had a bite on her arm, and he had one right next to his fucking brainstem. He would have kicked himself for how stupid he'd been if he had the energy. He let himself get distracted by her body and completely missed the obvious warning sign. Recriminations could wait until later, though. He decided as he leaned heavily against the wall and climbed the last few steps if there was a later. Simon managed to make it to the window, but by that point the world was a haze, and he lacked the strength or coordination to make a proper dive. The best he could do was fling himself from the opening and tumble down the brown tile roof painfully until he landed on the street 3 floors below. Sadly, half a dozen zombies broke his fall, and his last seconds of life were spent being torn to pieces while he screamed weakly. Then suddenly it stopped. Suddenly the zombies lost all interest in him and started to mill around looking for their next target. Simon thought it was strange that he was still around to see that, but he supposed that blood loss from so many small, shallow wounds could take a while to add up. It wasn't until he started to stand up, and when he realized he no longer had any control over his own body, that he truly began to panic. He was trapped here, but his hands and feet were moving without any conscious direction from him. Worse, he was trying to stop the movements, but it was like his mind was completely disconnected from the body he'd lived in all his life. It was worse than disorienting. It was traumatizing. It was like someone else had taken him over, and he was being forced to do whatever they said. That didn't stop it from moving, though, or from hurting. Every wound that had been inflicted on him, from the ribs that were broken in the fall to the smallest of bites, ached as he moved, but it wasn't enough to stop him, or the hunger that was building inside of him. For most of today, Simon had been sad and pleasantly intoxicated. He hadn't eaten, but he hadn't been hungry either. Right now, though, he was ravenous, and the hunger just kept growing and growing inside of him. It got worse, though, when he turned to the delicious smell of prey somewhere in the distance. Even in a city this ravaged, and already so full of the dead, somewhere, someone was alive, and his mouth watered with the desire to devour their flesh. It was disgusting and made him feel unclean, but Simon couldn't escape it or even fight it. It was a hunger so loud and all-consuming it drowned out all other thoughts, and there was nothing he could do about any of it. All he could do was watch, feel, and endure, but after only hours as a member of this shuffling mob slowly drifting towards the next likely meal, he felt himself going mad inside his own rotting corpse. For days all he did was wander, moan, and try to force his way into closed doors and boarded windows without much success. Then one day, a starving couple made a break for it, leaping from rooftop to rooftop in an attempt to escape the undead that crowded the streets and chased them slowly. Weak as they were, though, the man fell off the rooftop nearest Simon, and he was able to devour the man's lifeblood along with several other zombies before the light in his eyes went out forever. It was the single worst moment of Simon's life, not just because of what he'd done, but because in that terrible moment his dark hunger finally quieted and he could think again. His mind could scream and rebel at what he was being forced to do. He couldn't stop it, though. He was powerless to stop anything that was happening. Something broke inside him when he tasted that warm coppery flavor on his tongue, but what was left of his sanity felt like it shattered completely when he saw that man he'd just helped murder stand back up and join the ranks of the dead. Now the forces of death pursuing the crying woman left alone on the rooftop were stronger by one, and in time the man that had just died might be forced to kill his beloved. It was a truly horrible idea, but the zombie that was once her partner could do no more to hold himself back from such an awful thing than Simon could as he groped for the next source of fresh meat that was fortunately several feet out of reach. The only solace from these thoughts was the maddening hunger. Once it got bad enough, even his self-pity was drowned out by his need to feast on the living. Eventually there was no one left alive inside the city walls, and for weeks the zombies were able to do nothing but scratch the gates and the bricks in order to try to escape to hunt down the life they could sense somewhere beyond them. They should have stayed like that, but eventually some adventurers decided to open the gates to do the heroic thing and slay the growing evil. They were unsuccessful. They slew hundreds before their band fell, but unfortunately Simon was not among them. He lived long enough to watch all their members fall to exhaustion in the endless tide of death, and though he didn't have to live with the guilt of murdering any of them, he was set free on the world along with the hundreds of other zombies. They ravaged the countryside, slowly spreading out, until he was but one slavering mouth among dozens rather than hundreds, as they slowly devoured all in their path. In each farm and village the zombies encountered, their numbers were whittled down until there were only a few left, only to be replenished by the risen dead of their victims, until the force was bigger than it was when it had started. They were a plague, and Simon was a part of it. Some towns fell in hours and others in days, but eventually they all fell, and through all this Simon was trapped in an endless cycle of impossible hunger followed by guilt and shame, and the truly awful things that were being done by his body. It wasn't by him. That's what he tried to tell himself whenever he murdered another innocent person that was too slow to escape from him and his rotting companions. Over the months that Simon endured all this, he gathered an increasingly painful collection of wounds of all kinds, but by the time he received most of them, he could no longer feel anything at all. Arrows, crossbow bolts, cuts and lacerations, a crushed collarbone and broken arm. For a long time, he endured a sword through his guts until his body began to rot enough for it to fall away. The pain got worse and worse for weeks as he walked around with a chest full of broken bones until one day it started getting better. That was because his flesh was rotting away like everyone else's, and though that was a different sort of horrifying, at least it didn't hurt anymore. That didn't stop the hunger, though. Nothing did. Then finally there was a real army waiting to face them, with mages and knights in plate mail he couldn't bite through, and rank after rank of soldier-wielding halberds. Simon could have wept for joy if he'd still had eyes. He could only see now in the fuzziest of ways, like he was seeing the auras around the people, and not actually the people themselves. There was finally someone that was going to strike him down, so he could be done with this, but the horde had once again grown to the size that it was impossible to slay them all, so the army retreated behind walls, resorting to arrows and magic to whittle away the endless tide. Simon had to wait weeks more for release from his torments. No matter how often they shot him from the walls with longbows, they always managed to miss his head, leaving him to bask in his hunger and pain that much longer. Eventually, though, he was bathed in magical fire by a spell that didn't sound so much different from the one he knew. Like everything else, that fire didn't hurt at first, but as it finally began to boil away the last of the tissue in his skull, Simon's long-numb body once again recalled what pain was. Eventually, driven half-mad by the pain of being burned alive, Simon slipped slowly into the gentle release of darkness. Secretly, he hoped that he would just stay dead after this. No more pit, no more reincarnation, no more of anything at all, just the sweet caress of oblivion. Alas, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself staring at the familiar rough timbers of his cabin. He'd felt angry and frustrated before in this position. He'd felt cheated and screwed over while he laid here before. He'd even felt despair in that initial moment, but the one thing Simon had never felt until now was damned. Simon lay there for a long time, just struggling to put the pieces of his mind back together. He was whole and unharmed, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape from the flashbacks that kept springing to his mind unbidden. In the absence of the constant fog of pain and hunger he'd been lost in for so long, his mind was suddenly too sharp, and all the terrible things he'd done were in better focus now than when he'd been doing them. The taste of flesh, the feeling of impossible hunger. The guilt for the people he killed, all of it consumed him until he wanted to scream, but he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. Instead, he lay there in a fetal position, unable to even work up the strength to grab the bottle of wine that he knew was sitting nearby. That sour grape juice would at least cleanse his mouth of the coppery taste that still lingered, even though he knew that he'd never devoured human flesh before. Just building up the nerve to do that much, though, took several more minutes of uncomfortable soul-searching. It was only once he'd risen and finished half the bottle that he even considered what he should do next. Food. He had no appetite. Fighting. He wanted to die. Conversation. There was no one to talk to except for the mirror, and the very last thing he wanted to do was look at his character sheet after everything that had happened. "You said that every time I died I would come back here," Simon said quietly, still staring at the floor between his feet. "I've died some pretty gruesome deaths, but at least that was what you promised. This isn't what I signed up for. You returned to the entrance of the pit as soon as you died," the mirror typed as soon as Simon spared it a glance. "After I spent a fucking month in my own corpse," Simon yelled with a sudden burst of anger that took him by surprise. "Undeath is a special case that blurs the lines between," the mirror started to print, one flowing character at a time, but Simon was done with its bullshit. I'm done talking to you. I want to speak to the real boss, he spat back. Helades is very busy and doesn't currently wish to. The mirror was still typing its painfully slow message when Simon stood up and threw the bottle at the thing, shattering it completely. Helades, get out here right fucking now. Simon roared as the glass started to fall to the floor. Didn't fall completely, though. As they flew backwards into the gloom of her room, they suddenly stopped midair, and then the shockwaves started to reverse. For a moment, Simon thought that the mirror was going to reform in the magical equivalent of hanging up on him, but the shards didn't stop when they reached the mirror's frame. Instead, they kept going until they impacted Simon's flesh, accelerating the whole way. He was impaled in a flurry of glittering silver that pierced him over and over again. It was almost painless, but he could feel the warm blood spreading across his now shredded shirt just the same. At least half a dozen of the larger pieces would have been fatal, he realized as his legs gave out, and he toppled to the floor. He had time to feel the sharp pain as he impacted the floor, and the shrapnel that filled his chest rearranged itself, but then there was only blackness. Simon welcomed the blackness, but it lasted only as long as it took for him to open his eyes. Then he was right back where he started, staring up at the ceiling. This time when he sat up and reached for the wine, there was already a message typed on the mirror, even though he had yet to say a single word. The goddess is indisposed of and is not to be interrupted without a valid reason. Having a temper tantrum about your current circumstances is never a valid reason. Simon clenched his fists but said nothing. There was nothing to say. He'd found one more game-breaking bug in their stupid fucking place, and they weren't going to do anything to fix it. Typical. So where did that leave him? He wondered as he stared at his feet. He could go back to the inn and look for Freya, but it seemed kind of like a 50-50 shot as to whether or not the dungeon would spawn his dream girl or the awful blonde she worked with. Without her, he'd just be trapped in a level where a single bite could cost him his sanity, because there hadn't been an exit and he'd checked every door in the place. Simon very much doubted he'd be able to handle another tour in the zombie army. Just thinking about it made him shake. He'd rather face a dozen skeleton knights at once. He'd rather. Simon's thought process trailed off as he suddenly realized Helade's latest trick. "You awful bitch," he whispered to himself as he stood up. He had to be stuck in this awful place, but did she have to do literally everything she could to screw with his mind like this? He wondered as he started getting ready. He wasn't bringing anything special, just the usual weapons and equipment. Working on autopilot would make everything easier. He could bring the weapons he knew best, and lock all the awfulness that was trying to rush to the front of his mind in a little box for safekeeping. In a few minutes, he'd either be reunited with Freya or on to the 7th floor. There was the remote possibility that he would become a zombie again if he was wrong about the goddess' cruel nature, so this time he planned to kill himself with the crossbow if necessary, but he doubted he would need it. He had her number now. The pit wasn't just a punishment. It was an exercise in cruelty and mind games. Simon did a speed run of the first 4 levels that didn't even take 20 minutes. If anything, it seemed more like a video game than less after what he'd been through, and he found himself thinking about moves in the way he might in a fighting game, deciding in an instant whether the fast strike or the heavy one was more appropriate from moment to moment, rather than the button mashing he'd done on his first few runs. The effect became hypnotic, especially on longer fights like the skeleton crypts, and by the time it ended, Simon stood there alone and panting, yet found himself craving even more enemies to destroy. On level 5, Simon had to try twice to incinerate the slime. Before he'd uttered the words and cast the spell as always, he'd wondered if the rage and pain would make it even more powerful than last time, but instead it fizzled almost completely, and only a few stray sparks showered his hungry opponent. As he backed up, trying to figure out what went wrong, the answer came to his mind almost unbidden. He hadn't really visualized anything. He'd just pictured it like a video game screen, as he had for this whole run, and selected the spell from his internal menu. The result lacked passion of any kind. It was an unpleasant realization for Simon. Life was more comfortable this way, when he was partially dissociated from everything that had happened to him and treated everything that was happening to him as a sort of game, but without a mental image of what he wanted to happen and real emotion behind it. Magic was lost to him. The dilemma made his mouth go dry. Spellcasting was too valuable a skill to throw away, especially on this level, but the idea of letting himself feel all the horror that was churning inside him, it was too much. What a broken-ass magic system, he swore, his eyes tearing up as he continued to walk slowly backwards. As Simon approached the back of the cave, he stopped to take in the beautiful sight. His back was against the wall, literally and figuratively, but that didn't mean he couldn't stop to take in the hints of rainbow that danced in the spray of water where the breeze caught the stream. He took a deep breath and forced himself to be present, taking it all in. Not just the waterfall and the slime, but the part of him that was terrified at going through the door to the zombie level, and the part of him that just wanted to die too. If he had to be present, then he was going to be completely present. He gazed down at the slime that was only 10 feet from him and closing, and imagined it blistered and burning as its skin was cooked away by a blazing fire. When he was ready, he didn't even yell the words. He just whispered Jervil Marin. For a moment, Simon feared he'd screwed up again, as everything was lost in the burst of fire that exploded from his outstretched hand. It wasn't the tight little beam he'd summoned the last few times. It was a firestorm, and when the fire disappeared, there were only ashes left of his enemy. Simon felt light-headed enough to sit down for a moment and rest, not just because he was delaying the inevitable either, but because that had taken a lot out of him. At this point, he seemed to have a good understanding of what it took to cast a spell successfully, but no ability to control the throttle, or really, any understanding of what that should look like. What he'd done was definitely overkill, but more than a little satisfying just the same. He sat there for a few minutes, enjoying the moment, but once he started to feel the need to take a nap, he forced himself to his feet. He could sleep later. First, he needed to know the truth. When Simon walked into the tavern, he found 2 zombies to kill, not one like usual, but his mace took care of both quickly. This time, neither of the barmaids were there to greet him. After a little searching, he found that they were both dead on the second floor. Simon covered Freya with a blanket and stood there for a moment of silence. "You weren't here waiting for me this time, but you will be next time," he whispered, before he went down to help himself to a drink or two. By the time he got down there, the usual suspects were starting to break through the window, and Simon quickly put them both down and poured himself a pint of warm dark ale and took a break before doing what came next. He didn't bother to drag the table over to the window to stop more from trying to work their way through. He was already going to have to move too much furniture to add one more to the pile. Once he finished with his drink, Simon started moving the chairs and tables stacked in front of the front door. On some level, he knew this was a terrible idea, but on another, he knew this was exactly the sort of thing that the twisted goddess would do. His certainty weakened slightly as he cleared a path to the door, though, and by the time he was in a position to finally open it, he'd all but lost his nerve. Last time he'd done what anyone would do. He'd checked every door in the place but this one. Simon knew that he was right, but he was also racked by doubts. If he opened that door and zombies poured in, he could probably still get upstairs in time, but he didn't know that for sure. While he stood there thinking about all the what-ifs, he noticed one very strange detail. Despite nothing but the bar across it holding the door closed, nothing was jostling against it. All the boards across the windows flexed and bowed as the zombies tried to force their way inside, but not the door. It just hung there limply and never tried to bang against the bar, resting half an inch away from it. Buoyed by the observation, Simon removed the bar and then drew his mace and pushed the door open. On the other side of the open door, there should have been a street crowded with zombies. There wasn't, though. Instead, there were a few stairs that led down into a large sewer tunnel. "Welcome to level 7, he told himself quietly, wondering what fresh hell awaited him down there. Simon lit his torch from the dying embers in the hearth and gazed into the rancid tunnel. The magic of the doors superimposing themselves into a place they should not be still hadn't quite worn off for Simon, though the disgusting odor certainly had. "This place is almost as bad as the goblins," he complained to no one in particular. Even breathing through his mouth, he had to fight off the urge to gag. This was one detail that had been left out of every fantasy novel and game he'd ever played. The past was gross, and the monsters that populated it were even grosser. When he got out of this and was Isaac'd into a more appropriate fantasy world, he was definitely choosing anosmia for his character now that he knew what an advantage the lack of smell really was. In the meantime, though, he didn't let that stop him from seeing where this tunnel went. It turned out not to be very interesting. It was just a dismal tube that was 8 or 10 feet around and had a small footpath that was about 1.5 feet wide on either side of the foul river that flowed between them. The side passages that occasionally crossed were only half as wide, and Simon had very little interest in crawling down one of them unless he was forced to. This was already disgusting enough. After 10 minutes of uninterrupted boredom, Simon found himself yawning. If this place didn't reek of shit, his immediate priority would be finding somewhere safe to take a nice long nap. The fighting hadn't been any more strenuous than usual, but that fire spell had really taken it out of him for some reason. He wished for the millionth time that there was some kind of guide written for how this world's broken-ass magic system actually worked, because guessing was really taking a toll. At least there was nothing that was bent on attacking him, he thought hopefully, until he remembered that the goblin level started off that way too. So far, he'd just seen a few sewer rats that had run away from him as soon as he'd gotten too close. The biggest hazard had been the trickles of filth that occasionally sprayed out of the small pipes that joined this one from the wall and the ceiling now and then. It certainly seemed more dungeon-like than some of the other levels, but it would need monsters to complete the look. A giant crocodile seemed the most cliché choice, but he could see rat men or lizard people down here, too, so he stayed focused, looking for anything that didn't belong. Things that didn't belong showed up pretty quickly after that in the form of a corpse floating in the sewage. It was actually dead, though, and the only thing it did to Simon was to practically give him a heart attack, so he continued on. Around the curve, though, he saw that the tunnel ended in a large grate, and major passages went off to the left and right, forming a T-junction. Even from this distance, he could see some light shining around the corner from the left-hand side, so he guessed that was the way out, but right now, he couldn't make himself care about it. Not when there was a pile of bodies, so tall it obscured most of the grate and practically blocked the flow of the fetid sewer water. Simon pulled out his sword. Even though there wasn't an enemy in sight yet, he didn't need to see what was out there when he could clearly see their handiwork. He slowly picked his way along the wall, mindful of his footing, and focused on the inevitable ambush to come. At the same time, he tried to think of what might be invisible enough to hide in plain sight like this. He drew a blank, but thinking about it was still better than focusing on the decaying dead around him. These were not the victims of the same fight. They didn't die the same way or at the same time. He supposed that the currents of the sewer could have led them here from wherever they had been killed, but that seemed too easy an answer. His paranoia was rewarded when the largest pile by the grate began to stir. Zombies, down here, he asked himself, feeling an irrational jolt of fear slide down his spine. What burst out of the pile wasn't human at all. It was some worm thing half as big as a man and full of tentacles. It was disgusting, but looked a bit like something he'd seen in a couple RPGs he'd played over the years. A carrion crawler. He only remembered it because of the gross name and grosser appearance, and right now, there was one staring him down from 24 feet away. The thing reared up at him and hissed. Simon countered by throwing his torch at it. With the light around the corner, he had enough light to see, and he had a pretty good shot at this thing being weak to fire since it was an underground carrion eater. The creature dodged his throw by skittering up the grate and onto the ceiling. Simon had just a second to wonder how the hell it was keeping itself up there when it suddenly charged him. Simon was ready for that, though. He'd freed up his left hand, so he could use his shield better, and he raised his sword to strike as soon as it got within range. It didn't, though. The slimy 4-foot-long worm centipede thing just held itself there over the churning sewage while it regarded him, still several feet out of reach. It wasn't until Simon tried to edge past it that the thing's tentacles lashed out at him. Simon lifted his shield, blocking most of them before swinging his sword down at the slimy appendages. Several were severed by the blow, and Simon smiled in triumph even as the creature screamed and hissed, slowly backing away. He felt the burning numbness spreading through his left arm only after that moment passed. At first, it felt like Novocaine, but seconds later, he was losing feeling in his fingers and having trouble keeping his arm up. Paralysis. That certainly scared the crap out of him as he realized what was happening. He'd already had some awful deaths, but watching this thing nibble on him for a day or two while he was alive but powerless to move would rank way up there for the worst death. Several thoughts flashed through his mind in a single moment. Should he try to light this thing on fire? Should he try to cast his healing spell? Did it even work on poison? Ultimately, he decided that fighting was no longer an option, and he had to escape. So he swung wildly, over and over, to keep the thing back as he carefully tried to get around it and towards the light while his left arm became ever more useless. Cut once by his sword, the creature had no real interest in getting close enough for that to happen again. Simon was able to skirt around it and then back down the left passage. He slipped once on someone's guts, which had been splayed across the narrow ledge he walked, but he was able to grab the ladder with his right hand as he slipped to avoid taking a bath. As it was, he went in with his right leg up to his knee. It was disgusting, he thought as he fought the urge to retch, but it was still better than being eaten alive by that thing. Simon swore that he would shoot it with the crossbow the next time he was here, before it had a chance to get close, not that that would help him this time. Right now, the sunlight pouring down from above him seemed to be doing a good job of keeping the thing away, but he had no way of knowing if that would hold once he started the ladder, since he would have to do that one-handed and would be completely defenseless while he did so. Once he was far enough away from the disgusting monster's even more disgusting pile of corpses, though it backed off, surprisingly. When Simon realized it had attacked him because it thought he was going to steal its dinner, he laughed out loud. He couldn't help it. This made the creature hiss at him again, but it only retreated further into its mound of death. Simon shrugged. If the thing was going to let him by well, that suited him just fine. He sheathed his sword and scampered up the ladder as fast as he could with one arm, which wasn't terribly fast. Honestly, by the time he got up and out into the daylight, he was too surprised that that thing hadn't snuck up behind him and dragged him back down to notice where he was. It took him a moment to notice that this wasn't the sort of city he would have expected to have a working sewer system, and even longer to realize it hadn't been a city for a long time, not really. Simon was standing amidst ancient ruins that looked like they were more vine than stone at this point. They hadn't been home to anyone in a long time. It wasn't that nature was winning, though. It had won. Rainforests surrounded the ruined walls and crumbling ziggurats, and a river cut through what had once been a main thoroughfare. It's beautiful, Simon said to himself. It was better than beautiful, though it was exactly what he needed. He could just feel hepatitis and cholera trying to invade his body through the sewage-drenched armor, and he could definitely do with a short bath. Even as he walked down to the river, though, he forced himself to keep his guard up. The waterfall on the 5th floor had been beautiful, too, until the slime had melted his face off. Here, there didn't seem to be anything around that could hurt him, though. There was nothing but Incan-style ruins, flowering vines, and the occasional fruit. The fruits looked delicious, but he could give them a try later after he was clean. Even the songbirds weren't anywhere close to him, and he would hardly count them as a threat. The numbing poison was still spreading throughout his body, making Simon feel weak, but aside from his left arm, he could still move everything. He'd be able to fight if it came to it, he decided as he slowly removed the buckles and the straps of his greaves and cuisses. Until he regained the feeling in his arm, getting his cuirass off was out of the question, but that wasn't nearly as important as cleaning his legs before the gangrene set in. The river was cool but not quite cold, and Simon endured it as he waded into the water. A little bit of suffering was worth it to avoid getting jaundice and whatever else was down there, he told himself. So he suffered through it and wiped everything down, and 20 minutes later, he was leaning back against the remains of a low stone wall, keeping his eyes out of the sun while his body dried on the warm flagstones that had once been a plaza. This place was amazing, and Simon wanted to look around it more, but he was exhausted. That damn spell he'd cast earlier had taken it all out of him, and when you added a little fighting on top of that, well, he was beat. He yawned and stretched and then picked up his dagger, determined not to be caught entirely unaware if he did accidentally drift off. This was probably the longest he'd been alive for one shot since he'd entered the pit. Well, it certainly had been since Freya, he realized sadly. That was only 2 deaths ago, he whispered to himself as he realized it. The half an eternity he'd spent as a member of the living dead made it seem much longer, but in reality it was practically yesterday. Somehow that made it more tragic. Simon tried not to dwell on either of those terrible tragedies and instead focused on the positive. This was almost certainly level 8, which meant that this was his most successful run to date. Speed run, bitches, he yelled out, not caring who heard. He listened to the echo of his voice fade before he turned towards the tallest ziggurat and the sun that would start to move behind it within an hour. I know you can hear that, Hellades. 2 levels down, 91 to go. I'm coming for you. I understand your games now and you can't stop the inevitable. Simon drifted off to sleep shortly after that. His dreams were strange and restless, dealing mostly with levels he hadn't yet conquered, and when he woke up, it was getting close to sunset. It was only when he tried to stretch that he realized he was engulfed in vines. Simon's first thought was to panic, but his second thought was to do it quietly. He didn't know what his situation was, or how much worse it would be if he screamed, so instead he flexed and shifted to gauge the strength of his bonds and looked around. Nothing he found made the situation any better. Not only was he tied up so tightly that it was hard to breathe, but he seemed to be being dragged slowly in the direction of his feet. He also couldn't see who had done this to him, but with the tropical theme he was thinking it had to be lizard men. He was starting to give up hope when he remembered the dagger. He'd held onto it while he slept, and even now it was clutched against his chest. Working it free without stabbing himself was another problem, but at least it was a problem he could try to solve. It took almost 2 minutes to get the blade exposed, and even when he started sawing, he wasn't able to apply much leverage. His only hope was that he would at least be able to cut through the thing without anyone noticing, and for half a minute he made some progress, cutting first through one vine as thick as his thumb, and then another. Those cuts had made all the difference in the world, and he actually had enough room to work now. He was sure he'd cut himself free in another half a minute. Then he heard something roar. It was a strange wheezing thing that sounded like a particularly ill Tyrannosaurus Rex. Simon drew a complete blank as to what could possibly make a noise like that, in or out of a video game, but one thing was for sure. He'd been noticed. At that point he gave up all pretense at trying to be subtle and started cutting as fast as he could. His hands shook with adrenaline as he worked his way through one vine, and then another, and another. It confused him that nothing had come to stomp him or skewer him yet, but he wasn't about to let that gift go to waste. The only thing that had happened is that they had started dragging him slightly faster. He had no idea what that meant. Perhaps they were Lilliputians or pygmies, and they only stood a chance against him as long as he remained bound. He smiled at that thought. Did that mean that he was in a desperate race to get free before they could drag him off a cliff or sacrifice him to their volcano god? He wondered, as he cut the last few vines off of him and was able to crawl free. What he saw terrified him. He wasn't being dragged towards a cookpot or a volcano caldera by a couple of burly lizard men or a tribe of angry pygmies. He was being dragged by the vines themselves towards the waiting maw of a giant toothy blossom. It stood almost 12 feet tall, and the magenta and orange swirls of its leathery petals blended in with the bloody sunset to create a scene that was not of this world. Simon stepped back as it roared and quaked in rage at being denied its meal. To think he'd been only minutes away from being eaten alive by a plant, recovering a bit from how shaken he was a moment ago now that he realized that the thing was hardly a threat to him. "I'll bet you're pretty hungry," he taunted. "Too bad for that you never invented opposable thumbs. Sorry, I meant to say Gru. Without those, you'll always be." He was interrupted by the whistle as it shot the first thorn at him. "What the fuck?" Simon shouted, surprised by the sudden turn of events. The creature missed, but it was enough to send Simon running for his life as another volley sprayed the surrounding air. He had no idea what sort of poison was in those darts, and he didn't want to know because it wasn't going to be anything good. Simon started running, and even without his boots, he didn't stop until he got back to the river. There didn't seem to be any of the dart-launching plants this far from the main body of the nightmare plant he'd just escaped. In the fading twilight, he put his still damp armor and boots on, and pulled out his shield and sword. He hoped that the leather would provide him with some resistance to unexpected attacks, but he wasn't betting on it. He had to hand it to Helades. He didn't see this one coming. A few hours ago, this place was a tropical paradise, and now it was a dark nightmare jungle where even the plants wanted him dead. "You win this round," he said under his breath, "but I'm not dead yet." He wasn't dead, but he had no doubt that he soon would be. He didn't dare leave the ruins where the stones offered at least some protection from the plants, but he had no idea where he should go within them. He decided that he needed to get to slightly higher ground to figure that part out. Even without much light left, he could still try to get some idea of how the city had been laid out to see if anything obvious stood out, or if there was some place he could spend the night holed up in relative safety. A short climb later, he was on top of what had once been a two-story building and looking across the city. From there, the answer was pretty obvious. He hadn't seen it earlier in the daylight, but at the top of the tallest ziggurat was a faintly yellow light coming from the door at its apex. "That might mean there's something to fight up there," he said to himself. "I'd still rather die to whatever witch doctor rules over this ghost town than be eaten by a fucking plant, though." Simon picked his way down the rubble and started heading towards the pyramid, making sure to take the long way around the flower that had tried to eat him earlier. It struck him that all this was veganism gone horribly wrong, but then he realized that joke didn't make sense because the plant actually ate meat. He spent most of the walk trying to turn it around into something funny, but eventually gave up in disgust when he reached the bottom of the ziggurat and looked up the hundreds of stairs he was going to have to climb to get where he was going. If he hadn't already hated that bitch of a goddess, this would be enough to make him start, he thought to himself as he started hiking his way to the top. At first, he took a break every 20 steps, but after a few rounds of that, he found himself taking a break after 10 steps. That wasn't because he couldn't do more, he told himself. He just needed to make sure he didn't get too tired in case some of the surrounding vines tried to attack him again. They didn't, though. They just laid there, clinging to the stones just like vines should. Even that was enough to make him nervous, though, as he thought about his grisly brush with death. It took 12 rest breaks to reach the top of the pyramid, and as beautiful as the stars were above the jungle, Simon wished he'd done this during the day. From this high up, he could have gotten a much better idea of where he was. It's not like there wasn't going to be a next time, though, as he stood to make the final ascent. Despite the fact that Simon entered the chamber at the apex ready for anything, there was nothing for him to fight. The top of the pyramid, which was pretty much the most obvious place for a boss fight ever, was empty. All he found was the doorway that light spilled out of from a sunlit mountain scene that obviously led to the next level. Simon thought that was ironic as soon as he saw it. He just hiked up an artificial mountain, and now he needed to climb down an actual one. "Is this a dungeon or a workout routine, Helades?" he said sarcastically. "Make up your mind." Still, after his last taste of altitude on the goblin level, he wasn't looking forward to another hike, even if it was downhill. Simon stood there for a long moment, looking at the scene like it was a TV and trying to figure out where he was supposed to go to next. It was a sunny day, and the mountainside alternated with scree-covered slopes and patchy chunks of snow that were so old they'd turned to ice. That meant that it was in the spring or summer, but still pretty cold. It definitely wasn't a place he would want to spend the night, which was a problem, because the only thing that seemed worth exploring was a rocky outcropping separated from the door by a ridgeline. Other than that, it was just long slopes that lead down into high valleys. Eventually, he stepped out of the door and started to walk towards the outcropping. The only thing that broke the perfect silence was his breathing and the sound of his boots crunching in the snow, so he didn't immediately pull out his sword. He just walked along, casually looking to the left and the right for some idea of what he was supposed to be doing. He quickly gave that up and focused on what was right in front of him, though, because the drops were perilous enough to make him queasy. He even put off celebrating his success on getting to level 9 because of how risky he thought walking across this slope was. Death by falling down a mountain would have been slightly more embarrassing than the time he fell down the stairs, and far more terrifying. He definitely wasn't going to give her the satisfaction on that one. His streak was already 3 levels, but these open-world ones seemed easier than the dungeons, so maybe shooting for number 4 was within his reach. He didn't fall and quickly reached the rust-colored granite outcropping he wanted to investigate. There wasn't much there at first glance. There were no ruins or towers or even anything to fight. As he climbed a little higher, though, he changed his mind. Near the top in the sheltered lee of the crumbling peak, he found a nest that was much too big for any bird he'd ever heard of, and his stomach instantly sank. He'd wondered what was going to try to kill him this level, and the answer was obvious now: griffins. He started to back away as soon as he saw the eggs that were bigger than his head. The last thing I want is to be anywhere near those when Mama gets back, he said to himself. No sooner were those words out of his mouth than a hideous shriek shattered the stillness and echoed across the peaks. Simon looked up just in time to see something big and scaly fly over him as he pulled out his sword. For a second he thought it was a dragon, or at least a drake. It was only when it was well past him, and he saw the large bulge at the tip of its tail, that he made a different sort of determination. The thing that wanted to tear him limb from limb was a wyvern. Simon turned and started to climb down from the rocky peak as fast as he could, but waited for it to swoop past him again before he took off at a run across the ridge he just so carefully hiked across moments ago. Running on an old snowpack that could give way might kill him, but being caught out in the open by a 20-foot-long flying lizard would definitely kill him, and he wasn't about to stand there and try his luck against the thing. For a second he thought about running back to the ziggurat until the wyvern lost interest, but he could see now that the archway that had been a door a few minutes ago was now just a few pieces of decorative stonework that framed an empty sky. For the moment, he didn't worry about his destination. The only destination that mattered was away. Away didn't seem to matter much as the giant reptile wheeled around in the sky and came swooping down for another pass, screeching bloody murder the whole time. Simon spared a few glances over his shoulder as the thing got closer to try to judge the timing. At the very last second, when he could practically feel the thing's hot, angry breath on his neck, he finally dove forward into the snow. He felt the wyvern's claws graze his armor, but no pain followed that terrible moment, and it was soon past him. "Holy shit," Simon exclaimed as he pulled himself to his feet. He was shocked that hadn't grabbed him and yanked him into the sky, but he knew that he had less than a minute until it came around to try again, and if history was any guide, his luck wasn't going to hold out much longer. Simon made a mad dash for the gate as the wyvern swung around for the third time. Its shriek was like nails on a chalkboard, but at least the awful noise let him gauge the distance without having to turn around and waste precious seconds looking. He didn't quite reach the pillars before the wyvern reached him, but he was so close that the monster was forced to pull up before it could rip Simon's head off. Even so, it was a close call, and he saw the barb on the thing's scorpion-like tail cut a gouge in the left pillar just as he ran through it. After that, he stopped for a moment, not because he was protected by the stone, but because he felt like an idiot. "Motherfucker," he cursed, realizing that once again Helades had set him up. On the far side of the portal, or whatever it was that he'd walked through, he'd only seen the ridge that had led to the wyvern's nest, so of course that was where he'd gone. In exactly the opposite direction were the rest of the ruins that this arch had belonged to, which was obviously where the next portal would be. Simon quickly scanned the horizon, taking in the ruined castle and looking for anything that might indicate the next portal, but nothing stood out. Just like the last level, it was ruins, but instead of the sprawling vine-choked city, this was some kind of fortification that had long ago fallen, and there was nothing to hide threats from him. He knew exactly what the threat in this level was. It was flying around his head, trying to crush his spine with that wrecking ball of a tail that it had. So with the wyvern slowly circling back towards him, Simon started running again, this time for the main gate. Halfway there, he was gasping for breath and too tired to even blame the altitude. He just wasn't cut out to do stuff like this. His endurance bar was way too short to be running laps like this. As winded as he was, he didn't beat the giant reptile there, and it landed in his path, snapping and hissing as it blocked his way. "Hey, I'm sorry, okay," he shouted. "I promise. I'll leave your stupid nest alone." He moved to pull out his sword as he slowly backed away, but the thing lashed out with a sudden bite as it extended its neck enough that Simon practically fell over in his desperation not to get his head bitten off. He barely managed to avoid letting out a shrill scream, and was able to scramble to his feet on all fours as the wyvern started chasing him on foot. He started running again. This time he ran along the wall to the left of the gate, looking for another way in. Unfortunately, it would seem the lizard was still plenty fast on land, and he realized he was quickly losing ground. "Jervil Marin," Simon shouted, pointing his hand back towards the monster bent on ripping him to pieces. The result was poorly focused and more smoke than fire, as a few scattered streamers of fire and a storm of sparks filled the air behind him. It wasn't his best work, but it did stop the creature in its tracks for a few seconds as it roared at the unexpected danger. Simon was quick to take advantage of the moment and climbed the lowest point he could find on the wall. There it was mostly collapsed and only about 4 feet high, so he was able to scramble up and over the top before the wyvern could devour him. Simon took one look at the wide and mostly empty courtyard and decided there was no way he was getting across that alive, not without a rest first. The closest place he could find a moment to sit was probably in the lone remaining watchtower that hadn't already collapsed on this part of the wall, though. So with his chest heaving, he scrambled another 10 feet up the broken wall section, while the wyvern took to the sky as he pulled out his sword and started running to the tower. This time he made it first, but all that allowed him to do was discover that the other half of the thing was missing. It would be at best a momentary distraction for the angry mother that was trying to make him lunch. Simon was about to start running again when he noticed that it did have one old, weathered oak door that was closed on the remains of the far wall. Logically, that door went nowhere, but there was nothing logical about the pit, and he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt now that the goddess that tormented him loved to hide these things in obscure places. So even though the wyvern was bearing down on him, he took a few precious seconds to open it, and on the other side wasn't the empty air of the battlement and the courtyard. It was a nighttime cityscape that looked straight out of some textbook on ancient Rome or Greece. It wasn't even ruins. It was a real live city with people and everything. The only problem was that he immediately noticed two things. The first was that pretty much everyone was running from something behind the portal that he couldn't see, and the second was that there were a few scattered fires in the part of the city that he could. It was an awful choice. Stand here and definitely die, or jump into the next level without a clear idea of what was going on, and probably die right away from some new horrible thing. In the end, Simon did the only thing he could do, and jumped through the doorway moments before the wyvern was able to end him. No one noticed his sudden appearance, but then he didn't expect them to. They were all running for their lives towards the harbor with whatever they could carry. It was every man for himself. As soon as Simon stepped out of the alley he was standing in and turned around, he saw why, and his heart sank. There was an erupting volcano behind him. It wasn't particularly close, but it was turning night into day with the amount of lava it was spewing into the sky, and magma was slowly flooding the street, moving towards him at a fast walk. Simon coughed. The air wasn't particularly smoky, but it was foul, and he was probably breathing in all sorts of toxic gas just standing here. It was almost as bad as his dad's smoking. Even so, he breathed deeply and stood there, completely winded, as he tried to understand the situation. Everyone was running downhill, away from the volcano and towards the harbor. They might live longer that way, and they might not. He wasn't sure. He'd seen more than a few documentaries on Pompeii, and if this volcano erupted like that, then nowhere was safe. Simon didn't care about being safe, though. A volcano would be a quick, clean death. He wasn't so afraid of those anymore. What he cared about was understanding why this level was here, and where his deranged goddess would put the next level. If he had to search the whole city, it could take literally 100 lives to do that. He needed to narrow that down. She definitely wouldn't put it somewhere I definitely can't get to, but she probably would put it somewhere I couldn't get to for long, he told himself as he looked around the city. That meant it was probably in the direction that the people were running from, not where they were running to, unless she'd done something extra tricky like putting it in the lighthouse he could see at the far end of the bay, or in one of the ships that were already leaving the harbor. That didn't seem very likely to him, though. She'll want me to be somewhere dangerous, where the chance of a painful death is at its highest, he mumbled as he looked at the temples on the far hillside, somewhere obvious and flashy. A palace. As he finished speaking, his eyes settled on the palace, which was in the shadow of the volcano and had a commanding view of the town and the sea. That was definitely the sort of place she would pick. He was sure of it. Simon started in that direction, but for the first few minutes he just walked because he was exhausted. When the lava started to get close, he jogged again, but just enough to stay in front of it. In the slowly spreading carpet of magma, he occasionally saw flaming human shapes. He wasn't sure if those were people being burned alive, or fiery elementals, but he didn't want to find out. In the former case it was awful, and in the latter he had no way to fight them. He doubted that his only spell would do any better than his sword against that sort of enemy. Fortunately, he never found out which was the case because he arrived at the palace without incident and found the place abandoned. The guards that he'd passed on the way up were running away with whatever valuables they could carry. They didn't try to stop him, they just looked at him like he was crazy. The palace was a work of art, and even though that wasn't really Simon's thing, he would have gladly spent half a day just admiring and exploring it. Simon very much doubted he had that sort of time, though, so instead of stopping to admire every statue and frieze, he hustled from room to room, opening every door and trying to figure out which obscure pantry would turn out to be his salvation. At least that was true until he got to the throne room, then he stopped dead in his tracks. In a large archway at the back of the room was the next portal. It led to a nighttime forest that looked positively primeval. That's not what stopped him, though. What stopped him was the fact that on the throne in front of him lounged Helades, or someone that looked a whole lot like her. Simon walked forward in stunned disbelief, still holding his sword in his hand. When he entered the room, he heard the volcano outside erupt again. It was loud enough that the noise shook the building even before the tremors reached it, but neither of those things stopped him from approaching the goddess. When he got close enough, she regarded him and started to clap. "Congratulations, Simon," she smiled. "Truthfully, I never thought you'd get this far. Are you here to mock me or just watch me burn?" Simon asked acidly. "If you wanted to watch me suffer, you really should have been there for the zombie level. That was the best one yet. I'm an omnipotent being, Simon. I'm always watching you," she answered before her tone softened a bit. "And Schwarzenbruck is a terrible place. No one that reaches it gets through it without suffering sadly. It stops more heroes from advancing than almost any other level." Simon thought about not just chastising her, but attacking her for saying something so flippant. He hadn't just suffered. He'd been a zombie for months. He'd watched the only person he cared about in this place die in his arms. It wasn't suffering. It was heartbreaking. He didn't rant about any of that, though, because she wouldn't care. Instead, he asked coldly, "I'll ask again. Why are you here now if you're always watching?" "Just to check in on your progress and congratulate you," she answered warmly. "As I said, you've been doing much better than expected, and so few people reach this far. Out of every 20 warriors that enter the pit, only one reaches level 10. Simon hadn't had a chance to think about it, but once she said it, he realized he had indeed made it another level down. Hell, he'd all but made it another 2 levels down, because unless Helides was actually going to get her hands dirty for once, there was no way he wasn't making it to level 11. "You're welcome," she smiled. "Every 10 levels or so, I like to check in on the people like you that haven't yet given up to the awfulness of the pit and see if there are any questions I can answer." "Well, you can start by." Simon had a whole list of questions, so if she was offering, he'd gladly keep asking them until the lava was at the doorstep. "Just one, though," she interrupted. "One question for every 10. Those are the rules, I'm afraid." Simon clenched his fists in annoyance. Of course, she had a rule about that. Of course she did. He thought about asking why that was, but quickly stopped as he realized that would be his question. Instead, he stood there quietly to think, filtering through the dozens of possible questions that swirled through his head. Finally, after a lot of thought, he decided what was truly important and opened his mouth to speak again, while the goddess looked on at him with amusement. "All right," Simon said finally. "You said that the pit used to be something else before. What was it? How did the pit come to be?" His questions echoed off the cool marble walls, and it was only when it had faded completely that the goddess opened her mouth. "Now, that is an excellent question." Helade's smile widened, but grew a shade colder as she leaned forward on the throne. "I was expecting something a bit more short-sighted from you. You really are growing a bit, aren't you? A little more every day." "I don't know what you're talking about," Simon said, failing to hide how flustered the backhanded compliment made him. No, the Simon who entered the pit would have said something like she cleared her throat, and when she started speaking again, it was no longer her melodious voice, but Simon's voice being played back at him. "Why does this place have such awful level design? Why didn't you bother to include a tutorial for the magic system at least? What the fuck was with that zombie level?" Simon cringed at what she said, not just because it was a pitch-perfect imitation of him, but because all of those had been questions that had run through his head before he settled on the one he had actually asked. "None of those will help me understand how to beat this place," he mumbled. "That's true," she agreed. "All your life that stubborn competitiveness has held you back, but suddenly it's a strength. Don't lose it. You'll need it for what comes next." Simon let that veiled threat hang silently in the air for a few seconds unanswered. He wasn't going to let her distract him. "The pit was a mistake," she said finally. "My mistake. It was one of many, of course. I'm not perfect. Even the nigh omnipotent are not infallible." "What was your mistake?" Simon asked. "I believed in someone too much and took a leap of faith that didn't end well. You see, once upon a time, there was a hero. His name is lost to time because this was a very, very long time ago, but he was the opposite of the person you are, in pretty much every way, Simon." She explained, not even batting an eye at the casual insult. "He was tall and strong. He was brave and selfless. His previous life had been cut short when he defeated the archdemon, and I told him that he could have whatever sort of life he wanted as a reward for doing so much good for so many." Helade stopped for a moment, just before the volcano looming over both of them rumbled to life. Its eruptions had been a constant background noise since Simon arrived in the city, but blasts that were loud enough to block out speaking like this had been a rarity. "It must be getting worse out there," Simon thought. "Do you know what he asked for?" she asked when the noise died down, smiling sadly. "A bigger challenge," Simon tried, taking a stab in the dark while he fumed about her comparison. If he was really the opposite of whoever this loser was, that would make him short, weak, cowardly, and selfish, which obviously wasn't the case. She just enjoyed picking on him like everyone else had. "In a way he did," she answered, nodding her head slowly. "He told me he wanted to be born into a world that needed no hero, a world so peaceful and kind that he could simply enjoy life. I sadly had to inform him that such a world did not exist, and that even across the infinity of worlds I had access to, there would always be some darkness and a need for champions to rise to the occasion. Since this world did not exist, he asked to make one. He asked me to build him a great challenge so that he could cleanse the world, and then once that was done, he could be born anew within it. She laughed then, and in that fiery light coming from the fire outside the palace, he could barely recognize the beatific goddess that he'd first met when this all started. Can you believe it? What a crazy thing to ask. The chance to fight all the evil in the world. Such a thing could not be done, of course, but I realized it would be possible to change just the most pivotal moments in history and usher in a golden age that might be so long as to seem endless. So every level in the pit is one of those moments. Simon made no attempt to hide how stupid that sounded. What do a bunch of rats in a basement or a few goblins in a cave have to do with changing the future or making the world a better place? Even for a hero like him, such a feat would be extremely unlikely. So to help him in the epic quest he sought, I wove the reality knot that bound the infinite possible versions of this world together, she continued, ignoring his question. That way he would have an infinite number of chances to create the world he sought to live in. So what happened? Simon asked flippantly. If he was such a great hero, shouldn't the knot have unraveled after a few attempts into a nice happily ever after? That was the plan, she agreed sadly. He should have been free a long time ago, but things, well, they didn't turn out well, and so the pit is still here with you, and all the other souls trapped within it. The silence settled heavily over both of them, and Simon looked to his feet, trying to find the right way to break the awkward moment without sounding crass. Finally, he decided and said, "Look, I don't want to shit on this guy," but his words trailed off as he looked up and saw that the throne Helades had been sitting in was now empty. What a bitch, he swore under his breath as he walked to one of the closest windows and looked at the city below. Most of it was on fire now, and the lava had long since cut him off from the bulk of the city. It was beautiful, in a terrible sort of way, Simon thought. It was like a classical painting, not a real place. A painting wouldn't have the smell of sulfur or the screams of the dying, though he reminded himself as he tried to focus on what the goddess had said. It raised more questions than answers, and honestly it was pretty dumb of her to set something like this up in the first place. To trap someone in a place where they would die over and over again until they finally succeeded, it was. Simon shook his head to clear it as he suddenly realized he was getting a bit too close for comfort to describing himself. What he'd done had been totally different from what the original hero had done, though. In that way, at least, they were total opposites. Still, the thought didn't bear more thinking about right now, he decided, as he moved over to the portal to the 11th level. If Helades was going to leave him hanging, that was one thing, but the last thing he was going to do was let her distract him and ruin his streak. Walking up the portal, he had no better idea what he would be facing than when he saw it from afar. It was a dark forest at night, and though there seemed to be a thunderstorm in the distance, it was only drizzling where he was right now. Simon thought about waiting here for the storm to die down completely, or for morning to dawn. He was sure that a city being destroyed by a volcano was a pretty big history-altering sort of deal, but he had no idea what he was supposed to do about it. Even if he had an ice spell, there was no way he could cast it enough times to stop a volcano. After a few more minutes of waiting, though, another large earthquake rocked the palace so hard he had trouble standing. That was what finally forced him out into the cold, wet darkness. As much as he didn't relish the idea of fighting anything blind like this, getting rained on beat the hell out of being boiled alive when the eruption finally turned into a pyroclastic cloud. So with his sword and shield at the ready, Simon walked into the portal without looking back. The forest was a damp, towering monstrosity that felt more like the redwoods he'd visited once than the forest he'd navigated around the cabin or the temple he'd discovered since he'd been here, and there were no real landmarks to show him which way he should go for once, so this time he just went straight. He used the few glimpses of the moon he could occasionally see through the canopy and the patchy cloud cover as he stomped through the ferns that were almost as tall as he was. The first hint that he had that he wasn't alone was the screech that suddenly shattered the night. Simon looked around, shocked that the wyvern had somehow followed him, and expecting an attack at any moment, but nothing assaulted him except for the drizzling rain. It's just the wildlife, he told himself quietly as he continued on. Even forests in the real world were filled with all kinds of dangerous critters and strange noises. He'd learned that in the few months his parents had forced him to be in the Scouts, so it wasn't exactly a surprise. It was just a shock. That worked until he heard something crashing through the underbrush not far from him, leaning as close as he could to a nearby tree as he tried to figure out if the creature was moving towards or away from him. When he realized it was getting louder and louder, he held his breath. Moments later, a large dark shape burst out of a large clump of ferns not far from him. In the darkness, Simon couldn't make out what it was, but from its outline and its size, the only creature he could compare it to was a brown bear. For a long moment it looked around the area, its large golden eyes shining as they picked up the barest fragments of light, and then suddenly it was gone again, charging off in a different direction. It wasn't a coincidence. Simon was sure of that much. That thing was hunting him, and the last thing he wanted to do was give it a chance to try again, so he slowly counted off 10 seconds to give himself a head start, and then he bolted, not even trying to be quiet. He just ran in the opposite direction as if his life depended on it. A few seconds later, he heard the thing screech again. It was back on his trail, and that fear made him run that much faster as he tried to find the easiest path through the moonlit forest. Soon enough, he could hear it somewhere behind him, crashing and thrashing through every plant in the forest as it tried to catch its prey. Up ahead, Simon saw some light, and he pumped his legs even quicker to try to reach it. Maybe there would be people there, someone that could help him, or a place to hide. When he broke through the final wall of underbrush, though, it wasn't a building or even people. It was the scene of a massacre. Ahead of Simon was a deserted dirt road littered with half a dozen dead bodies, along with a couple of horses that had been practically ripped to pieces, and the remains of 2 wagons. The one to his left was on its side, and the one to his right was smashed to bits. He had no idea what could have done this, but when the thing that was following him finally broke through the woods behind him, he had a pretty good idea. It was an owlbear, and Simon would have no trouble believing that its beak and talons could have done all the damage he was seeing. Simon dropped his sword and picked up the pike of a dead man before he whirled to face his enemy. For something this big, he definitely needed more reach than a longsword could hope to provide. Simon lashed out with the pike twice as he slowly backed up. The weapon wasn't just a big spear, though. It was a giant spear. It was heavy enough that the only way he could wield it effectively was to leave the butt of it on the ground behind him. Both strikes missed the owlbear as it danced back away from him. It was a bloodthirsty monster, for sure, but it was also more than a little skittish, and didn't seem nearly as interested in him out and in the open as it had been in the underbrush. The result of all that was as Simon backed away to the far side of the road, it backed away into the shadows beneath the trees. Simon didn't feel any safer once the thing had vanished, though. That just made him jumpy. Now that it vanished, it could be anywhere, and it could spring out at him at any time. Simon stooped to retrieve and sheath his sword, while he still held onto the pike with his other hand. The last thing he wanted to do was walk very far holding this heavy-ass piece of junk, but it was better that than getting his throat torn out by that thing's razor beak, he decided as he lifted the thick shaft of his giant spear and started to walk slowly down the path. He'd thought about looking through the remains of the wagons. There was probably something he could use in there, but it was dark and rainy, and the last thing he needed to do was dig through the remains of people and animals for a few coins or a new sword, especially not with that thing still out there. As Simon walked, he heard it screech occasionally, and he kept thinking that he was in one of those dinosaur movies where it's not the raptor you were looking at that gets you, but the one that sneaks up on you from behind that rips you to pieces. There was no evidence of a second monster of that size out here, though, and Simon was pretty sure that it was a solo predator. As long as he kept a hold of his pike and left the road between the two of them, the thing left him alone. Simon would be happy to stab it if it came back out, but there was no way he was going into the woods after it. He had no idea what effect a lone owlbear was going to have on history, but he didn't really care. His mission wasn't to fix this alleged hero's fuck-ups. It was just to get to the end. Once he did that, he would get his dream incarnation and leave Heliades to clean up her own mess. As the woods tapered off, Simon saw a windmill on a bluff overlooking a river off to his right. He thought about going for it, but the place looked creepy as hell in the storm, and after a particularly theatrical bolt of lightning silhouetted the place, he took it as a sign not to go check it out. He had no doubt that the headless horseman, or something equally awful, was over there waiting for him. Instead, he kept on the road and walked to the covered bridge. It was almost as creepy, honestly, but it was basically just a hallway, so there was less searching involved. Come out wherever you are," Simon said as he stepped inside. 10 feet in, Simon understood why they didn't make bridges like this anymore. They were pretty much tailor-made for serial killers and horror movies, but it's not like he had any other choice right now. Halfway through, when he was worried that maybe he should have taken a right on the main road he'd found instead of a left, he noticed there was a village on the far side. With the weather and the lighting the way it was, he couldn't say for sure if it had always been there and he hadn't seen it through the rain, or if he'd just managed to cross another level boundary, but it didn't matter. Civilization was civilization, and he would take it. The place looked a little run down, and there wasn't a light to be seen. It was the middle of the night, though, and that could be poverty as much as anything, so he tried not to overreact to that. Keeping his calm worked pretty well, until he was most of the way through to the far side, and he heard the timbers start to shift and creak. Simon worried that the thing was less stable than it looked, and that it all might come crashing down on him, at least until he saw the silhouette appear on the far side. This thing was less bear and more ape, he decided, which made it what an orc. Weren't those supposed to be pig creatures? "I'm armed," Simon yelled, swallowing hard to keep his fear down. "Come any closer and I'll fuck you up." The thing might be big, but it wasn't any bigger than his mega spear. Orcs might be scarier than goblins, but one or two would be manageable. Simon was confident that he could take it out unless the thing had a whole warband to back it up. At least, that was the case until it raised itself to its full height and roared. It was a terrifying sound that could have easily fit into Jurassic Park. At that moment, Simon considered dropping his weapon and running as fast as he could instead. The only reason he didn't was that he could tell from how fast it was moving he'd never get to the other end of the bridge in time. The thing indeed had green skin, but at over 8 feet tall, it was a bit big for an orc. In Simon's eyes, that left only one option: a troll. It was a bit of a cliché to use on a bridge, but no one was ever going to accuse Hellades of being original and creative. Not like Simon. The moment he figured out what he was fighting, he formulated a plan. He braced his spear and prepared to cast a spell as he imagined the creature lighting into a roaring bonfire. It was only just before the monster reached him that Simon realized he couldn't cast the fire spell in here. He'd catch the troll on fire, and that was their weakness. He remembered that much, but he'd also burn the bridge down while he was still inside. No, the fireworks had to wait until they were out in the open. None of Simon's hesitancy or indecision was mirrored by the horrifying troll that was charging him, though. It just kept barreling forward, as it alternated between terrible gibbering noises that were almost speech and bloodthirsty howls of hunger. The noises it made were almost as frightening as the noises under the wood beneath its feet, and Simon was worried the whole thing was going to give way before he had the chance to fight his way clear. When the creature voluntarily impaled itself on Simon's pike, that didn't surprise him. He'd expected that much. To a creature that could regenerate as well as a troll, wounds like that were meaningless. He'd braced the butt against the wood to delay the thing. Originally, he'd planned to use that delay to melt its face off, but instead he used it to dive under the creature's grasping hands, pick himself up off the wood, and run as fast as he could. He heard the haft of the weapon break before he'd even reached the end of the bridge. The wood had been almost as thick as his wrist, and Simon had thought that the thing would slow down the brute a little longer than it did. When it was free of the bridge, he spared a glance over his shoulder, but wished that he hadn't. Simon's second plan had been to turn around when he reached the end of the bridge and burn the whole thing down with the troll still inside. There was no way that was happening now, though, because the creature was practically right behind him. His head would be ripped off before he had the chance to say the 2 words that might save his life. So he did what he did best: he ran. Simon sprinted in a zigzag path across the town square, screaming for help. "There's a troll," he yelled. Someone, anyone. No one stirred and no help made itself known. To all appearances, the town had been entirely deserted. He was all on his own, just like always. Which was fine with him. Help would have been better, but a quick mind like his was probably the best help he was going to get. Simon quickly realized that this thing was fast as hell, but only in straight lines. It had trouble turning and even more trouble stopping, so he led it on a random path through the area. His winding path, at least, was a little more effective than running in a straight line had been. The troll was simply too big, but it would never be as smart as him. With each turn, its bellows of frustration came from slightly further behind him. In their wake, the troll left a trail of ruined awnings, overturned carts, and even a knocked-over anvil as Simon darted through the blacksmith shop. It was only then that he saw that the small, whitewashed church had a little light coming from the windows. Was that a sign, he wondered? Was there some kind of sanctuary effect he could get there that would keep evil monsters like this at bay? Simon wasn't sure, but he didn't have any better ideas, and with his legs starting to give out, he couldn't stay in front of this lumbering behemoth much longer. So, with a final burst of speed, Simon crossed a dangerously open street and tried the door. He realized that if it didn't open, he would be a dead man, but at the same time, he couldn't bring himself to care too much. He was on level 11 or 12 now, and had collected more than enough information to justify another death or two, as long as they weren't too painful. The door was unlocked, though, and as he dove inside, he slammed the door behind him. It was only when he got up, he realized that he definitely wasn't where he had been a moment ago. The church he'd entered had been a collection of whitewashed timber and clapboard, with a few high windows and a tiny little bell at the top of the steeple. Where he was standing now wasn't a church, it was a temple or a cathedral or something. None of that was the strange part, though. Simon had long since accepted that the crazy goddess in charge had the power to reconnect the world however she wanted, but he'd never been on a level that was defying the laws of physics until now. At the front of the pews, where the altar usually would be in a place like this, there was a gaping fiery hole in the ground, and the sheets of fire that erupted from it seemed to stop at very well-defined lines, like some kind of graphical glitch. The more he studied it, though, the more wrong it all became. The stained glass windows near the front of the chapel had broken and were in the process of shattering, but hung together in mid-shockwave. This level had glitched out and frozen completely somehow. At least that's what he thought until someone walked out of one of the sheets of fire and said, "Oh, look, a new player in our little game." Simon drew his sword before he began to advance, even though there was no immediate threat. He didn't need to see the man standing amongst the flames grow horns or brandish claws to know he was bad news. He might not have the red skin that Simon would have expected, but there were no two ways about it. Every movie he'd ever seen had taught him that that dude was a demon, and after the zombie level, he was taking no chances with getting his soul sucked into hell or whatever it was that the demon had planned. Easy, the man said, holding his arms in a gesture of surrender. I'm on your side here. My side? Simon asked skeptically as he studied the demon. He was dressed like what he presumed a noble in this era would dress like, with a white tunic, a dark doublet, and a purple short cape along with an elaborately curled hairdo that. You don't have any idea who I am. It's true, the demon agreed, but I know your type. Only one kind of hero shows up in this place anymore. The gods made sure of that. And what kind is that? Simon asked suspiciously. He stopped when he was still 10 feet from the man and didn't plan to get much closer. From here he could see that the boundary that defined the shattered, flaming unreality that the demon occupied from the normal-looking cathedral Simon stood in was a thin layer of runes drawn in white chalk. Even from here they were difficult to read. In places they looked like they'd been stretched and tortured beyond recognition. While it looked like it had started out as a circle, something had deformed it. The kind that are just as trapped out there as I am in here, the demon said succinctly. Simon had just started to imagine what kind of force could make the underlying space under the boundary runes warp like some kind of black hole phenomena, when the demon's words completely halted those thoughts in their tracks. Excuse me, Simon sputtered, not completely sure he'd heard him right. The demon couldn't possibly know that. I said that you're just as trapped in your pit as I am by this blasted circle, the demon said, smiling. It could see that it had caught Simon's interest now. And how is it that you know about the pit? Simon asked, sweating now. This was entirely too meta for his taste. Come now, you think you're the first hero Hellades has sent this way. As the demon spoke, it gestured expansively from the door Simon had come in to another door that stood amidst the shattered ruins of the floor, and far too close to the boundary line for comfort. She sent hundreds, no thousands, of heroes this way, but I doubt any of them ever found what they were looking for. Why do you say that? Did you kill them all before they could advance to the next level? Simon asked, leveling his sword warily as his gaze flicked back and forth between the demon and the path he was pretty sure he needed to take. Kill them, the demon laughed. My boy, you're free to leave any time you want. You'll be back. They always come back, you know, over and over again until they finally come to me for answers. And why would a demon like you have any answers I need? Simon asked. His tone had lost much of the combativeness it had held until now because he was genuinely confused. He had no idea what this thing could want from him. You're just a monster in this place, a challenge to be defeated and overcome. Take a look at this, the demon said, ignoring what Simon said, turning around and facing the fiery curtain behind him. With a gesture, he pulled them aside like they were no more than heavy drapes, revealing a fiery hellscape that definitely looked like it was from something straight out of Dante. For a few seconds, Simon was overcome, and all he could do was stare at the infinite landscape that assaulted his eyes. It wasn't just a fiery place of suffering, that would have been too simple. It was fractal and endless, and even though he could feel neither its heat nor its torments, he still felt himself tearing up at the sight. Notice anything? The demon asked expectantly, any repeating patterns. Simon shook his head and looked again, even if he didn't want to. The volcanic pits of fire and shit were full of writhing souls just like he'd expected, but neither those nor the rivers of blood were probably what this thing wanted him to notice, so he tried looking for something that didn't belong. In hell, that was a pretty tall hurdle to overcome, so he tried looking for something that wasn't mindlessly awful. He found the first example floating not far away above a crooked tower that was far too damaged to stay standing in the real world. It was a set of strangely familiar floating stairs made out of stone fragments. Seconds later, he found another example, and another. Only when he saw them all lined up, in a strange fractal pattern that was nearly identical, did he realize that they were all pretty much identical to the stairs that stood in front of him. He also noticed that outside of each and every one was a small army of demons just waiting to invade. It was like the hellish version of the beaches of Normandy. That's right, the demon said. The goddess you work for is making this scene play out 1,000 times. Those are just the ruptures that are open now, too. Not the ones that haven't opened yet, or the ones that have been closed. But why would more than one version of the pit be open at once? Simon asked, not comprehending exactly what was going on here. Every one of those rifts is another hero, trying in vain to save the world just like you are. There are thousands of versions of the pit trying to accomplish that, but no matter how many versions of a world your goddess makes, there will only ever be one version of hell, the demon answered. None of them will succeed, of course. How could one ever succeed at an impossible task? It's not impossible, it's just Simon started to say, stopping himself when he realized he was parroting one of Helade's lines. It's just really difficult, right? The demon smiled sardonically, letting the fiery curtain behind him fall back into place. They all say that too at first. Simon ignored the demon's words and studied the runic boundary, as well as the chaotic path to the door. I don't think you can reach me, he said finally. It wasn't going to be the easiest walk to get there, because Simon was no fan of platformers, but the way that the stretched lines of the summoning circle were laid out, The path to the door was clear enough. "I can't," the demon agreed, "but you'll be back. You'll be back over and over and over again, and maybe after you get tired of playing her games, you'll decide you'd rather play one of mine instead." Simon ignored him and walked towards a swirling debris field that was somewhere between an asteroid field and a set of stairs. For once, the pit finally had some brilliant level design and art direction, and Simon found it terrifying. Not that he thought it would be hard to stay on his side of the white line, or that things were moving so quickly that he thought he might lose his balance, but because in the empty spaces between the stones he could see straight down into hell. "Watch your step," the demon said, suddenly much closer to Simon than he'd been before, as he suddenly teleported to the closest he could get to and still stay on his side of the line. The sudden shock terrified Simon, but he was able to suppress the scream, and with a dirty look at the demon that was toying with him, he gingerly stepped down onto the first piece of debris. He was worried that any moment they would all fall out of the sky, but the stones that had once made up the cathedral's floor, and perhaps still did, felt rock solid to Simon. It took 5 minutes of very careful steps to reach the door, and the whole way there he was focused as much on all the places he could fall to his death as he was at the slow crawling movements of the lines on the blocks he could see. When he finally reached the doorway, as he placed his hand on the knob, the demon began clapping somewhere behind him. "Excellent work," he congratulated him mockingly. "You'll do even better, I'm sure, the next time you come back, and the time after that, and well, you get the idea." Simon turned to tell him off, but when he did, there was no one there. He shrugged. The demon disappearing was by far the least weird part of the whole encounter, and he had been right about one thing at least: Simon would eventually pay him another visit whether he wanted to or not. With that thought in mind, he very slowly turned the knob and eased the door open, wary of some kind of demonic trap. Instead, he found a dusty hallway lined with oil paintings and lit candelabras that danced with little blue flames. Ghosts, huh? He asked himself, turning around to take one last look around the hellscape that surrounded him. "I'll take it." Simon stepped through the door without looking back and shut it behind him. He didn't know how he was supposed to kill ghosts, but he'd take a little ectoplasm or whatever over the risk of eternal damnation. Simon turned to the right this time and began walking. This felt less like a fantasy video game level and more like something from the survival horror genre, or maybe even the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland. The jump scares started small, too. At first, it was just the eyes on the portraits following him, but the further he went, the weirder things got. In the first door he opened was a library where books randomly floated from one shelf to the next. Shortly after that, he found a ballroom, where random articles of clothing danced with one another like the dancers were still wearing them. This was disconcerting enough, but some of them were doing it high above the rest, near the gilded roof of the ballroom. Simon shut that door immediately and kept going. The weirder things got, the more he felt like he was being watched, though. However, that wasn't Simon's biggest problem. The biggest problem he had was that he was completely lost. Even though no one was trying to kill him, the place was huge and seemed to go on forever. Sometimes the rooms had windows, and he could see that he was on the second or third floor of some kind of decaying palace, and that the grounds were just as dilapidated as the building itself. The calm, quiet demeanor lulled him into a false sense of security. Nothing had happened, but that didn't mean that nothing was going to happen, and he was halfway down a hall displaying the rusting weapons and banners that were trophies before he figured that out. Simon heard one of the banners rustle a bit and raised his shield towards it, just in time to deflect a morning star that was heading towards him. It bounced off his shield and shattered the window as it went flying outside. The force of the blow staggered Simon and slammed him against the wall, and a pair of daggers followed, embedding themselves on either side of his head. Simon forced himself to his feet, warily watching a lance that had floated off the wall and started to take aim at him. He backed up slowly, looking for somewhere he could escape to that didn't involve a 2-story jump through a broken window. The lance never reached him. Instead, a sword suddenly thrust through him from behind. He watched in horror as the pain slowly spread through him, as the sword blade slowly slid out of his chest covered in blood. It was a blow to the heart, at least, were Simon's last conscious thoughts before it all went black. Simon wasn't even mad that he'd died this time. It hadn't hurt too bad in comparison to all the other ways the pit had made him suffer so far. The worst it had done was ruin his streak, he thought as he sat up, but he could always get that back another time. "Mirror, show me my character sheet," Simon said while he reached for the wine. Getting a new streak started would be even easier now that he knew what was on all the early levels. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 14. Deaths 29. Experience points 136,900. Skills: archery below average, armor light average, athletics below average, cook very poor, craft very poor, deception poor, escape very poor, investigate below average, maces average, ride very poor, search poor, sneak below average, spears very poor, spell casting poor, steal very poor, swimming very poor, and swords above average. Words of power: Offarum Hjack Jervil Marin. He noted with approval that he'd only got to level 14, and that was practically level 20. He'd only been at this for like a week, and he was already basically halfway to the halfway point. Eat your heart out, noobs, he said, taking another swig of wine. When Simon noticed the experience line, though, he spat the mouthful of alcohol back out. What the hell? Why is the experience line like 100,000 lower than before? He demanded. It was almost back to zero the last time I checked. The experience category takes into account all of the actions you have undertaken since your entry into the pit. The mirror typed. Hey, stop telling me things I already know. I know how it works. I want to know what I did to cause it to drop like that. Is this place bugging out even more than usual? Simon asked. I am not aware of the specifics that drive the total higher or lower. I only display the number. Perhaps you did something terrible, or were very upset by something your actions caused, the mirror suggested. That shut Simon right up. The mirror's words reminded him of the glimpse at that book that summarized his life in Helade's temple. It dinged him 5 experience for every wasted day, and there had been a lot of those. How much had a few weeks as a zombie cost him? How much had murdering those poor people while he was an undead monster? The world might have reset so that it never happened, but his soul certainly remembered. If that was indeed the case, then it would take a long time to dig himself back out of that hole. That was fine. It really didn't seem to have any mechanical effect. It was just one more way to measure progress. Simon looked over the rest of his sheet, noting with approval that several of his skills had actually improved, including spell casting. It was now listed as only poor. That might help explain why his fire spell had been nuking everything lately. Simon just wished he had some way to turn that dial down a bit. He'd love to have the spell for just burning instead of mega burning. He cracked his knuckles and rose to his feet. He needed to head back down, not to beat this place or do anything stupid like that. The only thing he was in a hurry for was to see Freya again, and if it really was a 50-50 shot between her and Brenna, then she was due to be there, and he didn't want to keep her waiting. Simon geared up in the way he'd gotten used to, and headed down into the first level. Except for the slime and the skeleton knight, nothing was really a challenge here anymore. Now that he'd learned how to make the sword do what he wanted, and he held his shield up when the goblins tried to shoot him, everything was pretty easy. This time his duel with the skeletons cost him a cut on his forearm that was deep enough to bleed like crazy. When the knight was laying in pieces on the floor, Simon removed the bracer and cast his healing spell. Offarum Hjack, he intoned, visualizing his arm without the wound, like it had never been. The words were mostly successful, but even after the skin closed up and he wiped away the blood, the wound still ached, and there was still some weakness. At least there wasn't an ugly black scar like the zombie bites had left behind, though. While he sat there and tried to get his armor back on, he talked to himself about his options. The way I see it, he opined, either my healing spell is too low of a level to restore all my hit points, or it's so complicated that it's basically broken. Well, what do you mean by that, Simon? He said, using a slightly different voice. I'm glad you asked, Simon, he continued, laughing at his joke. He hoped that omnipotent bitch was enjoying how quickly he'd figured out another flaw in her little game. When I cast the spell, I only imagined the skin closing up, so that was the only part that healed. Since the pit is so pointlessly complicated, it's possible that the damaged tissue beneath the skin didn't actually get healed at the same time. Well, that sounds fucking stupid, Simon told himself, continuing to play devil's advocate. I agree, Simon nodded. That's completely dumb, and whoever designed this system should have their godhood license revoked. If the problem is just a level issue, then I can fix that, but if it's the latter, well, I'd have to spend months studying the anatomy of cadavers and practicing improving, and that sounds pretty disgusting to me. Once his armor had been put back into place, and he'd finished his criticism of Helade's, Simon stood up and stretched, eyeing the frost sword not far from him. It was just one more game-breaking bug as far as he was concerned. If he could wield that sword, then he wouldn't have any problem facing whoever was supposed to be the boss of the Pompeii level. Sadly, it was one more casualty of bad design, he thought with a shrug as he walked to the slime's cave. The only problem with the slime was that Simon's fire spell was still a bit much. It wasn't quite the blast it had been last time he fought it, but it was still more than the tight ray of fire he tried to visualize as he cast the spell. He didn't even wait for the thing to completely stop moving. Once it was burning, Simon was already walking past its corpse to the inn, hoping against hope that his Freya would be there this time. The first person he saw in the inn was the same zombie that always seemed to attack him from the right. This time, Simon brained him before he even got close, and the corpse fell on the ground in a heap. The second person he saw was unfortunately Brenna, but this time she wasn't wielding a pitchfork, she just barged through the door and lunged for him. She was already a zombie, he realized slowly as he pushed her away. He could easily kill her, of course, and put her out of her misery. It was without a doubt the right thing to do, but for some reason he had trouble raising his flanged mace against her. It wasn't just the fact that he'd been trained his whole life not to hit a girl, either, he realized. It was that he might have to do the same thing to Freya in a couple of minutes when he explored the inn more completely. It was only the idea that if she bit him again, he would have to live as a monster like her for who knew how long all over again. The fear that he would ever have to spend another minute as an undead monstrosity is what finally brought his arm to life, and it only took one good blow to the side of her beautiful face to make her crumple like a marionette that had suddenly had her strings cut. His chest heaving from the emotional effort more than the physical one, Simon stopped and studied her body after that, because the first thing he noticed was that she didn't have a bandage on her arm where he presumed she'd been bitten before. He eventually found an infected-looking wound on her shoulder that was almost certainly the cause, but he still had no idea why such details would change. Why would one girl be alive or both of them end up dead before he got here? Why was the bartender never the survivor, but the same zombie always attacked him first on arrival? He had no answers, but for once he was pretty sure it was more than just Hellades screwing with him. If he knew what kind of RNG was behind how these levels were generated, then it would give him some kind of edge. He didn't have that, though, so instead he searched the bar for Freya. He found her with her skull crushed on the second floor, and almost let the zombies overrun the place while he was busy sobbing over her covered corpse. Simon spent the next 20 minutes killing the 8 zombies that had managed to get into through the window before he could move the table into place. Then once he barred the back door just in case, he spent the rest of the day in the basement getting rip-roaringly drunk. Simon normally didn't care for too much drinking, but right now he cared even less for thinking, and he happened to have the spell of Cure Light Hangover, so why the hell wouldn't he get blasted? One day turned into 3, though, as he wallowed in self-pity and mourned the loss of a romance that had never really been. He drank the tapped barrel dry and made quite a mess trying to open the untapped ones, and he spent the whole time castigating the stupid goddess who caused this whole mess. None of us would be in this mess if you tried to make your precious hero a bear, he yelled out of the 3rd-story window one night. Not me, not Freya, and not any of the other poor saps you tricked into getting on this ride, you bitch. Zombies didn't seem to mind his antics, but 3 days seemed like he was pushing his luck, so on the 4th day after he made his hangover disappear with 2 little magic words, he finally opened up the front door to face the carrion crawler. It turned out that the slimy little bastard was a lot less interested in him when he shot first with the crossbow. Once it had a bolt buried in its wiggly torso, it disappeared into its pile of corpses, never to be seen again. Likewise, the plants didn't try to do anything with him as long as he stayed away from the largest blossoms that were easy to spot by daylight. This time he was able to stroll right to the pyramid and then take his time climbing the thing. He reached the top well before sunset and took his time to enjoy the view. The jungle continued as far as he could see in all directions, and the canopy was only broken in 2 places, a river and another distant pyramid. He was unable to tell if the city on the horizon was also merely ruins, or if people still lived there, but it didn't matter. With man eating plants on the loose, the last thing he was doing was spending a few days traipsing through the jungle to find out. The wyvern level was as anticlimactic as anything he'd ever experienced. Since he didn't try to wander over to its nest this time, no angry mother tried to devour him. Indeed, nothing tried to attack him. Simon walked to the ruins of the castle completely unmolested, and even poked around a bit before he made his way up to the shattered tower. It wasn't a very interesting place, though. Anything worth taking had long been stolen from the empty rooms, and the weather had rotted away the rest. Now the only thing of value it had was the commanding view. Well, that and the portal, he corrected himself. The city on fire in the wannabe Vesuvius level definitely seemed a little further along than last time, but not 4 days further along. Simon had wondered about that on his way here. Theoretically, if he'd wasted days in the zombie floor, he should have arrived to find a wall of cooling lava blocking his way, but instead it seemed about the same before as he slowly walked to the palace. In the end, the only real difference was that the goddess wasn't waiting for him on the throne this time. He'd expected that, though. She only did that last time to tease him with hope. The joke was on her. He'd left his hope back on level 6 with Freya's corpse. Everything he did from now on was just spite. The first real problem came back up when Simon Ray entered the forest to fight the owlbear. Well, to hopefully not fight it, actually. If he didn't need to fight any of this shit, then discretion seemed to be the better part of valor when the enemy was over 8 feet tall and had claws that could rip him to shreds as far as he was concerned. That monster stalking him through the woods wasn't even the problem, though. It was that there were no obvious landmarks to guide him. Last time, it was only pure luck that he'd made it to the road and that terrible wreckage. What if this time he turned right when he'd turned left before, and ended up lost in the woods until he starved to death? He'd done that before. More than once actually, he thought resentfully, and it hadn't been any fun. With the crossbow and the fire spells, he thought he could make a better showing of it this time, but he'd much rather be exploring the pit than one stupid forest inside it. The rain fell softly on Simon while he tried to remember what he'd done last time, but he couldn't exactly, so he decided that he probably would have just gone straight. A few minutes later, he was rewarded with a distant shriek, which he took to be a good sign, so he kept going until the overgrown bird got too close for comfort, before hiding as far under a fallen log as he could wedge himself. The owlbear stomped around the area for almost 2 minutes looking for him, and at one point even stepped on the tree that hid him, but fortunately, the old lightning-scarred trunk bore the weight of the raptor. Last time Simon was in this moment, he remembered bolting in a panic, but this time he very slowly slid out from under his hiding place and did his best to sneak off into the densest part of the underbrush he could actually squeeze through. He didn't really want to just run and hope for the best. In his current situation, that seemed like a recipe for disaster, so he did his best to be as quiet as possible and stayed on the lookout for the noises of that thing coming back. Though the owlbear got uncomfortably close a couple of times, Simon managed to avoid crossing its path before he reached the road. This time he noticed that he'd walked quite a bit farther than he had originally, and the wreckage of the wagons was only just visible at the next bend in the road. Simon felt naked in the open without his trusty pike, but he drew his sword and kept his shield up in case of ambush. Fortunately, one never materialized, and he reached his goal. The clouds cleared up a bit as he got closer, but being able to see better did him no favors. Both of the wagons were still wrecked, with one shattered and the other one on its side. That wasn't the problem, though. The problem was that the men and horses surrounded them hadn't been butchered, they'd been shredded. Simon doubted he could have matched the blood-stained limbs to the body they belonged to if he tried, not that he would ever engage in such a gory pastime. This time he would take a minute to go through the more intact wagon, though. A water skin would be a nice score, if he could find one. He was feeling thirsty, and he still had half a dozen floors to get through before he would see new content. Simon didn't find a water skin, but he did find movement. As soon as he opened the canvas tarp in the back, he saw someone in the darkness move, and he jumped back, pointing his sword at them. "Who's come out of there right now?" Simon yelled, before quickly looking around to see if the owlbear might have heard that. I can't." A soft voice said so softly that Simon could barely hear it. "The monster will eat us if I do." Simon was puzzled by this response, and it took him a second to figure out that the voice belonged to a child. He shook his head. "Really, Hellades? Fuck," he swore under his breath. There were monsters in the forest, and she was bringing kids into this. Simon was starting to think that she was an evil goddess, not a good one like he'd originally thought. Using the tip of his sword, he flipped the cover back to make sure it wasn't some weird ambush, but there was just a young boy that couldn't have been much older than 12, and a slightly older girl, clinging together in fear. At first, Simon thought they were siblings, but when he noticed how fine his clothes were and how simple the girls were, he realized that it had to be more complex than that. Simon didn't care about that, though. Answers could wait until he got them somewhere safe, not that he had any idea where that would be. "Come on," Simon said, "both of you out right now. You can't stay here." He wanted to ask what happened, but that seemed too insensitive, so instead he just helped them out of the wagon, pulling them to the axle side, where the violence was less obvious. The fair-haired boy was hesitant and looked at him with undisguised fear, though Simon couldn't figure out if that was because of the horrible things that had already happened to him, or if it was because he was a stranger with a sword. The girl, on the other hand, clung to him like her life depended on it. Simon peeled her off him and then sheathed his sword as he told them both, "You two wait here. Don't go wandering off or looking around. I'm going to get a weapon, and then we're going to find somewhere to get you two out of the weather." "But you already have a weapon," the boy said, confused. "Not this one," Simon said, turning to face him as he walked to where the huge pike lay on the ground. It was almost over before it began. Simon caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye, and he knew he'd never get his sword out in time. All he could do was point and pray as he shouted, "Jervel Marin," while he dove to one side. Since he barely had time to imagine much more than this big-ass bird on fire, the results were less than spectacular, but even so, a few streamers of powerful fire leapt from his hand, and judging by the ear-piercing shriek the thing made, Simon knew that at least one had landed. He didn't look, though. He ran to the pike on the ground and raised it before he could turn around to wield it. It was lucky that he did. No sooner did he have the spear end of the weapon off the ground somewhere behind him than he was pushed forward by a sudden impact that sent him sprawling and buried the butt of the weapon in the mud. Simon expected to be killed before he could rise to his feet, but other than a little bit of sharp pain from his back and dull pain from his knees, he was fine. The shrill screaming behind him told him the owlbear didn't exactly feel the same way, and Simon finally turned to see why. The big dumb creature hadn't been burned too badly by his fire spell, but it had obviously been enraged by it, because it had charged right into the pike, and now it had 4 feet of the weapon sticking out from behind it while it shrieked in pain. Simon pulled out his sword and approached it. They said that you weren't supposed to approach an animal in pain because it could lash out violently, but Simon didn't care about that right now. He cared about what this thing was doing to his ears. It was like nails on a chalkboard. "Sorry about this, big bird," he said as he swung his sword as hard as he could at the back of the thing's neck with a vicious two-handed blow. He'd hoped to behead it, which would have been awesome looking, but as it was he at least severed the thing's spinal cord mercifully enough to put everyone out of its misery. When he finished that ugly business, Simon sheathed his sword and looked to make sure the children were okay. He saw a mixture of awe and fear on both their faces. "Everything's going to be okay," he said, trying to reassure them as he walked over. The boy nodded eagerly, but the girl ran to him and started crying. He still had no idea how to cope with that, so he let her sob for a few minutes before he shook her loose. "Come on," he said, "we need to get out of here." Both of them came easily enough after that, and he held hands with both of them while they left all the evidence of violence far behind them. In the conversation along the way, the girl mostly relayed what had happened. They were traveling from the capital to Adnan for some festival that meant nothing to him. Apparently the boy was named Edek, and he had to attend and give it his blessing because he was someone important, but when their wagon was attacked at night by monsters, all they could do was hide. Simon listened, but mostly he just felt like shit that he'd left them in there the first time without saving them. Saving everyone wasn't his job, of course, but these were just kids. The last thing that Hellade should do was put innocents like that in her sick games. Once the boy found his voice, he asked about the magic that Simon had wielded, but Simon didn't have much to say. "Is it demonic? Is it from the gods?" Edek asked. Simon just shrugged. "Who can say? It's just a little trick I picked up." He spent much of the walk trying to act like he knew what he was doing, but in reality, he was lost. He couldn't take them to the bridge. He'd never be able to get them past the troll. Hell, he wasn't sure how he was going to get past that brute without his pike. As a weapon, it hadn't been much, but it bought him a few precious seconds. It started to rain again just before he caught sight of the mill. Simon started towards it. It still creeped him out a little because it looked like the location for some B-horror movie, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and he was sure these kids would catch their death of cold if he didn't get them somewhere warm and dry. There was still enough of a fire burning in the hearth of the small home next to the mill that Simon could see a small amount of light through the shutters as he banged on the front door loud enough to wake whoever was sleeping in there. They stirred only reluctantly after the second round of banging and loudly shouted through the door, "I ain't openin' my door to strangers in the middle of the night." "That's very wise," Simon agreed, pushing the children forward even as he stepped back. "I wouldn't either if I was you, but I'm going to go back to the road now, and someone needs to look after these kids I saved in the woods. If that's not you, then I guess they'll just freeze to death out here." "No, please don't go," the boy pleaded. "My father will give you a fine reward, and I'll make sure to appoint you to the household guard if you just stay and—" "You hear that?" Simon said, shaking his head at Edek's fine offer, even as continued to move back. "This kid's dad is rich, and you'll be well rewarded if you take care of them until the rest of their party catches up with them." Both children came running towards him, and Simon knelt to hug them, his heart melting a little at the sight. "Don't worry, you're far safer with this man than you are with me. I already had to fight an owlbear tonight. I've got a date with a troll later, and you definitely can't come to that. But we need you," the girl said. "We would never have made it without you." Her words trailed off as the door began to open up, and the miller peeked out nervously, fearful of some trick. "Kids, you say? Reward." Far from being the sunken cheekbones serial killer that Simon feared he would find, the old man seemed to be decent enough. "The world is a big place. I'm sure we'll see each other again," Simon said, not especially looking forward to having to save them and go through this tearjerker every time from now on, even if it was better than the alternative, which was leaving them to die. Simon thanked the miller, gave the children another 2 goodbyes, and then headed back downhill towards his date with the bridge. The troll was easier to deal with than Simon thought. Instead of trying to run past it or burn it to a crisp, he just intentionally cast his fire spell poorly, and the shower of sparks and feeble streamers sent the thing running just long enough for Simon to get to the church and slam the door behind him. It was a terrible way to have to throttle the magic, Simon thought, but what the hell else was he going to do? Actually casting mega fire at full power was not only exhausting, it was dangerous. If he'd actually done that, he would have burned himself alive on the bridge, and then he would have had to come back to fight the troll again anyway, because that's just how the pit was. Simon could see it in the expression that the asshole demon as he just sat there and watched Simon while he approached the distorted summoning circle. "Back so soon?" the demon asked with a shit-eating grin. "Usually people take a bit longer." Simon couldn't figure out if that was supposed to be a compliment or an insult, so he just ignored it while he focused on studying the circle. It wasn't quite the same as before, but as far as he could tell, none of the runes had changed. It honestly didn't look too different from the hell riffs that one of his favorite action role-playing games used in the second act. He smiled at that. Level 13 or 14 out of 99 didn't seem to be the second act to him, but he'd take it. "Do you have anything useful to say, or are you just going to fuck with me?" Simon asked the demon. While Simon had literally all the time in the world, he had almost none to spare for a creature like this that had bad news written all over its face. "No, not just yet, I think," the demon shrugged. "No point in talking to any of the warriors trapped in here with me, not until they start to lose hope anyway." Simon wanted to ask about that, but even more than that, he wanted to get the hell away from this guy. As Simon started walking down the swirling bits of floor that made the impromptu stairs down to the door, he wished that the creature looked a little more classically demonic. It would have made it much easier to deal with than their not-so-different shtick the thing was obviously leaning into. The door led to the same dusty castle that Simon had died in last time, but this time he paid more attention to his surroundings, and he avoided any halls or rooms that had anything that could be used as an obvious weapon. Even the innocuous rooms and halls still had small objects that floated aimlessly, and pictures that looked at him as he passed, but he forced himself to ignore those details, creepy as they were, and focus on the ones that actually might get him killed. That forced him to take a very different path from last time, as most of the route he'd wandered through before was obviously off limits, but as he ducked into a small bedroom down the third hall he could actually travel in relative safely, he began to think that the right way to handle this was to get outside. That's what haunted houses always tried to prevent in the movies, right? There had to be a reason that he only ever found stairs going up, but none going down. As he eyed the window, it looked like it was only a 20 or 25-foot drop. He'd break his legs if he jumped, but a rope would make it child's play, he realized. Unfortunately, he'd left his rope in the cabin. It's not like he'd ever needed it before anyway, so he didn't beat himself up too much about it. Who would think to carry a rope with them everywhere they go? He muttered to himself as he set about turning the bedsheets into a new rope. It took 20 minutes, and the hardest part of the whole thing was ignoring the throbbing from his back where the owlbear's claws had gotten him a little. When the rope was done, Simon used a full-length mirror to take a look, and decided they didn't look bad enough to try to heal, especially not with the way the poltergeist activity was starting to pick up around him. It was just a little blood and a couple small cuts in his armor. A couple cuts wouldn't kill him, but if he stayed here too much longer, the ghosts might. Getting out of the window was harder than he thought, though. Even though he tied off his crude bedsheet rope to the frame of the ancient bed, he wasn't completely sure he could trust his weight to it as he eyed the drop. When Simon saw the mirror begin to float menacingly toward him, he finally decided to take the plunge and climb out of the window and down the side of the building. Unfortunately, the bed he was tied to decided to try to join him. "Oh shit," Simon gasped as he felt himself start to sink even though he wasn't climbing, and put two and two together. In the end, he'd never know if he merely weighed too much to use the bed as a proper anchor, or if the ghosts had decided to help it along. Fortunately, it was too big to fit out the window and crush him like some kind of Acme anvil or cartoon piano. Instead, it just wedged in place, letting him climb down as fast as he could just in case. Outside, the sky was heavy and leaden, which was perfect for the rest of the vibe this place had, but it made it impossible for him to tell if it was just after dawn or just before sunset. Simon was willing to bet it was the latter, because that one would screw him harder, but that was fine. As long as nothing in this level turned him into a zombie for months, he'd be back in a few hours to do it all over again as many times as he needed to. Simon started with the nearest outbuildings. He checked a barn, 3 sheds, a couple guest cottages, and a greenhouse where everything inside had died. He didn't find anything unusual in any of those. Not only was there no gate, but there was no haunting activity either. That seemed to be limited to the main house. Simon found a very overgrown hedge maze shortly after that, but decided against checking it because it creeped him out. Nothing good happened in there, he could tell. So instead, he just circled around until he finally found the front door to the house. Simon wasn't sure what he was expecting to find when he opened it. He thought that he might find a vampire count who would explain his whole plan to him, or perhaps a ghostly countess doomed to keep reliving some horrible moment of her life over and over. All Simon knew was that if this had been a video game, when he opened those gilded paneled doors, he would have gotten one hell of a cutscene. Instead, he found a cave. A dark, dingy cave that more properly belonged under the mansion, not in its foyer. It took Simon several seconds longer than it should have for him to realize that this was the gate to the next level, and not a truly bizarre decorative choice. After that, all that was left to do was to go inside. The cave was an old limestone formation with stalagmites and stalactites that had mostly fused into uneven, misshapen pillars. Simon didn't have a torch, but once he was inside, he let his eyes adjust a bit. There was a dim light coming from further on in the cave, and while he wouldn't want to fight in the near darkness, it was enough for him to walk slowly forward without tripping and breaking his neck. Up ahead somewhere Simon could hear muted chanting. At first, he couldn't quite make out the words, but as he got closer, he began to piece them together. Someone was beseeching gods for some sort of divine favor. Simon obviously hadn't walked into this at the beginning, so he wasn't sure what it was exactly, but the fact that the wizard or priest or whatever he was talking about blood sacrifice meant it couldn't be anything good. Simon found the wizened old man standing in a protective circle as he continued to cast his strange spell. It wasn't real magic, of course, because nothing interesting was happening. This guy clearly didn't understand as much about the world as Simon did, because he'd probably been studying magic for decades, whereas Simon had been doing it for a couple of weeks and had actual magic to show for it. Simon thought about just ignoring this dude and trying to sneak past him. With his little circle and a few candles, Simon didn't think it likely he could hurt anyone. He was obviously just a crazy old man. That changed when Simon heard him say, "Grant me my boon and I will not stop with the village. I will burn the whole kingdom to the ground in your name." That was enough for Simon. Leaving this guy breathing was clearly a mistake, so he pulled out his crossbow and shot him in the back. The wannabe mage crumpled immediately into a pool of his own blood as soon as the bolt embedded itself in his left lung. He struggled uselessly for a second, but didn't rise after that. Simon waited for a few seconds for the other's shoe to drop. This was clearly too easy for any level in the pit. It was easier than the rats on the first floor, so there was no way that this was all there was to it, but nothing happened. Finally, after the moment had passed, and it all felt terribly anticlimactic, Simon stepped forward, over the body of the madman and towards his ritual area. There he found all sorts of strange powders and ritual implements, but none of them particularly interested Simon. Instead, he reached for the book. Even if this guy didn't know any real magic, it would be interesting to see what strange ideas he had. He never got that far. As the shadows moved slightly, he pulled his hand back as a giant shape suddenly loomed out of the darkness and brought its stony hands down towards Simon's skull. It was a fucking golem. How did a guy like this who didn't even know how to cast magic properly have a golem? Simon wondered. He'd never find out though, at least not this run. As the golem brought its fists down, it shattered the table where everything had been laid out, sending pages flying as Grimoire was crushed by the titanic blow. Simon ran, not because he had no way to fight several hundred tons of animate rock, even though he didn't. He ran because it was terrifying. The thing was like the Hulk, made out of granite, and a single blow would turn him into a fine red paste. Running headlong across the uneven ground of the cave was much harder than picking his way through the darkness had been. Even though Simon was much faster than the golem, it gained a little more on him every time he tripped over some obstacle, and Simon only barely reached the wooden stairs before the golem reached him. There, at least, Simon was safe. The stairs were flimsy wooden planks that barely bore Simon's weight and would never let the golem follow. Even so, he didn't delay. The last thing he wanted was for that nightmare to start throwing boulders or something at him. When Simon reached the top of the stairs, he opened the door without hesitation and slammed it behind him. It was just someone's kitchen, after all. Even if all the knives suddenly sprang to life and started attacking him at once, he'd still have a better shot than going one-on-one with a stone giant like that. Simon sat there on someone's table for several minutes before he noticed the screams. They were faint from somewhere outside, but as soon as he caught his breath, they were unmistakable. He walked to the nearest window and opened the shutters to reveal a village on fire. He had no idea if this was the same village that the evil warlock he'd just killed had been referring to, or if he was already on a new floor, but it didn't matter, because from here he could see the next gateway. That meant that none of this was his problem. This house had a commanding view of the village from the hill it was on, and from the window Simon could see a particularly strange doorway in one of his neighbors' houses. Many of the buildings were on fire, but only one of them had snow blowing out its front door. It was close enough that Simon wouldn't even have to join the fighting against whatever was attacking the town. If it was the warlock's doing, Simon would have said demons, but if this was the next level, his money was on orcs. It didn't matter either way, because there was little point in him sticking his neck out when the thing he was looking for was right here. I can't save everyone, he reminded himself in an attempt to overshadow the twinge of guilt he felt as he investigated the chilly doorway. And even if I did, they'd just die again next time. With that thought in mind, Simon walked through the door. He started shivering on the other side almost immediately, as he wondered what terrible monster he'd have to fight here. An elemental? A yeti? It didn't matter much. If he didn't get through this place pretty quick, the cold would kill him just as easily. That looked to be what had happened to everyone else. Tucked amidst the snowdrifts were a few bodies that had frozen solid without a mark on them. The buildings were in no better shape and were thickly crusted in ice, even if nothing about them seemed to indicate they'd been built for harsh winters. It seemed to be a quaint European village that had just frozen over one day, which was obviously ridiculous. After a few minutes of looking, though, his target became fairly obvious. In a sea of white, there was only one spot of color, in the temple at the end of the street. At first Simon thought that the baleful red color was a painting, but as he walked towards it, he watched it shift slowly from the orange-red it started at to a slightly dimmer purple-red. It was definitely a sunset, and it was almost certainly somewhere warmer, which meant that it was the place to be, whether it was the next floor or not. Simon continued to trudge down the street, and by the time he got to the temple, the light was coming from it had practically faded to the dark indigo gray of twilight. Simon didn't think he was going that slow, but in the beginning, the drifts had only been as high as his shins. By the time he reached the temple steps, they were all the way to his thighs, which made even a few steps fairly exhausting. Simon barely spared a glance at the people that had died frozen in place in prayer, clustered around the altar. If it hadn't been so freezing, he might have investigated it a bit more thoroughly, since there were a lot of them, but right now he couldn't be bothered. It wasn't until he'd practically reached the door, though, that he realized there was a problem. The doorway had frozen over completely with translucent ice, so he could see the way forward, but he couldn't reach it. Simon tried to shoulder check it a couple of times, but it didn't budge. It had gotten thick enough that it was at least as strong as bank plexiglass, which meant that his sword would be almost as useless. Fortunately, he still had one weapon that should be reasonably effective on ice. Simon stopped for a second, stilling his mind. Unlike the last few times he cast this spell, this time he really needed to do a good job. He was already feeling tired, and while he had trouble feeling his fingers, his toes were already completely numb. He needed to get through this level fast, or he'd have to start all over, and he was not ready to find Freya dead on the floor again. So Simon imagined a blast of fire that would have been more appropriate to a comic book than a fantasy novel. He pictured a rippling flamethrower-like stream of pure incandescent fury rippling with heat even in the current cold, and when he was ready, when he could see the icy barrier melt in his mind's eye, he finally intoned the words, Jervil Marin. Fuck, Simon yelled in frustration, not sure what to do. His vision had dimmed around the edges during the last spell, and he was fairly sure that he'd pass out if he tried to cast it again. In frustration, he leaned against the barrier, banging his head against it lightly as he struggled to think of what he should do next. He didn't have to think long. After only a few seconds of leaning on it, he felt the whole thing begin to lean forward. It occurred to his frostbitten mind too slowly that while he hadn't melted through the barrier, he'd melted enough around the edges that it was no longer attached to anything, and that it was nothing but a freestanding block of ice which he rode ungracefully to the ground. Simon shook his head to clear it of the cobwebs and slowly stood up. It was a chilly night, but compared to where he'd just been, it was practically a sauna, and he basked in the relative warmth, even if he might have complained about it at any other time. It was only after he appreciated the fact that he wasn't going to freeze to death that Simon slowly looked around. He was in a town somewhat bigger than a village, or maybe the rural part of a small city. He wasn't sure. In either case, though, it had a ghetto, and he was in it. Maybe it was worse than that, he realized as he looked around. Maybe it wasn't a ghetto. Maybe everyone was dead. The doors to several houses stood open, and many others had a red X painted across them. Simon walked over to the closest building with an open door and knocked gently. Hello, he called out softly into the darkness, but there was no response. If no one was actually here, then this would be a good place for Simon to take a little nap, he decided, as he slowly shut the door behind him. Hello, he called out again, a little louder this time. Anyone here? Anyone. He couldn't see many details, but the place looked pretty run down. There were stains on the walls and floors and trash laying at random by the walls. The place stank too, but not like goblin bad or anything. He didn't care, though. He was only going to be here for a few hours. He could tolerate anything that long. After a quick search of the two-room hovel, Simon quickly decided that no one would mind if he stayed here, so he put a chair against the door to give him warning for any uninvited guests, and passed out in the bed. He'd intended only to sleep for a couple of hours, but it wasn't until the sun shining through a crack in the shutter lanced painfully into his eyes that he finally woke up. That fire spell really takes it out of you, he said to himself, stretching. It was kind of stupid, though, he decided as he thought about it. Mana and stamina were supposed to be two entirely separate systems, but every time he cast one big spell, he felt completely worn out. When Simon sat up, he was only barely able to stifle a scream, and all his thoughts on system design disappeared. What he'd taken to be a pile of trash or clothes against the far wall was a decaying human corpse. A shiver went through him as he realized he was almost certainly sleeping in a dead man's bed. It didn't get any better when he looked around and saw suspicious dark stains on the blankets he'd just spent the night using. Simon jumped out of bed. He needed to leave now, before he could think about this anymore. He was definitely going to be sick if. There were two more corpses in the living room. One was a child, curled up by the hearth, and one was a man slumped over the far side of the table. As Simon bolted for the door, it dawned on him where he'd seen X's like that on doors before, in a game he'd played about the plague. It wasn't that thought that made him vomit, but it was what he thought about as he heaved his guts out in the street. He hadn't just been staying in the house of a dead man. He'd been sleeping in the bed of a dead family while their corpses slowly moldered in the dark. It was vile, but for once he couldn't blame Helades. If she hadn't frozen him solid, he would have recognized the signs, of course, but he was the one that had slept in that bed without giving everything a thorough look. Simon spent the next few minutes trying to assure himself that even if he got infected by the worst plague imaginable, he'd still leave it behind when some monster ripped him in half. Keep it together, it's gross, but it's not your biggest problem, Simon told himself as he paced the streets. After half an hour of walking and seeing nothing made of stone or over 2 stories, he finally decided that he was walking through a town, or at least the remnants of one. The buildings might be standing, but everything that made it a living place was already dead. At first, he was merely searching for the next gate, but after a while he would have settled for finding anyone alive at all. There was no one, though. He hoped that eventually he would at least find the fantasy equivalent of plague doctors and corpse collectors, but the closest he got was a cart full of corpses near the end of a muddy street. Even the people who were supposed to be picking up the pieces had perished. Simon finally found his way to the temple, but it too was crowded with bodies. "Geez," he said, trying to pick his way through without stepping on any of them. "You know, your fantasy world sucks when your divine magic can't even cure the plague. I mean, zombies I get, but the plague." He finally found the way out of this awful place in the center shrine of the temple to the goddess Ethrise, whoever that was. The rest of the room was a pristine white, except for the corpses on the floor, but the other door didn't lead to the rear of the building. Instead, it led to a swamp. Normally, Simon would have hated the idea of tramping through the mud, but somehow today it seemed cleaner than the city of the dead he was in now, and so he stepped through without any hesitation. "Well, I have no idea where I'm going," Simon said as he looked around the sandbar and took in the shallow muck in every direction. "But I'm getting there in a hurry." He smiled. His streak was back up to at least 4, and by his count he was on level 18 or 19, which made him feel like a badass. He wasn't in the swamp long before they struck. Simon's only warning that he was under attack was the spear that missed his head by just 2 feet, embedding firmly in a large mangrove tree at head level not far from him. A lizardman, he thought excitedly as he raised his shield and unsheathed his sword to charge the creature. This was one of the enemies he'd been waiting for. He regretted that decision when 2 more emerged from the stagnant water beside the first, but only a little. After some of the awful floors he'd been through lately, it was nice to see something he could actually fight. What was he supposed to do against cold and disease? He was here to fight, and lizards were something that could fall beneath his blade. That was the idea, at least. He took the next spear in the shield. Apparently these walking lizards were freakishly strong, though because the blow ripped right through the wood in a way the skeleton knight's blows never had and gouged into the flesh of his arm deeply. Simon hissed in pain but didn't stop charging through the shallow water, and he beheaded the first one he reached in a vicious blow that he hoped would scare off its compatriots. It didn't, though. Instead, as Simon let his back swing carry him around, the one that still had its spear jabbed at him hard enough to pierce his leather armor and embed the tip several inches into his guts before he pulled back. A dozen deaths ago, that pain might have been enough to make Simon retreat, but now it just pissed him off. "You think that's going to stop me?" he growled before he lunged at the thing. Its fellow warrior clawed at Simon, but those claws barely pierced his boiled leather. These things were certainly strong. They might even be dangerous in packs like this, but Simon was over a foot taller than them and had a huge reach advantage. He also had a little thing called steel on his side, and quickly cut them to pieces in a series of frenzied strikes that left him winded when he was finally surrounded by the bodies of the dead. Only once the killing was done did Simon realize why they'd attacked him. He practically stumbled onto their crude encampment without realizing it. As he walked towards it, he quickly noticed that the portal to the next floor was hanging in the doorway of the closest hut, showing him a picturesque view of an endless desert. As he approached it, he realized that this camp was certainly big enough that this wouldn't be their only hunting party. That meant that he needed to be fast, Simon decided, as he shoved the cloth he used for wrapping his cheese into the wound to slow down the bleeding while he winced in pain. Healing could wait until he was on the next floor. Still, before he left this one, he decided to send them a message of his displeasure and began to wreck everything he could get his hands on between here and there. Simon didn't think that toppling the totem was required, but after the way those scaly bastards had ambushed him, he thought it was the least they deserved. So instead of going directly to the gate that looked like it led to a desert somewhere, he took the time to kick it over. Then just for good measure, he stomped on both the nests he found, crushing half a dozen eggs. That wouldn't stop him from having to fight the things again the next time he came through here, but it would make him feel better about how much those dull spears hurt. Seriously would. "Even if I heal it, I'm never getting all those fucking splinters out, you assholes," he swore. "Would it kill you to enter the Bronze Age?" As Simon limped toward the gate, he noticed that his bandage had darkened noticeably from the effort. He definitely needed to heal himself, but he didn't want to do it here. Just being in the swamp made him feel unclean. The desert might be awful in many ways, but at least it was relatively sterile. When Simon got through the door, he stopped and looked around. The place had a real Athens vibe to it, he decided. Everywhere he looked, he saw gleaming white pillars and stairs, as well as a few broken classical statues of warriors in various poses slowly being devoured by the desert sands. He had no idea where it was, but it looked like it had probably been a nice place once upon a time. There wasn't much here to protect him from the elements, but that was fine. Simon just looked for the most prominent building and started walking. All he needed was a little shade, and then he could cast a few spells and take a nap to take the edge off. He was flying through the levels again, and the last thing he was going to do was let some dumb Stone Age lizard man be the death of him. The only lizard he was willing to die to was a dragon, or maybe that wyvern if he ever decided to try fighting it. It might be fun when he learned how to use the longbow, Simon thought cheerfully, trying to distract him from the pain in his side. That was when he saw it. Another damn lizard crawling around the ruins not far from him. Lizards, 2 levels in a row, he whispered to himself quietly as the creature rounded the corner. Come on, Hellades, get creative already, is that so much to ask? The thing was a squat, ugly thing that had more in common with a Komodo dragon than a crocodile. It was uglier than both of them put together, though. The thing had 6 short legs connected to its molted beige and gray body. To Simon, the creature didn't look like a threat. It looked like it was dying. It hissed at him as he pulled out his sword and advanced. Sorry, buddy, it's you or me, Simon said as he advanced. He needed somewhere to rest and heal some of the wounds the lizard men had given him. He couldn't do that with monsters wandering around these mysterious ruins. He never even got close to the thing. Halfway there, a third eye sprang open. It was deep purple and glowing, which was in stark contrast to the other 2 that looked so milky that he thought that perhaps it was blind. Simon didn't like the look of it and charged, but he was too slow. A second later, the glow rippled out, reaching him almost instantaneously. That's when his body stopped responding, and Simon started to struggle against the paralysis it inflicted on him. Seconds later, as the lizard got closer and closer, he began to panic. He was going to get eaten alive after all, but it wasn't the carrion crawler that would do it. It was going to be this fucking lizard. It was only then that he noticed a further problem. His shield arm was still in his line of sight as he stood there transfixed, but his hand looked strange. As soon as he focused on it, he understood why. The leather armor was still brown, and the shield still looked like it always did, but his hand had turned gray. Not gray like he had some kind of disease or he was starving either, like concrete gray. Like somehow the stupid lizard had encased him in a layer of stone. While Simon struggled to break through this strange effect, the lizard continued to advance. Moments later, its mighty jaws latched onto his leg and chomped down. Simon heard the blow more than he felt it. He could feel a dull ache from whatever the creature had done to it, but he could hear the coating of stone shattering to get to the part that hurt. At least, that's what he'd imagined had happened. Only when he toppled over into the sand did he realize his leg was missing somewhere below the knee. He knew that because he could see the lizard devouring it at leisure not far from him. That was the least disturbing part of the whole picture, though. That wasn't what made him scream inside his mind while he lay there in the sand. The leg that the lizard was gnawing on wasn't just covered in stone. It was stone. The fucking thing had petrified him, and he was still stuck inside his body. It was the zombie level all fucking over again, and there was literally nothing he could do. That meant that fucking lizard wasn't just any lizard, he realized. It was a basilisk. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The statues, the 6 legs, all of it. A damn mythological monster had just ended him with a glance. How was that fair? Getting killed and sent back to the cabin like that would have been bad enough, but being trapped inside your petrified body until it finished eating you, that was all kinds of screwed up. Could Rock even really die, though? Simon wondered. The basilisk might be capable of crushing his body into little pebbles, but even if it did, would that be enough to get him off the hook and back to the cycle of reincarnation he'd been stuck in for so long? Zombies died when they got shot in the head. How did statues die? For the better part of the next hour, Simon watched the creature gnaw on his limbs as it broke them off one at a time. It hurt, but it was a dull, muted ache. Something that he would have associated with a sprain or anesthesia, not with dismemberment. The real torture was understanding what was happening and knowing how long it might last. For a while, Simon was hopeful that the thing would rip his head off next and end his suffering, but it didn't. Eventually, it got bored with him and moved on somewhere out of sight, leaving him lying in the sand at the foot of the temple he'd toppled from. From where Simon lay, he could only stare at the dune-covered horizon. Soon, boredom was a more irritating companion than the ache of his missing limbs. That gave him plenty of time to remember the other broken statues he'd passed by. At the time, he thought they'd been just another part of the ruined architecture. Only now could he see that they were other warriors just like him who'd been caught unaware by that fucking lizard. Day turned into night, and still, Simon raged inside his skull. He tried to cast his healing spell on himself, but it did nothing because he couldn't speak the words. He tried to pray to Hellades, but whether it was because she couldn't hear him or she enjoyed his suffering, she didn't respond. Nothing happened. All he could do was shift between rage and panic as he tried to think of some clever way out of this. He couldn't, though. Once again, he was trapped inside his head. All he could do was watch the sun's arc as it moved across the sky, and the slow march of the dunes, as the storms moved them every day, while he slowly went mad inside his skull. At first, Simon tried to keep track of the number of sunrises he was forced to endure, but he lost count before he even reached 30. Sometime after that, probably weeks later, his left eye became entirely covered by blowing sand that slowly gathered around him. Until now, he'd been consumed with frustrated rage that he would have to look at such a tedious view for weeks or months. It was only when his right eye became partially obscured by the rising sand did he realize a far worse fate was possible. He could be buried alive so that the basilisk would never finish him. If that happened, he would have to endure an eternity alone in the dark. It was a chilling thought, but day by day, that seemed to be precisely what would happen. The darkness came and went for Simon, though it was impossible to judge exactly how long each cycle took. Still, each time his view of the desert was replaced by dirt and shadows, it was utterly terrifying. He would be plunged into absolute darkness for some indefinite period, with nothing but a dull ache for company. Then he would suddenly be allowed to see the wider world above the sand for days or weeks, until the next storm rearranged things again. The first time he got his tedious desert view back after an eternity of darkness, he thanked a god he didn't even believe in for saving him. He would have wept tears of joy if he'd been capable of such a thing. He couldn't, though. So instead, he burned every one of the stars in the night sky into his mind, trying to make sure he never took them for granted again. But no matter how hard he tried to remember them and their exact positions, they faded after weeks or months of being alone in the dark. Sometimes things changed or stood out, but in the months and years that must have followed his petrification, boredom and monotony were the rule, not the exception. Sometimes the basilisk would return and eat more of his body, filling Simon with hope. It never entirely managed to get to his head, though, and so in the end, he continued to exist as a disembodied mind as he watched the world go by. Twice he saw merchant caravans in the distance, though they gave this place a wide berth for obvious reasons. Once he saw a group of warriors entering the ruins to slay the thing that had done this to him. However, Simon couldn't shout a warning or even see if they were successful. Because of the way he was pointing, he would live forever in mystery. Part of him hoped they had failed because he would only get out of this if the thing finally finished eating him. Most of him wanted vengeance more, though, and he hoped the monster was just as dead as its victims that were scattered around this city, getting its bones bleached by the hot desert sun for the rest of eternity. All the dark periods he was forced to endure seemed endless at the time, but eventually they ended. Then one day Simon was submerged so far underneath the suffocating sand that he never reemerged. Intellectually, he knew that a few weeks could feel like an eternity, but there was something altogether different about the way he felt after being lost in the void for months or years. His thought process started to dull as he could feel his mind slowly grinding to a halt. This was a new terror that felt more like the feeling of hunger he'd had when he was a zombie that obliterated his mind, rather than the fear he'd had for the darkness up until now, and he struggled against it as hard as he could. He spent that quiet eternity slowly revisiting every memory he could think of and exploring all of his hobbies anew in an effort to fend off that horrible mental death that he could feel lurking at the edges of his mind. He replayed all his favorite games, noting how unrealistic some of the sword animations were, and adjusting them to better reflect the mechanics he was now much more aware of. He had his favorite streamers watch him while he played, critiquing his performance, and noting just how empty their jokes were compared to the traumatic, gruesome scene that the gameplay was slowly morphing into. He invented a third game to his favorite series, Sword of Glory. He based its level design off the pit as he went deeper and deeper into the darkness. Of course, his version made sense and had stats and abilities, but other than that it was an authentic recreation of his attempt to reach level 99 and finally put Hellades in her place. Even though it was his game, in his head, he never succeeded in making it all the way to the bottom before losing interest. Whether it was because he couldn't imagine a well of darkness deep enough to descend into, or because he simply couldn't picture himself winning, he couldn't say. Still, he never got past the giant fire-breathing dragon on level 43, no matter how many times he tried, so he eventually moved on to other hobbies. He turned the cabin on the first level into an elaborate farm. Once the valley was totally developed and the goblins were slain, he got bored again. He had no idea how long he'd been in the darkness now. It had been years, probably. It was difficult to say, but his mind felt like it was starting to short-circuit, and at times language itself started to falter for him as his internal monologue ran out of things to say. Humans were social animals. They were damaged enough by solitary confinement or being shipwrecked on a desert island, and either of those would have seemed like a paradise compared to what he was enduring. As the feeling of exhaustion started to spread over his mind once more, he was reminded of his scoutmaster from back when he hadn't yet learned to hate people. If you're lost in the snow and you go to sleep, then you'll never wake up again. Somehow, despite his failing imagination and fraying sanity, That memory came to him from the dimmest recesses of his mind, just as he felt like everything was shutting down. It wasn't snowing, but it didn't matter. If he went to sleep now, he would never wake up again. He was sure of that now. That fear gave him a second wind, forcing him to redouble his efforts as he turned everything he had left to 11. There was still hope that the thing would find and kill him, wasn't there? That should be enough to save him, shouldn't it? Simon wasn't sure, but he pretended he was as he blasted his mind with commercials and anime fight sequences. Like an exhausted trucker trying to stay awake after the meth had run out, he forced himself to explore anything that might be interesting. TV commercials, annoying jingles, earworm songs that he hated but could never quite get out of his head. He examined them all, and only once that was done did he decide to rewatch the longest anime he could think of, one remembered scene at a time. It was filled with guest stars in the form of his favorite childhood cartoons and video game characters by the time it was done. That didn't matter, though. All that mattered was that he forced his spirit to keep functioning. He'd been down here long enough that he was starting to believe that this was genuinely the underworld. Death legitimately lurked somewhere in the darkness just beyond his circle of consciousness, and it was only the light of imagination that kept it away. It was sometime during this endless standoff, without warning, that two hands reached down from somewhere above him, pulling him out of his eternal night and into the bright light of day. It was only when the person rotated the head that he could see that they were slender female hands, and a second later, he saw who they were attached to: Helades. It was an unthinkable twist, and so unlikely that his first thought was he'd finally lost his mind. It had to be real, though, because suddenly, he was seeing things again with a level of detail that he'd almost forgotten existed. His imagination was only a pathetic shadow of this. She set his head on a low wall, then she sat down next to him at the edge of his field of vision so that he could enjoy the gorgeous view of the setting sun. It was the first one he'd seen in a long time, maybe the first one he'd ever really seen in his whole life. She was talking to him, but he couldn't hear her as he focused on the sunset. He'd remembered red, yellow, and blue, but the thousand little shades of orange and purple between them blended together in a way that he would have sworn was impossible in his almost empty mind. With some effort, Simon tore his attention away from the majesty of nature and forced himself to focus only on what she had to say. That she'd bothered to pull him up out of the darkness, instead of leaving him there forever, was a miracle, and he needed to know why she'd done it. It's like when I told you that only one soul in 20 makes it beyond the 10th level. Well, only 1 in 100 makes it past level 20, which is where you are now, she said simply as she looked at the sunrise with him. Simon struggled to remember if he'd known this was the 20th level or if that was new information. Though you'll have to finally kill the basilisk to succeed, of course. I like to come through here every century or so and help some of the heroes that get stuck. Given how many of you that happens to, it seems only fair, she sighed. Of course, given how long you've been inside your own head now, there might not be anything in there worth saving, but we'll see, won't we? He wanted to scream at her, to ask why she hadn't freed him before now or how it was she could sleep at night knowing she did this to people routinely. The silence of everything that was unsaid then was deafening, but the anger never left his mind. All he could do was stare at the slowly setting sun with her in silence. You probably think this is the worst thing that could happen to you, don't you? She finally asked, breaking the silence. That an eternity in stone is the most terrible thing imaginable. I wish that was true, but even with the sort of quasi-immortality that this awful place grants, there are so many other worse things that could happen. If the shadows were to get you, or you were to make a misstep in the chapel, there are so many horrible places between here and the mazes, but there's nothing for it. She lapsed into silence again. Well, the less said about that, the better, I'm afraid. The point is that this world was always a monstrosity waiting to happen, and many terrible things need to be resolved to fix that. You're starting to show just a hint of promise, Simon. I mean it. Keep it up, and maybe you'll be able to do more than care about a kill streak or a speed run one day. Simon desperately wanted to rebut any of those points or ask her what the hell she was talking about, but he was still trapped, screaming in his mind. Then suddenly she was gone. He didn't know how long she'd been missing, and he certainly hadn't seen her leave. What he did notice, though, was the shadow that was approaching from his right side. It was only now that both eyes were uncovered again that he could appreciate that his left eye still had perfectly clear vision, while at the same time, his right had begun to blur so severely that all the stars in the sky had little halos around them. He idly wondered how long it would take for wind and sand to erode his stone eye so that it would be noticeably pitted. Still, he wouldn't have done the math even if he could figure out how as he studied the movement that was getting closer and closer to him. Even though he could only make out the vaguest outline in the darkness, he knew exactly what it was. He'd never be able to forget the basilisk. For a moment, he worried that Helades had put him up somewhere too high, just out of reach, but that proved to be misplaced as the thing came straight toward him, and in a moment of blessed relief, crushed his skull between its giant jaws, ending his pain. When Simon woke up in bed in the cabin as he'd done 24 times before, it was with relief that bordered on disbelief. He just lay there unmoving for several minutes as he stared at the ceiling. Finally, he worked up the courage to turn his head, which somehow managed to feel climactic. After that, he flexed his hands and wiggled his toes before he finally tried sitting up. He'd feared that after the years or decades he'd been lying beneath the sand, he would have forgotten how to move, but that wasn't the case. The first thing he did was look in the mirror and consider asking it a question to see if he was still capable of speech. That was a silly fear, of course, and he shrugged it off with a forced laugh as he reached for the wine. "Fuck that," he muttered as he decided the last thing he wanted to see right now was his character sheet. His experience was probably at like minus a million right now, and honestly, he was better off not knowing. Besides, he was sure his skills had dropped since he hadn't used them in such a long time, and that would probably hurt more, given how much he'd suffered to improve them. Instead, after he took a long drink, savoring the lost sensation of taste that had been restored before trying a bit of the food and reveling just as much in that. Intellectually, he knew the bread and cheese he had was mediocre at best, but that didn't stop it from tasting amazing in the moment. Well, what now? He asked himself once that was done. From here, he could see all the gear he usually took on his quests into the pit, but that was the last thing he wanted to see right now. There was no way he was going down there right now. Honestly, he wasn't sure he was going to that deep ever again. As far as he was concerned, level 20 was a no-go zone. Level 6 might be too, honestly. He wasn't sure he had it in him to be a zombie or statue again. Getting stabbed to death or dying of exposure was fine. Normal deaths could be painful or humbling, but the crazy ones where he died and kept living, he was completely over it. Simon looked around for literally anything he could do besides gearing up for a fight. He opened up the dresser and saw nothing of interest. Still in the top drawer under a stranger's small clothes, he finally found something promising, a handful of fish hooks. At first, he didn't realize what they were because they were made of bone, but eventually his brain decided that was the only thing they could be used for. He looked around the room for a fishing pole or at least a little string he could tie to the spear. Fishing would solve nothing, but that was precisely the point. Right now, the last thing Simon wanted to do was solve or fix anything. He just wanted to be for a while and remember what that felt like. Fishhooks in hand, he went outside with nothing but his dagger, water skin, and a little food. He didn't recall there being a shed or anything, but he hadn't exactly looked for one, so anything was possible. A quick look around showed him that there was no shed, but a few tool pegs were built into the back wall of the cabin. There he found a shovel and an axe meant for chopping down trees, instead of the one inside that was obviously meant for chopping up monsters. Above those, though, just below the eaves where he almost missed it, was a simple wooden fly fishing rod. It lacked a reel or any other fancy bits and pieces he was used to, but it had plenty of line and looked like it would do the job. While Simon walked to the part of the stream he thought was the best place to do this, he contemplated the pole. It looked so like his grandfather's that for a long time after he sat down in the shade by the water, all he could do was look at it and remember what the old man had tried to teach him before his PSB had monopolized his attention. His parents had used the man as a free babysitter for years. Still, Opa, as he preferred to be called by his beloved grandchildren, had always tried to get him to take an interest in being outside more. At the time, he figured it was pure perversity. The kids wanted to be inside watching TV, so why not take them fishing, hiking, camping, or literally anything but sitting on the couch? He was probably just trying to keep me from getting fat, Simon said with a wry smile. His grandfather had been a strange guy in a lot of ways. As Simon turned away from the bittersweet remembrances about how old-fashioned the man was, he was as surprised as anyone when he looked down and found that he'd tied the palomar knot without even looking. That made Simon smile. How the hell did I manage that? Simon asked himself as he baited it with a small piece of cheese before making a half-ass cast into the water. After that, he just waited. After all, the fishing itself didn't really matter. It was just something to do. All that really mattered was sitting in the shade and stretching his limbs or turning his head whenever he wanted. It was something he had no idea he'd ever appreciate, but after he'd lost that ability for longer than he'd been alive, he certainly did. He spent the next hour or so just enjoying the breeze before a deeper question finally tugged at his psyche. How long had he lay there frozen? How old did that make him now, mentally speaking? Would that have made him as old as Opa, older? Of course, he didn't know for sure, but it was an interesting question. How old was Opa anyway? He asked himself, trying to do some mental math. If he was 30, then his dad was like 50, which would have made his grandfather like 70. No, that can't be right, Simon corrected himself. He was 70-something when he died, like what, 4 years ago. He started counting on his fingers when he suddenly felt a pull on the pole that made him lose his train of thought as he struggled to catch it before it was yanked out of his hand. There was no reel on this ancient fishing pole, so he had to pay out the line and then pull it back in over and over manually, letting the fish tire itself out until he could drag it out onto the land. That took several minutes, but when he finally had the foot-long fish flopping around on the grass, it felt like a more significant victory than just about any of the floors he'd conquered to date. It was up there with the first time he'd killed the skeleton knight, and he whooped in response. "Take that," he yelled triumphantly before he moved the flopping fish onto a large rock. He lacked a bucket, so he would hold off on gutting it just now, but once it suffocated, he could put it back in the water until it was time to gut it and take it home. Gutting some strange brown trout species wasn't exactly something he was looking forward to. Still, Opa had always made him do it himself, and he was sure he remembered how to do it at least, as well as how to tie those damn knots. Of course, remembering how hard he'd always tried to get out of gutting fish as a child brought an unexpectedly awful memory to mind. When Opa had died, Simon had been so busy with his guild on the latest MMO that he'd done everything he could to skip the funeral. It had felt shitty at the time, but in retrospect, he felt even worse about it now. Given the number of hours he'd spent playing that stupid fishing minigame in World of Spellcraft, you'd think it was some kind of homage to the old man. It wasn't, though. It was just him wasting time chatting with online friends and collecting achievements. That made him look at the fish differently when he finally put it back in the water and cast his line again. How many years he'd wasted as a statue didn't matter nearly as much as how many years he'd wasted doing stupid shit like that. Not all his time playing video games was a waste, of course. He'd learned a lot about almost anything you could think of. Regardless, nothing he'd learned on his PSP would help him nearly as much as the few lessons his grandfather had tried to teach him while Simon struggled hard to get out of them. He spent the rest of the day fishing and almost caught 2 more fish, but they both got away. That was fine, he told himself. How many fish could he really eat before they went bad anyway? It wasn't like he had any way to fry them. Even though he'd only caught one of the slippery little bastards, this was still the most peace he'd known since he decided to come to the pit. It was almost sunset when he finally decided to call it a day. He was enjoying the nostalgic moment as long as he could. With a grunt, he got up, dusted off his ass, and then after winding up his line around the pole, he picked up the fish and found a nice flat rock, making quick work of the thing. His dagger was shit for scaling, but no matter how many bones he was going to have to pick out of his dinner tonight, he was determined to enjoy it. The fire would be out by now. He'd forgotten about that, but he should be able to fix that with a half-assed fire spell if he was careful. It was fully dark by the time he could see the cabin by starlight. It was only when he was 50 yards away he watched a pair of goblins skulking out of the nearby forest. It wasn't hard to see him. The little bastards had a crude torch with them. That surprised Simon, but mostly because they didn't usually try to burn the house down around him until the 3rd night. He crouched down on the path and watched them get closer and closer, but they didn't try to light the wood alight. Instead, they tested the closest shutters. That at least made sense to him. They weren't trying to burn the place down yet. These were the ones that had made footprints trying to break into his place in the past. That means they're going for the door, he whispered to himself, rising to his feet as he advanced purposefully. The last thing he wanted were goblins in his house. They smelled like shit. Simon intercepted them just before they reached the door. The goblin without the torch noticed him and screeched in alarm just before he brought the fishing pole down on the little bastard's head, hard enough to crack it. The second goblin responded by waving the torch back and forth in his face like a weapon, but Simon wasn't scared by this. He dropped everything he'd been holding, pulled his dagger, and waited for an opening. When the goblin swung too far to the left, Simon responded with a vicious kick that sent it flying against the cabin wall so hard that it bounced off it. He was on it before it could rise again, stabbing it until it stopped squirming. Once that was done, he did the same to the first one, making sure it was dead too. After that, he cleaned his knife on the long grass before finally standing again with their torch in hand. "That's what you get," he said, spitting as he looked at the 2 pathetic monsters. It was only when he fetched his fish and his pole that he noticed that it had cracked, just like the goblin's skull from his attack. Oh well, he shrugged. No more fishing in this lifetime. It was fun while it lasted. He tossed the pole aside and then went inside. A little fire and a lot of fish would go a long way to making his life a better place. Besides, trying to go fishing 2 days in a row would have been boring as hell, right? Tonight, I'm going to eat, finish off that wine, and chill the hell out, he told himself, and tomorrow I'm going to find a way out of this hellhole. He'd tried it before, of course, but he was a different person now. Ultimately, his plan was a simple one. Bring what he needed, kill a few goblins, and chill out for a few months or years. Lifetimes, maybe, he mumbled as he laced up his armor again. In between inventing Saturday morning cartoons that should have existed but never did, and trying to remember what color Freya's eyes were, he'd given a lot of thought about the mistakes he'd made in the dungeon, and the biggest ones was abandoning his search to find somewhere else to be rather than going ever deeper into the madness. After all, he knew for a fact that the zombie level was huge. He'd wandered for dozens and dozens of miles in it. Surely other levels were like that too. So now that he could summon fire on command, he was going to do what he should have done a long time ago. Grab some food from level 1, some gold from level 2, and use fire magic on level 3 to survive the freezing cold long enough to get down from those damn mountains and find some nice little medieval city to chill in for a while. He had no idea how long a pile of gold would keep him in women and wine, he thought with a shrug as he belted on his sword and scabbard and wadded up his blankets into a satchel, but he was sure the food and the company would be better than here. Killing the rats was almost a nostalgic experience for Simon. "Did you miss me?" he asked as he stomped the last one into oblivion before he picked through the potatoes and the turnips by torchlight. The root cellar was a dusty one, and much of the contents of both sacks were well on their way to spoiling, but he managed to find a few pounds of good vegetables and combine them into the sturdiest sack before he continued on his way to level 2. In his past few attempts, he'd gotten to the point where he could get through these traps in just a few minutes, but that was because he'd memorized each trap so thoroughly that he could identify each of them by the small scuffs and scrapes from the previous times they'd been triggered. He no longer trusted his memory, though. So this time he took his time, slowly killing bats and searching hallways as he went. He still managed to avoid all of them, of course, and it took less than half an hour to scoop up a double handful of gold. In the end, all it cost him was a second torch, and that was immensely preferable to falling in that damn spike pit or getting crushed to death. "You guys have had years to get your act together," he gasped for breath as he berated the corpse of his final opponent. "But in all that time, you still haven't figured out how to kill me or how to put an extra guard back in your cave." Pathetic, Simon's gaze drifted over to the stone door that led to the skeleton crypt before he got up and started walking down through the snow. He felt a little bad that he couldn't go try that fight out on this run. It would be the best way to determine how rusty he'd gotten, but there was no way back, so once he was there, he pretty much had to keep going until at least the zombie level, which wasn't happening. Not only did he have no wish to dredge up those memories again, but the next off-ramp from all the awful was what? The wyvern level. The day passed slowly, and that night he was able to make himself a fire, but it was still harder than he would have liked. Even trying to think of literally anything else, an outrageous amount of fire belched out of him when he whispered, "Jervil Marin." For a moment he thought he was going to burn the tree he'd planned on using for shelter down, but those flames quickly went out, and after a few minutes he had a nice little campfire to try to roast a potato over. "Honestly, I can't wait to get some other spell to handle this shit," he said, berating the fire even as it kept away the cold. "Like, why can't we just have fire or even lesser fire? Hell, I'd take spark right about now. Anything but pyroclastic conflagration of doom." He could feel the spell pulling a ton of mana from him, even on the near miscast he'd tried to accomplish. He was both looking forward to and dreading what would happen the next time he cast the spell at full strength. He'd made it detonate pretty strongly in the past, but it was clear that his time spent meditating, while Made of Stone had turned his imagination, or whatever it was that made these spells work even higher than it had been before. The next day he made good time and rewarded himself with frequent rest breaks, even as the sky began to darken and the wind began to pick up. The second night was fine too, except for the blizzard, of course. He knew it was going to happen though, so he built up quite a stash of firewood before the snow started to fall, which was just enough to get him through the night. After that, the snow was deeper, and travel was slower, but he didn't mind too much because now he could see the snow line. Another day, or maybe two, and he would be clear of this winter weather and thin air, and then he could make real progress. "I might even be able to find something to hunt with my crossbow," he said hopefully. It was just too wintry up here to find any small animals, and he understood that, but he was getting really sick of eating potatoes that were half burned and half raw, but that was all going to end soon, he was sure of it. The best part about his current view, of course, was that he could see a road, and where it crossed a river in the distance to his left, he could just barely make out what might be a town or a village. If there were people, then there had to be an inn, right? That was how fantasy worlds worked. So in 2 or 3 days, he'd be kicking his feet up by the fire and eating roast pork or rotisserie chicken while he listened to a bard sing about whatever it was bards sang about. It turned out he didn't have to wait 3 days to meet people in this world. He'd barely had to wait 2. Simon had been on the main road for less than an hour when he encountered bandits of all things. "Sorry, sir, but we're going to need for you to pay a toll for the upkeep of this fine road if you want to travel any closer to Wellingbrook," a thin-lipped man in patched green robes said, stepping out into the road. Simon took some small joy as he intuitively knew that he wasn't being spoken to in English. He might not know what the language was called, but that didn't stop him from knowing how to speak it. Simon hadn't noticed them a moment ago, but now that he knew what he was looking for, he could see 3 more in the brush ahead. 2 had bows, but one just seemed to be watching. That probably meant that there were just as many as he couldn't see, which made this 8 on 1. He didn't like their attitude, but he liked those odds even less, so if they just wanted a coin or two, it was a simple enough decision. "Sure," he said, looking around at the ruts and the weeds. It was clear that this road had seen very little maintenance for a long time. "And how much is it that the roads require today?" for a smart, well-armed man like you." The bandit smiled, a mere half-shilling. "6 pence will see you on your way with no harm done." "Fine," Simon said, setting down his sack and pulling out a gold coin as he realized the real problem here was that he had no small change. He made a mental note to fix that even as he stood up. "I doubt you have any intention of making change, so why don't you take this and call it a tip?" He knew he'd made a mistake as soon as he saw the greed in the other man's eyes. The bandit licked his lips before announcing unnecessarily loudly, "What's that then? A gold sovereign. Maybe you should just hand over your whole purse so we can do the math for you." Simon had naively hoped that paying too much would save him some trouble, but it turned out to have exactly the opposite effect. He saw a fourth man move in the bushes not far from the first three at the mention of gold, and he heard a bowstring tightening. Since he wasn't feeling like getting shot right now, he didn't refuse the demand. Instead, with a shrug, he reached forward, offering the sack to the other man, feigning fear even as his rage began to bubble beneath the surface. When Simon reached out to hand the other man the bag, he dropped it just before the bandit could grab it, and as the other man's gaze watched it fall to the path, he reached up and grabbed him by the hair, bringing his head down hard against the other man's forehead. He'd been aiming for the bridge of his nose, but he hadn't exactly headbutted anyone before, so his aim was a little off. The bandit crumpled, but Simon held him up, intending to use him as a human shield for arrows that never came. "All right," a voice called out from the bushes. "It's clear that Lucan underestimated you. If you'll put him down, we can." "Jervil Marin," Simon spat, letting his incandescent rage out in the form of rippling white fire that expanded out from his fingertips like a wave, instantly setting the whole section of forest that the men were hiding in on fire. There were screams after that, but Simon ignored them. Instead, he dropped his hostage to the ground, and ignoring the wave of exhaustion that passed through him from the spell, he drew his sword and moved to the nearest tree, using it for cover while he looked for any survivors. Simon peered around his tree looking for anyone else that might be trying to murder him. Over the sounds of screaming and burning, it was hard to make much out, but after half a minute, he decided the coast was clear. That decision almost cost him a death as an arrow embedded in the tree trunk inches from his eye. Though he couldn't see who it was that tried to shoot him, he ran in the direction that the arrow came from, which was the next best thing. He groped for his shield, trying to get it up in case there was another arrow, but continuing to charge heedlessly, he body-checked his would-be assassin in the underbrush, sending them both sprawling. The bandit was on his feet before Simon and pulled a dagger from a boot, but he held back, and Simon really understood why after he rose to his feet, towering over him. His attacker was little more than a malnourished child. The feral little thing practically snarled at him as it slashed the air with the dagger to keep him back. "Why don't you just run for your life, you little bastard?" Simon growled, pretending to swing his sword hard enough to make his opponent flinch and jump back. "The last thing I want is to add killing kids to my list of achievements." The bandit listened to him suspiciously, like a trick was being played on him, and then, after a couple of cautious steps backwards, he turned and ran off into the forest, leaving Simon to walk back to the road without so much as the need to look over his shoulder. Why should he after all? He'd won big time. However hard some of the monsters Helades had him face, underfed country bandits were no match for a high-end, top-1 adventurer like him. "Well, Lucan," Simon asked, nudging the prone man with his boot. Rather than lash out at him as Simon had expected, the bandit instead cringed fearfully and shrank from his touch. "I'm sorry, Master Mage, sir. We didn't realize that you could." The man babbled before Simon interrupted him. "That I could kick your ass up and down the street." Simon gloated, still holding his sword in a threatening way that didn't quite promise the other man death. The bandit's eyes had a hard time leaving it, though, and he swallowed hard before he managed to say, "Quite right, my lord, quite right. If you could see it in your heart, too." "Go on, get out of here," Simon said, waving the man away dismissively as he sheathed his sword. "If I ever see you again, I'll gut you." With the immediate danger gone, Simon walked over to the smoldering corpses, and after a moment of thought, he put each of the ones that was still moving out of their misery with a single thrust of his sword. He didn't enjoy killing people that weren't trying to kill part of him, of course, but after everything he'd been through, he knew that he would much rather hit the reset button than continue to lie there suffering. Once that was done, he briefly considered searching their corpses for anything useful, but that was too disgusting, so he left them to rot and started walking down the road in search of civilization. A day and a night later, he finally found the small village he was searching for. Except for the smell and how dirty the people were, it was pretty much exactly what he'd been expecting. He thought about asking the first person he could find where there was an inn, but feeling shy, he just kept walking until he saw a sign in the shape of a mug of beer above the door of a large building. Obviously, there wasn't a lot of writing happening in this place, so it could hardly be that complicated, he told himself as he walked inside. Of course, things quickly got complicated when he walked inside, and the barkeep asked him, "Well, what can I get you?" She looked at him like he had shit on his shoes and had tracked it inside her establishment, but once he started to explain the sob story he'd rehearsed on the way here, she quickly relented. The bandits had attacked him as soon as they thought he was rich after all, so since he hadn't brought any coins that weren't gold, when he presented it to her, he made a big deal about how it was his only coin left. I kept it in my boot, you see, just in case, but the bandits to the east robbed me blind and took damn near everything else I had. The look she gave him wasn't exactly sympathetic, but when he was finally done, she said, well, you can stay here for a night or two until you continue on to Leipzig or Hurag or wherever you're going, but this ain't no charity operation. It's still going to cost, you understand. He smiled at that and quickly listed all the things he wanted: a room for 3 nights to recover from his harrowing ordeal, meals for the days he was here, and a drink to soften the harsh blow that Left had dealt him. She nodded and then, looking at his coin, muttered, damn foreign money, before biting it to make sure it was real. In the end, she gave him a handful of coppers and silvers and had the cute barmaid direct him to his room after telling him what time they started serving dinner. He watched the young woman's ass as he walked up the stairs, but the unavoidable comparison to Freya's kept him from ogling it, and as soon as he reached the small room, she was gone with little more than a quick curtsy. The room itself was underwhelming, but no matter how dingy or claustrophobic it was somewhere new and safe, and in his life those were the only 2 things that really mattered to him anymore. Maybe once he got used to walking and talking and eating, he could worry about finding somewhere nicer to stay. For now, he was just content to lay on his lumpy mattress, stare up at the ceiling, and listen to the noises coming from the common room below. Simon was sure that the novelty would wear off eventually, of course, but that was tomorrow or the next day. When he finally started to get bored, he examined the coins she'd given him. Counting the silver coins, he thought that the woman might have given him too much change, but when he counted the copper, he realized the problem. She'd given him 11 small copper coins and 9 slightly larger silver ones, which was evidence that she couldn't count, or that base 10 wasn't exactly something they valued in their monetary system. Simon had played games like that before, and he hated them. It was so much more difficult to do the math in his head if it was 20 coppers to the silver, but a platinum coin was only worth 5 gold ones. He didn't see why everyone couldn't just standardize that sort of thing, but games had to have their little quirks, right? As Simon put away the coins, he reminded himself, this isn't a game, this is some history garbage, which honestly makes the whole thing worse, but you don't need to worry about that right now. It made the whole thing even dumber, of course, since there was no way he was going to be able to figure out the logic behind that one, but he wasn't about to ask Helids to help him with history lessons the same way she'd helped him with language. He shuddered at the thought, and then, shaking his head, he got up and hid his real wealth under the bed, before spreading the rest of his belongings around to distract any would-be thief. Then he went downstairs to get a bite before it got too late. He smelled the scent of roasting meat and savory spices as soon as he left his room. They only intensified, along with the noise, as he made his way down to the common room where he was served boiled potatoes, some sort of minced bread dumplings, and a thick cut of pork loin drenched in a brown gravy. Compared to what Simon had subsisted on up until now in the pit, this was a feast, and even if it wasn't something he would have usually ordered, he ate it with gusto. The proprietor gave him evil looks from time to time, like he was about to dine and dash at any moment, but everyone else was amiable enough. After his second pint of dark brown ale, Simon regaled his fellow drinkers with a story about how he had once very bravely run from Wyvern after accidentally stumbling across her nest, and was met with gales of laughter. During those stories and later attempts to guess where Simon was from, he learned much about the world, but other than the fact that the nearest large city was Leipzig, he forgot almost all of it because he was working on his 4th pint. By then he wasn't good for much besides laughing at bad jokes and losing money at dice as he got to know the locals. It was a new sensation for him since he almost always won at games, of course, but he didn't mind too much since it mostly seemed to come down to luck and bluffing. If it were mostly based on skill, he had no doubt he would have won, not that he needed to. Simon didn't need the money, so there was no need to clean out peasants for coppers. After all, Toman was just a bargeman, and Yars was a woodsman, and the sovereign that he'd spent earlier was as much as both of them made in a year, combined. By the end of the night, it was just him and 5 or 6 other drunks singing songs. He didn't know most of their names, and he had no idea what the words of the songs were, but he did his best. No one seemed to mind since he'd bought the last round of the night, spending the last of his copper pence. He figured he'd probably do pretty much the same thing tomorrow night before he got on the road the following day to go somewhere bigger and better than this little burg. He had the money after all, and he was sure he could find something nicer there. That was Simon's last thought as he went to sleep with a drunken smile on his face. His sleep was restful and uneventful, and in the morning he stretched when the first rays of the sun shot through the shutters and forced him from his slumber. He turned and covered his head with the pillow, trying to sleep a little longer to avoid the hangover he was sure he'd have after last night. Curiously, as his brain began to wake up more and more, he realized that there was no hangover. Simon opened his eyes and sat up, trying to figure out what was wrong because something was definitely off. It took a second, but when his gaze finally met his own eyes in the mirror across from him, he finally realized the truth. "Motherfucker," he exclaimed in disappointed frustration. Sometime last night, while he'd been asleep, he died and had restarted back in the damn cabin. He could still taste the stew on his tongue as he made his usual breakfast of bread and cheese. That made Simon clench his fist in frustration as he tried to figure out what could have possibly happened. Sure, the proprietor hadn't seemed to care for him, but she certainly didn't poison him. After all, he'd had the same food and drink as Toman and Yars had. Everyone else had been really great too. He doubted that they'd decided he was rich enough to kill in the middle of the night. They didn't seem like the type, which meant that he was missing something. No, he told himself. You're overcomplicating this, Simon. There are really only two options here. Either you died last night or you didn't. If you died, then it was probably that bandit motherfucker following you, and if you didn't, then there's a real possibility of some kind of glitch, some rubber banding effect. He knew this wasn't a game, of course, but the metaphor still worked. Who was to say that if he got far enough off track from what he needed to do, the magic at work here didn't just put him back to start all over again? As a theory, it was worth exploring, but the only way to do that would be to walk all the way down that damn mountain again. Simon sighed loudly at the thought. Just because he'd been able to survive a blizzard and hike for miles didn't mean he wanted to do it over and over again. It would be worth it if he could spend a month or a year in civilization, but for a single night. Kind of a pain in the ass, he told himself as he lay back on his bed and tried to brainstorm something else that might be a better use of his time. All of his other ideas eventually led through the zombies, though, and he had zero wish to go there yet. No matter what he found, he was sure it was going to hurt. It always did. So after wasting half an hour, he finally grudgingly got ready and started the whole ordeal all over again. This time, the only real change he made was to gather a couple smaller coins from the hidden treasure hoard on level 2, just in case he ran into someone that couldn't make change for a whole gold piece. He didn't know how many of one kind of coin exchanged for how many of another, of course, and the likelihood of being cheated was still high, but he could figure all that out later. The trip through the snow was uneventful, and though he was still annoyed that he had to light his campfires with a flamethrower, he made it work. Once, on the second day, he smelled the smoke of someone else's campfire, which told him someone else was out here, but he didn't investigate. It's probably just more bandits, he told himself. This time when Simon finally reached that main road, he thought about trying the other direction, but he was hungry, and he'd already spent the last 3 days wandering around the wilderness, so he wasn't eager to spend a fourth when he knew where a perfectly lovely inn was. Instead, he strolled down the road like he didn't have a care in the world, and though ambushing the ambushers would have been funny, he just let things play out as they had the first time, just to see what would happen. "Sorry, sir, but we're going to need for you to pay a toll for the upkeep of this fine road if you want to travel any closer to Wellingbrook," Lucan said, stepping out into the road in just the same way as he had the last time. "See, if you had just taken my money last time and let me by, you would never have had to see me again," Simon said with a smile. "And if I did happen to come back through, you could have had a repeat customer, but you went and got greedy." That didn't stop him from walking forward, though, and though Lucan put his hands on the hilt of his sword, he didn't draw it because the only thing Simon had in his hands was a large sack. "Excuse me, sir," Lucan said, trying and failing to hide his confusion. "I don't think I've ever had the pleasure, however. A mere 6 pence will see you on your way with no harm done." "Yeah," Simon agreed. "You said that last time, too. This time, though, I brought a little change." Simon didn't pull silver out of his bag or even copper. Instead, he pulled out 8 inches of steel in the form of his dagger and stabbed the other man in the heart before his sword was halfway out of his sheath. Lucan started to crumple, but Simon grabbed him by the collar and started to walk to the side of the road, using him as a body shield. "Next time, maybe just let me pass, and I won't have to kill you every single time I walk this path." But a volley of arrows flew at Simon just as Lucan gasped his final words. One went wide, just missing Simon's head, but 3 embedded into the man he was using as a shield. Simon winced as he saw the pain play across the other man's face before the light left the bandit's eyes. He knew exactly what that felt like, and he felt bad for the guy. At least it was a clean death, though. Simon tried hard to make sure that was what people got whenever he could, but when it came to a forest full of archers, sometimes that couldn't be helped. He waited for a lull in the action, then he leaned around to one side of the trunk and yelled, "G letter 1E1B RVU U letter 1E3B Marin," as he channeled all his rage and anger into a gout of flame that eradicated the vegetation between him and the bandits that were trying to kill him. The energy surged through him so hard that it grayed the edges of his vision for a moment, and when the fiery streamers subsided, he slowly pulled out and loaded his crossbow to make sure there weren't survivors. He knew, of course, that the kid he'd spared last time was still out there somewhere. If he'd been on the other side of the road last time, he probably was this time too, which meant that he might have to take the feral bastard down. Secretly, Simon hoped that the little brat had run off because the last thing he wanted to do was shoot a starving kid in the back, even if that decision might come back to haunt him. No arrows came at him this time, so Simon finished off his fallen foes, then helped himself to the coins in Lucan's pockets as the only restitution the man could offer for wasting his time before he continued on his way. The rest of the journey was utterly uneventful, and this time when Simon reached the village of Wellingbrook, he went straight for the inn and paid for a real meal and a drink in his stolen silver. The proprietor still gave him the stink eye as she made change, but right now, Simon just didn't care. He wanted something warm and filling. It turned out that dinner wasn't for hours yet, though, so she brought him cold cuts smeared with stone-ground mustard on some bread that wasn't quite stale, but it would be in a few more hours. While it wasn't as good as the dinner he'd eaten here last time, just being able to taste something as simple as mustard again was amazing, so he made do. Simon whiled away the rest of the day much the same as he'd done the last time. This time the only difference was that he stretched his legs exploring the hamlet before dinner rather than sitting in his room, and after dinner, he did a bit less drinking and a little more winning. Surprisingly, Yars turned out to be just as good a loser as he was a winner, which Simon thought was a rare trait. Rather than bluster when he turned into the night's biggest loser, he just patted Simon on the back and said, "Now, you be sure to stick around for a few days and give me a chance to win all that back." That was enough to make Simon smile as he wandered up to his room and made himself comfortable on the lumpy mattress. Last time he fell asleep like a rock, but this time he found himself laying there, staring up at the ceiling for the better part of an hour, once he got tired of tossing and turning, as he worried as soon as he closed his eyes his small victory was going to be snatched from his hands, and he was going to be put back in that awful little cabin again. He knew that Helades didn't want him to be happy, of course. He'd known that from pretty much the first minute he'd met her, but to think that she would just break her own game or punishment incarnation or whatever, and snatch him back to the pit just because he'd figured a clever way out of her clutches, it was just. Simon's endless internal monologue came to a screeching halt when he heard the door swing open with only the faintest scraping sound as it brushed against one of his boots. The room was dark, but not entirely pitch black, so he could see a short shape as what he could only imagine that brat he'd spared earlier snuck into his room to finish him off. His muscles tensed as he lay there, waiting to pounce, and it was only when he saw the gleam of light on the edge of the blade that he reached up and grabbed the slender wrists of the wielder, yanking it away from them in a brief struggle, and sending them backwards hard enough into the shutters to knock them open. Simon was surprised by two things then. The first was that he was holding a meat cleaver, not the dagger he'd expected, and the second was that the person that had been about to strike him dead wasn't the young boy but the innkeeper herself. Just what in the fuck is going on? Simon spat as he gestured at her with her own weapon, making her shrink away from the reprisal she feared. You were the woman was older than him, but not by much, and all the poison that had been in her gaze until now had been replaced with fear. "Out with it, woman," Simon yelled, not caring who heard. "Choosing to keep your reasons for assassinating me a secret will cost you your life. I would never harm a fly," she whimpered nonsensically, "but there's a darkness in you. Anyone who trucks with evil so much has to." "Evil?" he asked, utterly baffled by the accusation. "I'm the damn hero, what are you talking about? There's no evil here except a crazy woman with a meat cleaver." To emphasize his point, Simon buried the weapon into the wood of the windowsill. "The taint of your spirit does not lie," she hissed, and then seeing him weaponless, she chose that moment to try to dart past him and down the hall. Simon was baffled by her words and didn't try to stop her. He just stood there stunned for almost a minute as his intoxicated mind tried to work through everything that had just happened. It was only then that he realized her next move might be to rally the town watch or a few brave adventurers to strike him down. It was that thought that finally spurred him to action, and he began to pack. He supposed that it was bad news that people could see the taint of his spirit, whatever that was supposed to mean, but as he quickly packed his things, he decided that, ultimately, this was good news. After all, the crazy bitch that had sent him back to his own private hell hadn't been Helades. It had only been some innkeeper with a magic power he just hadn't seen before. He could work with that, even if he wasn't sure if she was seeing the magic he'd used, his connection to the pit, or something deeper like his massive experience point debt. But either way, it was useful information and something to watch out for. Simon woke the ferryman and paid the drunk a full silver to take him across the river before sunrise. Judging from the way the man reacted, immediately switching from confused anger to helpful friendliness as he judged the coin, Simon was sure that he'd overpaid, but he didn't care. He just wanted to outrun whatever the consequences of sparing that woman's life were going to be. Soon enough they were on the water and being poled across at a speed that was barely fast enough to fight the current while the ferryman yammered on and on. In a hurry, eh? Where are you off to then? He asked, slurring only slightly. Leipzig or Hurag, which one's closer? Simon asked. Well, Leipzig is the bigger city, so it has better roads if you head straight east, the ferryman opined, but if you bear south along the river you'll eventually get to Hurag, so I'd say it's about the same. I guess I'll just flip a coin then, Simon answered. One is just as good as the other. Ah, the ferryman gave him a knowing nod. So this is the kind of hurry where you're eager to be away from somewhere, not to somewhere. I see. Which is it, the law or the ladies? Simon just looked at him blankly at that, making the man laugh so loudly that he'd probably woken up people in town. I know, none of my business. I'll just shut up now before I say something we both regret. He didn't, of course. Whether because of the beer he reeked of or because of his nature, the man prattled on and on the whole 10-minute trip, but he did learn a few things worth knowing without coming off as too much of an outsider. They were apparently in some place called the Kingdom of Bryn, and that things had been going well for as long as anyone could remember, but that the king was sick, and the ferryman worried that things might not be lasting much longer. He tuned most of the rest of the details out, as he realized he was obviously getting closer to some quest. The man might as well have a golden exclamation mark over his head telling him where to go, which annoyed Simon for reasons he didn't fully understand. Once on the other bank, Simon thanked the man curtly and left while he was still talking about whatever sprang to his mind and laughing at his own jokes. At the first fork in the road, Simon decided to go south. A sick king in a big city just seemed a little much for him, and he wasn't looking for the spotlight just yet. He spent much of the day walking alone, though he did pass by a few merchants that eyed him suspiciously like he was some kind of highwayman. That night his instincts were proven correct, as he listened to some men chatting between drinks at the inn he stopped for the night at. It seemed that lots of mercenaries were traveling north and expecting work to be coming sooner rather than later. The way I hear it, the king's son is paying more, but only because the king's brother has far more men, a swarthy man with an axe told the man sitting across the trestle table from him between mouthfuls of roast chicken. So what you're saying is I can be a well-paid dead man, or I can get just enough coins to keep me from starving to death. Sounds like business as usual to me, a red-haired man in chain mail answered. Everyone at the table laughed at that, and Simon joined them even if he didn't think it was funny. He just wanted to stay out of it. He'd done more dying than everyone else in the room combined, and he was certain that coin wasn't a good enough reason to take sides in a brewing civil war. What about you? The burly man next to Simon asked while he was trying hard to mind his own business. Me, Simon asked. I'm going to sit this one out, I think. I'm going to visit family in Hurag. Well, I think they'll be safe there, the man nodded, but it's good that you'll be there for them just in case. It struck Simon as more than a little odd that the common room was packed with mercenaries that had already decided who they were going to serve, but they had no problem eating with men they might be killing in a week or a month. The inn was all out of rooms, but after he'd finished eating and shared a couple drinks with the crowd, he found himself a place in the hay loft above the stables and called it a night before things got too rowdy. It took Simon 2 more nights to get to the outskirts of Hurag. It might count as a city in this world, but Simon would have been surprised if it had more than 5,000 people in it. The city gates were merely a gate at the end of the bridge that formed the northern entrance to the place, but there were no city walls attached to it. Instead, it was a few acres of land sheltered between 2 rivers, and a squat, ugly castle on a hill, lording over the whole place on a low rise. The southern part of the city that wasn't sheltered by the rivers seemed to have a city wall of some sort, but mostly the place struck him as having more in common with a squatter's camp or a shanty town than the sort of fantasy city he was used to seeing in his games and movies. The homes were pressed close together to use every scrap of space, and the streets reeked of sewage. Unlike the charming little villages he'd seen along the way, this definitely wasn't a place that Simon planned to stay long. Still, it was the first time he'd seen more than 50 people at once since he'd come to the pit, so he told himself he would stay the night at least, just for the novelty of it. After a little searching, Simon found a place that was willing to let him stay the night near the river, where the smell wasn't quite so bad, and then he spent the rest of the day looking around. Eventually, he found the market, and after haggling with a merchant decided to make his first purchases of this miserable life, so he could finally be outfitted as a proper adventurer. He purchased a fine leather backpack because he was tired of carrying a sack everywhere he went. Then once he has somewhere to put his things, he also bought a bedroll, a second water skin to use for beer, a coin purse, 2 shirts that mostly fit, and a tinderbox and flint which he couldn't wait to learn how to use so that he could stop lighting campfires with a flamethrower. That night he agonized over whether he should stay another few days, so he could have someone let out his leathers a little, so they would finally fit right, but the food wasn't so great, and that night someone tried to break into his room. The sneak thief had either been trying to get to know him better or rob him blind, but his paranoia about what had happened a few days ago was still fresh, and the sound of him unsheathing his sword was enough to send the man running for his life down the stairs. Simon slowly worked his way south through several villages before he found the little town of Slaney, just big enough for a few amenities, an inn, and a local lord. Simon only found out that last detail on the third day when he was invited to the lord's manor for dinner the following evening, which he accepted, but only because he feared the alternative. The next evening he was announced as Simon of Schwarzenbruck because he could think of no other city name that sounded even vaguely appropriate, before he was introduced to Baron Corwin, his wife Alana, and his 3 sons, Gregor III, Harver, and Scott. Simon was on his best behavior and stuck to the character he'd spent last night inventing for himself. He was pretending to be a traveling mercenary and scholar, and figured that between his ability to read and write and his encyclopedic knowledge of monsters would make it an easy role to pull off. And it did, for a while. Simon managed to create a little restrained laughter when he told them about his only encounter with a wyvern. He even got the hint reasonably quickly that he shouldn't talk about things like the carrion crawler with a lady present, but he was taken completely off guard when Lord Corwin asked, "It's interesting that you say you're from Schwarzenbruck, because I have an aunt from near there, and her accent is completely different from yours." For a moment Simon thought they were going to see through his flimsy disguise and summon the guards to drag him to the dungeons, even though he was fairly sure there was nothing beneath this manor more threatening than a wine cellar. Then, as he could feel the beads of sweat starting to form on his forehead, he managed to choke out, "Well, I've been traveling most of my life." Just like that, a gentle murmur of laughter passed through the room, and the Lord's eldest said, "Quite so," and all the tension vanished just in time for the soup course, giving him ample time to think about what he'd just learned. Where he was, the people knew of Schwarzenbruck. Somehow that didn't feel like a very common name to Simon, so it was entirely possible that it was the same Schwarzenbruck, though he didn't see how, since it was on a completely different floor of the dungeon. Did things loop back around like that? After the squash soup came a white wine and an herb-braised lamb. Though it wasn't something Simon ever saw himself trying, he was surprised at how good both of them were, though he chalked that up to living on a steady diet of bread and cheese for the last eternity. After that, the conversation turned to the king's health, and the baron hoped he lived another 100 years, and then problems with the region, and in particular the silver mines that was the baron's main source of income. "We can talk about that later, though," he cautioned his son who had brought it up. "That's not fit dinner conversation and must wait until after dessert." The aforementioned dessert turned out to be a cake that was too dry and not nearly sweet enough for Simon's tastes, with layers of thin pastry alternating between layers of jam, but he ate it just the same and would have seconds if they'd been offered. It was only once all that was done that he, the lord, and his eldest son retreated to the study for snuff and brandy. Simon declined the snuff, but took a tumbler full of the golden liquid. He drank it while the lord finally took the time to explain what the real problem was and why he'd invited Simon in the first place. "It's goblins," Baron Corwin said. "I'm fairly certain, even if no one has yet produced a corpse of the missing or the things making my workers go missing. This wouldn't be the first time they've been found in the silver mine, but with the, shall we say, troubles in the capital, it would seem that you are the only mercenary in the area I can ask to handle this little problem for me. Time is money after all, and I've had the pit shut down for a week now." The choice of words almost made Simon spit out his drink, but he played it cool. "I mean, yeah, I could probably handle that for you, but what's in it for me?" Simon asked. He wasn't afraid of facing down a few goblins, but that was what a mercenary was supposed to ask, wasn't it? "I'm sure we can make arrangements for something like that," the Baron said, shaking his hand. "In times like these, I'm happy to keep an extra man or two who's good with a sword around." For Simon, killing goblins was easy. Staying safe while he did it was a little more complicated, but that hadn't been important before now. After all, he could always come back and try again, but that wouldn't be an option for young Gregor. The kid had looked pretty strong for 16. Still, there was a softness about him that told Simon he hadn't done anything more dangerous than sparring with his father's men, or maybe a fox hunt, or whatever the upper class did for fun around here. So even after returning to his room, Simon lay awake as he wrestled with his misgivings. Those worries invaded Simon's dreams as his subconscious explored all the grisly fates that awaited the entitled young noble while he tossed and turned. The first time they were both ripped to pieces in an ambush that Simon hadn't spotted, but on the second attempt, even though he knew it was coming, they were still completely overwhelmed by the number of goblins, and the young scion in his care was maimed and disfigured. Simon could heal him, of course, but the boy's arm grew crooked and scarred, and Simon was certain he would be hanged for it after everyone learned about his dark powers. He woke up in a cold sweat shortly before dawn, uncertain of what to do. His dreams had been extra vivid since he'd become unstatued. Even taking that into account, though, this felt somehow more prophetic to him. They died repeatedly, separately as well as together, as he'd overcome this group only to be killed by that one or defeated all the warriors only to be burned alive by the shaman. In most versions of that recurring nightmare, he never made it out. Still, the ones he returned to the Baron bearing a corpse or a disfigured child were the worst of all as his subconscious went into overdrive. Simon was filled with trepidation when he finally started to get ready that morning, as he racked his mind for some way to keep the kid that was being entrusted to his care unharmed while he completed this mission. If he could just do that much, then he could finally take a break and try to figure some things out about this crazy world and come up with a plan. Maybe he could even figure out how to rein in his fire spell or learn to use an actual bow instead of the crossbow he'd been stuck with so far. When he arrived at the Baron's manor shortly after sunrise, he was informed that they were still having breakfast and he could wait in the servants' kitchen. Simon would have been offended at that, but the biscuits and gravy they served him mollified him until his charge had eaten and dressed. When Simon saw the Baron's son, his heart sank further. The kid was wearing real armor in the form of a breastplate and chain mail at least, but it was obviously a little too big for him and much too heavy to explore a cave. When Gregor moved, it was awkward and unbalanced, and Simon worried that if he took too large a swing, he would fall over. "Handsome little devil, isn't he?" Baron Corwin announced, ready to go win a war all by himself. "Well, Mr. Corwin, sir, the armor is really nice. It's nicer than anything I could hope to afford, but I'm afraid if we go out like this, it will put your son in real danger," Simon said, trying very hard not to sound like a jerk. "What do you mean?" the Baron asked in a puffed-up way that made Simon sure that this was a mistake. "I mean that, well, Gregor, caves can get pretty tight. Why don't you crawl under that table for me?" Simon asked, trying to shift the noble's intense stare to anyone but him. The boy looked uncertainly from Simon to his father, who snapped, "Go on, son, it's like I told you. In all other things in life, commoners like this will obey your orders, but in their area of expertise, listening to those you employ will save your life." Simon was pleased and annoyed by the backhanded compliment as he watched the man's heir get on his hands and knees and try to crawl under the end table. On the one hand, it was nice that someone thought he had expertise in something, but on the other, this whole, better than everyone else because of the family you were born into, routine was about 200 years out of date as far as he was concerned. They both watched how awkwardly the boy moved, and when he was halfway under, Simon pointed out, "See how stiffly he moves and how loud his armor is. In the pit, I mean the mine shaft, we won't even be able to hear the goblins coming." "I see," the Baron said in grudging agreement. "What would you suggest then? Do you have something like this?" Simon asked, gesturing at his own armor. "It offers decent protection from their teeth, but it's a lot easier to move in." Here at least, Simon spoke from experience. He tried the suit of chain mail in the cabin several times, and it very rarely came in handy. "That's not really the sort of thing that a baron or his heir would need to wear," Baron Corwin answered, shaking his head. "The only ones around here that might have something like that would be our guards, our huntsmen." "Well, are any of them about the size of your son?" Simon asked, unaware of what an argument that would turn into. Apparently, it was insulting to expect the boy to wear the armor of some commoner. In the end, Simon apologized grudgingly and offered to take care of the problem himself, but the Baron wouldn't hear of that either. In the end, they spent the next several hours looking for someone on the grounds with armor that could fit his precious son, but then they had him wear a nice jacket on top of it, even though the day was already starting to get warm. Only after all that was finally done did they set off toward the mine on horseback. Simon hadn't ridden a horse since a particularly awful summer camp when he was 14, but the animal was docile enough. So he followed the young man and they made pleasant conversation. Gregor asked Simon about his travels and his battles, and Simon mixed just enough falsehood with his truths to keep the conversation going, but in truth, he felt a little lost by the end of it. He'd expected someone a bit more childish, but it was clear to Simon that this was nothing but an adult in a child's body, the way he picked up on the inconsistencies in his meandering tale. They tethered the horses when they arrived, and Simon looked at the tunnel, and the forest hills beyond. This was definitely the sort of place where goblins might choose to hang out, though he didn't smell them yet. Simon went in a few feet until the light of day started to peter out and sniffed, but smelled only rock dust. The next step was, of course, to light some torches and start exploring, but something about the dreams from the night flashed before his eyes, and he knew that in good conscience he couldn't take the boy with him. He might be grown up for his age or whatever, but it was obvious to Simon he'd never been in a life or death struggle like this before. "I think we're going to smoke them out." "The infestation here is too bad," Simon lied as he came out of the cave. "But father had some adventurers try that last year, and the goblins just came back," the boy protested. "Surely such evil creatures do not mind the fumes of hell." Simon smirked at the boy's lack of basic knowledge, reminding him of just how backward these people really were. "Is that what those events tell you?" Simon asked, trying not to sound too smug. then today we will teach you something new." They spent the next 30 minutes building a small fire at the entrance to the mine and a large pile of green branches to go with it. Then, after Simon felt a twinge of jealousy after he watched Gregor light the fire with some flint, they started to pile the green branches onto the small blaze until the whole place was nothing but a cloud of smoke. "So do we just wait for the goblins to come out then?" Gregor asked. "We'd be waiting a long time, I think," Simon said, looking at the giant blaze they'd created. "You see how the smoke goes into the mine? That means there's airflow." "Well, of course there is," the boy shrugged. "How else would you vent such a large mine? And how else would the goblins get in?" Simon answered, pretending he'd already known that. After that, they started tromping through the forest on foot, looking for any sign of their prey. After half an hour, they found the first vent from the trickle of pine-scented smoke coming out of it, but there was no sign of goblins. So they continued on to the second and the third vent shaft. Each time the smell got fainter, but it was still noticeable. "That's as far as it goes," the boy said finally, not bothering to hide his disappointment. "Are you sure you've really killed goblins before?" Simon seethed at that but bit back the caustic words on the tip of his tongue. Instead of insulting the boy, he just said, "Gregor, when you've been in as many caves as I have, you'll know that there's always more entrances and exits than you think there are." With that cryptic response, he continued in the same direction they'd been traveling for a while before he turned and started heading toward the sound of running water. That was when he caught the first hint of sulfur and filth that told him that goblins were nearby. The scent of burning wood and pine tar was perfume by comparison. "Shh," Simon whispered as he drew his blade and started to slowly go towards the scent. The boy quickly followed his example. When they reached the tree line, they found a crevice not so far from the shore of a river with 5 agitated goblins milling about in what shade they could find. There was no way they would willingly be out in the daylight, which meant that his smoke trick had worked. He congratulated himself. Simon's biggest concern was that they would scatter when they attacked in such an open area or even attempt to flee underground. So they split their assault and charged from 2 different directions at once. Simon was hesitant to leave Gregor on his own, but he told the lad to just yell loudly because goblins were fairly cowardly, and to Simon's eternal surprise, it worked. They both charged, but only Gregor screamed a bloodthirsty battle cry, so the goblins charged Simon, and he made quick work of the first 3. He decapitated the first one to reach him, ran the next one through, and bashed the third one with his shield hard enough to crack its skull. After that, he played with the last 2, giving his young charge ample time to make his own kills. In the end, none of them got away, and as they sat on the bank drinking water and congratulating themselves for their victory, Simon felt like maybe this was what his dungeon experience had been missing the whole time. He'd killed lots of things, but he'd never done it with someone, and somehow it was that teamwork that made it hit differently. Simon brought a bag of goblin heads back as proof of their victory, and after he told the mostly truthful tale to the Baron about how his heir had charged into the action bellowing a battle cry and cutting down green skins, the man threatened to have one of the heads bronzed and put on the wall of his study. The Baron's wife, Ares, talked him out of it, of course, but Simon was invited to a feast held in Gregor's honor when the mine was reopened, where the Lord drunkenly recounted the tale. There they were, he told the other guests, feigning rapt attention like they hadn't heard all this before. "Surrounded by those damn goblins pouring up from the mouth of hell when my eldest son ran screaming into their midst." Simon successfully avoided laughing at that, and had a decent night answering the silly questions of silly people that were all somehow more important than him, while he sampled a variety of halfway decent wines. He wasn't going to let people like that bother him, though. Instead, he spent the following days berating himself for how silly it had been that he'd worried about those stupid dreams whenever he wasn't doing anything more interesting. After all, there'd only been 5 goblins down there, not some kind of goblin city. At least that's what he thought until a few days later when he chatted with one of the men who'd worked on collapsing that entrance so that goblins wouldn't be a problem again in the future. Apparently, there'd been dozens of the little pests just a little further in that had perished from smoke inhalation. Though he pretended like he'd always known that was the likely outcome, Simon wondered if that made him more or less crazy for wondering if his dreams were somehow true. The Baron was true to his word and gave Simon the run of a cottage not far from the Baron's manor for as long as he desired it, on condition that he be available for the needs of his household on occasion. Simon didn't have a problem with that, though when he found out that another tenant family had been evicted to make room for him, Simon did have a bit of a problem with that. No one else seemed to care, so eventually, he stopped too and focused on living something like a normal life for the first time in a long time. He still paid a few coppers to eat and drink at the inn almost every night, but that was only because he had no idea how to cook over an open flame. Letting a soup boil in a cauldron was one thing. He tried that a couple times, but getting all the right fresh herbs and then keeping the fire at the same level for hours was a pain, and after trying it a few times just to prove to himself that he could, he became a regular at the inn instead. In the games he was used to playing, it was so easy. You picked up anything clickable, clicked the button to combine the items, and then had armor or a nice meal. Simon spent a week trying to tan a hide before he gave up. Not only was it difficult to do, but the way you used the creature's brains in the tanning process was also more than a little bit disgusting. In fact, the more he tried to learn about medieval life, the more disgusting he found it. Chamber pots, half-rotten food, and no real medicine to speak of made for a pretty awful life. But at least with his stash of gold, he didn't have to spend all day laboring in the fields like his fellow man. He frequently found himself sparring with the man's sons, using wooden swords for lack of anything better to do. He'd noticed the last few weeks that if he didn't keep himself busy, he tended to stop moving and just exist inside his own head in a way that sometimes felt disturbingly close to being a statue once more. He only noticed it when he was so still outside one day that a bird landed on him like he was some kind of Disney princess. Sometimes it was hard to snap out of that as he relived his traumas and berated himself for everything he could have done better and every trap of Hellades that he should have seen coming. So, he frequently resorted to swordplay with the boys, and sometimes even the household guard to sharpen his skills and provide a little entertainment. Though even the Baron's youngest was more skilled than Simon on a technical level, since they'd spent their young lives drilling with actual instructors, they were able to do some interesting things with feints and riposts that he had trouble dealing with, but even with those tricks they seldom beat him. Simon had more than just raw strength on his side, even though the daily workouts were having a real impact on his body. He also had more experience against a real opponent and could spot openings better than anyone else in the sparring yard. Still, when it came to the guards that were his age or older, all he could do was give as well as he got. He was still better than them, of course, but this was a game that they had played for as long as he'd had a controller in his hand. As much as he hated to admit it, it would take time to improve if he wanted to be able to wipe the floor with all of them as he should. After a few weeks of this quiet, satisfying routine, just when it was starting to get too hot to be out in armor anytime around midday, life was interrupted by news that the king had died. Simon had hoped that he was far enough away from whatever fighting was going to happen. That seemed unlikely, and his fears were borne out a few days after the word had spread, and the kingdom was officially in mourning when a pair of riders showed up within hours of each other to deliver the news that they required the Baron to swear allegiance to the new king. The problem, of course, was that they both disagreed on whom the new king was. The first rider said it was the king's son, and the second said it was the king's brother. "What do you think I should do?" Corwin asked Simon in a rare moment of indecision. Simon, of course, had little to say on such matters. Still, he did repeat the bar gossip he'd heard so long ago that the king's brother, Duke Westerfall, was the odds-on favorite, even if the king's son was certainly the rightful heir. "So you think I should declare for the duke instead?" Baron Corwin asked. "Even if I gave a weapon to every man that could use one, I'd be hard-pressed to field much over 100 people." "It's not my place to make such decisions, sir," Simon answered. Making that kind of choice honestly terrified him. He couldn't handle that kind of responsibility. Really, all that mattered to him was that he would have to cut his quiet little life here short and move further south to stay ahead of current events while the Baron pledged his loyalty to the king's brother. At least that was the plan until one day, Gregor chose a quiet moment after a round of archery practice to express his fears. Simon was still absolutely terrible with the bow, so he'd mostly just been watching the younger man shoot, but when Gregor said, "Father says that you'll likely be leaving soon. You and any other man that can sell your sword for a few coins. Does he now?" Simon asked. "That's news to me. Who am I going to fight for? Does that mean you'll stay and help us when the troubles come?" the boy asked. "Well, I'm pretty comfortable right now, so I had no plans to." Simon's words trailed off as the boy gave him an uncharacteristic hug. Only then did he understand the depth of the lad's fear. Simon let the moment linger, appreciating the first human connection that he'd had in lifetimes. Still, after a moment, he pushed the boy away and did his best to reassure him. "Leipzig is a long way from here, Gregor. I don't think we'll have anything to worry about for a good long while." Simon was wrong, though. The peace didn't last long after that, and within a few weeks there were already rumors of battles and raids in nearby fiefs. Slaney was only spared a few more days after that, and though most of the village had fled to the Baron's manor before the soldiers arrived, Simon could still hear screams in the night as he watched homes, including his own set ablaze from atop the hill. The house was a large one, with an enclosed courtyard that could fit hundreds, but it was never intended to be a fortress, and like it or not, Simon would have to fight. Somehow the idea of fighting professional soldiers didn't seem like as much fun as fighting goblins had been. That wasn't because Simon understood their greater threat, after spending so many idle afternoons dueling the Baron's guards, though, but because of the number of crying children he could hear behind him as he watched the gates rattle under the axe blows of the invaders. The Baron had sent a messenger to the opposing army with an offer of surrender. Still, Simon knew how that would end well before the boy's head had been tossed back over the gate. These men didn't want a victory, they wanted an example, and that meant a pile of dead bodies to put the fear into the other lords of the region. Simon hadn't been sure if that knowledge would put steel in the spine of the surrounding men or if it would bring them to their knees. He wasn't very good at judging people when it came to emotions, so he just stood there at the ready, waiting for his chance to do some good. After all, he was the one man on either side who didn't fear death, so he could go all out in a way no one else could. They held like that for an hour or two, with a few men on the roof harassing the force of almost 300 men with arrows, while a few brave men and women put out the fires that the attackers continually tried to start. Eventually, that wasn't enough, though, and all at once, the interminable sense of waiting was replaced by sudden violence as the gates swung inward and the attackers swarmed in. No one ran. That was the highest compliment that Simon could give as his world narrowed to the width of his opponent. They'd expected only farmers with spears to be huddled back here, and Simon made sure the first man to face him regretted the decision, as he smashed the dark-haired axe-wielder hard in the face before stabbing him in the gut and moving on to his next opponent. The fighting after that was desperate and chaotic, and Simon took more cuts from not knowing that an enemy had gotten behind him than from anyone that had dared to face him directly. He was certainly on the losing side, though, he decided, as he stepped back from the fray to whisper, A umlaut utable acute, FV letter 1EA3 RU cute M letter 1E23 Jack, as he imagined the muscles on his sword arm knitting back together. All the little wounds were adding up, and even the extra stamina he'd built over the last few months wasn't enough to stave off exhaustion forever. Plus, he increasingly found himself outnumbered in the back and forth that had taken place over the last 10 minutes as the defenders sought to protect their loved ones in the face of overwhelming odds. Despite the fact that Simon was exhausted and surrounded, though, he still had one trump card left to play. G letter 1E1B, RVUU letter 1E3B Marin, he shouted, imagining a firestorm almost as wide as the gate backed by lethal intent. Simon had enjoyed his time here, and he knew that from the way the other woman had reacted, what he was doing was likely to get a negative reaction, but sometime in the next minute, he was going down, and a minute or two after that there would be no one left to fight. The result of his spell was a wave of incandescent fury that killed those closest to him outright as they were consumed in a blazing white inferno. Their corpses did shield those behind them for an instant, but even so, the shockwave of hellfire spread outward, engulfing almost everyone between him and the gate. Simon tried to enjoy the sudden panicked retreat that he'd caused, but the amount of energy that the spell took from him made him waver as his vision blurred, and he threatened to lose consciousness, spoiling the moment. "All right, men," he called out as loud as he could as he pointed ahead with his sword. "We've got them on the run. We just need to." Simon's words were cut off by a sword that pierced his back, followed by another in his side that left him coughing up blood. "Witchcraft," one man shouted. "He's a warlock," cried another. Simon had hoped this wouldn't have been the reaction, but he accepted it anyway. He spun as he fell to the ground, landing on his back, and smiled as he saw that Gregor was alive and his sword had no fresh blood on it. At least he'd made one friend here, Simon thought as his consciousness faded to black. Simon's most common reaction to the pain and confusion accompanying death whenever he died was anger and frustration. Generally, he was annoyed at whatever cheap trick had been used to kill him, or he was pissed off at Hellades for planning it this way just to make him suffer. The next most common was fear that something even worse than death might somehow be inflicted on him again. This time he felt neither, though. Instead, he felt only acceptance as he lay there staring at the ceiling, trying to parse the reaction he'd seen on the faces of the men who'd killed him. Gregor had seemed sad, of course, and Simon was pleased that at least one person had decided to give him the benefit of the doubt for once in his life. "Especially since I was, saving your family from a fucking army," he said sarcastically to no one in particular. Martam and Victor were people he thought he knew, though. Simon understood that superstitious villagers might not like magic. What he didn't understand was why they had sprung on him so viscerally like that. If they'd wanted to exile or banish him after the fighting was done because they thought it was witchcraft, he could see that, but to kill him for trying to keep them alive was bullshit, and he kind of hoped they were wiped out because of it. Well, he wanted to hope that, but he couldn't quite make himself think something so awful, and as he got up and stretched, he hoped that the Baron's family managed to escape, or at least if they died, he hoped that it was a clean death. They'd been good to him, after all. Good enough to go back and try to save them again, though. He wasn't so sure about that. Simon reached for the wine bottle and took a long swig, noting that he'd developed enough of a palate for it that he noticed just how much it sucked compared to the vintages he was used to at the Baron's table. That didn't stop him from drinking it, though, as he pondered what to do next. "If I go back, whatever I build is just going to get destroyed by the war again," he told himself as he considered the problem. He had two options. He could try to stop the war somehow, or he could try going further away this time. Simon had no idea how to go about stopping the war, though. Was he supposed to just assassinate some duke so that the line of succession was clearer? That might help, but it might make things worse too, and there was no guarantee that he would survive such an attempt long enough to enjoy his newfound peace anyway. Maybe if he wandered far enough, he could find somewhere so distant and insignificant that it wouldn't be affected. For some reason, thinking about distant places brought Schwarzenbruck to mind. He could always go back down the mountains and try to find it. It was supposed to be somewhere to the north, but he was sure that Lucan or the innkeeper who wanted him dead would know where he could find that if he asked. He wasn't sure why he'd want to take the long way to a zombie infestation, though. After all, getting to the 8th floor, that was easy. He just had to kill some goblins, some skeletons, a slime, and a couple zombies. And for some reason, if he was bitten, he was fairly certain he could blow his own head off with pyrotechnics well before losing control of his body again. He felt stupid that he hadn't thought of it last time, but vowed not to make that mistake again. As long as he just kept that plan in his back pocket, Simon knew he had little to fear from another visit to that place beside a quick and relatively painless death. Well, nothing besides seeing Freyr again, he thought with a sigh. This was enough to stir him to action as he tried to move physically away from her ghost. As he did so, two things became immediately apparent to him. The first was that he longed to see her, even though he knew she wouldn't actually be there if he visited again, and the second was how slow and out of shape he suddenly felt. Simon turned and walked over to the mirror. He didn't talk to it, but he did note with dismay that he'd put on a lot of weight since the last time he'd seen himself in the Baron's manor. For a moment, Simon's mind rejected the idea that he'd always been this fat, and a train of thought spontaneously decided that Hellades must be doing this as an additional handicap to keep him from succeeding. Simon stopped that thought cold before it could grow, though, and took a hard look at himself. "No wonder I was getting so much better at sword fighting," Simon said, lifting his shirt. Not only had his leather armor fit him much better, but he was carrying around more than an extra set of chain mail with every step right now. As he realized he'd been like this from day one, he cursed himself for never noticing until now. Simon had always considered himself to be a little thick because he was so strong, but he'd never known what real strength was until he defended that gate and held back 4 men at once. The vivid images of that flashback filled his mind with the smell of blood and the sounds of screaming briefly, but he pushed them out of his mind, trying to focus on the positive. "All right, so I'm not strong right now," he told himself as he stared straight into his own eyes, "but I can be again, and it's going to be soon." That, as much as anything, was why he decided on whim that he was going back to Schwarzenbruck. Not to stay, of course. He had no interest in fighting his way out of that inn. He was going to cut through there and then see if there was anywhere nice to settle down near the Wyvern level. On his last visit, he'd seen something on the horizon, but he had no idea if it was a city or more ruins like those he'd already explored. It was another level where he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Some made sense, at least. Kill this slime or that troll, but what the hell was he supposed to do about the Wyvern? When it came to the 3rd floor, was he supposed to kill the goblins or stop a civil war? Was it both? Even though this wasn't a game, he felt sure a quest log would have gone a long way to making it playable. Simon decided that he'd be happy to write one himself if he'd got to keep the thing as he geared up and got ready to go back into the pit once more, but since it would just reset along with all his other accomplishments, what the hell would be the point? Simon spent several more minutes delaying the inevitable, but once he was ready and he'd moved the bed out of the way, he turned back to the mirror to ask it the question he'd been dreading. "Mirror, show me my stat sheet, let's see just how fucked I am," he said, flinching visibly as the numbers began to appear slowly in their glowing blue type on the glass. Name, Simon Jacoby. Level 20. Deaths 31. Experience points, 1,190,4,650. Skills, archery below average, armor light good, athletics below average, cook poor, craft very poor, deception below average, escape very poor, investigate average, maces average, ride poor, search below average, sneak below average, spears poor, spell casting below average, steel very poor, swimming poor, and swords good. Words of power, off farm H. Jack Jervil Marin. Well, that answers that, he shrugged. 1 lifetime of torture is worth 10 lifetimes of growth. That seems about right. Easy fix. It was both worse and better than he thought it would be, he decided as he went downstairs and started crushing rat skulls. On the one hand, his time with the Baron's sons had obviously paid dividends with several combat skills. His simple village life had improved everything from cooking to horseback riding, which felt nice. Still, on the other hand, he had no idea how he would ever get his experience total back into the positive numbers at this rate. He tore through the caves as he thought about it, and the goblins came and went without issue, but this time Simon went deeper instead of walking back into the snow-covered valley. It was just as cold in the tomb of the skeleton knight, of course, but he worked up quite a sweat taking out all the little skeleton warriors before he fought the actual threat. The night was a good test for him, and he was pleased to see just how easily he took its head off after a complicated series of parries and ripostes. More than anything, this was what really showed him how far he'd come. It had taken a dozen deaths to bring this bastard down the first time, and now it bordered on the trivial. There was no question the knight could kill him if given the opportunity, of course. However, Simon had no intention of ever letting that happen again. Gregor would love to see this, he told himself as he went to take out the slime in a burst of fire and brimstone that left nothing but ashes. He told the boy about some of the more exotic monsters he'd fought on his journey, but he could tell that the lad did not entirely believe his exploits. He walked through that short little level in less than half a minute, which was getting to be pretty par for the course. That just left 3 more levels, and then he could take a good look at the horizon and decide where he was off to next, he thought as he opened the door to the inn. When he walked in, Simon anticipated the first zombie that always attacked him and brained it before it reached him. He quickly moved into the common room to get the one that was usually there too, and the Viking went down without a struggle. It only had enough time to turn toward him before it took a mace to the face. Simon's next step was going to be to reinforce the window that always failed, but as he strode across the room, he saw someone behind the bar. For a moment, he worried it was a zombie, or worse, zombie Freya, because his mind refused to accept what it was seeing. Standing in front of him, just as fragile and fearful as she'd been the last time, was Freya. She had the same bloody hands and held the same knife, but somehow these things only combined to make her more beautiful, and he couldn't help but stare. For a moment he thought it couldn't be real, but then she opened her mouth and said the same thing she'd said the first time they'd met. "It's not mine," she said, looking at her hands and not at the zombie he'd just slain. "Oh my God, is it really you?" he asked, moving toward her. "You're alive." "I don't know you and I don't know if you've been bitten," she murmured, leveling her knife at him as his approach broke her reverie, "so you can just stay the hell away from me, okay?" "What I meant was," he said, backing off hastily as he realized the mistake he'd just made. Just because he knew her didn't mean the reverse was true, and acting like a crazy person from her perspective wouldn't help anything. "I'm just glad to see anyone. All I've seen for days have been the dead. I'm so glad to find another survivor." As she started speaking, the board that kept the zombies from climbing through the window finally gave way, and she looked away from him to the window and back again. This time Simon didn't rush things. He knew they had a little time before the zombies were a real threat. "You mind if I get that, or are you going to stab me if I try to fix the window?" he asked, unable to entirely suppress his smile as his heart soared with joy. Freya was alive. For the first time in however many trips through here, he could finally see her again, and that was worth dealing with any amount of bullshit while they built some kind of familiarity and trust again. As Simon took his time killing the 2 encroaching zombies and moving the table to reinforce the broken window before more could join them, he tried to remember what had happened next the last time he was here. Even though he'd have sworn that every detail of those wonderful few days had burned their way into his brain, he was surprised to find that they'd been scoured away just like everything else during his time in the desert. He remembered Freya, of course, but even his memory of the beautiful dark-haired woman hadn't done her justice. Everything was the same as it had been, though. The sadness, the outfit, and even bloody hands remained unchanged. So once the breach was secured, he found it so hard not to stare that he was forced to mumble, "I'm going to make sure that there's no more of those things in here with us. You keep that knife handy." She didn't respond, but then she didn't before either, did she? Simon tried not to let those thoughts and his second guessing of himself distract him too much. Even though there hadn't been another zombie in the building before now, it would be just like Hellies to add another one just to zombify him when he'd finally found his way to Freya again. So, taking at least twice as long as he did the first time, he searched in every closet and under every bed from the owner's room on the 3rd floor down to the basement. Then he reinforced the back door, so it wouldn't cut their time together short like it had last time. It was only when all that was done that he joined the intermittently sobbing girl again. Simon thought about trying to hold and comfort her, but as he approached, he saw her grip the knife a little harder, and he decided against that. Instead, he very obviously set aside his weapons, and then pulled each of them a pint before he sat down on the opposite side of the table from her. "Look," he said finally, trying to break the silence. "It wasn't your fault, okay? Whatever happened, whatever you did, I'm sure it needed to be done." "How would you know?" she asked, not bothering to look up. "You aren't the only one who's lost someone in all this," he sighed, trying to push back flashes of that smoke-filled basement. The zombies took someone special to me too." Somehow the silences seemed more tense than last time, and Simon was trying to figure out what he'd done wrong when Freya finally spoke. "It was Brenna," and then she whimpered as she started crying. As she spoke, Simon remembered what she was going to say next and rose to get her a wet rag. She'd been a basket case last time, too, until she'd wiped all the blood from her hands. Even though he still had no idea what Brenna had done, The little he knew of the woman made him sure that it hadn't been anything good. It's okay. It's over, Freya, he said, trying to sound sympathetic, even if it was really strange to talk to the same woman again after missing her for so long. There was a long moment of silence, but when she finally opened her mouth again, her tone was full of suspicion. How do you know my name? Simon swallowed hard as he realized he fucked up. He almost fucked up a second time by telling her he saw it on her name tag. That would have worked on a waitress in the real world, of course, but here it would make him sound even crazier. Instead of answering, he took a long sip from his beer to give himself a moment to think, and then decided to go with the mostly honest approach and said, "That is your name, isn't it? I thought I remembered it from my last trip through here, but if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry." "No, it is, it's just," her suspicion melted instantly. "With everything that happened and you just appearing in your accent, it seemed like, but it's fine. This isn't my first time through Schwarzenbruck," Simon nodded, "but I admit I haven't been around in a while. My travels have taken me far from home." "What's your name?" she asked, finally looking at him as a person instead of a possible threat. "I'm Simon," he smiled, "and it's nice to meet you again. Simone." She asked, mispronouncing the letters of the unfamiliar word, but that didn't bother him. That is a very strange name. After that, they talked at length about what they knew. Freya told him what the tavern owner, Mr. Algan, had told her about the adventurers and the necromancer, refreshing his memory. Simon nodded appropriately while he worked his way through his beer. He hadn't actually gained any additional insight from his time as a zombie to give him any clues there. There had been no orders from a wizard bouncing around in his head or anything like that. All he'd felt during that time was hunger, and all he knew was that in a few weeks, someone would open the south gate to purge the zombies and release them on an unsuspecting world in the process. Simon wasn't really sure what he could do with that information, though. He could hunker down here with Freya until it was safe to leave, but he didn't really need to. He could just open a door for them at any time, and they could go say hello to the wyvern by way of the sewers and the jungle. But wouldn't that freak her out? The thought came completely unbidden to his mind, but he was forced to agree with it. Even trying to open the front door would make her attack him, but seeing a portal open like that, would she turn on him the same way the villagers had in his last life, or would she try to give him the benefit of the doubt the way that Gregor had? He didn't know, so for now, he decided it was best to just stay quiet. Simon enjoyed their conversation more than anything in a long time. The feasts at the Barrens, as well as the dueling yards before it had gotten too warm, were nice, of course. They just weren't as nice as this because Freya had the advantage of being a beautiful young woman in her mid-20s. "Do you suppose there's enough food in this place that we could make ourselves something to eat?" Simon asked, making her smile slightly for the first time. "There's more food than two people can eat before it starts to spoil," she said, finally setting aside her knife as she seemingly decided Simon wasn't going to murder her. After that, they busied themselves in the kitchen. She mostly focused on reheating some stew left over from the night before, and he spent his time trying to clean up the place. By the time he'd removed all the bodies from the common room in the kitchen and wiped away as much blood as he could, she'd almost stopped flinching when he walked by. The food was great, especially for leftovers, and they were both hungry enough that they ate in relative silence while they focused on the meal. It was only when Freya's bowl was finally empty that she asked, "What are we going to do now?" "Well, you said so yourself, we have plenty of food and even more beer, so we've got plenty of time to figure that out." Simon tried to reassure her, though she didn't seem reassured exactly. "We're safe for now, that's all that matters." The rest of the day passed in idle discussions, and Simon told her about the time he helped Gregor kill a mine full of goblins to try to convince her that he knew what he was doing, but she kept her distance both physically and emotionally. Simon couldn't remember if she'd been this standoffish last time, so eventually, he decided to go take care of something he was sure he'd done the last time he was stuck here with her: remove the corpses scattered throughout the inn. Putting on his thick leather gloves, he dragged them upstairs one at a time and tossed them out of the second-story window. It was backbreaking work, and it made him curse his newfound weakness again as he realized how much work he needed to do to get back to where he was so recently. The Simon he was yesterday would have been able to get rid of all the bodies without taking a single break, but the Simon of today had to stop and rest after each one, and it was aggravating. By the time that was done, the night was starting to fall, so after one last perimeter check to make sure there weren't any boards that were going to break free in the night and cut his time with Freya short, he went upstairs and started getting the innkeeper's room ready for bed. He wasn't completely surprised when he heard a knock on the door while he was laying out the sheets. "Do you mind if I sleep in here with you tonight?" Freya asked meekly. "It's just that." "It's fine," Simon said, pulling back the covers and offering her a spot. "There's plenty of room." Freya shook her head and took a spot on the floor instead, though, curling up fully clothed with a blanket and a weapon. "This is fine," she said, pulling the blanket up to her chin. "Don't even think of trying anything. I'm sleeping with this knife, just so you know." That made Simon smile as he brought the last remaining lantern to the bedside table. This was a moment he remembered too. She'd been so nervous the first time he was here, and even though he was pretty sure that she was going to crawl in bed with him again later that night, He couldn't help but find the moment of deja vu completely adorable. The last thing I'd ever do would be to take advantage of a woman, Simon assured her, amused by the repetition. It, more than anything else that had happened today, assured him that he was on the right track with her. Simon had already taken his armor off during dinner, but he stacked it up neatly after he barred the door and hung his weapons in an easy-to-reach place in case something went bump in the night. After that, he crawled into bed and stripped down to his small clothes. This mattress was filled with something besides straw, so while it was much more comfortable than the one he'd grown used to in the cabin, it still wasn't quite as comfortable as the one he'd had while he lived in Slaney. Sometime in the middle of the night, Simon was awoken by the familiar sensation of Freya sliding into bed with him. "I had a nightmare," she whispered. "Do you think that I could maybe?" Of course he yawned, pulling the covers back. "Make yourself at home." She fell asleep clinging to the edge of the bed, but by the time morning came, she was clinging to him like a drowning victim, just as he remembered. That made Simon smile, too, as he looked at dawn's rising light through the shutters. Maybe everything was going to be okay after all, he whispered to himself as he lay there. He didn't dare move right now, because the last thing he wanted to do was wake her and spoil this perfect moment. Simon fell back asleep, but when he woke up once more, it was to the smells of cooking meat, and he quickly got dressed and went downstairs. He brought his mace with him, but not because he thought he'd actually need it or anything. Hard experience had just taught him that he should be ready for whatever mindfuck Hellades was going to throw at him next. "I'm sorry that we're out of eggs," Freya apologized as she started serving a plate of sausage links and fried potatoes. "We ran out of those a few days ago." That statement sparked a similar conversation to one he remembered having with her lifetimes ago, as she told him about how things had started here and how quickly they'd gotten ugly. Once they finished eating, she started explaining how everyone had died one at a time, from infighting as much as the zombies, and how at the end, there'd only been a few of them left. By his count, there would have been 3 left when she started getting vague, and he was tempted to ask what happened to Brenna or Mr. Algan, but he refrained. Something in her expression said that she absolutely didn't want to go there, so he shifted topics and talked about other things. Using scraps of food, Simon explained the geography of the world as he understood it, showing where Slaney and Hurag were in the south, and she corrected him slightly, pointing out the coast and a number of other land features that Simon had not yet heard of. It was a useful conversation, and it made Simon wonder if every level was just another part of the same world. Honestly, it seemed more likely than not at this point between the way the land areas overlapped and some of the things the goddess had said, but he didn't mention any of that to Freya. He just waited for her to stop talking about how important the Black Bridge was for local trade routes and how it was the only year-round crossing for the Diener River for 50 miles in either direction before he turned the topic a little further towards where he wanted it. "If we could escape tomorrow, where would you like to go?" Simon asked, catching her off guard. "But we can't escape, can we?" She pushed back, confused. "Maybe not this minute, but I hope we'll find a way out soon," Simon answered, trying to stay upbeat, "and when that happens, we'll need a goal. Do you have any family nearby we could stay with or?" "All my family died here in Schwarzenbruck," she said, as her eyes started to tear up. "At least, I think they did. I'll probably never know." The conversation was going nowhere after that, so Simon dropped it and focused on other things for the next few hours. He cleaned his armor and sharpened his sword because it had been ages since he'd done either of those things, and then when he noticed that the small keg they'd been drinking from was out, he managed to wrestle a new one upstairs and tap it without making too much of a mess. This time there was no need to search for the way out. He knew where that was, but he had to earn Freya's trust before he could show her, and that would take time. Fortunately, they still had time, a little at least. There was a sea of the dead surrounding the building, of course, and their collective moaning and groaning were enough to make him feel like he was going to go crazy when he wasn't doing something else, but other times when he was chatting with Freya, it was a barely noticeable background drone. Still, he let things proceed at their own pace because he knew that if he rushed it, he would ruin it. He'd seen that theme play out plenty of times in movies and anime. He just needed to let it happen. That night she didn't even try to sleep somewhere else. She just looked at him expectantly until he said, "Why don't you sleep with me? It will be safer that way." She still gave him a look as she crawled into bed and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but that doesn't mean we're doing anything but sharing a little warmth. You keep your hands to yourself." Simon nodded. He knew the drill. This time when she fell asleep with her head on his chest, their cuddling was an intentional thing, and the sound of her gentle breathing was enough to block out the cries of 1,000 zombies as he basked in a single perfect moment that he hoped would never end. This just felt too right for him to want anything else. The next few days they enjoyed each other's company, and he got Freya to open up a bit about what it was she wanted out of life and how, before these zombies had risen up to devour everyone and everything in her path, all she'd wanted was a small garden and a couple of kids. By contrast, he told her that for years all he'd wanted to do was fight monsters and become a hero, but as he got older, he thought a quiet life might suit him more. This time their first kiss wasn't a drunken spur-of-the-moment thing. It was something that built during the entirety of their 4th day together. He'd started to get the feeling that she was into him by the way she kept asking him if there was a Mrs. Simon waiting for him when he got home, and when he worked up the nerve to kiss her, she kissed him back eagerly. It was probably just because she was scared or because they could both die at any moment. That was what he thought as they made out in the common room. The only thing he was sure about was that it couldn't be him that had been the cause of this, but he couldn't explain why else things would be playing out differently this time. When this happened before, they'd had to get drunk to kiss, and it had still been a few more days before they'd had sex for the first time. Today, though, there was no mistaking her need as she pressed against him, and he tried to unlace her top without breaking their kiss. They had sex twice that day. Once urgently on the table, and once more gently in the bed after a few drinks and some talking. The second round hadn't been intentional, at least not on Simon's part. He'd been trying to work up the nerve to talk to her about what had just happened, and she'd either gotten the wrong idea or decided that the only way to shut him up was more sex. After that, he was too exhausted to do anything but hold her. It wasn't until 2 days later that he finally returned to the topic of escape. What if there was a way out of here, but it required, well, magic, Freya? He asked one morning while they were lying together enjoying the relative peace of the early hours. I think it would kind of have to at this point, Simon, she answered playfully. Magic or starvation are pretty much the only ways we're getting out of here. Simon swallowed hard at that, remembering that there was a third way that had ended in fire and smoke, but he pushed that back down. I'm serious. What if there was a way? Would you try it? Even if it was dangerous. What are you talking about, Simon? She asked, confused. If you know something, then you need to tell me. It's easier to show you, he said hesitantly, but you need to promise me you'll remain calm, okay? Can you do that? I can, she whispered after a moment's consideration. I trust you. He smiled and then agreed they would make the last of the ham for breakfast before he did anything crazy. She spent the meal peppering him with questions about magic, but he deflected them clumsily rather than answer, and when they were finished, he sent her into the pantry. Why don't you start packing provisions for the two of us for a few days, Freya, he said finally. Things that can be cooked easily on a fire or that can be eaten cold. I can't promise that we'll get to a town right away, so we'll have to bundle everything up in a blanket or two and take as much as we can with us. Where are we going? She asked again, but Simon just shook his head. Even when I show you, it's going to be crazy, but trying to explain would, well, you'd never believe me, he said. Just promise me that you won't come out until I call for you, okay? Can you do that for me? She nodded, and he kissed her on the forehead before he sent her out of the room and started to unblock the front door. While he did so, the fear that Heliades might have suddenly switched the position of the portal, just to kill him at the most awful moment, niggled at the back of his mind, but he ignored it. None of the portal positions had ever moved before, and though he didn't rule that out, it seemed unlikely that it would be this portal on this day that was the one to finally break the trend. When Simon had the door open to reveal the sewer, he finally called for Freya, and she came running, but when she saw the impossible sight, she dropped the things she was carrying and gawked. What in the names of all the gods is that? She asked. He could see the whites around her eyes and the way her hands were trembling. There was no disguising that level of terror, so he walked to her and held her for a moment, blocking her vision with his body. It's our only way out, he said softly as he stroked her hair and tried to calm her down. It's a sort of magic doorway. It leads to a sewer that's kind of gross, but it's not too dangerous. From there, it leads to, I guess you could say, temple and... Simon, she cried out, what are you talking about? How do you know all these terrible things? It isn't natural. It's not, he agreed, feeling his heart break a little as she looked at him with fear now too. But it's the only way out, and even if you hate me by the time I've saved you, I still have to save you. It's the most important thing right now, so please, gather the supplies I asked you to, so we can leave this cursed place. She moved slowly and worked silently, but she obeyed him, and even as he thought she might not come back down from retrieving the blanket, she did so, though she was especially chilly after that. Then, with each of them carrying a bundle over their shoulder, they stepped towards the door. There he pressed a knife into her hand before he picked up his loaded crossbow to deal with the creepy crawler as far away from his beloved as possible and whispered, just in case, before kissing her on the forehead. Not willing to put anything past Heliades at this point, he stood in the portal itself, with one foot on either side of the line, and watched Freya go all the way to the next level before he stepped through himself. As frightened as she was in that moment, he was terrified that she would disappear as she failed to spawn in the next level, or that the portal would close when she was only part way through and cut her in half. He was taking no chances with that bullshit today. Today Freya was going to live even if he didn't get his happily ever after. He swore to himself that he'd save her every single time he came through here if that's what it took. Freya tried asking him questions several times as they navigated the small, slippery ledge through the vile sewers, but each time Simon shushed her. He'd already done his best to explain to her that these corpses weren't zombies, but she obviously didn't entirely believe him, and he didn't have the time to explain it to her again. He couldn't even hold her hand because he was carrying his crossbow in his right hand and his sack in his left. It wasn't that he wanted to blow her off, of course, but this was exactly the wrong place to get distracted. Even if that awful worm was almost always in its stack of bodies, if it ambushed and paralyzed them, he would have to lay there for God knows how long and watch the vermin devour his girl. He'd rather be a zombie again than be forced to witness that. Of course, he'd also rather not have to cast a fire spell if he didn't need to. He'd already freaked out Freya enough, and the last thing he wanted was to send her screaming into the night at the first chance she had to escape from him. Just before he rounded the final corner where he could usually see it, he whispered to Freya, "Stay calm. The thing I was talking about before, it's right there." No sooner did he round the corner than he saw the pale wiggling thing gorging itself on the bloated body of a young man. It didn't see him yet, so Simon carefully lined up his shot. That plan was interrupted when Freya took a look and screamed bloody murder as soon as she saw the slimy, tentacled thing devouring corpses. It charged them immediately after that, and Simon waited until it was much closer than usual before he put a bolt in its belly just to be sure he wouldn't miss. For a moment, that felt like a mistake as he thought the thing might just keep going, and he almost threw his crossbow in the water so he could free a hand to draw his sword. Fortunately, that proved unnecessary, and with its usual screech, it turned and fled back into the pile of bodies it had built by the main sewer grate. "No way I'm getting any closer to that thing. What in all the hells was that?" Freya asked as she resisted Simon's efforts to drag her forward. "It's a carrion crawler," Simon said slowly, wishing he could take the time to reload his crossbow, but he had nowhere to set down his bundle. For a moment, he really missed the fine backpack he'd made the last go-around, and he wondered how adventurers ever did without that sort of thing. "And it's not really interested in us. It eats corpses, so if it kills us, then it will become interested," she asked skeptically. "Well, when they're wounded, they tend to steer clear, but if we stick around too long." Simon let his words linger, both because he didn't want to say anything too awful, and because he'd had to suppress his need to be a know-it-all and explain to her that they would be perfectly happy to paralyze the two of them and then devour them both while they were frozen in place. Eventually, she accepted the need to move, which caused a dilemma. Simon wanted to send her up the ladder first, but he feared what would happen to her if he wasn't physically holding the portal open. So ultimately, he climbed up, set his bundle down, and then sat in the opening with his legs dangling while he helped her up. They'd been intimate several times now, so there shouldn't have been anything embarrassing about touching her. Somehow, though, the combination of closeness and coldness that was currently between them made the whole thing incredibly awkward. Still, she'd made it through, and the carrion crawler hadn't killed them, so what else could they ask for? "Where are we now?" She asked in a voice full of wonder while he was bent over, reloading his crossbow. Her words reminded Simon she'd probably never seen someplace tropical or even heard the word jungle in her life, though her reaction to desert might have been just as extreme. "We're in a warmer sort of place," that Simon's words trailed off as he looked up and saw her approaching the vine-covered wall, intent on one of the large orange and pink blossoms that dotted the vine-strewn masonry. "Be careful," he yelled, dropping everything he was doing and running to her so that he could drag her away before she got too close. He didn't think that was one of the blossoms that launched the darts at him, but he couldn't be sure. "It's just a flower," she said, shaking him off. "What the hell is your problem? You act completely calm when monsters charge at us, but you freak out when it's a flower. What the hell?" Simon shook his head. He tried to see her point, but really all she was showing off was her own ignorance, and he wasn't about to explain it to her right now and fuck things up even more. "Look, I'll tell you later when we get somewhere safe, but first we have to climb that," he answered grumpily as he pointed at the largest ziggurat in the ruined city. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. "What in the name of the gods is that thing?" Freya asked. "It's like a mountain but shaped very strangely. Did people make that?" "Probably," Simon answered. "I'm not really sure." They took a small break by the river so that they could both drink plenty of water before Simon filled his skin back up, and Simon's heart fluttered as he saw her lovely pale skin in the sunlight for the first time. That made him smile. They'd never actually been outside together before. Did that make this their first date, he wondered. The idle thought made him smile. What a terrible first date that would be, a walk through a sewer filled with rotting corpses and a city slowly being devoured by plants. Real nightmare fuel right there. It kind of made him wonder what sort of relationship could be built on such a fucked-up foundation. This time when they set off again, he had her take the lead. He'd never seen anything dangerous in this place that wasn't plant-based, so he felt like she would be safest where he could keep an eye on her. After that, things went fast, and eventually the icy distance between them thawed somewhat as he explained to her how some parts of the world were warmer than others, and that in the warmest parts of all were jungles, which were like forests but filled with far more life. This time when she peppered him with questions about all the new sights, he didn't mind answering. He did his best, of course, interpolating what he remembered from history class about the Mesoamerican civilizations, but ultimately he ended up telling her more about Teotihuacan than he did about wherever this place was. After all, he had some idea of where Schwarzenbruck was compared to a number of other cities and portals he had access to. He was even pretty sure that the Wyvern ruins weren't so far from that area, just based on the way it looked. He could be way off, though, given that New England and actual England also looked pretty similar. They took a break when they reached the giant ziggurat, and again when they were halfway up the structure. Freya seemed to be in slightly better shape than Simon, but to be fair, she wasn't hauling an extra 30 pounds of armor and weaponry. When they reached the top, they just sat there for a good long while enjoying the setting sun, and eventually, she laid her head on his shoulder, and he took that as permission for him to put his arm around her as they admired the reds and oranges dancing above the jungle canopy. "It just goes on forever," she said. "It does," he agreed. "Jungles are generally pretty huge places." "No," she corrected him, "these strange portals of yours. They just keep coming one after another, don't they? I'll bet there's another one just past this one and another past that, right?" "There is," he agreed, unsure of where she was going in all this. "And somehow you don't just summon these portals or know where they're going to go, but you already know what's on the other side, like you've been here before," she continued. "And if I have?" Simon parried, answering her question with a question. "It's I don't understand, and I'm not sure if I want to, but I'm not sure what that says about you, you know." This time she looked away from the sunset to look at him directly. "You can wield magic and walk through the same moments twice, so does that make you a god or a demon?" "Neither," he answered truthfully. "I'm just a man trying to be a hero." "Well, you're my hero at any rate," she said. He was about to thank her, but when he saw that she was moving in for a kiss, he decided that seemed like a better idea. So they shared a long, tender moment together. Afterward, there was more talk, and he told her what he could without confusing things further, but really all he could say was that he was on a quest to help a goddess fix a few things, which seemed to satisfy her. As long as Simon wasn't in league with dark forces, it seemed that she could tolerate the rest. Freya was quiet after that. Eventually, after they'd crossed into the next level and found a nice spot to make camp near the edge of ruins, she finally asked a question that had obviously been on her mind for the better part of the day. "Does that mean we've done this before?" she asked. "Is all this just a part of your secret quest?" No, we've never done this before, Freya. I promise you that," he said, briefly choking on his words. "I've met you before this, but we didn't even escape from the inn together. This is all uncharted territory. As to if you're important to my mission, I honestly don't know, but I know that you're important to me." She smiled at that, and it was only afterward, while Simon was wondering why a cheesy pickup line like that would have worked so well, that he realized she'd never seen a romantic comedy in her life. He hadn't either, of course, not all the way through, but he'd probably listened to 100 of them in the background while he played his Switch in the living room and his mom watched some sappy show. That was a skill that he never thought would come in handy, but as he watched her suspicion melt away while she clung to him, he hoped this might work out yet. That night they slept near the embers of a fire that he'd actually managed to make without resorting to magic, and between Freya's body heat and the stone wall behind them to keep away the wind, it was actually one of the nicest nights he'd had in the wild ever. It certainly beat the chilly trip down from the goblin cave. He was sure that, eventually, he would lose a couple toes to frostbite on that trip. In the morning, they started down the mountain, holding hands. There was no trail to speak of, and the way was more than a little rocky. It wasn't so bad, though. In the distance was another small town on a river, which seemed to be a theme for this part of the world, and it seemed like as good a place as any to take a break before they found somewhere they could put down roots. Progress down the mountain was slow, and by the following evening, they still hadn't reached the gently rolling plains that would lead to the distant village. Simon would be glad when they did, though. He'd pinned his hopes on it. Not only was it exhausting having to double back whenever they encountered an area too steep to pass, but it took forever as they tried to get down the sandstone bluffs that separated them from anywhere hospitable. By the evening, she was noticeably limping, though she still hadn't complained. He wanted to heal her wounds immediately, but he didn't want her to freak out, so he decided to wait until she went to sleep as they made camp for the evening. That night, they didn't make a fire because there was precious little wood on the slopes, of course. It was also because Simon didn't want a beacon that would attract attention. After all, there was no real shelter, and he couldn't help but think that given the slightest provocation that Wyvern would swoop down looking for prey and decide that the two of them were the perfect snack. He didn't have any idea how far those things ranged when they hunted. However, given their size and the number of calories they had to burn every day, it had to be far, and he was certain they'd still be at risk of a surprise attack for days. How many days was harder to say, but he was pretty sure that until they could make it to the light forest that was still over a day from here at least. After that, he had no idea what new dangers would await them in there. "What are you thinking about?" Freya asked eventually, rousing him from his recursive train of thought about all the dangers that they faced. "How did you know I was still awake?" he asked. They were spooning together for warmth, and she was facing away, so he was genuinely confused. "If you were asleep, then you would have been snoring," she said playfully. "When you're this quiet, usually you're just worrying about things." "The wyvern," he said honestly, unwilling to tell her too much. "It's going to be okay," she reassured him. "We'll get somewhere safe soon." "You said so yourself." "I did," he agreed. They chatted for a while about what he thought would happen next and what they would eat first when they got back to civilization. But eventually, there was a lull in the conversation, and Simon thought that she drifted off to sleep until she said, "It's funny, you know. You spend all your time worrying about what's going to happen next, but all I can think about are all the terrible things that have already happened." "I get that," he agreed, looking briefly at the Pandora's box of past traumas in his mind before he decided he did not want to open it again. "But eventually, all that just gets to be too much and you have to move on. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to move on from Bree from what happened in that inn," she said, in a voice filled with sadness. "You know, it helps if you talk about it," he said, not really believing the words. It was something his therapist had always told him, though, and somehow at this moment it felt right. I can't believe that she would do something like that," Freya said, not really to him. "You mean Brenna?" he asked. "She seemed like a real piece of work to me. But you didn't." She paused as she remembered. "Oh, was this before?" "Yeah, we met before. Another time." Simon agreed, not eager to tell his lover too much here. Other women were a sticky situation that he wasn't used to, and facing a cave full of goblins was less than treacherous in his mind than trying to thread this needle. "She almost got me killed once." "Oh," Freya said, letting the ominous word hang in the air for a long time. "What did she do to you?" Simon asked, unwilling to let the conversation die in such a precarious place. "She almost got me killed, too," Freya said. At first her words came out slowly, one at a time, like they were being dragged out of her. At some unseen critical point, though, that trickle became a waterfall and she couldn't stop. "No worse. She almost made sure I was turned into one of those things. After the owner turned, she tried to use me as a human shield to save her skin, and we fought, and eventually I had to. You understand, don't you? I had to." "It's okay," Simon said, stroking her hair. "I know you did what you had to, only what you had to." Freya was crying now, and that made it hard for him to focus on much of anything else besides how uncomfortable that made him feel and how he could somehow get her to stop, but at least the mystery finally made sense. Every time he journeyed to level 6 and the door opened, it was in the middle of some crucial moment, and so sometimes Freya won, sometimes Brenna won, and sometimes no one won at all. That explained the blood on Freya's hands and the weapon in Brenna's, whenever he found one of them at least. They both drifted off after the sobbing stopped, but it was only when he woke up that he realized he'd forgotten to do something about Freya's blistered, bleeding feet. "Offarum H. Jack," he whispered in the dawn light while she still slept softly. Under the blankets, he couldn't see the results of his magic, but he was certain that he was successful as he felt the tingle of magic flow through him. Fortunately, Freya didn't wake up from that, and even after he woke her up and they had the last of their stale biscuits for breakfast, she didn't say a word about the state of her feet, even though he was sure she knew something was different. Simon spent much of the next day thinking about the moment she described to him last night instead of the wyvern. Did the fact that either option was possible mean that the outcome wasn't important, or did it mean that one of them was the right answer? Why would Helades have started the level right at the moment? Why not before the fight so he could save them all, or after the fight when Freya had lived? He had no answers, but when they finally found a trail weaving through the rolling grasslands at the base of the mountains, they made better time and camped at the edge of the wood. They roasted some of the cured ham that night, which was delicious, but Simon spent half the night awake listening for the noise of predators, as he realized that the delicious smell of roasting meat had been a terrible mistake in such a wild place. While Freya snored softly beside him, all he could think about was the razor-sharp beak of the owlbear, and that he hoped they didn't range in this wood like they did in the other one he'd traveled in so frequently. This time when they finally reached a road, he went south instead of north. It was as good a direction as any. That meant 2 more days on the road before they reached the safety of the next village, as it turned out. This time Simon was careful not to use gold when he paid this time. He struggled to introduce the two of them at the inn where they sought lodging because he doubted that there were words like girlfriend in the world, but Freya quickly handled that. "I'm his cousin," she said quickly, making Simon wonder if she was intentionally choosing to downplay their situation or not. "And where you folks traveling from?" the cranky old proprietor asked. "Not from the troubles up north, I hope." "No, definitely not," Simon answered too quickly. "We come from a village to the east, beyond the mountains." "Why? Has something happened?" "We got any number of problems right now to choose from, but none as bad as Schwarzenbruck," the older man said with a sigh. "If I were you, I'd think real hard about going back the way you came." "We might do that," Simon answered. "We just need to rest a few nights after such a long trip." Simon had planned to stay there for 3 nights, but they only stayed 2. In the end, it wasn't the lumpy bed or the mediocre food that the place served. It wasn't even that Freya was acting a little distant. It was that on their second night there, during dinner, one of the newly arrived merchants had a seizure and began to spasm and tremble at the table near the door before he suddenly rose again as a flesh-hungry monster. Fortunately, Simon was prepared, and no sooner had the creature started trying to tear the throat out of their neighbor than Simon was there to crush the thing's skull with his mace. He ended up doing the same thing to the man that had been bitten, even as everyone looked on in horror like he was the murderer. "What?" he said defensively. "You get bit, you become one of them. Those are the rules. How could you possibly know that?" someone gasped. "Like you learn anything important, the hard way," Simon shot back as he cleaned his mace on the dead man's clothes before he grabbed Freya by the hand and pulled her away from the table. "Come on, we're getting out of here. Who knows how many more of those things are close by." The fear in the woman's face as she relived everything that had happened to her before made resistance impossible. "Where will we go?" she asked meekly. "Away is the only direction that matters," he said as they went upstairs to pack their meager belongings. Simon had considered swiping the dead man's coin purse, but he thought people might react badly. Once they were out of the inn, though, he had no problem swiping the wagon that the man had come in on. Simon had been sitting on the porch enjoying the breeze and the sunset when the merchant had come in earlier. "You know, it's funny," he said as they started to ride down the dark road to whatever horror awaited them next. "I always thought that in a med in the midst of a place full of swords and axes, zombies wouldn't be much of an issue, but it appears I was wrong." He'd almost said medieval world, which would have been a mistake that was hard to correct. "Simon," she sighed, "even if everyone in that room was armed, you were the only killer there. Most people just want to live. They don't go around looking for things to fight like you." It was an interesting statement, and a few lives ago, he probably wouldn't have gotten what she was saying, but now he definitely did. They went south for 3 days, though they didn't go particularly fast to avoid wearing out the horse. Given that now they were sleeping on the hard bed of the wagon between a row of crates in the wall, Simon considered this a real improvement. In his mind, nothing was wrong with being pressed against a woman as lovely as Freya every night, but he knew it wasn't permanent. They couldn't just stay in the wagon forever. It was no way to live. The first 2 villages they stopped in seemed too small for strangers like them to fit in. Still, they were a fine place to settle for the night. Now they claimed to be peddlers to befit their wagon instead of adventurers, though Simon had no idea what he should charge for the random pots and cutlery the previous owner had been selling. And as Mr. and Mrs. Jacoby, sellers of odds and ends, they seemed to be treated much better than Simon the adventurer and his companion Freya. Simon spent a whole afternoon just searching the back of the thing, and it seemed like the previous owner had just stolen whatever wasn't nailed down and taken it on the road with him. There were copper kettles, cast iron cookware, knives of various quality, strings of garlic, a box of potatoes, and a half-full bag of flour. These were hardly the trade goods he'd have expected of a merchant in a fantasy world. There wasn't a scrap of dragon hide or a vial of fairy dust to be had. "Married?" Simon asked dumbly, not connecting the dots. "What, you're keen enough to sleep with me and to introduce me as your wife, and now you're going to say that it was all some big act just for show?" He could hear the fury in her voice getting ready to erupt if he made a misstep here. However, he wasn't quite sure what to do, so he tried to channel his inner rom-com again, even as his mind grappled with the fact that this might not be the random fling he thought it was. "I would be delighted for everyone to know you're my wife," he said finally as he pulled her down to sit on the bed beside him, "but I don't want you to be with me because you know you have to. Danger and zombies aren't very romantic, but..." Freya eventually shut him up by kissing him before he could ruin the moment. "You stupid, stupid man," she said softly. "How could I not love the man that saved my life?" Simon really didn't know what to say after that. He'd only ever dated 2 women longer than 6 months, and both of those had ended poorly a decade ago. He was pretty sure that he'd proposed to Freya just now, or she'd proposed to him. He honestly wasn't sure which, so in the end, he just held her while he tried to sort out his feelings about what had happened and how he felt about it. Regardless, though, she was in better spirits after that, so on the 5th day of their journey away from the undead, they found another small village, and while Freya was busy at the inn restocking their supplies and trading them a little bit of this, for a little bit of that, he took a trip over to the blacksmith and paid the man the scraps of gold that would be left over to turn one of his coins into a nice ring for his girl. In the end, it was an ugly thing, and he was sure he'd tragically overpaid for it, but she loved it just the same. They both agreed it was a strange relationship and an even stranger courtship, but what could they do with the world falling apart like this? "I always thought I'd save up a decent dowry and marry one of the men that worked the river boats or maybe one of the city guards," she said one night, lying next to him. They'd managed to sell or trade almost half the crap in the back of the wagon now, so there was actually room to lay down. But a foreigner with a strange accent and a knack for killing monsters. Never. Simon didn't really know what to say either. He never expected to fall for, well, anyone, really. Anyone that wasn't a 2D waifu anyway, but here he was, holding a half-naked woman that might even stay with him once the danger passed. It seemed too good to be true, but he vowed to enjoy it for as long as he could. On day 8, they exited the woods they'd been riding through on a particularly dreary day and discovered Krovar. They'd known it was coming from the last couple of villages they'd gone through. Apparently, the little town that occupied a strategic hilltop location in the otherwise flat region they'd been traveling through wasn't considered the nicest place. The reputation of their lord, Baron Wraithuate, wasn't considered the best either, but he had something no one else had so far, walls, and that was enough for Simon to decide that this might be the place. The quaint little town with its tightly packed houses and their red-tiled roofs spilled out from behind its city wall and part way down the slope, and it wasn't a proper castle that protected it, but that was still good enough. For Simon, a small and imposing keep beat life on the road indefinitely. He was tired of looking over his shoulder, and he would never know if what was growing between him and Freya was real until they could settle down and have a normal life together. Not that he really knew what normal was in all this. Once they reached the town, Simon saw the buildings weren't in the best shape, but the guard at the gate didn't give him many problems. The man just asked both of them for their names and their business before sending them on their way. Simon paid for a week at the inn, which definitely wasn't the worst place he'd been to, and then they did some exploring. The market was hardly thriving, but they discovered there were enough artisans and craftsmen they'd be able to get his needs addressed regarding armor and a new backpack, which he didn't really need but desperately wanted. Well, he asked Freya after they'd finished wandering around the place in a few hours, "Could you see yourself staying here a while?" Simon had explained his desire to find somewhere defensible, and she'd agreed with that, but despite the lovely chapel and the reasonably friendly people, she didn't seem convinced. "I mean, it's nice enough," she said, holding his hand, "but it's hard to think of any place as home when I don't speak the local tongue." Simon swallowed hard. He hadn't realized that they'd transitioned to a new region or country or whatever, and he had no idea that he'd switched languages at some point. He wanted to ask her when exactly it was that he stopped speaking Northern and started speaking Southern, but he really didn't want to explain one more strange thing about him just yet. Instead, he said, "That's fair. I understand." Her answer was good enough for him, though, and first thing in the morning, he decided to see if Lord Wraithuate was receiving visitors, so he went to talk to the man's guards. As it turned out, the answer was rarely, but when he explained that he was a mercenary that could be useful if trouble made it this far south, they told him they would see if there was any need for his services. Simon honestly didn't think he'd be hearing from the Baron, and set about trying to find a cottage that they could buy, or how it was that you got one built in the era before DIY and general contractors, but he didn't have much luck there either. That was when the Baron's messenger arrived. "My lord would welcome both of you to dinner tonight at 6, the haughty young man said with a sniff. "Please wear something appropriate if that's possible." It wasn't really. Freya had spent much of the week sewing a new outfit after he'd bought her a few bolts of cloth, but for the moment, neither of them had anything but the clothes on their back. Still, they showed up. The worst thing that could happen was that they'd be told to leave, and though Simon liked this spot, he was sure there would be other places to go, and they could find another instead if they needed to. Dinner turned out to be roasted suckling pig with the elderly man and his 2 sons. While Baron Wraithuate wasn't quite out of villain central casting, his gray hair and high cheekbones certainly made it possible that he was the villain in some horror movie. The room that they ate in didn't make things any better. It was a large room that wasn't quite a dining hall, flanked by 2 very large fireplaces, and the southern wall was covered in weapons and trophies of various victories. Still, he was nice enough to them both, though, and once Simon name-dropped Baron Corwin, the man became almost warm. "Gregor is a good man, though it has been an age since we've been able to meet with all the recent troubles," Lord Wraithuate said with a small toast of his glass. None of that affected his son's attitude toward them. Even after the pumpkin soup and the lamb chops, the 2 younger Wraithuates still spent much of the night looking down their nose at them. When they found out that his wife was from near Schwarzenbruck, they asked no end of hurtful questions about the whole affair. Fortunately, she couldn't understand a word they said, and he could pad the jabs quite easily with a little tact here and a few omissions there. "How does it feel to know that everyone you knew is dead now? Became what was it like to live through that?" And so on. Simon had dealt with passive-aggressive bullies like this his whole life. It was the reason he'd dropped out of school, but he was long past caring what strangers thought about him. He had a beautiful woman that loved him and a couple spells up his sleeve, and it would have been the easiest thing in the world to burn every asshole at this table alive. Instead, he just held Freya's hand under the table a little tighter and tried to smile while he told them all about their harrowing and completely fictional escape from a city full of zombies. "You two must have been together for a long time then if you were together when Schwarzenbruck was actually over and then. That was years ago," the younger son, Jeffrey, said. "You'd better start trying for children sooner rather than later. Your bride is getting a little long in the tooth." Geoffrey snickered at his own awful joke, even though it earned him a rebuke from his father, but Simon was too distracted by what the man had just said to be offended. Years, had it really been so long since the city had fallen and the problem still wasn't completely resolved? Did that mean the gateways were in time as well as space? Was that what Heliades had meant when she talked about the pit so long ago? It was hard to say for sure, but it seemed likely. If so, it was a shocking revelation. Unfortunately, it wasn't exactly something he could discuss with anyone. "Please forgive my son's rude behavior," the Baron said, snapping him out of his reverie. "Of course," Simon said, pretending to be gracious instead of oblivious. "I think I might be able to find you the accommodation you're looking for. Though I don't expect that the zombie hordes will ever get this far south again, there are always good reasons to keep a few sellswords around, just in case," the Baron said with a cruel smile as he steepled his fingers in front of him. "Of course, I'll have to see if you can actually fight first." Simon hadn't been quite sure of what to make of the man's words. He thought that maybe he'd come back and spar with a couple of the Baron's guards tomorrow or something. Instead, once they'd all finished eating dinner, the servants moved the trestle tables aside to clear space in the large room. The way that they did so with such practiced ease made Simon think this was not the first time this sort of after-dinner entertainment had been arranged, either. "What here, now?" Simon asked, suddenly regretting his third glass of wine. "Why not?" the Baron asked with a smile. "I could do with some entertainment. Now would you like to do the honors, Vartan, or should I pick one of the guards to test his mettle?" Simon breathed a sigh of relief when the Baron turned to his eldest son. He was a slender man who'd been somewhat reserved all night. Not only would he not be much of a challenge compared to some of the burly men Simon had seen around the sprawling home, but Simon was certain the Baron wouldn't endanger his own heir with some kind of blood sport. He was completely surprised when the boy drew a heavy saber already on his hip and held it up dramatically, letting the light dance along its razor's edge before he pointed it at Simon. That was the moment he knew they'd planned all of this from the start. Of all the men at the table, Vartan was the only one wearing a weapon and the only one with the look of a killer in his eye. "As if I would ever turn down a challenge, father," he answered with a sneer before walking toward Simon. "But my weapon and armor are at the inn, my lord," Simon said, trying to think of a way out of this. "Nonsense. This is just a quick exhibition, so to speak, to the blood or the yield, as it were." "You may pick from any blade in the room," the Baron said, gesturing widely to the trophies displayed on the south wall. The man might be perverse, but he valued the life of his heir, so he was sure that he wouldn't let things get too out of hand with Simon. Simon's first instinct had been that the weapons on the wall had been nothing but display weapons, and he'd been right. Most of them were pretty decrepit. The shields were sundered, and the blades were chipped or worse. Simon picked up several before deciding they might not last for even one good parry before putting them back. Eventually, he selected a small steel shield that was much smaller than what he was used to fighting with, but he could find no weapon to pair with it. That's when he noticed that the long swords the guards carried were just about twins of his own. Simon walked to the guard with a nasty scar across his forehead at the nearest door and said, "Your blade, sir." The guard looked to the Baron for approval, but after a quick nod, he handed it to Simon hilt first. The long, straight blade would do nicely, he decided as he turned to face his foe. Simon had never fought a saber before or anyone taller than him, and Vartan's reach was nullified by Simon's longer blade, so he could be fine, but he felt like there was something here he still wasn't getting as he walked toward the center of the room to face off against the other man. "So how do you want to?" Simon had barely opened his mouth to speak when his opponent lashed out with his blade. The man certainly didn't seem to be pulling any punches and almost put out his eye before he managed to step back. He lashed out with a wide swing of his sword just to force the other man back, though he easily avoided it. After that, the battle was joined. Over the space of the next several seconds, they exchanged half a dozen blows. Steel clashed with steel, and though Simon was on the defensive the whole time, he didn't have another near miss at least. His opponent was faster and less concerned about hurting a stranger, whereas Simon had a shield but was worried he might accidentally strike the young man fatally if he went all out. He had very little experience fighting people for sport compared to the amount of time he'd spent killing monsters, while the other man had obviously spent all of his time in duels. "You're not so bad for a fat man," Vartan said softly as he moved close to Simon for another exchange. "Your footwork is abysmal, though. You can't expect to beat me like that." Simon tried to slam his shield into the other man to make him pay for the insult, but obviously his opponent had been expecting that, so the blow never connected. Instead, Simon found himself being shoved, and then he was falling backward, though he wasn't quite sure how. It was only when he hit the ground that he realized that Vartan had slipped his foot behind Simon's, tripping him even as he toppled him. "We're to leave you the mark of my favor," Vartan said, standing over his defeated enemy. Simon had been worried the man might actually try to kill him, but he could see his game now. He'd noticed that almost every guard in the place had some kind of obvious scar, but in his mind, that just meant that Lord Rathuate had a penchant for blooded veterans. He had no idea that it was some sick game that this family liked to play where they marked their territory. Even with that revelation, Simon stayed perfectly still, waiting for just the right moment as the fingers of his shield hand grabbed a handful of the throw rug that his opponent was standing on. It was only when Vartan drew back his sword to strike that Simon put all of his strength into it and yanked the rug hard, momentarily throwing the other man off balance and giving Simon a chance to kick the legs out from under the cocky duelist. After that, they both struggled to their feet, but Simon had tossed his blade aside, and instead of trying to match him with blades, he was going to put his weight to better use and pin the man beneath him. Vartan tried to pull a dagger with his offhand, but Simon grabbed his wrist and twisted hard enough to make him drop it. "Do you yield?" Simon gasped, half out of breath. Vartan ignored the request and continued to struggle fruitlessly to bring his blade around and run Simon through. Simon ignored that and released the other man's left hand long enough to pick up the dropped knife and bring it to Vartan's throat. "I said, do you why?" "That will be quite enough of that, I think," Lord Racehuate called from the far end of the hall. "You will have to forgive my son. He is not used to losing. You may be able to do this family good service, yet I think." Simon was a little surprised that he'd won, but even more than that, he was wary of letting go of the other man since he hadn't actually yielded. But in the end, when Simon stood and backed away quickly, his opponent didn't try to run him through a second time, and only looked at Simon sourly as he returned the dagger. As they sat down to a dessert of brandy and walnut-encrusted sweet bread, the Duke complimented him on both his choice of weapons and on his unorthodox finale. "Never accept the obvious, and certainly never fight your enemy where they are strongest. These are the exact behaviors I look for in my men," he said with a smile. They left with the promise that in the morning, Vartan would show them to their new home, where they could stay as long as they were in the Racehuate family service. That night Freya alternated between being angry at him for doing such a foolish thing and being proud of him for winning in the end. They got very little sleep as a result. In the morning, Vartan met them as promised, and though he congratulated Simon on his victory and suggested they should spar more often, he was sure that the noble still bore a grudge. The cottage he took them to was near the north wall, down a crowded, dingy street that stank of chamber pots. It had obviously been abandoned for some time, and part of the roof had given way completely. Simon wasn't sure if this was supposed to be an insult, but he thanked Vartan just the same. "It's not much," Simon said, holding Freya once they were alone, "but it's home. It will be lovely," she said. "It's the men that you've sworn yourself to serve that I'm less happy with. We can find people to fix the roof in a few days, but you can never fix that hole in that man's heart." Simon agreed with her, of course, but there was little he could do. Even the zombie threat wasn't as bad as he'd first feared apparently. The world was getting to be a dangerous place. Centaur attacks from the east and goblin raids in the south. Unlike the world he'd come from, this was a place of chaos, and Freya didn't understand why a cruel man like Baron Racehuate was needed in places like this. Simon did, even if he didn't like it. Once they were done, and he and his wife decided what needed to be done, Simon sought out some craftsmen to help him resolve the most pressing work. They'd need to replace several of the timbers, replace the rotten shutters, and redo the tile roof, but the walls were sturdy, the fireplace worked, and it would even have space for a small garden in time. For now, they continued sleeping at the inn. Simon wasn't in any danger of running out of money anytime soon, and it wasn't like he could just pop down to IKEA to handle the whole no-furniture problem. Eventually, though, he had to leave these things in his wife's capable hands because his end of the deal was coming due. Some of the farms under the Baron's control had been burned out by goblins, and since he was such an expert on these things, the man had decided to give him a few men so he could go handle it for him. Freya was hardly happy about this, but it wasn't like he could do anything about the arrangement. "First, you bring me into this strange town with these awful people, and then you just leave me here," she demanded. "You know I don't want to, but Mr. and Mrs. Stravson will take good care of you while I'm away, and by the time I get back, maybe we'll finally be able to move into our place together." "I don't want our place," she said. "I want you." There was a lot of hugging and crying after that, but nothing could change the fact that the next morning he still saddled up and took 5 men with him to go see how bad these goblins really were. It turned out not to be goblins. The villagers seemed to know that too, of course, but Simon hadn't bothered to ask them. Instead, after a quiet ride to the source of the problem, he just tried the same trick he'd used last time. Suffocating them in their lair would be a fairly bloodless victory. Unfortunately, he found out the hard way that this wasn't going to be like last time when half a dozen hobgoblins staggered out of the dank hole in the ground. Other than their dark olive skin, they had little in common with the goblins he'd fought so far, and they were definitely going to be a little tougher than their smaller cousins. They scattered the fire in all directions as they charged through the smoke looking for something to kill. Simon hadn't been ready for a counterattack or the larger-than-expected opponents. None of them were. Still, he charged in before he remembered that this was the very last life he wanted to die in. He was just so used to fighting now that it was his first impulse, and he regretted it as he moved toward the opponents that were almost as large as he was. They were vicious, too, but his boldness surprised him as much as it did his opponent, and between their coughing from the smoke and their squinting from the sun, he was certain that he and his men could make short work of the bastards. He was mostly right, but partway through the fight, when there were only 3 of the green skins left, Simon took a club to the back while he was gutting his second opponent that sent him sprawling. It hurt, but he didn't think that anything was broken. He would have almost certainly been stomped to death if 2 of his fellow warriors hadn't shot it with their crossbows, though. After that, Simon was about to order his men to start rebuilding the fire when he noticed that one of them was hurt pretty bad. The rest of you start the bonfire back up, unless you want to go in and see if there are any of those big bastards left while I tend to Trav, he said. From the expression of the other men, he realized that they probably thought he meant he was going to end his suffering with the point of his sword, but Simon doubted it would come to that. The man had been raked across the belly with the foul claws of the hobgoblins, and he was bleeding badly enough that Simon was sure the abdominal wall had been ripped, which meant there might be all sorts of internal damage as well. Simon wasn't much for science, and he barely remembered his high school biology textbook, but still, he struggled to remember those crucial details as he soothed the wounded soldier. Easy there, man, the worst is over. You're going to be okay, Simon said, struggling to find something to say that wasn't so generic and coming up empty. He'd shared a campfire with these men for all of 2 nights, and he knew next to nothing about him. I am dying, aren't I? The man gasped as he lay there in obvious pain. Nah, Simon lied. I've seen way worse than this. It's just a flesh wound. A flesh wound, he moaned in fear. What is that? Does that mean it's already diseased? Gods protect me. Simon realized the man would have no idea what he'd meant by the phrase flesh wound only after he said it, but he didn't bother to answer. Instead, he gathered up the image in his mind of the wound knitting shut, the intestines returning to normal, and the blood pooling in the man's abdominal cavity slowly being reabsorbed by the body before he whispered, A umlaut utable acute FV letter 1EA3, RU cute M letter 1E23 Jack, under his breath. Simon could see that it wasn't enough to fully heal such a large wound, but it did help, and he quickly reached for the bandages. The last thing he wanted to do was reveal his magical powers. He knew exactly what would happen once he'd done that. Instead, he just made Trav comfortable. After all, Simon could always heal him again that night or on the way back home if necessary. They stayed there the rest of the day, filling the lair with smoke, and when night came, they camped nearby and kept a watch on the entrance until morning. It was only then that Simon was completely satisfied that they'd done their job. They brought one of the heads back to the village on a spear and mounted it in the square to show everyone that they had nothing to worry about, and that night a feast was held in their honor. The village wasn't rich, so the food was meager, but Simon still enjoyed the crude folk music and the amusing medieval dances that he had no idea how to perform. Before the end of the night, he was all but propositioned by one of the women there. Please allow me to show you my gratitude properly. She'd breathed into his ear when she brought him another beer. Simon politely declined, but the whole thing just made him miss Freya more, and so the next morning, they made haste back to the Baron to deliver the news of their success. The ride back gave him plenty of time to reflect on his strange little life. The life of a mercenary warrior certainly wasn't what he would have chosen if he'd gotten a say in it. Being the Baron and actually managing all the details of the kingdom could have been fun. Playing a wizard in a tower studying how to make this magic system slightly less broken could have also been cool too, but even if he could figure out a way to reach that spot in one of his lives, he couldn't imagine how he'd be able to do it without Freya by his side, and that was more important than anything else. The trip back was uneventful, and Simon made his report only very briefly before he went to find his wife. Even that brief stopover was enough to chill him when the Baron's eldest said, "Hobgoblins, you say? Are you sure? I had no idea. Is it possible fighting goblins might not be as simple as you claim it to be?" He'd actually laughed at that, and it had taken every ounce of Simon's willpower not to draw his weapon. The man had known that they were being sent out against something a lot tougher, and he'd lied to him. Even so, the Baron stepped in to smooth things over. "You managed to deal with the problem and come back unharmed. Excellent work." "Well, not unharmed," Simon corrected him, "but I think that Trav will pull through." "Yes, I had heard something about that," the old man said. "Apparently, in addition to your other talents, you are a gifted healer." Simon just shrugged, not sure what to say, and after a little more discussion, he left. His next stop was the inn, but Freya wasn't there, so he tried their home and was pleased to find her cleaning up their little hovel. When he first saw her, she seemed upset, and he thought he was about to get yelled at, but as soon as the door creaked and she turned, she ran to him and hugged him like she was afraid he was going to vanish at any moment. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I heard that someone came back from your little adventure and was hurt pretty bad." I feared the worst, and her words dissolved into tears as she beat her hand impotently against his chest. "How could you think any of this is okay? What if you died? What if you'd left me in this strange place already a widow? It's going to be okay, Simon said, trying to soothe her by stroking her hair. Everything is going to be just fine. I mean, look at this lovely home. The gods can take it for all I care, she spat. We could leave tonight. We still have the wagon we could. What happened here? Simon asked, noticing the small bandage on her arm. For a moment, he had a flashback of the time Brenna had hidden a wound and then turned into a zombie and bitten him. He felt the sudden impulse to undo the bandage and check to make sure it wasn't a bite, but he suppressed it. Oh, I just cut myself in here while I was cleaning up. She looked like she was on the verge of tears again, and Simon didn't understand, but he did his best to make her feel safe. Freya clung to him all night, except for when she was cooking over the low fire he'd made with some of the cutlery they'd saved from their trip. I believe someone called all this junk, she said, smiling. Simon didn't care about the dig. He just cared that it was the first time she'd really looked happy all day. That night he told her about the fight and about the man that had almost died under his command. He blamed the Baron for sending him without the proper information and the people of the region for not warning them, but as he drifted off to sleep, he knew the truth. It had been his fault for not investigating more before he'd sought out the confrontation. They could have watched and waited or done some scouting, and asked around to figure out that they needed to prepare more. They didn't, though, because he'd been so certain it wasn't going to be a challenge. He was going to have to work on that. The rest of the week they spent cleaning and building. Simon used an axe to make some new posts for their fence, and he hired a carpenter to fix their doors and shutters, so the place should be less drafty. But by the time he was called away again, almost 2 weeks later, their house was finally starting to look like a home, and that brought him a measure of joy and peace that was almost indescribable. The last conversation he had with his wife was about what they should plant in their garden in the spring, and then he was off on the road again, dreaming about a herb garden and perhaps a nice spinning wheel for her if he could find one. This second mission was against the centaurs that had been raiding villages and herds to the east. Centaurs were rare creatures in games, so Simon hadn't had much experience with them, but the reality was fairly terrifying when he saw one for the first time. The creatures were huge and bestial. They were taller than him at the shoulder, and they had huge sharp teeth and dead eyes that made them look more like animals than men. It turned out that the creatures favored short bows that they could fire while they ran at speed, which made them almost impossible to fight or capture. Simon was shot twice in their first encounter and was forced to lay there in pain for most of the day until he could get enough privacy to heal himself. Thereafter, he was more careful. They retreated and spent a day practicing with whatever the men had on them, be it a long bow, a crossbow, or a sling, and after that, they recruited a shepherd in one of the dangerous areas and used him as bait. Then they waited among the rocks and the sheep for the centaurs to reappear. As the 9 of them galloped toward the shepherd, kicking up a trail of dust in their wake, the man drove his flock back further into the rough ground, and when the centaurs moved to follow, Simon and the dozen men he'd brought with him sprang from their hiding places and took down several of the monsters before the centaurs even knew they were endangered. This time Simon was not able to bring his men back unscathed, but after a few minutes of fierce fighting, only 3 centaurs were left to retreat, and all but 2 of Simon's men had survived the encounter. This time there would be no celebration because their survival had been a near thing. If Simon had met them on an open field of battle to put the fear of House Wraithuate in them, as the Baron had suggested, Simon was quite sure they'd all be dead by now. No, this time, all he wanted to do was go home and kiss his beautiful wife and appreciate that he'd survived.